I got the revenge for who has killed my parents and family, and also I die with him, finally I get the peace. But fate is other plan. I cross over to the child body in douluo dalu world. This world full of soul beast and soul master. Unexpectedly awaken Asura's blade martial soul and also bounding a fusion system. Now you see how I become the god, catching my favorite beauties, conquer the divine world. Chapter 1 Eye for an Eye. W. Why are you doing this? A fat man screamed at a youth with tears in his eyes and looked like he wanted to attack him, but he couldn't since both his arms were bent in strange way. The youth sat on a chair while looking at the family of three, the fat man, his wife and their son. There was no emotion on his face after having just killed the son of the couple. He wiped the blood off his face and fist that covered him, since he didn't just shoot the son. No, he beat him to death, but not letting him die before breaking as much bones in his body as possible. The youth heard the fat man and turned to look at him with a scary smile on his face. 16 years ago there was a plane crash and there was only one survivor, a kid at the age of 8. It was shot out of the air by Iraq for no reason at all. The youth clenched his fists and looked at the fat man wriggling on the ground. FCKERS like you that sell weapons to that country deserve to die alongside my whole family, don't worry. All of your little business partners are waiting for you. Ha ha ha. The youth laughed with tears streaming down his face, not due to sadness because he knew he would die today since he was live streaming all of this. In the last 16 years he came to know plenty of people that had loved ones stolen due to others' greed. He hired 30 world-class hackers to take control of YouTube for a few hours. His family was well off with over a worth of 20 million United States dollars, but he never used much after his family's death, so gave the money away to homeless people and charity while keeping 10 million United States dollars to pay the hackers. They are dead. How? The higher-ups sent people to protect us. The fat man yelled in a hysteric voice while the woman next to him sobbed while looking at her meat pulp son's body. FBI, you're currently surrounded. Come outside with your hands up. Sirens were all around the huge villa with laser sights trying to find where the hostages were. The fat man and his wife finally saw a ray of hope again, and the fat man got his cocky attitude up and smirked. You heard that? You have no way out. You better give up and surrender, haha. Are you an idiot? Lawrence looked at the fat man and smirked. What? The fat man came to a realization. This kid was trying to die together with them. It seems you realized, too late thou. You were the last one involved with that terrorist group, the rest died. They took my family, so I took theirs, young, old, man or woman. I didn't care, I killed them all. The youth had a relieved smile on his face. Father, mother, sis, little sis. I won't be able to join you since I won't be able to go to heaven with my hands dyed in innocent blood. Lawrence would do the same thing again if he was sent back in time, and he didn't regret a single thing despite killing all the innocent family members of those bastards. We can talk about this. Please. I don't want to die, the fat man cried. Neither did my family, but you sold those maniacs fire weapons. That's why I not only went into the army to target that specific terrorist group, I also went after you all after I slaughtered them all. Lawrence gritted his teeth and grabbed into his pocket. A small device came out and smiles at it. He turned to the fat man and said, "An eye for an eye. God might not bother with you, but I sure do." Outside the compound, Captain, do you think he will surrender? An heavy armored officer said to the captain. I don't know, but we better stay outside a 200-meter range. He warned us before taking the family hostage that he placed bombs in the villa. The captain said in serious voice. Captain, I think you might be OV. Boom. Before the officer could finish his sentence, a huge mushroom of smoke appeared behind him. This day would be remembered as Crimson Day by the people, but also known as Cleansing Day. Meanwhile, somewhere in the void. Next -20 karma. Decent, reincarnate in an ordinary family. Next -45 karma. A good-natured human, reincarnate in a happy family with decent financial circumstances. Next, -90. Trash amongst trash. Remove his soul from existence. An old hunchbacked woman was sitting on a wooden chair while moving lights with the palms of her hand towards a large wheel. Ooh, this young man went from 150 karma to -30 karma to 9,420 karma. 9,420. That maximum is 300 karma. The woman stared at the light as if reading it, and her face changed multiple times through the process and let out a gentle sigh. I'm sorry, young one, you weren't supposed to go through such hardships with your karma. The woman had a face full of hesitation before reading over the soul's information one last time. Murdered Shui, Yang, Zhang and Ping family that were trying to deal in nuclear bomb blueprints which would result in the Third World War and contamine Earth and limit Earth's lifespan to 50 years at maximum until there was no way for humans to live on the planet called Earth. Young man, because you spared me a lot of trouble and with your huge amount of karma I will give you a second chance at life. The woman bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the soul before pulling the space apart and throw the light into a portal. Lawrence, who was aware of the woman talking but couldn't say a thing, was startled but excited that he could finally live a life without huge burdens on his shoulders. Initiating system, 8%, 19%, 33%, 56%, 87%, 100%. Welcome host to the new world of dalu. The fusion system is ready to assist you. An emotionless voice sounded in Lawrence's head and he opened his eyes just to get attacked by a blinding light. Dalu. Isn't that what Four Eyes was talking about last time? For once I wish I was a weeb. Lawrence thought with a bitter smile while finally adjusting to the light. This is amazing, the air is so fresh, tall trees, animals playing in the grass. UCHH, Lawrence grabbed his head to endure the splitting headache. Chu Feng, dying because of a 10-year-old spirit beast. That's what you get for being overconfident, but why does my body have no injuries? Lawrence stood up and walked to the nearby creek to wash his face and let everything sink in. Holy asterisk. Despite being so young I'm already becoming handsome. Lawrence looked at his white hair with blue eyes that looked like they were giving out light. Welcome host, I'm the fusion system. Lawrence or Chu Feng let out a shout and fell on his butt in the creek. Are you trying to kill me again huh? I was about to go for round 2 with that old woman. Lawrence laughed a bit and sat up straight while looking at the line of text in front of him. So, what is the fusion system? Humans are curious beings and Chu Feng was not any different. The fusion system was given by the goddess of fortune with the functions. Stats. Spirit ring aging. Shop. Inventory 9 item slots. Stats. Gives you an interface about your body's current condition. Spirit ring aging. Gives you the ability to absorb soul rings into the system to make them into spirit ring palettes. The spirit ring palettes give a +1, 10000 depending on the rarity of the absorbed spirit ring. Shop. Gives you the ability to buy items from the store. Note. Every spirit level you unlock new stuff. Inventory 9 item slots gives the user a safe place to leave his most prized possessions. Interesting. Status. Just as Chu Feng said it, an interface appeared in front of him. Status. Lawrence Chu Feng. Condition. Healthy. Soul Spirit. Asura's Blade unawakened. Asura's Blessing unawakened. 4 stages. Eyes of Truth locked. Slaughter Aura locked. Space Lock locked. Mind Space locked. Soul Power 1. Spirit Rings 0. Spirit Ring Skills. Skills. Asura's Wrath 9 Sword Strokes. Luck 3. Humans AVG. Luck is 1. This looks like a video game. But although I have a way to cultivate spirit energy, I should wait until I have awakened my soul spirits at the test tomorrow. Lawrence finally stepped out of the creek while walking back over the dirt road back to the village. Although it's a village, that's according to this world standards since you can compare it with small-sized city on Earth. Chu Feng, where have you been and why are you wet? An old voice shook Chu Feng out of his daze and finally noticed the old man with a 6-year-old black-haired kid at his side. Hello Grandpa, Tang San. Chu Feng greeted the two with a friendly smile since both of them were always friendly towards him, and they started talking about the awakening. Chu Feng, you want to cultivate? Tang San looked at him with an astonished expression. Although he himself was already spirit level 8, he was still shocked to see Chu Feng wanted to cultivate. After all, Chu Feng was known to hate cultivating due to him being left in this village at the age of 3. His mother promised to Chu Feng to come back in a few weeks since his mother went out to hunt spirit beasts for food and never came back. His father was a deadbeat that, according to his mom, put up a facade of being a gentleman and then acted like he never did anything with her. Since Chu Feng had all the memories of even spreading her cheeks open and seeing his first light, he knew what she said when she was either drunk or needed someone to vent to. System, did you give me that spirit power? Chu Feng asked in puzzlement. Correct host. To activate the system, the goddess of fortune left a spirit point on the system that would automatically absorb when arriving in this body. I see. Chu Feng nodded and then looked at the duo. Yes, I did. I won't let them be in my way anymore. I see, if you need help then just say so and I will do everything in my power to help you, the old man smiled. Thank you Grandpa, you to Tang-san. I will go home and get ready for tomorrow, Chu Feng said and walked away. Good, see you tomorrow, Grandpa and Tang-san said at the same time. After the little exchange I walked into a small hut of 6 meters by 4 meters with some basic furniture and a bed. Due to his mom leaving out of nowhere and not leaving any money behind, he had to sell everything in the house, but he did so with no regret. Although the place was small, it was tidy and clean. Chu Feng got out of his wet clothes and hung them up to dry and fell into his bed. So that was Tang-san, the main character of dalu. That 4 eyes told me the basic information about the manga, so that will come up in handy. Lawrence put his hand up and stared at the ceiling and told himself while closing his eyes. Tomorrow will be the start of my training in my unfettered life. Chapter 2 Spirit Awakening. It's still dark outside. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked out of the small window while rubbing his sleepy eyes. System, do you have any functions that were not in the list you showed me? Said Chu Feng while laying stretched out on his wooden bed. Yes host, there is a wheel of fortune and the map function. Show me the wheel of fortune. A big wheel appeared in front of Chu Feng and filled his sight. It had a golden outer layer and was filled with green, blue, purple spaces and 1 rainbow-colored space. So about 60% is green-colored, 30% is blue-colored, 9% is purple-colored and last 1% is the single rainbow-colored space. System, how do I get draws and why did you not show me that this was in the options? Chu Feng never had much time to spare to gamble, so he was kind of looking forward to trying it out now he had the chance. Currently the map function and wheel of fortune are locked due to the host not having awakened his soul spirits. Host will get a free draw every 10 spirit levels or can get them from quests that the system gives out. I see, I should first train my spirit until we're going to the village hall for the test. Ding, mission commenced. Awaken Asura's blade. Reward. 1 wheel of fortune draw. So you're basically giving me a free draw. How sweet, if it wasn't for your emotionless voice I would think you were trying to court me. Chu Feng smirked at the mission's information. Host can consider it a beginner's gift, the emotionless tone replied. Chu Feng nodded and went to cultivate. 2 hours later a system notice popped out. Ding, 1 spirit power gained. Just as it was about time to go to the town hall, the robotic voice sounded in his mind that he gained 1 spirit power. Chu Feng opened his eyes and stretched a bit before making breakfast. Chu Feng was in front of the town hall when he saw around 30 children waiting around a 20-year young man waiting. Chu Feng waited in the back of the crowd of kids for another 10 minutes until the old man and Tang-san arrived. Thank you for being here, the old man bowed towards the young man while have a fawning smile on his face. Don't be nervous, we will start the ceremony now. Elder, please leave the room, the young man said towards the old man. Yeah sure, good luck children. The elder left the hall while the examiner looked at all of us and smiled. I'm the examiner today. I am a level 26 grade master and my profession is a spirit master. I shall guide you today to awaken your soul spirits. Chu Feng looked around and saw all the kids getting nervous. This would mean a lot to their future. After all, spirit master was the most prestigious job on the continent. The man looked at all the children with a cocky grin and said, now I will show you all a spirit of a true spirit master. Transform. Slowly the man grew fur all over his body grew taller and grew something similar to cat ears. Wah! The child the closest to the man burst out crying. Some children had also some tears in their eyes and some were amazed. Even Chu Feng was amazed at the sight of the transformation and felt his blood boil while thinking to himself. This is my spirit, lone wolf. It's a beast spirit. There are 2 kinds of spirits. Beast spirits like my lone wolf and tool spirits, the examiner explained while picking up the crying kid and threw him in the magic circle for the awakening process. Spirit, awaken, the wolf man said while holding his hands together. Whoosh, a bright light flashed and a handkerchief appeared above the boy's palm, the boy confused as to how it appeared only to hear the man say. Your spirit is a tool spirit, a junk spirit. It can only wipe snot away. The man looked at the group and explained. Junk spirits are spirits that give no attack, defense or support ability. The kid looked at the handkerchief in tears and wanted to walk away, but the man stopped him with a crystal ball in his hands. Now let's test your spirit power. The kid looked at the crystal ball with renewed hope and put both his hands on it. NNNN. Neeneeneenie, PVF asterisk. Out of nowhere the kid's nose let out layer upon layer of snot over the crystal ball. Damn it, the man quickly retract WD the crystal ball and used a towel to clean it. It seems that this happens before. And not once. I forgot to explain to you all that you have to at least have one spirit power so you can train your spirit. The wolf man said. The kid that was already downhearted started crying and ran away. So this body couldn't even practice if it wasn't for the system. Chu Feng had a bitter smile on his face when he remembered the memories of his old body. When he was small she would always curse her family and his fathers for being ruthless. Although she always had a smile on her face when she was sober, there was always that bitterness what slightly showed when she talked about her parents towards her kid that didn't have a clue what gibberish she spoke. If I'm not wrong then she must have been from a big family since it had their own crest, but Four Eyes never said anything about a Chu family. While Chu Feng was contemplating his origins the examiner went from child to child. Spirit. Cooking spade, junk spirit. Spirit level 0. Next. Spirit. Soup bowl, junk spirit. Spirit level 0. Next. Spirit. Shovel, junk spirit. Spirit level 0. Next. Spirit. Empty bottle, tool spirit. Spirit level 0. Next. Finally it was Chu Feng's turn. He walked onto the circle and wait. Spirit. Awaken. Ding. Asura's blade was awakened. Do you want to summon it? System. Can I change its appearance? Yes, but only for a short period of time due to insufficient spirit power. That's fine. Chu Feng gave a sigh of relief and instantly agreed. A normal-looking iron sword appeared in his grasp and he looked at the examiner. The examiner had a small glint in his eyes and praised. Spirit. Iron sword, if you use it right it can be strong. It's a tool spirit. Come here and test your spirit power. The examiner held the crystal ball and Chu Feng touched the ball and poured his spirit into it. The ball lit up until it gave of the light comparable to a candle. The examiner's expression didn't change upon seeing that. Spirit power. 2. Although your talent in spirit power is low it doesn't matter that much since your spirit is relying more on your sword but it will still slow you down a lot. The examiner looked at him. Look, someone lit it up. A boy with tears in his eyes said due to failing the test. Why not me? Another boy gritted his teeth while thinking back to his shovel spirit. At least someone succeeded in our village, a girl with twin tails sighed. If you want I can send you to Nuoding Academy to learn. The examiner looked at Chu Feng for an answer. I already have the basic knowledge of this world because of Four Eyes so there is no need for elementary school, Chu Feng concluded inside his head. I already have a place I had to go to. They will enroll me in a school, Chu Feng apologized. It's okay. The examiner had a bitter smile on his face and turned towards Tang San and said, last one. Tang San stood in the circle and closed his eyes. Spirit, awaken, the examiner said. A piece of blue grass appeared on his hand. The examiner shook his head and said, Spirit, river grass, junk spirit. Test your spirit level. The examiner gave Tang San the crystal ball who put his hand on it. The crystal ball went brighter and brighter until it was hard to keep your eyes open. The adults came running in the town hall with panicked expressions on their faces thinking that something was wrong with their children. Examiner, what's wrong? The old man asked. Essence level harmonization. The examiner stared with wide eyes at Tang San. A junk spirit has essence level harmonization. The highest spirit level a person who just awakened their spirit can have. The examiner explained and the adults cheered from hearing the good news while Tang San looked at his left hand. Chu Feng on the side, who was thinking about the whole situation, finally came to a conclusion. It is the same as Four Eyes told me, but not everything is similar. While everyone was celebrating in the town hall, Chu Feng was already back at his own house. System, show me the real Asura's blade, Chu Feng said in an excited voice. In his past life, although he couldn't find the time to read a lot of novels, manga or watch anime, he did watch a few and ended up loving swords. They can be used the way you want to and only have a limit if you create one yourself. A katana of around 80 centimeters appeared in his grasp. The blade was fully black. A katana appeared in Chu Feng's hand. There were red lines that looked like cracks on the blade. The handle was something that looked like a dragon with the colors red and black. Huff, I thought for a second that it was broken. That scared the living daylights out of me. Chu Feng was sliding his hands over the blade that was completely smooth without any broken spots like he thought it had. Ding. Mission completed. Awaken Asura's Blade 1/1. Reward 1 Wheel of Fortune draw. Host, Asura's Blade is a blade of slaughter. The stronger you and your killing intent are, the stronger the blade will be. So, does that count for Spirit Beast and humans? Both are acceptable, but Spirit Beast are better since they live their whole life in the wild. I see, but what about Asura's Blessing? Asura is just like the one you heard when reincarnating, a goddess. The reason why you have your current soul spirits is due to them being gifted to you by the goddess of fortune. Due to them being close, the goddess of fortune is able to give Asura's blessing under consent. So that's how it is, but how I awaken it? I doubt the same method works twice. Ding. Mission commenced. Learn the first sword stroke of Asura's Wrath. Reward. Asura's Blessing, Eyes of Truth. Single quote ... single quote. Chu Feng rubbed his head while clicking on the skill. Asura's Wrath 9 sword strokes. First stroke Invisible Slash 0%. Second stroke Lightning Draw locked. Third stroke Demon's Plate locked. Fourth stroke Hymn of the Fallen locked. Fifth stroke Dragon's Rage locked. Sixth stroke Devil's Curse locked. Seventh stroke Demon's Wrath locked. Eighth stroke Void Cut locked. Ninth stroke Asura's Sacrifice locked. I can see how far I am in learning it. That's convenient. I guess I need to unlock the first stroke until I get the introduction to the second stroke, Chu Feng thought. System, I want to draw the Wheel of Fortune. Chu Feng was way too excited to spin, so he clicked the Draw button. The Wheel of Fortune started spinning and Chu Feng was on the edge on his bed, filled nervously tapping his foot on the floor. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. Slowly Chu Feng was losing his patience. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. System. Yes, host. Are you trying to piss me off? Why, host? This thing isn't stopping. Maybe. Is it broken? Wrongly designed? Chu Feng grumbled. No, host. It was made for people that would see that there is a stop button instead of a draw button. Chu Feng removed his hand of the place where the button was and saw that the text changed from draw to stop. Well, **T. Chu Feng pressed the button and the Wheel of Fortune came to a stop. Chapter 3, Leaving the Village. Ding. Gained 1x Spirit Pellet, small, rare. System, what does it do? Although Chu Feng was currently only 6 years old, with his past lives' memories he knew how important power was, so he was extreme hungry for power and hoped this would help him towards his first spirit ring. Spirit pellets give the user a purified amount of spirit power. Good. I want to reach spirit level 10 as fast as possible, but I should first think of a way to absorb a higher spirit ring before deciding what my first spirit ring will be, Chu Feng thought and said. System, do you know the best way? Host should make his body stronger to be able to absorb higher aged spirit rings. As for what way is the best, the system can't answer that question, host. Chu Feng's interest was piqued and sat up on his bed. Why can't you answer that question? The system is meant to assist the host in living a carefree life, not plan host's future. Seems fair enough. It's better than having you correct my choices all the time. Tomorrow, the old man, village head, and Tang San will go to that academy. I will just here in the village until I reach the first stroke and spirit power LVL 10. I remember 4 eyes say Tang San had a 423-year-old spirit ring as his first spirit ring. Chu Feng looked in his inventory and withdrawed the spirit pellet. It looked like an ordinary white ping-pong ball. Chu Feng brought it to his mouth and bit it into pieces before swallowing it. The moment it went through his throat, a big amount of spirit power went through his whole body. He started cultivating to try absorbing all of the spirit power inside of him. Ding. Gained 1 spirit power. 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 Slowly the spirit power dried up after bringing Chu Feng's spirit power all the way from level 2 to level 7. Chu Feng had a quick thought that if he had a few more he would be able to reach level 20 really fast, but quickly removed those thoughts after feeling that the system wouldn't allow such an easy way to gain strength, but still couldn't resist asking about it. Is there a limit of the amount I can take in? Yes, the small version of the spirit pellet can only be taken in between the levels 1 to 20, but it stays the same enough of spirit power that is inside of the pellet. Oh good, I thought I made a stupid decision instead waiting until I was level 14 inches. Chu Feng gave a sigh of relief and opened his eyes with a serious expression. Let's train. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks flew by, but Chu Feng barely left 50 meters outside of his house, you could either see him do push-ups and sit-ups or swinging his sword, which became harder to see day by day. After day 3 Chu Feng went to level 8. At day 7 he reached level 9 and it took him a whole week to go from level 9 to level 10. If he wasn't training then he would be cultivating and vice versa. Behind the hut Chu Feng was swinging his sword over and over again, his blade was almost invisible so he kept swinging and swinging. Finally after another 2 hours of swinging, the blade disappeared while cutting a fallen leaf. Ding! Mission completed. Learn the first stroke of Asura's Wrath 1/1. Reward: Asura's Blessing, Eyes of Truth. Og, at least give me a warning. Chu Feng held his hands over his eyelids while cursing the system internally. Although it did cause some pain, it was more uncomfortable than painful. The pain subsided and Chu Feng opened his eyes and walked to the creek behind his house and looked into his own reflection. His hair was still white but his blue eyes turned red. It gave him somewhat of an demonic charm, and with his body that was comparable with a 12-year-old he truly looked handsome. Chu Feng looked at the reflection again and smiled. This body is so handsome, I hate being only 6 years old. Chu Feng lamented his fate that he needed to wait at least another 8 years until using his gun. Ding! Mission commenced. Easy. Absorb a 10-year-old spirit, white ring. Reward: Random common grade item, green. Medium. Absorb a 100-year-old spirit, yellow ring. Reward: Random rare grade item, blue. Hard. Absorb a 1.000-year-old spirit, purple ring. Reward: Luck +1, random rare grade item, 1x Wheel of Fortune draw. Nightmare. Absorb a 5.000-year-old spirit, purple ring. Reward: Luck +2, random epic grade item, 2x Wheel of Fortune draw. Single quote. I'm doing nightmare mode, I don't care how but I'm doing it. Chu Feng thought to himself without any hesitation. It's nice to hear you again system, but why did you give me multiple versions of the same quest? The system explained this already. The system is there to help you and not to plan your life. I see, I didn't expect quest to fall under that category as well. Let me test these eyes out first. Chu Feng looked at the grass that was similar to Tang San's soul spirit and something appeared above it. River grass. Grass that grows near river banks or forests with a lot of rain. Benefits: none. So it's like an information guide. I might be able to find some natural treasures this way. Chu Feng's had a sharp look while thinking about how much smoother his journey had become since he would need some natural treasures to make his body stronger to be able to absorb a 5.000-year-old spirit ring. It's time to leave the village. Chu Feng sighed and went into his hut to grab his spare money that amounted to 5 silver and 20 coppers. He looked around the hut one last time while remembering the memories of the old Chu Feng. His nails grabbed into his hands since it felt like they just packed up and left without giving FCK about their kid. Fine, I'll promise you this. That father of yours I will kill, and I will find out if your mother is still alive. If she did the same as your dad I will kill her too. He clearly felt the despair, loneliness, sorrow the old him felt these 5 years. Chu Feng closed the door behind him and walked out of the village. Although the old man checked on him every now and then, that was mostly because he was obliged to do so as the village head. The only person he could be considered friends with was Tang San, but he was already at Nuoding Academy. Who knows when they meet again. Chu Feng walked out of the village with a nothing in his arms since everything was in his inventory. System, can you show me the shop? Shop, spirit level 10. Medical pellets. Food pellet. Greater than feeds you for 3 days but hit by extreme hunger after. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Spirit beast pellet. Greater than one of the tastiest things for spirit beasts. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Healing pellet, small. Greater than good for light injuries and scars. Price 1100-year-old spirit ring. Spirit pellet, small. Greater than increases someone's spirit level if the user is between spirit level 0 to 20. Price 1.000-year-old spirit ring. Iron bones pellet. Greater than increases the strength of your bones, what is highly needed to absorb higher aged spirit rings, 3 left. Price 3 1.000-year-old spirit rings. Daily needs. Everything that should be in a house is available. Wooden bed. Greater than a bed that is similar to a bed inside an inn. Price 75 10-year-old spirit rings. Wooden table. Greater than an ordinary sturdy wooden table. Price 45 10-year-old spirit rings. Wooden chair. Greater than an ordinary sturdy wooden chair. Price 30 10-year-old spirit rings. Closet. Greater than an ordina, etc. Special items that the goddess of fortune added to the shop. Ring of promise. Greater than a ring that was bought for someone you hold dear. When wearer is attacked, the person gets protected by the goddess of luck's power in a 5x5 meter radius for an hour, gives user a warning if wearer is in serious danger. Has a tracker included. Price 110.000-year-old spirit ring. Goddess of luck's embrace, 1 left. Greater than a mark that increases user's luck by 10. Price 1100.000-year-old spirit ring. Conversion. 110-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100-year-old spirit ring. 100,100-year-old spirit rings equals 11.000-year-old spirit ring. 101.000-year-old spirit rings equals 110.000-year-old spirit ring. 110.000-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100.000-year-old spirit ring. Currency. 10-year-old spirit rings 0. 100-year-old spirit rings 0. 1.000-year-old spirit rings 0. 10.000-year-old spirit rings 0. 100.000-year-old spirit rings 0. Some of these items better are their money's worth. Chu Feng was dumbfounded on reading the prices. A 100.000-year-old spirit ring. He didn't know yet how strong monsters in general are, let alone a 100.000-year-old one. I should first buy all 3 of the iron bones pellet. Chu Feng planned his future goals and walked out of the vision of the village. He gave one last nostalgic sigh and walked on towards the new adventures. After walking for a few days, he finally arrived at his destination. The Forest of Fighting Stars. This forest isn't like any other man-made forest. The Forest of Fighting Stars' size keep increasing every year and new monsters keep popping up. At the edge of the forest was youth walking towards the outer layer of the forest. Chu Feng, who was that exact youth, was summoned Asura's blade and went inside the forest. I should have taken the road like a normal person, Chu Feng almost screamed while trying to regain his composure. After a few minutes his face was returned to his handsome cold face. System activate the map, he calmly said while keeping an eye around him. Activating map function, current range 500 meters. A map appeared inside of Chu Feng's head and a few white light dots were shown on it. Let's first test invisible blade on a 10-year-old spirit. Chu Feng walked towards one of light dots and after a minute of walking the beast came into his sight. Normal wolf. A very average wolf. Very fast for a normal 10-year-old beast. Greater than beast age, 13. The wolf noticed Chu Feng too and ran towards him while Chu Feng calmly readied his sword. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Now, Chu Feng moved his sword while performing, invisible slash. Sha. What the? Chu Feng looked at his bloodied sword in confusion. Behind him was a wolf split into 2 pieces from under his chin all the way through his body in one straight line. I guess that to be expected from the technique of a goddess. I was too naive to think a 10-year-old beast could handle it. Chu Feng had a bitter smile on his face. Although he believed he could beat the wolf, he didn't know how easy or hard it would be since it was his first fight in this world. In his past life he had close combat in the army and even beat his instructor after only a few months there. He wouldn't dare underestimate a single beast in here. After he turned towards the corpse he saw a white spirit ring above the wolf, signaling that it truly was a 10-year-old beast. Do you want to sell the spirit ring to the store? Yes, Chu Feng had no use for 10-year-old spirit rings besides using them as currency in the shop. He turned at the forest and had a small smile on his lips and said, "Oak, time to fight." Chapter 4 Hunt or Be Hunted. Chu Feng walked deeper into the outer layer while looking at his map and saw another 9 white lights grouped together near a small river. Chu Feng noticed that all the lights were brighter than the previous wolf he killed. Chu Feng walked further into the forest until he saw the group of beasts drinking at the riverside. They were bulls with horns that point in front of them. 2 of the bulls were almost 2.5 meters and the rest were between 1.5 meters and 2 meters tall. Chu Feng stayed hidden and inspected the beasts with his eyes of truth. Normal bull. A bull that is slow in speed but has a dangerous attack power. Greater than beast age, 61 years. So 7 of them are between 60 and 80 years old, but what about the strongest 2? Raging bull. A normal bull that is close to evolution into a mad bull, has a dangerous attack power and average speed. Greater than beast age, 96 years. Raging Bull. A normal bull that is close to evolution into a mad bull has a dangerous attack power and average speed. Greater than beast age, 98 years old. So that why those two have a bit of yellow on the map. Chu Feng climbed up a tree and decided to wait near their path to ambush and kill one of their leaders just to be sure. It took another 10 minutes for the bulls to start moving back the path they came from. Chu Feng took a deep breath and held it just to be sure. He could see the bulls coming closer and closer to the tree he was on. The leader, he needs to die. Chu Feng decided to kill the leader first. It would be his first fight with a beast close to a 100-year-old beasts. The beasts walked underneath until finally the last one was under the tree, the leader of the pack. Chu Feng jumped out of the leaves and went straight for the leader. Invisible slash. Chu Feng slashed down at the 98-years-old bull. Just as it was about to hit the bull tried to jump to the side, but it was already too late. The blade slashed halfway through the bull's body until Chu Feng landed on the ground and retracted his sword. Moo. The bull fell on its side while Chu Feng was already waving his sword at the second bull. The 96-year-old bull was in front of the pack, so sadly he couldn't attack that bull. Hyur. The bulls who just saw their leader die charged angrily at Chu Feng, who just slashed down at the second bull. The bull, upon seeing that was already too late to dodge, tried moving its strongest weapon in front of the sword, its horns. Sadly for the bull, it was already too late and its head left its neck. Hyur. The remaining 7 bulls charged at Chu Feng, who slashed back at the bull closest to him. The bull moved its horns in front of the sword to try and block it. Clang. Kitch. A metal sound rang out before a breaking sound was heard. The bull's horn broke from the impact of the clash and the sword continued towards its neck and cut into it. Moo. Although the cut wasn't big enough to instantly kill it like the second beast, but the beast fell on its side, unable to move. The blade truly needs to kill more to get stronger. I doubt it can cut into a 1,000-year-old beast right now, let alone kill it. Chu Feng thought to himself while doing his best to dodge the attacks of the 5 remaining bulls. For some reason the 96-year-old bull just stood next to the dead leader. A bull charged at his side and he was unable to dodge it. Seeing trying to dodge was futile, Chu Feng slashed with his sword at it. Crash krrgg boom. The blade hit the bull's temple. It made a cut deep enough to see its brains. The bull didn't stop its charge despite the pain and hit Chu Feng on his side. The horns of the bull missed Chu Feng's body, but the bull used its cut-open head instead. The bull knew it was going to die, but he wouldn't let the one who killed it go, so it decided to at least wound his killer. Chu Feng saw what the beast tried to do and jumped towards the tree he would be launched at to soften the impact of its charge. Chu Feng was launched towards the tree he came out from and crashed into it. Cough. Chu Feng coughed out a bit of blood and stood up. His side was bleeding a bit and his bones felt heavy but not broken. This mother f*** cker. An eye for an eye, this lifestyle, hunter be hunted. Chu Feng's eyes shone brighter red than before, and with a smile on his face he charged at the incoming bulls. He dodged the first bull's charge and slashed its neck before turning to the second one that was already too close to him to dodge. This time he knew that he was going to take a hit to take a bull down, so he jumped backwards to soften the impact better than last time while swinging his sword at its eyes. Moo cough. The bull's eyes got cut and it rolled on the ground because of the pain. Chu Feng moved his body a bit and tried to feel the state of his ribs. No broken bones, but I shouldn't take any more hits, otherwise it will really break, and even the healing pellet can't heal broken bones. Chu Feng, who was about to charge at the next one, shook an instant. He looked towards the 96-year-old bull. The bull's eyes were red and it looked at Chu Feng before charging towards him. It's fast. Chu Feng narrowly dodged the bull and the bull hit the tree. KGGGG. The tree couldn't hold the impact and crashed down, causing Chu Feng to have cold sweat run over his back. The bulls were shocked at their second leader's new strength. Raging bull, frenzy state. A normal bull that is close to evolution into a mad bull has a dangerous attack power and average speed. Greater than beast age, 96 years old. So some beast have skills, huh? Chu Feng watched the 96-year-old bull crash into another tree behind it. Chu Feng grabbed this chance to appear next to bull and slashed its head off his neck. The sword, it's gotten a bit stronger. Chu Feng was excited by the new small upgrade and used his fastest speed to charge at another bull. The bulls snapped out of their daze just to see another one of their companions die. The 96-year-old bull charged at Chu Feng again without caring about its companions in the way. Chu Feng ran between the trees on the side of the path trying to split up the bulls and the frenzy state bull, and also watching his map to avoid any other dangerous beast. Chu Feng ran into the forest some more while occasionally sneak attacking the split-up bulls. This continued for over 10 minutes until finally only the frenzy state bull was left alive. Chu Feng was covered in blood from himself and the bulls. Chu Fen put his sword on his waist as if there was a sword hilt there and looked straight at the frenzy state bull and dashed towards it. The frenzy state bull lowered its head and pointed its horns forward and started running towards Chu Feng as well. The beast and human were about to reach each other. Chu Feng finally drew his sword. Lightning draw, his eyes shone and slashed straight at the 96-year-old bull's horns. Clang boom, the sword went through the horns without any resistance and cut into its brain. The bull crashed into the ground without letting as much as a sound from its mouth. Huff huff huff, Chu Feng was breathing heavily while using his sword to keep him standing. I won't have enough for a healing pellet even if I let the system absorb every spirit ring here, and 10-year-old beast corpses aren't worth much. System, absorb the spirit rings. Ding, absorbed 9 spirit rings, plus 4010-year-old spirit rings. 40, I only killed 9, system buy me a healing pellet quickly. Ding, healing pellet added to your inventory. Chu Feng sat down against a tree and withdrawed the healing pellet and quickly ate it. His bruised and wear-down body regained their strength but didn't fully regenerate him to his top condition because he was mentally exhausted. Chu Feng went to search for a place to sleep close by since he didn't want to waste time walking to a town and back every day. System, why did I get 40 spirit rings from 9 beasts? A 10-year-old beast is worth 1 10-year-old spirit ring, from 10 to 30 years old is worth 2 10-year-old spirit ring, from 30 to 50 years old is worth 3 10-year-old spirit rings, 50 to 70 years old is worth 4 10-year-old spirit rings, 70 to 99 years old is worth 5 10-year-old spirit rings. I see, is that also the case to 100 minus 1.000 minus 10.000 100.000 spirit rings? Chu Feng smiled and finally understood why everything had such a huge price in the shop. Yes, host. Chu Feng searched for a good place to make his base in the forest for the next few years while occasionally killing some weaker 10-year-old beasts to be able to buy a bed. Finally, after gaining a total of 81 10-year-old spirit rings, bringing his total to 97, he killed a bunch of rabbit-like beasts hiding behind the waterfall, what he found would be his future base for the few years in the forest. A cave of 3 meters wide by 7 meters long and by 4 meters high. System, I want to buy a bed, Chu Feng said while dragging his tired body into the cave. Even his earlier bath didn't help his exhaustion. Ding, wooden bed was added to your inventory. System, warn me when a beast is close. Chu Feng withdrawed his bed on the spot he wanted to place it and let his body fall on it. He didn't waste a single second before falling asleep on his bed that was even more comfortable than his at his old hut in the village. Chapter 5 Silathina Lotus. The next morning Chu Feng woke up and started doing his workout. It truly felt different having a 10 kilometers run in the wilderness where there are no rules or laws. Well, there was a law. The law of the strongest. After arriving back at his cave, Chu Feng decided to take a bath in the pond under the waterfall to get all the sweat of his body. Ugh, now this is life. Chu Feng was leaning on a rock with his body in the water. Besides normal fish there was nothing in this pond. System, show me my status and skills. Status, Lawrence Chu Feng. Condition, healthy. Age, 6 years old. Soul spirit, Asura's blade, Asura's blessing, 4 stages. Eyes of truth, slaughter aura, locked. Space lock, locked. Mind space, locked. Soul power, 10. Spirit rings, 0. Spirit ring skills, Asura's wrath, 9 sword strokes. Luck, 3. Asura's wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, invisible slash, 100%. Second stroke, lightning draw, 63%. Third stroke, demon's plate, locked. Fourth stroke, hymn of the fallen, locked. Fifth stroke, dragon's rage, locked. Sixth stroke, devil's curse, locked. Seventh stroke, demon's wrath, locked. Eighth stroke, void cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's sacrifice, locked. So lightning draw is already 63% due to yesterday's battle. It took me 2 weeks to learn the first form, yet only 1 life or death experience to almost learn 2/3 road of the second stroke. What a bunch of idiots to make schools, you're just holding the kids back. No pain no gain, Chu Feng sneered. Cultivating in a safe environment might be amazing for others, but obtaining the best battle senses can only due to constant threats around you, constantly having to fight for your life and beasts that want to devour your flesh and gnaw on your bones. System, what is the highest age of a spirit ring I can currently absorb? Currently host's limit is 1626 years old. TCH, I'm only just over 30%. Chu Feng felt he wasted the last 2 weeks. Chu Feng had his eyes closed while enjoying the water until the system gave him a notice. Alert, new enemy entered map range. Chu Feng opened his eyes and looked at map and his eyes shone. A yellow light, it's very dim and looks around 100 to 300 year old. My first fight against a 100-year-old beast. Chu Feng jumped out of the water and dashed towards his clothes to get dressed. After getting dressed he walked towards the beast, finally getting it in his view. He was surprised to see a 4-meter-tall white-skinned rhino. Snow rhino, juvenile state. A rhino that lives on mountain tops with fast speed and its skin can block an iron sword. Greater than beast age, 269. The beast looked at Chu Feng with an aggressive gaze while Chu Feng just sighed and turned around. Seeing that you were abandoned, I will forgive you once. The beast looked at him in confusion just to see Chu Feng turn around and grabbed his chance to try striking his back. Just as he was about to hit Chu Feng, a voice full with contempt came out. Idiot! Chu Feng disappeared in front of the beast and arrived at its side and summoned his blade and slashed towards his enemy. Lightning draw. The blade accurately hit its right eye. Roar. The snow rhino screeched in pain and turned its head in towards where Chu Feng just stood, but there was nothing there. Out of nowhere a numbing pain fell on its left front leg and its leg sank in and it knelt on the ground. Just as it turned towards the source of the attack, a blade greeted its left eye too. Roar. Chu Feng retreated and looked at the blind snow rhino and smiled contempt. Mercy. This is the wild, it's kill or be killed. Chu Feng quickly put it out of its misery and absorbed its spirit ring. No wonder they say that battle instinct is the most important factor while hunting beasts. Chu Feng knew he had gotten a bit stronger due to yesterday's experience, but he didn't expect this much of an increase. Chu Feng decided walk even deeper into the outer layer of the forest of fighting stars, since the corpse of the snow rhino would attract a lot of beasts. After around 15 minutes of walking, a huge bang startled him and he looked at the map A and was shocked. 51.000 purple light dots. There definitely is a treasure there. Chu Feng's greed and curiosity got the better of him and he walked towards the fight. He climbed into a tree to see what was fighting. A huge snake with 2 heads of around 10 meters, a black bear of 4 meters tall with horns, a serpent with wings of 7 meter long and a crane with a 15-meter wingspan with snow-white feathers, and they are all in circle of the strongest light dot. It was a serpent with legs and 2 horns protruding out of its head. It was over 30 meters long with faint black-looking scales with white dots that look like stars on it. Wait, is that a flood dragon? Chu Feng was startled and instantly looked at its information. Flood dragon, space element. A snake that bathed in space elements for a long period of time before eventual becoming a flood dragon. Greater than beast age, 9,198 years old. I must get this thing as my first spirit ring. Not only is it close to a dragon, it is of the space element. But why are they fighting? Chu Feng looked at the fight beasts, and when the flood dragon jumped at the crane and bit into its wings to drag it down from the air. Its lair appeared in Chu Feng's sight and a blue with red colored lotus appeared in his view. Silathina lotus, a lotus that absorbed a huge amount of fire and ice elements. Greater than benefits. Makes the human body go through an evolution. If beasts consume the Silathina lotus, it will add 750 years to their spirit rings. If I absorb that lotus, I might be able to absorb that flood dragon's spirit ring, but first. How do I even kill the son of AB*TCH? Chu Feng cursed in his mind. He wasn't letting this heavenly gift go no matter what. Chu Feng calculated in his mind on several scenarios and looked at the beasts fighting the flood dragon. But they were all between 8.000 and 9.000 years. Although they all were in the 1,000-year-old group, they had a massive power difference. Slowly the battlefield was shifting from the cave. The flood dragon took the crane out of the sky and bit into its wing. The other 2-headed snake, winged serpent and the horned bear knew they stood no chance without the crane to distract the flood dragon, so they threw big rocks, trees and tried to sneak attack it. The flood dragon tried to hold onto the cloud crane but failed due to the constant attacks around him. RRRRRRRR. The flood dragon raised its head angrily and let out a mix of snake sound and a roar. The 5 beasts kept attacking back and forth. What they didn't notice was a tiny figure, a child, slipping into the cave. Chu Feng, who just entered the cave, instantly went to the Silathina lotus after confirming the inside of the cave was safe. He sat behind the Silathina Lotus and put his hands on it. Slowly the energy started to flow into his body, bones and 8 points. The pain got worse and worse and Chu Feng was already biting his lip until it bled. KRRGGKKKGGG clank. Sounds of bones being breaking and being replaced sounded out. His whole body was being refined, cleaned of impurities and getting stronger. After a few minutes Chu Feng was finally able to open his eyes again and stood up. His body felt light and uncomfortable due to a huge increase in strength. Looking on his map he saw the purple light dots 300 meters north from the cave while he still felt the tremors through the earth. System, what is my limit now regarding spirit ring age? Host's current limit is 6,988 years old. TCH, you think I'm a fool? Tell me the truth without you being sure if I survive or not. Chu Feng clicked his tongue. He knew the system had a safety function or something along those lines to keep the host alive. Opening square bracket ... Host has a 52% chance of absorbing an 8.000 years old spirit ring and 16% if host absorbs a 9.000 years old spirit ring and a 0% chance on a 10.000 years old spirit ring. So around 13% right now, huh? How do I go to at least 50% certainty in a short period of time? Healing pellets and willpower. Did you just add a 2 FCK with me? Chu Feng asked with an annoyed voice. The system was only attached in host's second life. The system did not get any information or state of mind of host's past life. Fuck it. Chu Feng rubbed his hair and went to the battlefield of the huge beasts and saw that the fight was already closing in on its end. The cloud crane had a wing full of holes. The horned bear was death alongside the two-headed snake. The winged serpent had both its wings brutally ripped out of its body. The flood dragon wasn't much better off with its front legs being cut off and a body full of wounds. The cloud crane jumped towards the flood dragon with its beak trying to hit it, but the flood dragon avoided its beak with relative ease while using its tail to grab its beak and slam it against the ground. The winged serpent slid behind the flood dragon and bit into its tail, trying to free the cloud crane, but before it was able to put enough power in its jaws its body gave out due all the injuries and gave it last remaining breath. The cloud crane was being slammed on the ground over and over again by the flood dragon whose body was shaking and sank through its last two legs. The cloud crane broke free from its constraints and walked towards the flood dragon with a vicious glint. The cloud crane who was about to finish off the flood dragon didn't notice a human jumping on a fallen tree behind it and jumped on its back. Lightning draw. Chu Feng put every bit of power he had into his skill. Screech. The cloud crane let out a cry of pain but didn't fall down and tried to get this pesky little creature of its back. Chu Feng, upon noticing it was not enough to finish the beast off, clung his feet at the cloud crane's neck and held his sword above his head and started cutting down at the cloud crane's neck from behind. Die, 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 die. Chu Feng yelled in his heart while cutting into the back of the neck of the huge crane until his hands bled. For 5 minutes straight it was a wrestling match. Two beings, a human and a huge crane who had different objectives, fought to their death. The cloud crane was trying to get the human off its neck and the human wobtrying to slaughter it before it managed to do so. Scree. Asterisk. The cloud crane let out its last weak screech and fell to the ground. Huff, huff. System, absorb the huff spirit ring and buy me. Huff. 5 healing pellets. Ding. 5x healing pellet, small, added in inventory. Chu Feng withdrawed them out of his inventory and bit into them like they were candies. All the blood of the 1,000-year-old beasts would attract a lot of attention for sure. Time to finish this flood dragon off. Chu Feng walked towards the flood dragon who already had its eyes closed with shallow breathing, seemingly passed out. Chu Feng wasted no time and cut into its body over and over again until he reached its brain and slashed it just to be sure. A huge purple spirit ring floated in front of the flood dragon. Finally, ha 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 ha, I can finally advance further. Chu Feng yelled in excitement. He was an addict. A battle addict and a strength addict. He needs strength to live the way he wanted to, and this spirit ring will be his beginning. Chu Feng braced himself without any hesitation before putting his hands on the spirit ring. Asterisk KTSSS asterisk peef cough. AAARRGGGHHH. Chu Feng screamed while couching out blood in between screams. Cracks appeared in his skin and his body got drenched in blood. Even in his last life when he got shot 6 times in a gunfight with the terrorist group he still fought to the end and won, but right now it felt like his skin was scraped off. his body burned in a human stove and having his bones broken over and over again. The screaming finally stopped after 10 minutes and a body lied on its back with tears of blood on his face. Chu Feng bought 10 healing pills from the store and crunched on them. The pain slowly subsided a bit so that he could slowly stand up and walk, but his body felt as if it was 10 times heavier. Just as Chu Feng walked in the direction of his cave. Roer, map, you gotta be FC King kidding me. Chu Feng stared at the map with his eyes wide open and filled with horror. A black light dot, a 10.000-year-old beast. Chapter 6 Black Titan Gorilla. Why is a 10.000-year-old spirit beast in the outer layer? Wait, don't tell me it was close to that flood dragon. Chu Feng smiled bitterly in his heart while thinking of other reasons one of the strongest beasts was here in the outer layer. The only 2 reasons could be either the Silathina Lotus or the beasts knew each other and got alerted by the fight. Although there should be more 10.000-year-old beasts in the core area of the forest, they didn't come here, so the Silathina Lotus shouldn't have any effect on 10.000-year-old beasts. Chu Feng was rapidly thinking of an escape plan, but the beast was already in sight, a huge black gorilla with eyes that looked like full moons. Chu Feng was dumbfounded while looking at this huge beast and shouted inwardly. Of all the things I could encounter, I had to see this thing. Four Eyes wouldn't stop shouting this thing's name since it was the first real teamfight in dalu. Chu Feng knew this thing was ridiculously strong since when it was a 100-year-old beast it was comparable to a 10.000-year-old beast, meaning that it was stronger than the cloud crane he just killed when the thing wasn't even over a 100-year-old. Use the trees as cover. Chu Feng ran with his heavy and broken body into the forest but was already too late since the huge gorilla locked onto him. Ruer. The huge gorilla roared when it saw one of its friends dead and its spirit ring gone and looked back at the human with a face full of rage and confusion. Being the 10.000-year-old beast that it is, it naturally could see the human's strength, yet the human was only a spirit master with 11 spirit power, yet it absorbed his friend that was close to his age. The gorilla roared again while Chu Feng inspected its stats to try find a way out. Giant Titan Gorilla, one of the strongest beasts in the Forest of Fighting Stars. Due to its strong body that grows with its age, it's one of the most feared being on the continent. Greater than beast age, 32,106 years old. Even if it has slow speed for its age that it doesn't even have, I still wouldn't be able to run from this thing. Chu Feng's thoughts were cut short when the giant Titan gorilla pulled a huge rock of 20 meters out of the ground like it was nothing and threw towards Chu Feng's direction. Chu Feng dashed towards the side and evaded the rock just on time. He didn't sit still for a minute and started running towards a mountain since that was the only way he could get out of his current predicament was to find a cave that led into the bottom of mountain. Luckily for him the mountain was only a kilometer away from him. Chu Feng kept dodging the trees the giant Titan gorilla threw towards Chu Feng, but his body felt heavier and heavier due to his injuries that he sustained from absorbing a spirit ring above his body's limit. "Ah, stop whining already and move." Chu Feng screamed in his head when his body submitting to his injuries and he started moving slower and slower. The giant Titan gorilla was just too fast. When it threw the rock it was 400 meters away from him, but now it was already 250 meters away from him while he only ran 300 meters. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Feng absorbed the Silathina Lotus he wouldn't even be able to run this far. Due to the current situation Chu Feng didn't have the time to see how strong he had gotten, but even with his current injured body he was already way faster than before the absorption of the Silathina Lotus in his first spirit ring. Chu Feng started to see hazy while he kept running towards the mountain, and he saw an open patch of grass before the mountain with a few small caves but no big cave he could hide from such a huge beast since the beast would probably just dig into the mountain due to its rage. Chu Feng was out of options but didn't stop moving his legs while searching for a bigger cave. The beast grabbed another tree and threw it towards Chu Feng while Chu Feng dodged, and the tree crashed into the ground and caused a small crater to form that caused a bunch of dust and dirt to fly up and crash into Chu Feng. Chu Feng kept running towards the mountain and was only 200 meters from the mountain. The giant Titan gorilla ripped out a piece of ground that was smaller than the first few he threw and threw it with all its might. Shit! Chu Feng tried to dodge but couldn't fully dodge the boulder, and a sharp piece of the boulder cut into his body from his left hip to his right shoulder. A big amount of blood flowed out of Chu Feng's body and his were trying to close on their own, and finally he found a big cave entrance. The entrance was only 100 meters away, but when he thought he was close he noticed something strange. There was no footsteps of the giant Titan gorilla anymore. Due to his injuries and exhaustion, his senses started to slow down and he only now noticed it due to the new injury. Boem. In front of Chu Feng, the giant titan gorilla landed on the ground. It jumped. With its body it can jump over my head without me noticing. Chu Feng screamed in his heart since he knew he was out of options. Chu Feng looked at the giant titan gorilla and saw a smirk on its face, and Chu Feng was struck with a sudden thought. This thing was playing with me the whole time. There was no friendship with the flood dragon at all. It just saw me as an amusing thing to tease and play with since 4 of its toys were killed. It enjoyed seeing me run for my life instead of rage. Chu Feng gritted his teeth while finally learning the truth. The giant titan gorilla picked up another huge rock of around 10 meters and aimed towards Chu Feng, who was too tired to dodge with his broken and bruised body. The giant titan gorilla gave Chu Feng one last mocking grin and threw the boulder at Chu Feng, who saw the boulder coming closer and closer with no way out. Chu Feng. Please be what I think it is. Chu Feng poured all his remaining spirit power into his spirit ring and could only hope for the best. The boulder was coming closer and closer while Chu Feng kept pouring all of his spirit power into his spirit ring. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, *BOOOOM. The giant titan gorilla stood there with a grin on his face while standing there for a good 3 minutes before returning to the core area. It had its fun now, it was time to go home and eat something. In cave high up in the mountain, a body fell onto the cave's ground. What made the human groan in pain? Chu Feng, who was that human, groaned and looked around him. His whole body was full of cracks, cuts, scratches, and a big wound that looked like a sword was cut into him from the left side of his waist to his right shoulder. Somehow his pants were undamaged but also covered in blood from all the injuries his upper body got, while his shirt was ripped into pieces long ago and he lost it. Chu Feng was elated about his first spirit ring skill but didn't have much time to consider what to do. So that's it. My first spirit ring skill is teleportation. But after using up my entire spirit power, I only managed to teleport 100 meters. Chu Feng looked around him and took in a cold breath from the pain in his body. He was already just staying conscious by sheer willpower, but even that had its limits. I only managed to let the system absorb the Cloud Crane's spirit ring, but that still gained me 5 1.000-year-old spirit rings in currency, which is 5.000 10-year-old spirit rings, or 500,000 100-year-old spirit rings. Chu Feng spent 75,000 100-year-old spirit rings on healing pellets and kept chewing on them and tried to absorb them all before he would pass out. Author: I changed 100 years old spirit rings to the value of 10 years old spirit rings. His eyes were heavy and Chu Feng quickly bought a bed and placed in the cave. Chu Feng threw himself on the bed and he kept moving his right hand to his mouth to withdraw healing pellets while his eyes started to close on their own. Finally, after absorbing 62 healing pellets, Chu Feng passed out. 5 days later, Chu Feng's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. The sky was dark and Chu Feng didn't know for how long he slept for, but he was sure it was more than just a day. Chu Feng bought a food pellet so he could fill his grumbling stomach and tried to sit up just to fell back into the bed and inhaling a cold breath. His whole body ached but most wounds were already closed and healed, but his left arm still felt barely usable, and the last wound that the giant titan gorilla inflicted it on him felt like it was tearing him apart despite all the healing pellets. These healing pellets are to low quality. I swear I will kill that monkey and absorb his spirit ring into my first spirit ring. I will slaughter the damn thing, but I shouldn't do it in the core area since that other being is there as well, and that thing is way stronger than that B*****. Chu Feng could feel a cold sweat running down his face when he remembered how strong the giant titan gorilla was, and yet it didn't come close to the ruler of the forest at all. I should use spirit ring aging function to evolve my spirit ring to 10.000 years old, since teleportation is just too great of an ability. Although I hoped I would get teleportation, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Although I can only teleport 3 times right now with my current spirit power while keeping my body ready to fight, it is still a great way to save my life or make a sneak attack. Ding. Mission completed. Difficulty: Nightmare. Absorb a 5.000-year-old spirit ring. Greater than reward: Luck +2, random epic grade item, 2x Wheel of Fortune draw. Ding. Shadow Cloak epic was added to your inventory. Ding. Due to completing the requirements, system will evolve into stage 2. Time left: 6D, 23H, 59 meters and 59s. Chu Feng was bombarded with system announcements. He was already waiting for the announcement of his mission completion but didn't expect the system to upgrade as well. Could it be because I killed a 1,000 years old beast or because I absorbed my first spirit ring? There is too many possibilities as to why it upgraded, but maybe with this I can heal my arm and the wound on my body. I need to train my spirit power anyway, so it isn't much of a problem, but the pain is, Chu Feng thought to himself. Chu Feng decided to see his new stats since he didn't have the time to see them yet because of the giant titan gorilla. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: heavily injured, non-fatal. Soul Spirit: Asura's Blade, Asura's Blessing, 4 stages. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter Aura, locked. Space Lock, locked. Mind Space, locked. Soul Power, 11. Spirit Rings, 1. Spirit Ring Skills. Teleportation. Skills: Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. Luck, 5. Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, Invisible Slash, 100%. Second stroke, Lightning Draw, 100%. Third stroke, Demon's Plate, 0%. Fourth stroke, Hymn of the Fallen, locked. Fifth stroke, Dragon's Rage, locked. Sixth stroke, Devil's Curse, locked. Seventh stroke, Demon's Wrath, locked. Eighth stroke, Void Cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's Sacrifice, locked. That's pretty decent. I should be able to kill a 600-year-old beast now. Chu Feng remembered the might of the 8.000-9.000 years old spirit beast and knew he had a long way to go, but he had faith that he would be able to become the strongest. Let's cultivate until the system updated, then heal and train the third stroke. Chu Feng closed his eyes on his bed and started cultivating. Chapter 7: Glider Snake King. Author: So some people requested Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rong Rong into the harem. I know a way to do that. What would not make everything seem forced? I think so. But some people also asked to not have them in it. I don't know what to do, you guys decide. I don't mind either way since I think they are pretty hot, and who doesn't love catgirls? Peef. Oh, and one more thing, you all were so nice in the comments, so I couldn't help but write another chapter. Despite me being sick, I wrote this, so please. Subscribe to my Patreon. I'm joking, just answer my question if you want to take those 2 girls in or not, since I'm stuck and it would make my day that you guys choose and I don't have to use my brain with my headache, lol. I will proofread and edit mistakes later, sorry, but I'm going back to my warm and cozy bed. Love you all and stay safe. 7 days later. Chu Feng's attention these 7 days were focused only on cultivating besides sleeping, which caused his spirit power to go up by 3 levels and elevating his spirit power to level 14. Ding. System upgrade completed. That was about time. Chu Feng stretched his body a bit just to take in another cold breath and searched for the new items in the store. Shop. Spirit level 20. Medical pellets. Food pellet. Greater than feeds you for 3 days but hit by extreme hunger after. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Spirit beast pellet. Greater than one of the tastiest things for spirit beasts. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Healing pellet medium. Greater than good for broken bones and deep wounds. Price 10,100-year-old spirit ring. Spirit pellet small. Greater than increases someone's spirit level if the user is between spirit level 0 to 20. Price 1.000-year-old spirit ring. Iron bones pellet. Greater than increases the strength of your bones, what is highly needed to absorb higher aged spirit rings. 3 left. Price 3 1.000-year-old spirit rings. Daily needs. Comfortable bed. Greater than a bed that heals light exhaustion and muscle pain. Price 10,100-year-old spirit rings. Stone table. Greater than an ordinary stone table made from light materials which keeps your drinks or food warm or cold. Price 4,100-year-old spirit rings. Comfortable chair. Greater than a chair that slightly helps to calm someone's mind. Price 6,100-year-old spirit rings. Special items that the goddess of fortune added to the shop. Ring of promise. Greater than a ring that was bought for someone you hold dear. When wearer is attacked, the person gets protected by the goddess of luck's power in a 5x5 meter radius for an hour. Gives user a warning if wearer is in serious danger. Has a tracker included. Price 110.000-year-old spirit ring. Goddess of luck's embrace, 1 left. Greater than a mark that increases user's luck by 10. Price 1,100.000-year-old spirit ring. Conversion. 10 10-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100-year-old spirit ring. 100,100-year-old spirit rings equals 1 1.000-year-old spirit ring. 101.000-year-old spirit rings equals 110.000-year-old spirit ring. 110.000-year-old spirit rings equals 1100.000-year-old spirit ring. Currency. 10-year-old spirit rings 7. 100-year-old spirit rings 21. 1.000-year-old spirit rings 4. 10.000-year-old spirit rings 0. 100.000-year-old spirit rings 0. So now it says, spirit level 20. It seems that every new spirit ring I get the system will upgrade as well. Chu Feng was searching through the shop and only noticed that the healing pellet and a few furnitures were added in a higher quality state alongside things like cups, pans, culinary and other things you need in a house. Seems that the system wants me to become educated Tarzan or something. System buy me 10 medium healing pellets. Chu Feng was excited he could finally fight again. He didn't mind silently cultivating, but it felt like something was missing. He felt empty and like he was wasting his times cultivating like this. Ding. 10x medium healing pellets added to your inventory. Chu Feng looked into his inventory and saw a cloak next to the healing pellets and remembered that was the shadow cloak he got as an epic item. He grabbed the healing pellets and threw them into his mouth one by one. Slowly his body started heal the wounds he had left on his body, and his fractured arm started to make creaking noises and slowly started to heal. The difference between medium and small quality is quite big, and it's really amazing how a small thing smaller than even a ping pong ball can cause so much healing. Chu Feng was fascinated by the soothing feeling he felt through his body after absorbing all 10 of the medium healing pellets. Chu Feng looked towards the shadow cloak in his inventory and withdrew it while some information started to go into his head. Shadow cloak epic hides the user's spirit power completely while giving the user the possibility to become one with the shadows. Greater than only works for 60.000 years old beasts and lower. Watch cover to see what kind of cloak it is, but imagine the white part black and the black parts dark gray. I searched for 2 hours. XP. That actually is such an amazing item. With this I can freely hunt while hiding my whereabouts after I killed a spirit beast without attracting too much attention. But wait. My inventory was upgraded too. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. His inventory went from 9 to 18 spaces since he could store valuable beast corpses and sell them. 30 minutes later Chu Feng slowly stood up and stretched his body. There was only a big scar remaining of the wound on his upper body and his fractured arm was full healed. He was back to his full potential again. Now let's get to work. Chu Feng let out a smile that looked like the devil and his eyes grew bright red. He wanted to fight so badly the last few days that he grew so impatient that he barely slept and just ended up cultivating most of the time. Chu Feng walked out of the cave's entrance and noticed he was almost on top of the mountain that was closest to the Forest of Fight Stars border. He walked down the mountain and walked deeper the outer area in. As Chu Feng was searching for a 500-year-old spirit beast or older to test his strength, he realized his map was now 1.000 meters, or 1 kilometer, around him. That would save him a lot of time searching for beasts. Chu Feng walked alongside a river and kept looking on his map. If there was any worth in fighting the beasts, then he would fight them, but he could only find 100-year-old spirit beasts that he didn't kill unless they were 300 years old. There was no worth in fighting lower tier beasts since that would just waste time instead of helping him. If a 1.000 years old spirit ring is worth 1010 years old spirit ring, why should he waste his time fighting them one by one? So Chu Feng just kept walking and searching for older spirit beasts. After a few minutes he found a beast that fit his criteria. A 4-meter tall golden bear with 4 arms stood across Chu Feng with bloodlust leaking from its body. 4-armed golden bear. A mutated golden bear with enormous strength and defense. Greater than spirit beast's age. 923 years old. A good practice target to take a look at my strength, Chu Feng said to himself while holding his sword handle. Roar. The 4-armed golden bear leapt towards Chu Feng, who was still not moving when the 4-armed golden bear was 10 meters away. Finally, when the 4-armed golden bear reached 3 meters away from Chu Feng, eyes flashed open. Now, lightning draw. Chu Feng drew his sword from his sheath and a very faint lightning crackle sounded from the moment the sword was drawn and when Chu Feng disappeared. Roar. Chu Feng reappeared behind the 4-armed golden bear, who roared in pain while clutching its left arms. TCH. I can't slice of its arms in one hit, but at least I found out that I can still improve my moves despite it being 100%. The limit of the skill is endless, but I have to find out how to get better at it. I want my sword to be invisible yet deadly and powerful enough while not losing speed. Chu Feng was talking to himself while he moved his sword in a crescent moon to remove the blood of the blade. Chu Feng looked at the four-armed golden bear and smirked with his red pupils at the bear that looked a lot less fiercer and a little cute now. Now, let's stop wasting time already. Chu Feng disappeared and appeared above the four-armed golden bear, who couldn't resist on time and was pushed on its belly, and a sword was put through its neck by Chu Feng, who used teleportation and had two hands on his sword hilt and locked it into the ground. The four-armored golden bear struggled to get up, was unable to do so due to sword that was put through his neck, and finally lost the light in its eyes. System absorb the spirit ring. Ding. 1x spirit ring absorbed. +5 100-year-old spirit ring. It seems that I should fight low-tier 1,000-years-old spirit beasts. Chu Feng thought that a 900-year-old spirit beast would be a decent fight, but it was just a boring fight. Although he couldn't chop off a 900-years-old arms, it was two arms at the same time, and the four-armed golden bear has an amazing defense. I should enter the inner area instead. Chu Feng decided his next stop and walked towards the inner area. It took Chu Feng a good 2 hours to get there while running to reach the inner area, and instantly saw the difference on the map. Although they were only 10 and 100 years old spirit beasts, there were at least 8 different groups on the map. Chu Feng got to work and killed only the strongest 800-900 years old spirit beasts that were predators. He had a feeling that to unlock the second stage of Asura's blessing he needed to absorb others' killing intent. As Chu Feng kept trying to figure a way to absorb killing intent from spirit beasts, but he was unsuccessful so far. Finally, a dim purple light on the map. Chu Feng excitedly ran towards the light after checking there wasn't a group nearby, since a 900 years old spirit beast has a huge difference in power, and he didn't take it for granted that he was able to kill swiftly enough to avoid being ambushed by other spirit beasts. It was a 15-meter long snake with a single horn on its head that curved upwards, and 2 long teeth came out of his mouth, its eyes and its body a pale green color just like its eyes. SSSS's Glider Snake King. A snake that can use its whole body as a weapon and is slippery to let weapons slide over its skin. The Glider SNA. Greater than Spirit Beast age, 2385. It's older than I thought, Chu Feng said to himself, and realized he should take a day off or so to get to the bottom of the map function, since with 1.000 years old spirit beast it doesn't matter that much, but if it was 10.000 years old spirit beast or even 100.000 years spirit beasts, we would talk about 5.000 years or 50.000 years if it was the same mistake, since he thought it was between 1.000 years and 2.000 years. The snake attacked Chu Feng immediately and slid towards Chu Feng without asserting Chu Feng's strength and just blindly charged in. It opened its big mouth and bit towards Chu Feng's torso, and Chu Feng jumped to the side while grabbing his sword hilt. Lightning draw. Chu Feng drew his sword across the skin's side but was surprised to see he only left a shallow wound. When I hit, I felt like I hit something slimy, and it absorbed most of the strength behind my sword. Chu Feng's eyes widened a bit to see the miraculous ability of the Glider Snake King. The Glider Snake King was enraged that a small human left a wound on his skin, let alone a child. It threw itself towards Chu Feng, who blocked its advances with an invisible slash, what caused the Glider Snake King to withdraw slightly, since its senses told it shouldn't approach rashly. This was something Chu Feng was trying to do, make a domain. Everything that enters won't go out of his eyes, but actually completing it was a long way to go, and he wouldn't dare. He had a completion of more than 3% yet. Chu Feng jumped at the Glider Snake King and used another invisible slash at it, who moved its body to slide the sword past its skin, but it was slightly delayed, which caused another small cut to appear on its body. The Glider Snake King used its tail to slash at Chu Feng's waist. Chu Feng saw the tail coming, and he used his sword to block the Glider Snake King's tail with it, just to get thrown a few meters to the side from the power after its swing. It's fast, a good defense and a good attack power. What an amazing spirit beast. Chu Feng hadn't seen a spirit beast that had so much strong points yet, and this was his first. Chu Feng stood up and used invisible slash towards the tip of the tail while launching himself at its weak point, 7 inches below its head. The Glider Snake King threw itself but too late and had another wound on his body. The Glider Snake King bled from its new wound and starting sissing again. Chu Feng didn't stop for a second and put his sword above him. The Glider Snake King saw that as an opening and jumped towards Chu Feng with its mouth wide open. The Glider Snake King had a look of happiness when it saw its prey about to die, but suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to stop, but it was already too late when it saw Chu Feng striking down with his sword. Die. Chu Feng put all his power behind his sword and slashed it down between the snake's eyes. Seeing that it was already too late to dodge, the glider snake king tried to turn its body to take advantage of its skin and reduce the majority of the impact, but it was already too late. Chu Feng's sword hit accurately between the glider snake king's eyes and cut down through both its jaws and split its forehead in two. Damn, that was way stronger than I thought. Chu Feng was even surprised himself that he had so much power behind that slash without using a skill. It had a good amount of power, but it left the user wide open for a period of time. Due to this fight, Chu Feng's spirit power was leveled up and he now reached spirit level 15. Chu Feng decided to not be overly reliant on teleport since he could only use it effectively a few times right now. Although the ability was very good, it was also a life-saving technique, due to Chu Feng's spirit level reaching. A purple spirit ring floated above the glider snake king's corpse, but Chu Feng paid no heed to it since although it had a strong ability, it was too bad for Chu Feng to select it as a spirit ring. All spirit rings are permanent and he wanted to have at least a 15.000 years old spirit ring as his second spirit ring, otherwise it really wasn't worth it for him. What is that light? Chu Feng looked at the glider snake king's body and saw a light coming out of its head. Chapter 8 Wheel of Fortune. Author: The people that wished me well, thank you. Really, it feels nice to see such comments. Also thank you all for leaving your thoughts and helping me decide on what to do regarding the harem, and whether you leave it on this chapter or a later chapter. If you thought of someone else you want, doesn't matter. I read the comments a lot, but the funniest thing right now is that the woman I had in my mind still wasn't called a single time. ... Well, it's not strange if you think about it, but I won't say more, hehe. Still writing while sick, but I just can't help it. Sometimes I just get this vibe like, I want to write. And unless I do, I won't be able to sleep, lol. Again, stay healthy and safe. That light is spirit bone. Chu Feng yelled but instantly was dejected because the spirit bone was only a 2.000 years old spirit beast spirit bone, and even thought he would probably get the slippery skin of the glider snake king, but Chu Feng, who wanted to create a domain that would be the perfect defense in his eyes. There simply wasn't need for this spirit bone, so he stored it in his inventory and went to search for the next spirit beasts. For the rest of the day, Chu Feng only encountered spirit beasts from 600 years old until 1.300 years old, which was quite an easy fight but still gave Chu Feng a chance to polish his swordsmanship. The hardest fight of those fights was actually against a crocodile-like spirit beast that walked on two legs and had a bunch of spikes running in a straight line from the back of its head until the end of his tail. It had great control of its strength despite being only 1.100 years old. Chu Feng also spared a 1.031 years old spirit beast because it just gave birth. Although Chu Feng wants to grow stronger, and this might be hypocritical, but he just couldn't kill the mother when the babies were watching. Just like when Chu Feng told himself that it would be better to just slaughter strong opponents instead of every 10 years old spirit beasts he came across, since if he would do that, a whole path of corpses of small spirit beasts would fill the outer area. He thought about that when he saw how much 100-year-old spirit rings were worth, since it would make no sense to go out of his way for 4 10-years-old spirit rings if he could kill a 100-years-old spirit beast in that same time. Also, that mother probably killed to her children did not, and to someone who lost his whole family he just couldn't cut her after seeing the little baby chickens. Their mother was a black wood roaster, just like the children, so he left them alone. He didn't know if this should be considered a weakness, since he wouldn't have spared her if she came at him with the intent to kill, but she just stood before the children protecting them with her body, so he spared her after giving the children a beast spirit pellet each. Personally, he didn't see this as a weakness, since even the lowest people have a soft spot for some things. But he would never show mercy if the mother aimed killing intent at him. Chu Feng stood before the last corpse of today, and it was the first 2.000-year-old spirit beast he found after the glider snake king. It was a murdering albino rhino, which was a weird name if you didn't see its appearance. The rhino was snow white with red, and surprisingly even its 2 horns on its head were red, like they were dyed with blood. System: can I absorb this murdering albino rhino's spirit ring and upgrade my flood dragon spirit ring? Chu Feng tried to use a 10-year-old spirit ring once, but it said that it was too low quality, and the same was with a 100-year-old one. The quality of this spirit ring is too low. Chu Feng grumbled since that meant he would need to use 1.000-year-old ones to upgrade his spirit ring, but he knew as well that 1.000, 2.000-year-old ones would only give him a low-quality beast aging pill, and if he wanted to get his spirit ring to 10.000 years old, then he would have to slaughter all the 1.000 years old spirit beast in the Forest of Fighting Stars. Suddenly Chu Feng thought something and a light bulb almost appeared on top of his head. I'll just use that monkey. Its spirit ring should have enough life force or something that should boost my Flood Dragon spirit ring. Chu Feng almost laughed out loud after imagining his teleportation upgrading into a whole tier higher. Currently Chu Feng's spirit power was 15 and he was able to use teleportation 5 times now and stay combat effective while his maximum range was 120 meters. The first time he used teleportation, his body almost broken down because of his already injured body and the backlash of using the skill such a great distance while his maximum was only around 70 meters at that point. Seeing that it was going to be dark soon, Chu Feng went home to his first base behind the waterfall. It had to be said that this really was a calming scenery since the water was so clear that you see partly through the waterfall. That was also due to the high height of the cave, which was also the reason no spirit beasts found it in a group of 10 years old were the owners of such an amazing place. Chu Feng grabbed the wooden bed into his inventory and bought a comfortable bed and stone table with a comfortable chair and a few things to make a fire to barbecue some meat, since in his current cave he could do that without any spiritual beasts finding out unless they were over 1.000 years old, but this was close to the end of the Forest of Fighting Stars, so finding a 1.000 years old spirit beast would be extremely rare. Ah, I still have 2 Wheel of Fortune draws. Chu Feng shot up from his bed, his previous tiredness thrown out the window. Cough. Cave exit. System, show me the Wheel of Fortune. The same Wheel of Fortune appeared in front of Chu Feng again with its beautiful golden outer layer that looked like angel wings on the side. Spin. The Wheel of Fortune slowly started turning and Chu Feng just kept his counting in his head until he reached his own lucky number. 142. Stop. Chu Feng nervously sat on his bed while the Wheel of Fortune slowly stopped spinning. Rainbow, legendary, blue, blue, green, blue, purple, blue, green, purple, blue, blue, and finally it stopped spinning. Ding. 1x curse curing pellet added to your inventory. Common. Really? 1 from epic, at least have the decency to give me a rare item. Chu Feng smacked his own forehead while think that he should throw a serious number in a system that has been screwing him left, right and center whenever it got the chance. Chu Feng decided that this time he would choose the biggest joke number he knew. 69. Spin. Chu Feng was counting in his head from 1 to 69. 67, 68, 69. Stop. The Wheel of Fortune slowly got to a stop again. Green, green, blue, green, purple, blue, blue, green, green, and finally it stopped. Ding. 1x Spirit Bone Extractor added to your inventory. Legendary. Has a guaranteed chance to extract a spirit bone of a spirit beast the user killed. Uses 1/1. Greater than note. This only works if the user killed the spirit beast. Ha 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 ha. The thing is FC King overpowered. It's broken. A cheat. Chu Feng laughed since if he one day finally was able to kill a 100.000 year old spirit beast, then he could also absorb an extra 100.000 years old spirit bone from it. If the spirit beast had a powerful ability that made it stand out in its class, then that spirit bone could be comparable to a 300.000 years old spirit ring, and he could get 2 spirit bones from 1100.000 year old spirit beast. I'm never taking this system serious again. If you troll it hard enough you get good stuff. Legendary. That's a 1% chance. Chu Feng took a while to calm down and went into his inventory to expect the spirit bone extractor. After he withdrawed it, it seemed like a hollow gray orb without anything in it from other people's perspective, but for Chu Feng was an absorbed button that was currently gray. I think I just have to place it on top of the spirit beast and then the button will lit up or something. I will figure it out later. Chu Feng threw himself back on the comfy and soft bed and rolled around a bit. Currently his bed was only a 1-person bed, but that would change soon enough since he would a system upgrade every 10 levels when he got his spirit ring for that rank. Ah, my birthday is somewhere this month. Whatever, it's not like I want to celebrate it anyway. I didn't even do so in my old life. Chu Feng threw the thought to the back of his mind, but it would be nice to figure out the date when the status showed a different age. System, what is my maximal beast spirit age for a spirit ring now? Host has a 100% chance to absorb a 4.900 years old spirit ring, 66% chance to absorb a 6.500 years old spirit ring, 22% chance to absorb a 7.500 years old spirit ring. System, buy me all 3 remaining iron bones pellets. Ding. 3 iron bone pellets were added to your inventory. Chu Feng withdrawed one of the 3 iron bones pellets and looked at it. He could feel the power coming out of the iron bones pellets and knew his body would improve a great deal from these 3 iron bone pellets. Chu Feng put the iron bone pellet into his mouth. Kitch krrggkk crack. It really breaks your bones and rebuilds them. Is this goddess of luck a sadist? Why does everything need to be so painful? It's even worse than getting shot. Chu Feng gritted his teeth while digging his nails into his palms until blood flowed from his bottom lip and his palms. He felt as if his bones were absorbing spirit power to strengthen themselves while his body felt really soft now due to almost all his bones being in pieces. Slowly after 10 minutes they finally started to gather again. His bones were normal white before were now silver color. As power slowly came back to Chu Feng and his bones were fully healed, he stood up and felt a huge amount of power flow through him. Chu Feng went outside the cave, sprinted as fast as he could and noticed the change immediately. He was a whole 1.50x faster and stronger now. From only his bones being strengthened helped him so much that he felt he could fight a 4.000 or 5.000 years old spirit beast on his own. System, what is my maximal beast spirit age for a spirit ring now? Host has a 100% chance to absorb a 7.000 years old spirit ring, 82% chance to absorb a 8.000 years old spirit ring, 39% chance to absorb a 9.500 years old spirit ring, 0% chance to absorb a 10.000 years old spirit ring. Holy, that's a huge upgrade, and that only came from the price of 9 1.000 years old spirit rings. Chu Feng was elated to see how much his maximal beast spirit age for his spirit ring has grown, since his goal was not an ordinary 10.000 years old spirit ring and he didn't even know if the giant titan gorilla was up to his standards. He wanted more. So do you all want stuff like a 3-year time skip or more fights? I don't mind either one of them, and I will listen to the most comments for either time skip or no time skip. Chapter 9 Time Skip. 4 years later, Chu Feng was just turned 11. He was still in the forest of fighting stars killing strong spirit beasts, but the now strong spirit beasts were around 10 times the age they were previously. On the daily he fought 30.000 years old spirit beast if he could find them in the core area, but he couldn't go close to the center of the forest to search for the giant titan gorilla. In his past life and in this one he had survived countless times under low odds purely because of his sixth sense, as he called it, and whenever he went close to the center he had cold sweat running his back and guessed that something ridiculously strong was hiding in the center of the forest of fighting stars. His body grew taller and his hair was a bit longer while he grew more muscles. The only thing that didn't change was the scar on his chest. Over the years Chu Feng moved his base towards the border of the inner area. He didn't have the confidence to fight the giant titan gorilla unless he absorbed his spirit ring. The giant titan gorilla, when 100 years old, it's comparable to a 10.000 years old, and due to their last fight Chu Feng thought it was comparable to a 60.000 years old spirit beast despite its 32.000 years old spirit beast. Chu Fen, who was currently practicing his sword skills again just like any other day. It was his basic routine to feel as if the sword was part of you. Due to this training his self-invented domain reached 60% completion, but that was already that far in his second year and it wouldn't grow further despite the countless life and deaths fights he had this time zone. Chu Feng used most his time practicing his sword and his body. When he was strolling around the forest of fighting stars and found the being he wanted as his second spirit ring, it was a 3-eyed golden wolf of around 40.000 years old, and he felt that if he could absorb its spirit ring he could complete his domain. The system also gave him a few quests about killing his first 10.000 years old spirit beast and 30.000 years old spirit beast, and his last quests that he got was 1.5 years ago. Ding! Mission commenced. Absorb a spirit ring above 30.000 years old. Greater than reward. Second stage of Asura's Blessing, Slaughter Aura. After he saw this mission he got really excited due to the fact that he was unable to unlock Slaughter Aura. Due to the fact that he had confidence in himself, he had decided against it to just slaughter every spirit beast in the forest, but he knew just how much spirit beasts he killed, and every time they were either slightly weaker or stronger than himself, where he had to use his swordsmanship or skills effectively to win. Since he was under constant threat of death, he kept exceeding his previous limits of swordsmanship. Right now, although his body could only absorb a 27.000 years old spirit ring, he knew his body could handle at least a 35.000 years old, despite the system saying he only had a 51% chance of succeeding. He also got a lucky draw from both the quests and +2 luck in total. Out of the lucky draws he got medium spirit pellet, rare. Gives the user a purified amount of spirit power. Only works if user is between spirit power 20 and 40. Sicilia's sword sheath, epic. A sword sheath made from a scale of an unknown being. This confused Chu Feng greatly, since he even tried to use invisible slash at it but couldn't do as much as leave a scratch on it. Chu Feng's new stats were also quite amazing, but he knew that if he absorbed every random spirit ring so he could upgrade his spirit power quickly, he would be at a spirit ancestor level, 41 to 50, but Chu Feng came to know how amazing spirit skills are, and even more so when his spirit ring upgraded into a 10.000-year-old spirit ring. He could now teleport 1200 meters if he put in half his spirit power. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul spirit. Asura's blade. Asura's blessing, 4 stages. Eyes of truth. Slaughter aura, locked. Space lock, locked. Mind space, locked. Soul power, 20. Spirit rings, 16.990-year-old, black. Spirit ring skills. Teleportation. Skills: Asura's wrath, 9 sword strokes. Luck, 9. Asura's wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, invisible slash, master. Second stroke, lightning draw, master. Third stroke, Demon's Plate, 0%. Fourth stroke, Hymn of the Fallen, locked. Fifth stroke, Dragon's Rage, locked. Sixth stroke, Devil's Curse, locked. Seventh stroke, Demon's Wrath, locked. Eighth stroke, Void Cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's Sacrifice, locked. Chu Feng questioned the system what expert meant, because he got that before the master rank, and the system replied to him by saying, mastery is divided into knowing the sword skill by %. Then come the ranks: expert, master, unmatched and godly. Chu Feng didn't want to completely depend on his sword skills for everything and wanted to become a strong spirit trainer instead, but due to the fact that he used these sword skills a lot during his fights, he ended up getting better and better at handling and using them. If he used invisible blade, now his sword would disappear out of sight, and with lightning draw, like its name suggests, the moment he used it his blade would have the lightning element into it and would be drawn so fast that ordinary 20.000 years old spirit beasts couldn't react. When he used teleportation and lightning draw as a sneak attack, of course the skills wouldn't work on something like a 80.000 years old monster, because his current speed wasn't fast enough to show the full potential of the skills. Chu Feng took another 3 months to find the three-eyed golden wolf and absorb its spirit ring. Chu Feng was now next to the three-eyed golden wolf's corpse, and it was a 45.433 years old spirit ring which he absorbed fairly easy. It only gave him some pain that felt like being shot in his arm, but over the years his will had to endure countless injuries in fights and keep moving that his eyes didn't even twitch by this amount of pain. The spirit ring gave him the ability third eye. It wasn't as creepy as literally giving him an eye on his forehead or something, but he felt like he could finally finish his domain with it, since it gave him the ability to see 10 meters around him in all angles and nothing could escape his sight at all. Ding. Requirements for system upgrade. Greater than time remaining. 6D, 23H, 59 meters and 59s. 2 months later, Chu Feng was currently getting ready for his search for the giant titan gorilla. He finally finished his domain after an unceasing training session of 2 months. Besides occasionally sleeping due to exhaustion of his spirit power, since his domain used spirit power due to his spirit ring's ability and his spirit ability finally reaching 30 after he absorbed the spirit pellet, he was getting ready to kill the beast that gave him his biggest shame in his 2 lives. It was his biggest shame he ever received in his life, and every day when he took a dip into the river near the waterfall he was reminded of it due to the scar not healing. Either the system was screwing him with it or he himself just didn't want it healed, since he received heavier injuries over the years, but they healed too. For example, once he almost lost his arm due to the fight with the three-eyed golden wolf. His left arm was cut until his bone, but his bone blocked the way further, which made him sigh in relief. He bought the iron bone pellets. The system upgrade was also a lot better than last time, since it actually had some useful upgrades this time. Shop, spirit level 30. Medical pellets. Food pellet. Greater than feeds you for 3 days but hit by extreme hunger after. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Spirit beast pellet. Greater than one of the tastiest things for spirit beasts. Price 25 10-year-old spirit rings. Healing pellet medium. Greater than good for broken bones and deep wounds. Price 10,100-year-old spirit ring. Spirit pellet medium. Greater than increases user's spirit level if the user is between spirit level 20 to 40. Price 110,000-year-old spirit ring. Golden bones pellet. Greater than reforms the user's bones. Requirements. User has to have swallowed 3 iron bones pellets. Price 91,000-year-old spirit rings. Anti-curse pellet. Greater than a pellet that can deal with all curses under limit titled douluo 1 left. Price 10,000-year-old spirit rings. Anti-poison pellet. Greater than a pellet that can deal with all poisons under limit titled douluo 1 left. Price 10,000-year-old spirit rings. Daily needs. Comfortable bed, 2-person's bed, every size bigger requires 10,1,000-year-old spirit rings. Greater than a big bed that heals light exhaustion and muscle pain. Price 1,000-year-old spirit rings. Spirit table. Greater than a beautiful wooden table that has inscriptions written into it that can speed up the thought process if near it. Price 4 1,000-year-old spirit rings. Spirit beast chair. Greater than a soft chair made from a spirit beast's hide that helps to calm someone's mind and speeds up the thought process if sitting on it. Price 6 1,000-year-old spirit rings. Special items. Ring of promise. Greater than a ring that was bought for someone you hold dear. When wearer is attacked, the person gets protected by the goddess of luck's power in a 5x5 meter radius for an hour, gives user a warning if wearer is in serious danger. Has a tracker included. Price 110,000-year-old spirit ring. Goddess of luck's embrace 1 left. Greater than a mark that increases user's luck by 10. Price 1,100,000-year-old spirit ring. Conversion. 10 10-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100-year-old spirit ring. 100,100-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100,000-year-old spirit ring. 101,000-year-old spirit rings equals 110,000-year-old spirit ring. 110,000-year-old spirit rings equals 1,100,000-year-old spirit ring. Currency. 10-year-old spirit rings 10.000. 100-year-old spirit rings 1.000. 1.000-year-old spirit rings 711. 10.000-year-old spirit rings 52. 100.000-year-old spirit rings 0. Chu Feng was satisfied with the system upgrades since he could finally buy some useful things, and he threw a bunch of new furniture into his cave. He used his sword to make it a square when he hit a bottleneck, since it only took him an hour to cut it right, and then he had a 10 by 10 feet cave, or room, now. Chu Feng instantly bought an anti-curse pellet and anti-poison pellet and absorbed them, since the only thing he feared were poison and curses if he saw a spirit beast on the same level as him. One careless moment and he would be a goner just like that. He also bought 3 golden bones pellets for 27 1.000 spirit rings, but this time he didn't feel as much, as someone would expect from the name. His bones were now golden, which gave a weird feeling. If his bones regrew, he could just rip his own bones out and sell them. Chu Feng shook his and laughed to himself for his weird idea. That left Chu Feng with 32 10.000 spirit rings. Since he couldn't touch the core area, he had a hard time finding weak 10.000-years-old spirit beasts. Chu Feng never recalled Asura's blade back but left it in the sword sheath on his side. Over the years he got used to have his sword on his side, except when he slept, he would put it against the side of his bed so he could grab it anytime. Chu Feng was currently 1.75 meters tall with his same red eyes and white hair. He was wearing the shadow cape, Cecilia's sword sheath, and of course Asura's blade in it. Over the years his look hadn't changed much, except his body being taller and having more muscles due to the constant training and fighting life and death battles, but his demeanor had changed quite a bit. Despite his past life being focused purely on revenge, his killing intent back then couldn't even reach up to 1% of his current killing intent, not because of the quantity of the spirit beasts he killed alto that was still in the thousands due to having at least several fights a day, but more so because of the quality. All the beasts were around his strength when he fought them, otherwise he wouldn't improve himself fighting them and he would just waste his time instead. By completing the mission he also unlocked Slaughter Aura. When he got it he finally realized how great of an ability it was, since he thought it was just similar to releasing his killing intent, but Slaughter's aura was making use of killing intent and spirit power to become a weapon. He could do simple things like make a spear and throw it, but he could also infuse it into his blade, which made it even more terrifying it already was. With this ability included into his arsenal he set out. Chu Feng stood next to the waterfall and looked towards the core area with visible rage in his eyes while remembering. It was finally time after almost 4.5 years to kill that giant titan gorilla. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul Spirit. Asura's Blade. Asura's Blessing. 4 stages. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter Aura. Space Lock. Locked. Mind Space. Locked. Soul Power. 30. Spirit Rings. 16.990-year-old Black. 45.433 years old Black. Spirit Ring Skills. Teleportation. Third Eye. Skills: Asura's Wrath. 9 sword strokes. Luck. 9. To think I had to type this much about status, skills and cultivation before I could finally go into the fight scene. But I have to go get tested. Sniff, I can't type it in this chapter. Sniff. Chapter 10 Revenge. Ru'er. Chu Feng, who was jumping from tree to tree, heard a distant roar, the roar that was ingrained deep into his heart, the roar he wanted to erase from this world. That FCKER finally left the core area. Finally, boundless killing intent flowed out of Chu Feng and his thoughts started to spin rapidly when he heard the sounds in the distance. This thing, he is using others as a toy again. Chu Feng started to dash rapidly throughout the forest towards the battle where the giant titan gorilla was at. Meanwhile at the fight, Dai Mubai, I told you all to run. Zhao Wuji screamed at his students. You're the one who's crazy. I can handle something like this with ease. Dai Mubai screamed back while stopping a boulder with great difficulty. What about the other students then, you dumbass? Go now. Zhao Wuji avoided another tree while responding. I'll leave Tang San to protect them. Just as Dai Mubai said that, a cat girl and Tang San jumped past them. Senior Bai, I'm sorry but we've come to help too. Tang San and Zhu Zuqing jumped over Dai Mubai and had a tree bound to them with Tang San's blue-silver grass while Ma Hongjun set the tree on fire behind them. As they launched the tree towards the giant titan gorilla, the giant titan gorilla hid it away from its face while the 5 of them started running around the giant titan gorilla. You stupid little kids, you will all be punished when we get back. Zhao Wuji screamed at them. In the distance Xiao Wu dragged Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind her and turned towards Oscar and asked, can't your third spirit ring skill allow people to fly? Ah, that's right, we can all escape together. HMPH, the battle needs us the most. How can I just leave the battle early? Ning Rongrong looked at the battlefield and summoned her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. First day, Dai Mubai used his white tiger protection badge and attacked the giant titan gorilla from behind. Ning Rongrong didn't stop and looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was dashing towards the giant titan gorilla, and glanced at her. Second day. She jumped towards its head, 100 nether claws. Her claws hit her target, but when she looked behind, a giant mouth was behind her. No. Zhao Wuji screamed, seeing his student almost about to be eaten. Chu Feng's paw. It's getting closer. Last time you wanted to have fun. Let's have fun now. As Chu Feng was nearing the battlefield, he saw a Tang San and Zhu Zuqing throwing a tree towards the giant titan gorilla while another boy that looked like a misformed chicken set it on fire. The boy reminded him of a fast food restaurant in his old world. That FCKER is playing with a bunch of kids and an adult. Twisted B** starred. Chu Feng sneered while his eyes turned brighter red and his muscles twitching with a clear look of anticipation and rage in his eyes. As he got closer he saw a blue-haired kid he recognized, Tang San. What is he doing here? Chu Feng just tossed the thought into the back of his head and only looked at the giant titan gorilla, who was sneering while being attacked from behind by a white-haired kid. As Chu Feng was close enough to teleport to the battlefield, he saw the Zhu Zuqing slash at its eyes. As she passed the giant titan gorilla after using her claws at its eyes, she turned back to see the damage she caused but only saw a huge face with its mouth open approaching her. No, Zhao Wuji screamed while seeing it. He wants dinner. Hehe. Nope. Chu Feng wanted to not only kill it but let it die with grievances. He wanted it to feel despair before it died and let it feel as if its body was not his anymore and only a plaything for Chu Feng instead. Teleport. As Zhu Zuqing was about to eat, Chu Feng appeared behind her and grabbed her by the waist princess style and teleported back to the group who were standing together. As Chu Feng appeared with the cat girl in his hand, the rest looked at them and even the giant titan gorilla stopped for a moment as if inspecting the newcomer. Chu Feng faintly glanced at Tang San while still holding the girl and said, "Long time no see." Tang San was struck by sudden scary thought and said, "Chu Feng." Tang San couldn't believe his eyes. The kid that looked skinny and depressed in the village was the same spirit level as him now. Not only that, he could feel cold sweat running down his back when Chu Feng glanced at him with glowing red eyes. "Brother." Xiao Wu grabbed Tang San by the edge of his clothes. "What's wrong?" Tang San snapped out of his daze and looked at Xiao Wu, who had look of clear terror in her eyes while looking at Chu Feng. His killing. Intent. It's so scary," Xiao Wu said while stuttering. Tang San, who was alerted by the thought, used his purple demon eyes and looked at Chu Feng. The moment his purple demon eyes activated, his whole body was covered by cold sweat. Purple demon eyes was something from Tang San's old world and was great for finding assassins since it showed someone's killing intent, but when he looked at Chu Feng's killing intent, his vision was covered in darkness as if the Reaper himself stood with a scythe on his neck behind him and could take his life any moment. "Let her go." At that moment the Dai Mubai, probably the oldest of the group, said towards Chu Feng. That scream awakened everyone out of their stupor, including the giant titan gorilla. Zhu Zuqing blushed and jumped out of his arms while walking away with a cold but blushing face while mumbling, "Thanks." The 7 others there noticed the blush on her face while Zhu Zuqing looked back at Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked back at her and slightly smiled and simply laughed while responding, "You don't owe me anything though, and even if you did, I already touched your body. I just did it to annoy that freak. Now if you will excuse me, I have a monkey to skin, so please all of you just stay back and don't interfere, and if you want me to hold you again sometime, you're welcome anytime." Chu Feng winked at Zhu Zuqing and made her blush harder while Dai Mubai was gritting his teeth on the side since he could save her but was a step too late. All of them looked at Chu Feng with a questioning gaze while Chu Feng turned towards the giant titan gorilla, who felt the battle intent from Chu Feng's gaze. "Wait kid, it's a 10.000-year-old spirit bee." Before Zhao Wuji could finish warning the kid, Chu Feng already dashed towards the giant titan giant, who was inspecting him with a grin on its face when it sensed the heavy killing intent coming from it. The girls, Tang San, Zhao Wuji and Oscar, had worried expressions while only the Dai Mubai had a face filled with rage when he saw Zhu Zuqing's worried expression. Chu Feng's smile turned into a battle-crazed smile and looked at the giant titan gorilla and continued dashing towards it with his hand on his sword. "Teacher, should I use my 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda on him?" Ning Rongrong said while glancing at Chu Feng dashing towards the giant titan gorilla on his own. "I think you shouldn't." He had clear rage in his eyes when he looked at the giant titan gorilla, "and even if you want to use it on him, I don't think you can, since I feel if I fight him in a life or death battle I would certainly die," Zhao Wuji replied while looking at the kid in a mixed expression. "Teacher, you will lose to him." The Shrek 7 devils replied in unison. Even Zhu Zuqing ears twitched upon hearing it and had a blush on her face when she remembered how he carried her a moment ago with that bewitching smile on his face with his perfect features. Seeing Zhu Zuqing blushing once more, Dai Mubai nearly couldn't contain himself but held himself back and looked at the battlefield instead, hoping that arrogant B***star died. Chu Feng was dashing towards the giant titan gorilla, who picked up a big rock and threw it towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng saw the rock coming and drew his sword, lightning draw. Chu Feng drew his sword with small lightning sparks flickering around it, cut straight through the rock, and Chu Feng jumped in between the cut rocks. Boom * boom. The rocks crashed into different sides from Chu Feng. The giant titan gorilla was slightly surprised and knew that the human was strong, so it had to take it a bit more serious. Roar. The giant titan gorilla let out a war cry and held his giant fists above his head and slammed them towards Chu Feng, who was on the ground. Boom. The fists hit the ground, and just as the giant titan gorilla thought it had killed the small human, 3 cuts appeared on both of its arms and blood flowed from the wounds. Chu Feng, who used teleportation to appear above it, had both his hands on his sword above his head and fell towards the giant titan gorilla, who was searching for him. Sensing the incoming danger, the giant titan gorilla looked upwards just to see Chu Feng falling towards it with his sword in his hands and with red and black aura around his sword. Chu Feng applied slaughter aura to his sword used invisible slash. The giant titan launched himself towards the side and Chu Feng's sword only hit the ground and his slaughter aura that Chu Feng put into the blade was full released and the sword made a slash of about 5 meters long and 3 meters deep before it calmed down. Chu Feng sneered at the giant titan gorilla and looked into its eyes that looked wearily at him with slight fear. Oh, you know fear too, so you're only a moron that loves to bully the weak and fear the strong. And here I thought you would be just as battle-crazed as I was. What a disappointment, but don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make you wish you were dead. Chu Feng's eyes turned completely red and he dashed towards the giant titan gorilla again. The giant titan gorilla again put his fists above his head and slammed down with its injured arms and tried to create an earthquake to throw Chu Feng off balance. Boom! The giant titan gorilla saw a black and white silhouette appear on its right arm with a sword in its hand. The giant titan gorilla reacted quickly and lifted its other injured arm from the ground and tried to crush Chu Feng on its arm. Chu Feng dodged by suddenly accelerating up the giant titan gorilla's right arm and dodged the huge arm, causing the giant titan gorilla a bunch of pain because it slammed on its own wound. Seeing that it missed, it tried to smack again despite the pain, but it was already too late because Chu Feng was already near its face. Chu Feng was near its face and jumped. He held his left hand in front of him while his right hand was behind him with his sword in both and focused his slaughter aura on the tip of his sword and thrusted like the sword was a rapier instead towards the side of its face on eye level. Demon's Plate. The giant gorilla quickly closed its eyes hoping that it would help. A second later nothing happened and he only felt something small and sharp on the side of its face until it disappeared. The human jumped of its shoulder. Did it think it wouldn't work with its eyes closed? Puff. Suddenly the giant titan gorilla's right eye exploded. *ROAAARRR. The giant gorilla put its hand over its right eye and roared in pain. It felt so painful. Ever since it was young and picked up by the little girl and mature woman, it never had such wounds. It always stood behind its big brother and fought with the smaller spirit beasts in the forest. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Does it feel painful? Don't worry, the wound you caused me, I will return it tenfold. Chu Feng's smile was nothing less than traumatizing for the giant titan gorilla when it saw the smile on Chu Feng's lips with his glowing red eyes with his remaining left eye. Chu Feng used teleport on top of its head and didn't use his sword this time and used his left arm to hit the back of the giant titan gorilla's head. The giant titan gorilla's vision shook again, and again, and again until finally it couldn't properly stand anymore and almost stumbled over just to get hit in his back exactly on its spine, and a crack was heard and it almost broke. The giant titan gorilla threatened to feel forward but again was not allowed by Chu Feng, who appeared in front of the right side of its chest to not hit its heart and accidentally kill it. Crack kitch K. A few bones broke from the punch and it tumbled on its feet. Chu Feng didn't let it fall when it threatened to fall, and when its vision finally almost returned to normal it would again receive countless hits on his head but not hard enough to black out. Occasionally Chu Feng would use his fists, his sword or his feet. As long as it caused the giant titan gorilla to feel agony and pain he would do it. In these last 4 years he trained solely for this moment. To see the giant titan gorilla suffering like he was when he got that wound or when he was covered with a horrible scar over his whole upper body. He knew that this might be a little overboard, but the hate in him just wouldn't disappear and he kept hitting until finally after 10 minutes the giant titan gorilla's voice stopped. It wasn't passed out but it was into much pain to use its voice and only had a pleading look in its left eye. Shrek 7 Devil's Paw. Tang San, you know him. Zhao Wuji looked at Tang San. Tang San snapped out of his daze while looking at his teacher. Yes, when I left Holy Spirit Village and went to Nuoding Academy he stayed in the village and said he already had a place to go to, but I doubt he had a place to go to, Tang San added in a small voice. Wait, if I understand it right this guy is the same age as you. Ning Rongrong interrupted dumbfounded with her mouth wide open. The others weren't any different. Yes, he was very thin for his age back in the village and used to be about my height as well. Quickly breaking free from his stupor he looked at the battlefield where Chu Feng was using the giant titan gorilla as a punching bag. But Tang San, why do you say that he didn't have anywhere to go? He couldn't grow so powerful without a powerful background. Zhao Wuji said to Tang San. The others perked up their ears to hear something about Chu Feng's past. I only know what Grandpa Jack once told me. Chu Feng's father abandoned them and his mother was quite the drinker, just like my father when he was depressed. One day apparently she said she was going to hunt spirit beast and never reappeared in the Holy Spirit Village again. Back when Chu Feng was small he told all this to Grandpa Jack. Tang San said what Grandpa Jack told him since he saw Tang San as a grandson and cared for him a lot in the village. Grandpa Jack had found Chu Feng at the side of the creek near the village where he was throwing stones on the water surface. He talked to Chu Feng and Chu Feng ended up crying and telling his story. Unbeknownst to Tang San and Grandpa Jack, the old Chu Feng who told his story to Grandpa Jack was already dead. Wait, then, what did he do these last few years according to you? Oscar asked with a confused expression. I was getting to that. I think he has been living in the forest of fighting stars. Tang San said in a doubting tone, even he was unsure of himself when he said that. What? That's impossible. Zhao Wuji was the first to cry out in protest. Even in the outer layer it swarms of 100 years old spirit beasts. Even some 1.000 years old spirit beasts go there. A 6 or 7 year old kid can never survive in there. Tang San, are you sure? I believe in your judgment, but isn't this a bit much? Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and asked. I have a reason to believe that, Tang San continued with a solemn voice. Why then? Zhao Wuji asked. His killing intent, Tang San said with clear fear in his voice when remembering the sight of those red eyes staring deep into his soul. His killing intent, everyone asked in unison except Xiaowu, who knew exactly how terrifying Chu Feng was. Teacher, you didn't look at his killing intent at all. Didn't you feel it at all? Tang San said while confusing Zhao Wuji. No, due to the moment I forgot and let my guard down. He bitterly smiled to himself and imagined the worst-case scenario where Chu Feng was an enemy. He could have let all his students get killed over this little mistake. His killing intent is so heavy that I felt pressured by that alone, and he only looked at me with a smile and greeted me. If he aimed his full killing intent at me with the intention to kill me, I think my soul would have collapsed, Tang San said in a solemn voice. But Tang San, didn't you say he was the same age as us? Even if he killed countless 10-year-old spirit beasts, he shouldn't have that much killing intent, right? Zhu Zuqing reminded on the side, which caused slight fear to appear on Zhao Wuji's face, and interrupted with a trembling voice as he looked towards Chu Feng beating up the giant titan gorillas and breaking its limbs. A bandit has killing intent, but not much compared to spirit masters, since spirit masters kill stronger spirit beasts as they get stronger. If he has a stronger killing intent than me, that means he killed a spirit beast stronger than 30.000 years old, or a younger one with a superior origin. And that at the age of 11, that isn't a genius nor a monster but a demon instead. Nothing even close happened to this, and if I'm right, I don't think Flender is a match for the giant titan gorilla either. All 7 of them turned towards Zhao Wuji and asked. You want to say, he has the power of a spirit douluo? Some of them looked like they were dealt a heavy blow, while Ning Rongrong looked like she was contemplating something, while Zhu Zuqing started blushing again by remembering how it felt in his embrace. Yes, I really want to see his 2 spirit rings now. Zhao Wuji's curiosity was sky high, imagining what kind of spirit ring this kid would have. Maybe a 1.000 years old one, or even a 3.000 years old one. And imagining what the kid had to do to get it all on his own while living in a forest full with spirit beasts gave him the chills. Boom! A huge body fell on its back in front of the kids, and he looked up just to see the huge giant titan gorilla's body 30 meters away from him, with the kid they were talking about on its forehead. Third person Pav. Oi, are you done already? What happened to all the energy you had when you were chasing me when I was 6 years old? Did you have fun trying to kill a 6-year-old kid after playing with his life? Chu Feng stamped hard on its forehead, which the giant titan gorilla's vision shake again. It has no energy to move, let alone attack the human on its head. You know, when I received that slash over my upper body, I vowed I would make you beg for death instead of killing you. Chu Feng smiled, but the giant titan gorilla knew that this smile was so terrifying that it would rather break its arms than to see it again. It made a pleading look at Chu Feng, but Chu Feng didn't budge and raised his sword above his head with his right hand and put a big amount of slaughter aura into it, which covered the sword in slaughter aura, and an aura of over 5 meters tall appeared above him. Please wait. Xiaowu, who was hiding behind Tang San, spoke out. Chu Feng turned his head slightly and looked with his bright red eyes at Xiaowu, would instinctively hid behind Tang San again upon seeing those red eyes again. Page, please spare it. Xiaowu continued with a stammering voice. Why should I? Chu Feng continued. He knew why she wanted to spare it. Reason 1 was because she knew it, and reason 2 was on his map. It was a red light dot. She was a 100.000-year-old spirit bees. Chapter 11 Simple, an eye for an eye. Human, please wait. An agitated voice was transmitted directly towards his head while he stood on top of the giant Titan gorilla's forehead with his right hand holding his sword above his head filled with slaughter aura. Chu Feng knew this voice was transmitted directly into his brain since there are no spirit beasts on the map besides Xiao Wu and the giant Titan gorilla. Chu Feng turned towards Xiao Wu and said, "Come here for a second, I need you to tell me something." Xiao Wu nervously walked towards Chu Feng, who got annoyed at the slow pace she was walking and teleported behind her and grabbed her shoulder and teleported back to his former position. Xiao Wu was shocked, but quickly it turned back to fear when she thought about Chu Feng's killing intent. "Stop being a pain, I only kill stronger spirit beasts. I don't care that you're a 100.000 years old spirit beast." Chu Feng knew that even if he killed her it wouldn't benefit him at all since the soft-boned rabbit isn't suitable for him and Xiao Wu was just a normal girl in his eyes. She left the category of spirit beasts the moment she decided to live with humans and she was no different from them. How do you know that? Xiao Wu gulped with slight fear in her eyes. Nobody knew of her origins, not even her teachers. "I don't care about your past or what you are, but tell me something." A voice was transmitted to me, but it was faint and weak, but it was from the center of the core area. "You know who it is, right?" Chu Feng glanced at her while still having bright red eyes at the giant Titan gorilla. Xiao Wu had tears in her eyes as she looked at the giant Titan gorilla and continued. "Yes, Shrek Pav. Teacher, can you hear what they are saying?" Tang San looked pleadingly at Zhao Wuji. Although he didn't think Chu Feng would attack Xiao Wu, he was still worried. "If I was worried he did something, I would have attacked him a long time ago. Although I won't stand much, I could still buy you all time to run." Zhao Wuji looked at the boy and girl talking and said to Tang San, "I doubt he has evil intentions towards her, but I don't know what he wants from her." "Teacher, if he really is only 11 years old but already comparable to a peak spirit douluo, isn't that a first?" Ning Rongrong asked with a quivering voice after thinking about his future potential and what heights he could reach. This question made them all think about Chu Feng's future potential too. If he was comparable to a titled douluo at his age, then what about another 5 years? Or 10? It is indeed a first on the continent, and even I don't have any words for it, but what I do know is that he is indeed only a level 30 spirit grandmaster, but his spirit power is at least 3 times as pure as mine. It's like he doesn't allow anything to defile his body, Zhu Wuji said while remembering Chu Feng's aura. It felt soothing and calming when the kid was near him. "Third person Pav." "Yes," Xiao Wu said in a small voice with her head down. "Who is it?" Chu Feng was curious about the being in the center of the forest of fighting stars. The giant Titan gorilla liked being there since it took quite a while for it to leave just once and offered the opportunity for Chu Feng to put it in his current state, full of cuts that were bleeding heavily and all of its bones either broken or out of place. His name is Da Ming and this is Ming. When I was younger I saved the 2 of them and since then they became my big brothers, but something happened and I decided to live as a normal human despite my origins, Xiao Wu explained nervously, although she didn't feel any killing intent directed towards her, but that wasn't what she was worried about. She was worried about Ming, who she was currently forced to step on while his eyes were unfocused and looked like he could die at any time now. "I see, he asked me to spare him, so I want to ask him. Why should I?" Chu Feng looked at Xiao Wu with a cold face. Xiao Wu had a sudden thought and decided to gamble on the fact that Chu Feng might have lived in the forest of fight stars for so long he shouldn't have known about Da Ming's circumstances, right? Ts. Becca. Use. Ming is his little brother and he would get really mad if he dies. Xiao Wu tried to look as serious as possible. Chu Feng looked at Xiao Wu's face that was trying to look serious with tears in her eyes, which made her looking rather adorable instead of looking serious. Peef. Chu Feng nearly couldn't contain his laughter. So what if it got mad? It couldn't stop him anyway. "Why are you laughing? I'm serious." Xiao Wu was scared that her trick was seen through and followed up. "Little rabbit, you shouldn't lie. You suck at it. I put his little brother into a near-death state yet he only asked me to spare him. I doubt he can even leave the core area, and even if he can I am still able to leave alive." Chu Feng looked at Xiao Wu, who was skeptical about Chu Feng's remarks since she knew Da Ming was a 100.000 years old spirit beast. "I know what you're thinking, it being a 100.000 years old spirit beast won't be able to stop me if I wanted to leave," Chu Feng said while smiling inwardly, "unless it's a space element spirit beast, which it isn't." I can take you there," Xiao Wu said in a doubting voice, wanting to see if Chu Feng wanted to go towards Da Ming. Fine, why not?" But first let me make sure this little monkey doesn't move its dirty paws and think of running. Chu Feng chuckled and jumped from its back and held his sword above his head and teleported above Ming, and his sword disappeared. Invisible slash. Chu Feng's sword disappeared out of Xiao Wu's sight, and suddenly Ming's body moved before it had 4 deep wounds on the inside of his knees and elbows to refrain it from walking, crawling or even rolling away. Xiao Wu looked at Ming with tears in her eyes. Chu Feng teleported to the ground and said to Xiao Wu, "Now we can go." Fine. Xiao Wu walked towards the center of the forest of fighting stars and they arrived at a lake. As Chu Feng was waiting for the spirit beast to appear, he stood close to Xiao Wu. Although he was confident he could escape, why should he take unnecessary risks? Since Xiao Wu saw them as big brothers and he knew most of her background because of his friends rambling day in day out. Splash! A big monster of around 100 meters long appeared out of the lake with a bull's head that had the width of around 4 meters and bull horns on the side of its head that pointed forwards. It had 2 claws on its long body and it looked like a mix between a snake, eastern dragon and a bull. Chu Feng wasn't scared, but he truly had to admire this spirit beast's beauty. Chu Feng used Eyes of Truth on the spirit beast. Divine Bull, sealed. A beast that claimed the center of the forest of fighting stars as its habitat and is claimed to be the ruler of the forest. Greater than beast age, 100.089 years old. So it truly is sealed, huh? Chu Feng already had his suspicions since the divine bull didn't come to the giant titan gorilla's help after all he did to it. Human. The divine bull opened its huge mouth, but his jaws didn't move, but the voice still came out of its mouth. "I want to ask you, why did you do that to my little brother? I can sense your hate and rage for him, and even if he did something, it shouldn't be so outrageous that you would torture to this extreme, right?" The divine bull asked Chu Feng with a confused but heavy voice. It felt enraged watching his little brother being tortured and finally couldn't take it anymore and send the human a voice transmission, but the seal on its body instantly started binding his spiritual power the moment it went out of the center of the forest. You truly don't know what your little brother is doing the moment it leaves the center of the forest. Chu Feng looked at it with a sneer on its face. What do you mean? The divine bull questioned back. When I was 6 years old I came to the forest on the outer layer. Chu Feng wanted to see the divine bull's reaction to see how he would react if he knew what kind of trash his younger brother was. It would let children run for their life and feel the deepest despair before killing them, and that would give him enjoyment. Chu Feng didn't know why it did such things or how it felt at the time, but he knew one thing for sure: the giant titan gorilla is one twisted fcker. The divine bull's expression kept changing after hearing what his little brother did, but still looked Chu Feng and sounded almost as if he was begging. Is there really no way you can spare him? He is after all my little brother, and we grew up together with Xiao Wu and her mother. Chu Feng looked at Xiao Wu and raised his hand. Pock. Xiao Wu's went wide for a moment before falling into his arms. Chu Feng held her in his arms while he looked at the divine bull and said with a calm tone, "It's actually very easy. Please tell." The divine bull said eagerly. It was raised by Xiao Wu's mother to be the big brother of the family and always protect the small ones. Simple. An eye for an eye. Chu Feng had a small smile on his face while he looked deep into the divine bull's big eyes. Sigh. The divine bull sighed and its head tilted a little bit as if thinking what to do. The divine bull looked back at Chu Feng and said, "I can't." "Oh, why not? And here I thought you were willing to do anything." Chu Feng sneered at the divine bull. "I can't show you the reason, but I still have to something before I die, and before that I really can't die." The divine bull sighed with sorrow in its eyes. "System, is there a way in this continent that binds us by a contract? If one lies he dies?" "Yes, host, there is something called a soul contract. If either of the 2 or more people lie, then they will have their soul obliterated and will not be allowed to reincarnate." Quite a vicious contract, huh? But that works just fine. Chu Feng looked the divine bull in its eyes and said, "We will establish a soul contract. If either of us have any other thoughts about the other, they will die and have their soul obliterated and won't be allowed to be reincarnated. I will spare your little brother under a few conditions." "What are your conditions?" The divine bull looked at Chu Feng and waited for an answer. "Condition 1, I want you to willingly become my spirit ring. Condition 2, I want all the herbs you stashed away. I know you could be considered a half-dragon, so don't lie to me about not having treasures hidden away somewhere," Chu Feng said with a smirk on his face. "Am I too greedy? Probably not, since he needs my help and I will need to spare that monkey. I never said I would stop using it as a sparring partner, so I can torture him whenever I feel like." "You, fine." But first show me you have the capabilities to help me. I need a 500,000 years old spirit beast's heart. The divine threw his mission at Chu Feng to scare him but was soon disappointed since Chu Feng merely smiled at him and released his spirit rings. Both are black 10,000 years old spirit rings. The divine bull was shocked at seeing Chu Feng's spirit rings since although it never really researched the human body but he knew that the first spirit ring of humans are between 10 years old and 450 years old, yet this human was able to absorb a 10,000 years old one. My current spirit power is weak right now, I know that, but I should be more than qualified to help you since I was able to beat your little brother with a spirit power of level 30, right? Chu Feng smirked at the divine bull and waited for its answer. Sigh, fine, but never mind, she already knows. Let's first establish our contract and I will take you to the reason I need a 500,000 years old spirit beast's heart. Fine. Chu Feng bit his finger and a bit blood appeared. He then swore to the heavens that he wouldn't betray the contract or otherwise his soul would be obliterated. The divine bull used its nail to put it into his other palm and did the same. Pock. The drop of blood disappeared of both their hands and the spirit beast and the human felt a strange connection. I will wait here until you brought Xiao Wu back to her friends. She shouldn't see this yet, otherwise she won't leave here, and believe me, it's quite the hassle when Xiao Wu won't listen. The divine bull started getting at ease and started joking with Chu Feng. It knew it only had a short time left, so it really didn't care anymore since its last regrets would be taken over by Chu Feng, who would grow more powerful than itself in a short time. I will be back fast. Chu Feng nodded and held Xiao Wu tightly and ran back. 15 minutes later Chu Feng was back at the giant titan gorilla's huge body. The ground showed signs of its struggle to get up but was unable to do so. Since Chu Feng said he would let it off, he would do so, and although he wanted to drive his sword through its skull and kill it, he had decided to spare it for his own future. If he could get a 100,000 years old spirit ring as his third spirit ring, then his power would grow quite a bit and he would even get a guaranteed spirit bone with it. The reason why he decided against asking it to let him kill the divine bull to use his spirit bone extractor was because he couldn't absorb a 100,000 years old spirit ring yet without the spirit beast's consent, and there would be plenty of chances to use it later. Chu Feng used teleport to arrive in front of the group and startling the group. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at Chu Feng with anger and said while gnashing his teeth while getting into a battle stance, "What did you do to her?" Chu Feng looked at Tang San with the disdain and didn't explain himself and simply said, "Either you withdraw that killing intent or I will bury you 6 feet under the ground right now." Zhao Wuji appeared behind Tang San and clenched his shoulder, startling Tang San, and looked at his teacher with a confused face. The rest of the group also looked confused as to why Xiao Wu was unconscious in Chu Feng's arms. "It seems that you have a functioning brain." Chu Feng looked at Zhao Wuji and lightly praised him before turning back to Tang San. "I only knocked her out because I was talking with someone that she didn't need to hear since it was personal. I didn't hurt her and merely hit the acupoint in her neck. You should know about that as well, right? He knows about my past." Tang San's body shook and looked wearily at Chu Feng, who had a small smile on his face which made his perfect features more visible but quickly erased the thought since it should be impossible unless he could read minds. Ning Rongrong kept looking at Chu Feng's face while Zhu Zuqing was blushing while remembering being held that way by Chu Feng. Somehow she felt kind of bitter and quickly shook her head and regained her focus. Chu Feng looked at her when he noticed her struggle and smiled, which caused her to look away with a small blush. "Well, I will just lay her down here then." Chu Feng had bought a silver ring a few years ago from the shop and put it onto his left hand's thumb to act as a fake storage ring. He pulled out a wooden bed from his inventory, or his storage ring how others saw it, and put Xiao Wu on it and wanted to walk away, but Ning Rongrong stopped him. "Wait a second please." She grabbed towards his sleeve. He naturally knew she was coming after him but didn't stop her from running at him and suddenly turned around, which caused Ning Rongrong to crash into his chest. Chu Feng quickly put his hands around her as if to catch her and said with smile, "Are you okay?" Zhu Zuqing looked away with a small blush still covering her face while Oscar looked at them both with a bitter expression as she was in another man's arms. "Hahim." Zhao Wuji coughed, which shook Ning Rongrong out of her daze, and she looked at his face while stepping out of his embrace and said, Can you come to Shrek with us? You should at least learn the basic knowledge. It will be of great use while fighting spirit beasts." Ning Rongrong was too embarrassed to continue talking. At first she thought it would be great to get a connection to someone as powerful as Chu Feng, but after falling into his embrace she felt her heart throb. Sure, I will go there after I finished my business here. It will take around a few days. Chu Feng didn't mind staying at Shrek for a short period of time, he needed rest too. Although he had gotten used to the constant fighting and death being near, he wanted a break and he didn't mind spending it at Shrek since over there he could learn about the world he was at right now since he only knew the basics of this world. Great, you're welcome anytime. Zhao Wuji smiled and looked gratefully at Ning Rongrong, who smiled happily at his answer while even the Ice Princess had a small smile on her lips. I will see you all in a few days. Chu Feng turned towards the giant titan gorilla and teleported on its head and looked into its uninjured eye and said with a small smile on his face. Your big brother saved your life, you better be grateful. It said that you are powerful enough to protect the center of the forest now and he is going to complete his mission and that you need to stop misbehaving or according to the contract between me and him I can kill you. Chu Feng cracked his neck and let out a sigh. Although he would let the giant titan ape off, he did put another condition into the contract. If it misbehaved then Chu Feng had every right to kill it. Chu Feng jumped off the giant titan's monkey forehead, who could only look at him with an empty expression while he sprinted towards the center of the forest again. 15 minutes later Chu Feng appeared by the lake and saw the divine bull stretching out its neck a bit. Get on my head. Chu Feng wouldn't think about that twice and used teleport, seeing how the forest looked from up above truly looked beautiful. The endless trees, some were dark, some looked like they were giving off light while others didn't have any leaves and looked dead instead since poison element spirit beasts lived near there. The mountains and hills in the forest were especially eye-catching since it almost looked as if it formed a natural barrier. The divine bull swam towards the middle of the lake in a normal pace. It only took 2 minutes to arrive there since the lake wasn't that big to begin with, and with its 100-meter-long body one movement would propel him forwards a good 20 meters. They arrived at a small island in the middle of the lake when the divine bull's eyes were filled with sadness as it looked towards the island. You should go in there, she wants to see you. The divine bull said as it turned its head lower so Chu Feng could jump off his head. Chu Feng looked at his map and saw a white light dot. He was confused but still jumped off the divine bull's head and walked deeper into the island. The divine bull couldn't lie to him anyway so he wasn't worried about that, but it was weird a 100.000 years old spirit beast was so respectful towards a 10 years old spirit beast. As Chu Feng walked deeper into the island he couldn't help but let out a gasp in surprise as he passed the row of trees that blocked his vision to look deeper into the island when he was on the divine bull's head. It was a huge flower bed with a cottage in the middle. The cottage was quite big and extremely beautiful with a relaxing vibe around it. Chu Feng unconsciously walked closer to the cottage and walked on the path made from stones through the flower bed and stood at the front entrance of the cottage. He knocked on the door with his guard up and ready to use teleport if anything bad happened just in case. The door opened and a beautiful woman opened the door. She had pink hair, bright pink eyes and an hourglass figure with, although not the biggest assets, they just looked perfect. She opened the door with a friendly smile that reminded him of an elder sister in the neighborhood when he was younger. Chu Feng was stunned when he looked at the woman. Never in his life saw he someone so perfect. Although Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong had a lot of potential, it was still just potential and they were basically still children while the woman in front of him looked just like a full-bloomed flower in her peak. The woman also looked at him and nodded while saying, "Please come inside." Chu Feng followed her inside and sat on the couch while she went into the kitchen and grabbed them something to drink. This woman really isn't scared at all. But why does she seem so familiar? Chu Feng's brain was moving in a fast pace through his memories and remembered the similarities. His mouth shot open and looked at her, walked back from the kitchen and nearly screamed. Weren't you supposed to be dead? He finally realized who the woman was. If you still can't figure it out with that last tip then I don't know anymore lol. Chapter 12 Xiao Wu's mother. Oh, did Wu tell you about me? The pink-haired woman smiled. Chu Feng realized he almost spoke out of line since Xiao Wu didn't tell him anything. Yes, Chu Feng nodded his head at the woman and smiled. I didn't expect Xiao Wu's mother to still be alive though. Chu Feng inspected the woman and had to admit that this woman was the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. That flawless face, those bright pink eyes and that perfect body that didn't have anything too big or too small. Well, I did die once, the woman said with a nonchalant smile, her face as if death wasn't scary at all for her. Spirit Hall did kill me once, but since we are in the center of the forest there are always special herbs growing. Wait, a herb that can give you a second chance at life. There are such things in this small forest. Although he said, small forest, he knew how big it actually was, but a herb that gave someone a second life would be fought for with countries fighting for it. Well, it is not like someone would spread news from here to the outside, so there really wasn't anything to worry about since nobody can come here unless they beat Da Ming. The woman went back to her friendly smile and continued. It also doesn't come without its drawbacks. The reason why I didn't go back to Xiao Wu is because I only have 9 years left to live. The woman's eyes held a slight bitterness within but quickly reverted back to her normal friendly smile. Chu Feng looked at her and then thought of a small problem. Then, what about Da Ming? He said it was his mission to heal you and you needed a 500,000 years old spirit beast heart. Was that a lie to give him hope or something? Chu Feng said with confusion. No, that is the truth, but I'm not sealed here like I said I was, and I only have a few years left. It is that due to the way they killed me was mainly poison that invaded my heart, and I could only suppress it by sealing my power that I ended up staying here to protect myself. The woman smiled bitterly at her own circumstances. I totally forgot. My name is Chu Feng. Chu Feng extended his hand towards Xiao Wu's mother and introduced himself. The pink-haired woman hesitated for a short moment and grabbed Chu Feng's hand. Shian Sha. Shian Sha went back to her own friendly smile and continued talking with Chu Feng about all sort of topics until the sun went down and suddenly a yawn escaped her mouth. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Do you mind if I sleep on the couch? Chu Feng was tired as well and asked Shian Sha to stay here instead. Okay, I will grab a blanket for you. Shian Sha disappeared through the door of her room for a short moment before coming back with a blanket filled with little rabbit drawings. This is the only blanket I have extra. It's kind of weird, Shian Sha said while trying to maintain her smile, but the small stutter gave her nervousness away. Peef. Chu Feng quickly averted his face. Don't laugh. Shian Sha's face turned redder and she threw the blanket at Chu Feng. Chu Feng grabbed the blanket and started inspecting it. It had small white rabbits on it, but what was more amusing that the name Shian Sha was on it, not Xiao Wu, and he started laughing loudly. Moo, stop laughing. Shian Sha pouted. She didn't know why she felt so calm and safe around him, but she liked the feeling of having someone around to talk to, and although the boy had some immaturities still left on his face, anyone could see how perfect his features were. He truly was a handsome young man. Suddenly she had a thought of hooking her daughter up and she smiled towards herself, thinking that it was a great idea. Completely oblivious that she already walked into his evil hands herself. Chu Feng looked at her pout and was petrified. It was just too adorable. A grown woman with an older sister smile, suddenly pouting. Adorable, Chu Feng muttered to himself unconsciously while looking at Shian Sha's pout. Seeing such a beautiful mature woman pout in such a way somehow made his heart beat madly. Wah, good night. Boom. Shian Sha fled into her own room and slammed the door while Chu Feng couldn't forget the sight he just saw and laid flat on his back while watching the ceiling. I'm definitely taking her, Chu Feng promised himself and closed his eyes and fell asleep in a matter of minutes. Unlike him, Shian Sha was laying on her bed with her face as red as a tomato while mumbling to herself, that brat had me good. Unfair. Only 2 hours later was the pink-haired woman finally able to sleep and get some sleep for the next day. The sun shone through the windows and Chu Feng's biological clock woke him up. He slowly sat on the couch and walked into the kitchen. I will just make breakfast for us both while I'm at it. Chu Feng bought some materials in the shop like fresh bread and other useless stuff that he normally doesn't care about since he would just use food pellets, so he doesn't need to eat for a while, but a normal breakfast was nice sometimes. Chu Feng made both breakfast plates and put it into his inventory and wait until Shian Sha while contemplating his future path. It would be nice to learn about this world at Shrek for a short time and then go to a place with stronger spirit beasts instead, or some place with natural treasures he could borrow. Time passed and it was already 12 p.m. and Chu Feng slowly started to get too hungry and decided to wake Shian Sha up. He withdrew the breakfast he made from his inventory for them and put it on the table. He walked towards Shian Sha's bedroom door and wanted to knock. Suddenly the door opened and a 1.75-meter tall pink-haired woman walked out of the room with her nightdress half on and her left boob was slightly showing. She yawned as she opened the door and ran into Chu Feng's chest. Ouch! Watch out! She said in a soft voice before noticing something wrong. She lives alone. She looked slightly upwards to Chu Feng's face, who was currently 1.78 meters, and was petrified. I wanted to say that breakfast is ready. Chu Feng chuckled and checked Shian Sha's body out. he truly had to say that it was addicting to see her in this careless state. Let alone how soft she felt when she walked into him. You. Why? What? Shian Sha turned her head behind her like a startled rabbit as if trying to get her brains to work and suddenly slammed the door shut. At least knock, you pervert, Shian Sha screamed from her room. Chu Feng was momentarily startled upon hearing her scream as a little girl and decided to tease her. But Shian Sha, it's not like you can't sense people around you and yet you opened the door in that state. Aren't you basically inviting me? Chu Feng asked in an innocent voice while having a grin on his face. You're not even 1% of my age, brat. Grow some hairs first, Shian Sha screamed back while hiding in her room. How do you know I didn't grow hair yet? Do you want to check it yourself instead? Chu Feng said in an evil tone. No need, Shian Sha buried herself on her bed, she had never been so ashamed. A kid was blatantly teasing her and yet here she was as a mature woman, hiding herself in her cushion on her bed. Chu Feng thought it was enough teasing for now, otherwise it would be awkward later on, and decided to tell her the truth. I made breakfast for us, so get your lazy butt out of your bed and get dressed. Chu Feng laughed and walked to the couch to wait for Shian Sha. Chu Feng inhaled deeply the moment he looked down and saw that his third leg was announcing its presence, and thanked Shian Sha for being shy and hiding while trying to calm Chu Feng Jr. down. 15 minutes later, Shian Sha walked out of the door dressed in a pink dress that complemented her hair and eyes extremely well and gave her even more charm she already has. Come eat. Chu Feng touched the couch next to him and sat down and began eating. Shian Sha was stunned for a moment since she wasn't used to eating breakfast with someone else, but somehow it felt really great having someone around you for a change. Together they ate breakfast and Shian Sha was doing the dishes. Chu Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, Shian Sha, why did Xiao Wu take her father's last name instead of yours? Shian Sha's body shook for a moment and hesitated while turning around and looking at Chu Feng. Although she felt close to this young man, she didn't know what to say to this. If you don't want to talk about it, just forget I said it. Chu Feng didn't want to force her into anything she didn't want. Sigh, it's fine, it's nothing spectacular actually. In the Forest of Fighting Stars there was a rabbit clan and a bunny clan. He was of the Catman clan and I was part of the rabbit clan. We were engaged since young by our clan leaders, since the Catman clan only has man in it. Slowly love built over time and we fell in love. At least, I thought. Shian Sha spoke up to hear before inhaling deeply and clenching her fists and continued. Eventually I got pregnant and I was 6 months pregnant at the time a messenger from his clan arrived saying that they were going to fight for supremacy since the clan leader of the Catman clan had entered the 190.000 years old phase. I asked him not to go since he might die, but he turned around to me and said straight to my face, the clan comes first. She turned around towards the dishes again and said in a quivering voice, that man started becoming cold to me purely because I put my family first instead of his clan, saying stupid stuff that would keep getting me mad and I just exploded. I told him to choose, make his family, his child, the first priority and make his clan the second priority, or keep his clan the first priority and I would leave. She turned around towards Chu Feng and said with a bitter smile, but Chu Feng interrupted her. He told you to leave, no hesitation, he told you to take your child away with you. Chu Feng said in a heavy voice filled with melancholy while remembering his own past life. Some people would sacrifice their children, loved ones or parents for their desires. It seems that I'm not the only one who has a messed up past, but you're right. He told me to scram with my child since Xiao Wu somehow didn't have a shred of Cat clan blood in her and inherited everything about me there was. He has black hair, black eyes, and all Cat clan members have ingrown cat ears if they are a man, and even if they change their form the ears will stay the same, while the woman would have 6 small lines on their face that would confirm they were a child of a Catman clan member and another clan. Xiao Wu didn't have lines on her face, so he started distancing himself from her since in their clan that is not a clan member. After having dealt with that for 3 months I was done and left. I left the sub-realm and went to the main world where we currently in right now. It took me 3 months to find the place to leave the sub-realm, and so we came here, but leaving a sub-realm isn't that simple and I was heavily wounded because I had to protect not only myself but especially Xiao Wu, who was only 6 months old at the time. I ended up in this forest heavily injured with only a fraction of my old power remaining. The 1-in-a-century genius fell and only became a wounded mother who could only be protected by other spirit beasts. What a joke. Tears were filling her eyes upon remember her past. Chu Feng could understand her pain since his revenge was also filled with betrayals and heartbreaks. If he trusted someone, they would stab at his back the moment he let his guard down. Times and times again, no matter who he trusted, it was in vain and only got him another enemy instead. Chu Feng couldn't help himself. He stood up and walked towards the kitchen. He stopped when he was being Shian Sha and put his arms around her and just held her in his arms. Shian Sha froze up from feeling the sudden embrace and suddenly burst out in tears. Chu Feng turned around and put her head on his chest while using his wide arms to lock her in. "If you want to cry, then cry." Holding it in is more painful, Chu Feng whispered in her ears while looking at her with pity. He truly felt sorry for her. A perfect woman fell in love with the wrong man merely because they spent a long time together. If a man and woman live together for 20 years, they will most of the time fall in love together, and that is what Shian Sha went through. Shian Sha put her arms around Chu Feng's waist and crumbled to the ground. Chu Feng sat on the ground while still holding her. She cried for a good 30 minutes until it finally stopped. "Are you okay?" Chu Feng asked with a careful and worried expression. Shian Sha looked up and her beautiful face had a smile on her face and said, "Yes, better than ever actually." She looked up at Chu Feng and giving him a grateful smile. Chu Feng smiled and helped her up. They were only inches away from each other's faces. Shian Sha pushed her head closer to Chu Feng's and gave a quick peck against Chu Feng's. Chu Feng's eyebrow moved up in surprise for a moment and grabbed her hips and pushed her against his body. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the kiss while Shian Sha put her arms behind Chu Feng's neck. This went on for 5 minutes until Shian Sha touched his dick with her hands. Chu Feng inwardly sighed while pushing the acupoint in her neck to make her fall asleep. Shian Sha slowly closed her eyes and fell limp into his arms. He carried her in his arms and walked into her bedroom. It was quite the average room with a special place for a brush. He put her onto her bed and looked at her face. He wiped her face clean of the tears, then realized that her dress wasn't wet from the tears at all. He looked down and saw why. His shirt was drenched. He smiled and looked at Shian Sha and said in a soft voice to not wake her up, "I do not want you to wake up and have a feeling of regret, and neither do I want to take advantage of you. If you feel better and you still want to do it, I will take you any day. Just not in circumstances where you are not thinking straight. Sleep well." Chu Feng kissed her forehead and walked away, not knowing that everything was heard by the woman in pink. Chapter 13 Shian Sha. Chu Feng could barely sleep that night. Although he wasn't a saint, he surely didn't want to take advantage of Shian Sha's weak state. Chu Feng couldn't sleep and grabbed some water. As Chu Feng was drinking, he heard a door open and looked over his shoulder to see Shian Sha standing there. "I'm sorry, I took advantage of you when you weren't in the right mind." Chu Feng apologized. It was gnawing at his mind the whole night. Shian Sha was the first woman he took seriously. Although he only knew her for a day, he just felt that she could stand beside him. In his past life he only had sex to vent his lust. He never had a serious relationship since it would get in the way of his revenge, and that was the most important thing for him back then. "Fit. Haha." Shian Sha brought her hand towards her mouth and laughed. "So now you are laughing at me instead." "I'm serious here." Chu Feng smiled bitterly. "I felt quite bad about the whole situation because he thought he had taken advantage of her. I'm a spirit beast of over 100,000 years old. Do you think I would do something without thinking after all those years?" Shian Sha chuckled and smiled. "Good night, do not feel guilty, I knew what I was doing." She walked back into her room and gently closed the door, leaving a dumbstruck Chu Feng standing there. "I'm so stupid." Chu Feng only saw her as a normal woman, but this world was extremely different from Earth. Besides that, she was a spirit beast. Chu Feng went back to his bed and fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning Chu Feng woke up and looked towards the kitchen and saw Shian Sha busy with breakfast. As if sensing Chu Feng's look, she turned around and smiled. "Breakfast is almost ready." Chu Feng absent-mindedly nodded and kept looking at Shian Sha's figure. Chu Feng sat on the couch and folded the blanket. 5 minutes later Shian Sha sat down with breakfast spread across the table. Both were enjoying breakfast when Chu Feng turned towards her. "You said you died once. Do you blame the person who killed you?" "Although I should say yes, I don't. It's merely the circle of life on this continent. Spirit beasts kill humans and humans kill spirit beasts," Shian Sha said nonchalantly, which caused Chu Feng to smile at her. The both of them enjoyed breakfast while Chu Feng went ahead and do his daily training. Shian Sha was sitting outside the cottage while watching Chu Feng train while in deep thought. Chu Feng trained for an hour until he was finally done and turned towards Shian Sha and sat next to her while looking at the flower bed. A break like this isn't bad either. Chu Feng closed his eyes and laid down on his back with his arms behind his head while staring at the clouds. Shian Sha saw his relaxed expression and decided to lay down as well. She turned her head towards Chu Feng and saw he fell asleep. She hesitated a bit but decided to lay down next to him and just look at his face while dazing off. He is not even an adult, yet I can't resist him. Have I grown so weak? Shian Sha smiled and fell asleep quickly after. 6 hours later, the sun was going down and Chu Feng finally woke up and felt his chest was heavier than normal and looked down to see Shian Sha laying down on his chest with her eyes closed. Chu Feng removed the hair on her face and simply kept looking at her sleeping expression. Shian Sha was alone here for the last 7 years and she mostly slept since there was nothing else to do except wait for death at this point. Then Chu Feng came into her life and made her feel alive again. She felt calm around him, she felt peaceful around him and above all, she wasn't scared day in day out anymore that she would die any moment. She had things still left to do in this world but knowing that Xiao Wu was doing fine from Daming she felt a sense of peace. Shian Sha stretched out on Chu Feng's body. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng thought she would be embarrassed again but this time she just looked into his eyes and smiled widely. Good morning. Chu Feng was stunned when he looked at her smile. It was so pure, gentle and genuine smile from the bottom of her heart and not the forced smiles she would have the previous day. Chu Feng shook out of his daze and smiled back at her. Since when does a sun go down in the morning? Shian Sha blushed a bit and said with a blaming voice, it's not like you're innocent here. I saw you sleeping so peacefully so I joined you, it's your fault. Haha, come, let's go get some dinner. Chu Feng laughed and patted her back. They got up and ate something together while eating and laughing. 1 week later, Chu Feng was laying down on the grass again while Shian Sha had her head on Chu Feng's stomach. Without them noticing, a week passed. They got closer. Sometimes Chu Feng would tease her or give her a peck on her cheek but he wouldn't take it further to give her time. The last 2 days he could see that she had accepted him but needed that push, so tonight decided to take it further and make her his. They ate dinner together and talked before Shian Sha was tired. Good night. Shian Sha grabbed the chance Chu Feng was distracted and gave him a kiss on cheek which made Chu Feng smile at her little antics. She was mature at first but when she accepted him she was acting like a little girl in love. Good night, see you soon, Chu Feng said to her before she managed to close the door. Shian Sha closed the door. After 10 minutes the door opened and Shian Sha didn't have too much of a reaction except a rapidly beating heart because of nervousness. She had a feeling he would do this and she was waiting for it. Although at first she didn't accept her feelings due to his age and her short lifespan left, but she couldn't hide or ignore it anymore. She loved him and wanted to be with him, despite what others would think, despite how wrong it was, she simply couldn't put her feelings away anymore. She didn't reject him and rather was anticipating this moment despite how wrong it was. Chu Feng didn't ask for permission and undressed until he only had a shirt and his shorts on and crawled under the sheets. He put himself against Shian Sha and put his arm around her. Her body shook but didn't reject his touch and instead she pushed herself a bit deeper in his embrace. Chu Feng put his hand on Shian Sha's chin and turned her head and saw Shian Sha looking at him with dreamy eyes. Chu Feng moved his head closer and softly pushed his lips onto hers. Chapter 14 to 3 Road Spirit Ring. It was already afternoon by the time Chu Feng woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked out of the window and saw that the sun was already shining brightly. Chu Feng looked down and saw Shian Sha on his chest with one leg over his. Seeing her peaceful face made him feel warmth in his heart. Chu Feng slowly moved her body so he could make breakfast for them. He slowly removed her leg from his and put her head on a pillow. Suddenly, his nose was assaulted by a heavy smell. Holy, we didn't clean ourselves after the sex. Chu Feng smiled bitterly and thought it was better to wake Shian Sha up. Sure, it's in the afternoon already. Chu Feng gently shook her shoulder to wake her up. She buried herself into the cushion and mumbled, 5 more minutes. Sure, we forgot to clean ourselves up yesterday. Chu Feng knew she always kept her house perfectly clean since she didn't have much to do on this small island, so in the end she ended up becoming a clean freak. Shian Sha's eyes shot open and remembered what happened yesterday. She stood up quickly. Ag. Shian Sha fell back onto the bed and looked at Chu Feng with pitiful and blaming eyes. Don't look at me like that, you asked for it and who am I to let the woman I love unsatisfied? Chu Feng chuckled and walked to the side of her bed and put his arms under her knees and back and carried her princess style towards the bathroom. Xian Sha buried her head into Chu Feng's chest while trying to hide her blushing face. She remembered clearly that she asked him to go harder. Chu Feng sat her down in the bathtub and stared at her naked body. Xian Sha felt his gaze and blushed while hiding her private parts. I've already seen all of it anyway. Chu Feng shrugged and started cleaning Xian Sha's body and himself, then got into the bath behind her and held her into his arms, which caused her to snuggle into his embrace. That reminds me, how old are you, Chu Feng? Xian Sha was curious about this since she knew him and decided to ask him now since they already advanced to this stage. How old do you think? He asked with a grin on his face. 15 to 16. She thought about how Chu Feng acted and felt he was acting more mature for this age, but his face still had a bit of immaturity in it, so she thought this age should be about right. Wrong, are you sure you want to know? Chu Feng grinned at her. Yes, Xian Sha answered. Almost 12 inches. Chu Feng laughed. You're my daughter's age, Xian Sha shouted and turned to look at Chu Feng behind her in the bathtub. Peef, you should look at your face right now. But yes, Chu Feng answered while laughing at her expression. I fell in love with someone at my daughter's age. Xian Sha smiled at how ridiculous the thought was but didn't move out of Chu Feng's embrace. They spent some time hugging each other in the bathtub, but Chu Feng didn't take it further since Xian Sha couldn't even walk properly, let alone have sex. 1 month later, Chu Feng was laying down with Xian Sha laying on top of him in the flower bed. This last month they would either talk about their past or just some idle talk, while at night would be spent on less sleeping and more working out over the whole room. Chu Feng also told her he was getting stronger by killing stronger spirit beast, which she surprisingly didn't have a problem with and just said it was normal for that to happen. She was already happy he had accepted her despite knowing she was a spirit beast as well. I really don't want to leave, but I don't have the time to sit idly if I have to kill a 500,000 years old spirit beast before your time runs out. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. It was time to leave. How about letting me becoming your spirit ring instead? Xian Sha said while looking at Chu Feng with a kind smile. Are you stupid? Why would I sacrifice my waifu for a spirit ring? Chu Feng looked back at her with his face full of anger. He called me his waifu. Xian Sha smiled brightly at Chu Feng, who kept looking at her in anger, and said, well, I never told you what kind of spirit beast I am. I'm a angelic reaper rabbit. Due to my holy element being the purest in the rabbit clan while also having the darkness element, I was thought a lot about souls. I can fuse my own soul into the spirit ring. Although it will only be my soul, I will still have my real body when I come out of the spirit ring. But still, it feels like I'm locking you up if I accepted. Chu Feng didn't think about absorbing Xian Sha as a spirit ring at all, but seeing her determined look he started to ask more questions and tried to point towards all the potential risks. In that case, are you able to move freely? Are you sure you can succeed? Are there any risks? Is there? Chu Feng kept asking questions for half an hour before finally sighing and giving up on trying to change her mind. In that case, first take this. Chu Feng went to the shop function and spent a 10,000 years old spirit ring. He went into his inventory and picked the ring of promise out. It was a beautiful ring that looked like a wedding ring with a big diamond in it. Chu Feng bit his finger and let a drop of blood feel on top of the diamond, which made it change color to a red goldish color that shone brightly. Meanwhile, Xian Sha had tears in her eyes when she saw what Chu Feng was doing. She knew that he had her within his heart at all times, and she could feel the spirit power coming from the ring, so she knew that this wasn't just a pretty looking ring but an extraordinary item. Chu Feng grabbed her hand, looked at her eyes and told her, I haven't felt fear for a long time, but when I imagine you dying I find myself shaking. If you accept this ring will mean you belong to me and it will protect you at all times, even if you're in a spirit ring. Xian Sha slowly stretched out her hand and Chu Feng put the ring on her finger. Unable to hold her happiness, she dived in Chu Feng's arms and kissed him deeply while slowly letting herself turn into a spirit ring. 10 minutes passed and Chu Feng stood alone in the flower bed now. The spirit ring had already fused into him without any pain or discomfort, but he was too nervous to look inside his spirit ring to check if Xian Sha was successful. Chu Feng took a deep breath and nervously looked into his spirit ring and saw Xian Sha sitting there while looking around her. It was a complete empty and white space. Xian Sha looked at him and smiled widely. Looks like we succeeded, dear. Chu Feng wasn't able to send his body inside his spirit ring and only sense it, and upon seeing that Xian Sha was alright he threw himself upon the flower bed and breathed out a sigh of relief. Dear, I won't be able to come out much. Shian Sha said in a soft voice. Why, everything went well, right? Did something go wrong? Chu Feng asked nervously. No, everything is fine, but it seems that because I kept my real body for when I wanted to go out, it still didn't change the fact about the poison, so in a few years I will only be able to stay here and not come out. Shian Sha smiled bitterly. She hoped that fusing her soul into the spirit ring while also storing her body would help with the poison, but it seems she was too bright in this case. And here I thought you had something life-threatening. Do you not know how stupid you sound right now? Chu Feng sighed and scolded her. Shian Sha was temporarily dazed and said in a confused voice. What do you mean? I need a 500,000 years old spirit beast's heart to remove the poison. And how old am I? I will slaughter a 500,000 years old spirit beast before that poison takes your life. Chu Feng said in a cold tone while trying to remember if Four Eyes ever said something about a 500,000 years old spirit beast. Anyway, I have the confidence to kill one before I turn 17, so don't worry. Although Chu Feng didn't know how strong a 500,000 years old spirit beast was, but he didn't care. If he can't kill it, he will use other ways to drive it insane or ambush it. He would use any means, no matter how shameless, to save Shian Sha. Chu Feng considered himself closer to a devil or demon than a saint. In his past life he killed over 1,000 people. It doesn't sound like much in this world, but on Earth that didn't have things like spirit beast or spirit power, it was a huge number. Dear, could we maybe go see Xiao Wu? I really miss her, Shian Sha said in a soft voice. She didn't want to be a burden to Chu Feng and slow his progress, but she missed her daughter a lot after all those years. I was planning to go there anyway. I feel like my killing intent and slaughter aura won't get stronger by just killing spirit beasts. Chu Feng walked towards the edge of the island and saw Da Ming charging towards him with an angry expression until he sensed Chu Feng's aura and its huge jaw almost dropped. Why? You? How? What? Why? I don't understand why she wants to become a spirit ring. Da Ming's huge body was shaking from confusion. Chu Feng decided to unleash his spirit rings for Da Ming, since a spirit beast could feel if a spirit ring was absorbed after the spirit beast's death or under consent. Behind Chu Feng appeared two black spirit rings, and in the middle appeared a bright red spirit ring signifying its age and power. Suddenly in the middle of the ring a rainbow light appeared, what caused Chu Feng and Da Ming to look closely while the rainbow light shone upon his skull bone. Chu Feng felt his skull bone changing and said out loud, "It's a spirit bone. But sure is alive, so why did it give me a spirit bone?" Congratulations to host for completing a hidden quest. Absorb a 100,000 years old spirit ring. Greater than reward. Coordinates of a sealed world. Congratulations to host for completing a hidden quest. Absorb a 100,000 years old spirit bone. Greater than reward. Asura's blood diluted to 1% of original purity. Note: the Asura goddess's blood is very dangerous to intake as a mortal. Host is advised to have a lot of healing pellets in storage upon consumption. Author: I know, in the original story it is a male. In Chu Feng's inventory appeared a map and a bottle with a drop of blood. The weird thing about the blood was that it was gold. Chu Feng decided to look into the map later and started inspecting his skull bone. There was a bit of the darkness element and light element in it, and it felt like his mind was greatly strengthened. He also felt as if his body was reformed and felt no impurities in his body. Chu Feng's cultivation also upgraded from spirit power level 32 to level 36. Author: 32 due to stored spirit power. I forgot it last time, so please forgive me for that. Da Ming looked at the spirit ring and felt no malice or regret from the spirit ring and knew that it wasn't against her will, and instead felt a presence inside the ring and noticed Chu Feng smiling at him and thought of something unimaginable. She is still alive in the spirit ring? Da Ming asked with a quivering voice while obviously confused by the possibility. Yes, she still needs a 500,000 years old spirit beast's heart, so I will be going now, Chu Feng said and looked at Da Ming. There also isn't a need to sacrifice for your little brother. I don't need another 100,000 years old spirit ring, and you're weaker than sure anyway. Sure. Why? You? Da Ming was stupefied by the thought. It seems this kid was together with her. Your thought is right, but please hurry up and bring me to the shore. She wants to see Xiao Wu, so I'll be doing that first. Chu Feng thought about the cat girl from last time. The pink-haired one was quite cute too, but her character was absolutely horrible. Maybe I will fix that myself. It isn't wrong to act spoiled, but when you meet someone who doesn't give a shit about your clan, you're screwed. Chu Feng laughed to himself with an evil glint in his eyes. Fine, but please take care of them, this will always be their home and I will make sure to protect it. Make sure she gets the happiness she deserves. Da Ming said with a solemn tone while moving his head down a bit so Chu Feng could jump on. While they were traveling, Chu Feng was reminded of something and looked down. I totally forgot to ask you for something. Yes, the divine bull answered politely. Since Chu Feng was his master's husband, then he is just as important as her to it. Your treasures, although I won't absorb you into a spirit ring, you still owe me your treasures. Chu Feng smiled with an evil smile that caused the divine bull to shudder. Suddenly it had a great idea. It knew of a great place with great treasures, but he couldn't get out of this forest, so why not sacrifice those treasures so he can keep his own? How about I tell you about a great place that might have more treasures than I do here? Chu Feng was slightly interested and understood why it would rather give it away than keep the treasures for himself. It couldn't move from here. Very well, tell me where they are. Chu Feng decided that he might as well take the offer since Da Ming had something to do. Shian Sha. What Chu Feng didn't know was that this was a great decision for him but terrible for someone else. It's in the center of the Sunset Forest, the divine bull said with a happy tone. It had saved its treasures at least. After arriving back at the shore, he saw the giant titan gorilla with its head down while glancing at him. I'm not into bullying you anymore, but if you do stupid things like bully the weak again, I will do the same to you, understand? Chu Feng said in a cold voice. When Chu Feng and Shian Sha were talking the last few days, his experience with Ming also came up. She was disappointed to hear Ming was like this, but she thought it wasn't weird since Ming was saved by Xiao Wu after he escaped from humans that killed its mother. Chu Feng spent around a week walking out of the Forest of Fighting Stars but had quite a fortunate encounter with an armored bear of 11,000 years old and ended up getting a spirit bone from it. It was one for his left arm and it was in the form of a claw. Chu Feng didn't take a fancy to and remembered he desperately needed money, so he decided to auction the 11,000 years spirit bone since he could find no use for it anyway. When he was leaving the forest, he had only used Demon's Plate and got it up to the expert rank. Author % expert, mastered, unmatched, godly, for the people that forgot. Chu Feng also used Hymn of the Fallen once and found out that it was similar to the stance he created when he first came to the forest. He would hold his sword above his head, but what was different was that he had to put a huge amount of slaughter aura into it. The special thing about this sword stroke was that it focused the soul and mind while not hurting the body one bit, which was something he lacked. If he couldn't cut a beast, he had a huge problem before this, but now he could attack its soul instead. Chu Feng doubted that any spirit beast or human had a perfect defense against physical and soul attacks. Chu Feng checked his status to see the changes he had gone through in the time he was training at Shian Sha's place. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul Spirit. Asura's Blade, Asura's Blessing, 4 stages. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter Aura. Space Lock, locked. Mind Space, locked. Soul Power, 36. Spirit Rings. 21.115-year-old black, 50.420 years old black, 121.420 years old red. Spirit Ring Skills. Greater than Teleportation, first Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Darkness Seal, Absorption, third Spirit Ring Skill. Skills: Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. Luck, 11. Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, Invisible Slash, Master. Second stroke, Lightning Draw, Master. Third stroke, Demon's Plate, Expert. Fourth stroke, Hymn of the Fallen, 75%. Fifth stroke, Dragon's Rage, locked. Sixth stroke, Devil's Curse, locked. Seventh stroke, Demon's Wrath, locked. Eighth stroke, Void Cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's Sacrifice, locked. Chu Feng completed a few small quests and got a total of 2 extra luck and a rare random item, but sadly got another cloak that didn't have much special about besides a boost in defense, so he kept his current one. After finally arriving at a village, he asked the way towards Shrek Academy, and so he set off towards his Cat GI destination. Chapter 15. Arriving at Shrek. Chu Feng finally arrived at Shrek and walked around the big building and saw the Shrek 7 devils listening to a white-haired man. Chu Feng looked at the man and noticed his strength was extremely weak, only spirit power level 29, so either he was as a bookworm or there was something else about him. Chu Feng used his cloak to hide in the shadows while walking closer to the group and looked at what they were doing. They were using spiritual power to break a bowl. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment and then laughed to himself. It truly is ridiculous that they don't even know how to do that much. I can control mine like it's an extra limb. She has grown so much, Shian Sha said from within the spirit ring with a smile on her face and some tears on her pretty face, although she could see the outside but not for long and could only spend a few hours a day, so most of the time she looked outside is when Chu Feng was at an interesting place within the city or villages he passed. Seeing her daughter so grown up made her happy yet also really sad due to the fact that she couldn't hug her. Chu Feng also felt terrible seeing her cry, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't hold her, hug her, kiss her. Nothing. He wanted to cheer her up, but Shian Sha stopped crying already and dried her tears and smiled happily. Thank you, dear. If it wasn't for you I would have never seen her again. Give me some time, I swear I will make you able to roam this world again, Chu Feng said with a gloomy voice. This only made his determination stronger and boosted his hunger to strength. Shrek's 7 Devils Paw. I want this banquet, and I want to eat this kind of feast, Yu Xiaogang said while showing them 2 different pictures with all kinds of different food. Grandmaster, your demand is quite excessive. You wouldn't ask us to treat you right, Xiao Wu said with hand on her chin while looking at Yu Xiaogang. No, Yu Xiaogang turned away from them and said, all of you will have to cook the food and build the dining room. I came here to take classes, not to be some kind of lackey. Zhu Zuqing burst out in anger and said to Yu Xiaogang. If you don't like it then leave, Yu Xiaogang simply said while telling everyone their tasks. This is easy, I will be done in a few minutes. Dai Mubai puffed out his chest and grabbed a bag of flour and broke it. All the flour went into a bowl that looked simple, but Chu Feng could see that the bowl was extremely fragile, and just like he thought, the bowl broke the moment Dai Mubai put his hands on the dough. Ah, what is this bowl made of? Dai Mubai screamed. These bowls cost 20 spirit copper coins, so if you don't want Flender to kill you, you better learn quickly, Yu Xiaogang said. Chu Feng was done watching and decided to play a bit himself. He teleported behind Zhu Zuqing, who was deep in thought while hearing her task was to catch fish, but she had to swim. At first she didn't want to, but Yu Xiaogang kept nagging until she finally agreed. Chu Feng leaned over her shoulder and was next to her ear and whispered, you shouldn't let your guard down. Kia. The other 7 were alerted by a high-pitched scream and looked towards the source where Zhu Zuqing sat on her butt while looking angry with a red face at Chu Feng, who was laughing at her. What did you do? Dai Mubai was the first to shook out of his daze and screamed at Chu Feng, who merely glanced at him and looked back at Zhu Zuqing while offering her a hand. She looked at his hand and took it to stand up. The other 6 also shook out of their daze while Yu Xiaogang asked, who is this? He was inspecting Chu Feng while Chu Feng just kept looking at Zhu Zuqing's expression. She looked mad and embarrassed, but it just looked cute to him. Chu Feng, when did you get here? Tang San asked with a smile on his face. Chu Feng turned towards him. I just got here a few minutes ago. I said I would pay a visit, so here I am, Chu Feng said with a nonchalant expression. Master, this is Chu Feng. He is the one that saved us from that giant titan ape when we were searching for spirit rings, Tang San enthusiastically introduced. Chu Feng, this is my master. They also call him Grandmaster due to his huge amount of knowledge of spirit masters and spirit beasts. Chu Feng kept looking at Yu Xiaogang while Yu Xiaogang was getting nervous from his stare. When Chu Feng looked closer at him, he realized who he was. The moron that didn't dare to fight for his woman and then found another just to leave her as well since she was his cousin. Chu Feng disdained men that didn't dare fight for their woman. If you can't even protect your own woman, then what is your worth? But even Chu Feng had to admit that the amount of knowledge he possessed, but that really didn't matter to him since his spirit power was already part of him and the purity of his spirit power was at least 3 times that of Tang San. Chu Feng stretched out his hand and looked at the nervous Yu Xiaogang, who shook Chu Feng's hand and said, Yu Xiaogang. Okay, all of you go do your training. Chu Feng, what is your plan? Yu Xiaogang calmed himself down and looked at Chu Feng, who looked at Zhu Zuqing. She was looking at a penguin suit with a cold face. I will help her a bit and then I will go to the auction house to auction some items. After that I will go to the sunset forest, Chu Feng stated and walked away without bothering about Yu Xiaogang. He felt goosebumps the moment he stood next to such a person. He didn't even feel like calling him a man after all Yu Xiaogang did to the woman Yu Xiaogang loved. Chu Feng walked towards the little cat girl that was sulking and complaining while trying to put on the penguin suit. Zuqing, put on the suit and follow me. Zhu Zuqing nodded and walked after Chu Feng. She wanted to become stronger and he could help her with that, so there wasn't a problem listening to him for now. Seeing that there was no denial or refute from Zhu Zuqing, the 7 others had different expressions on their face. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun were curious while Xiao Wu had a look on her face that said, "So that's your type," while Bai Mubai was gripping his fists tightly. Chu Feng didn't care about their thoughts or their opinions and merely wanted to teach Zhu Zuqing a better way of training. After they arrived at the pond where Zhu Zuqing is supposed to get fish from, Chu Feng grabbed a chair from his inventory and sat down on it. "So, if you're going into the water, what is your first plan going to be?" Chu Feng asked without showing any emotions on his face. Zhu Zuqing's eyebrows creased and answered, "Look at the fish until the right moment and then strike. You're starting with the whole process at once, break it down into phases, and when you mastered one phase you go to the next." Chu Feng looked at her serious face and was happy she was at least ready to learn. Chu Feng spent a few hours teaching Zhu Zuqing and had to say she was talented. Chu Feng had set out 4 phases. Greater than learn to swim. Greater than observe the fish until you can tell where it is going the moment it moves slightly. Greater than catch the fish but only catch them with your mouth. Greater than cook them. Chu Feng just made that last phase so she would eat dinner here. He didn't feel like staying here for long since he couldn't improve his strength quick enough here, but he would stay here until he was an expert rank at the Hymn of the Fallen, which would take him 2 to 3 days at most. Chu Feng's proficiency in Hymn of the Fallen was strangely fast. He himself felt that the 100.000 years spirit ring had a part in it. It was already dinner time and Zhu Zuqing came out of the water and Chu Feng stopped his training. "Do you know how to cook?" Zhu Zuqing didn't respond but looked away towards the bushes in the distance. Chu Feng knew that the other 6 were hiding there, but he couldn't care less about why they were peeking on them, so he didn't call them out. "No, I can't cook, so please teach me," Zhu Zuqing said earnestly while bringing her attention back to Chu Feng. To her, strength was everything. It meant a way to control her own fate instead of letting others decide for how you should live your life. "Fine, look closely since I will only do it once." Chu Feng pulled of a branch and the only thing Zhu Zuqing heard was a she before Chu Feng was using a small amount of spirit power to bring the branch back to him. "I couldn't see the branch at all." This thought appeared not only in Zhu Zuqing's head but also in the other 8 that were watching. Indeed 8, Zhao Wuji and Flender were also here because it was dinner time, but nobody was there yet. Normally they would be ready the moment dinner was getting cooked, but now nobody was anywhere close. So Zhao Wuji and Flender went to search for them while Yu Shaogang stayed at the dinner table if they might come back suddenly. "Flender, did you notice it too?" Zhao Wuji said while looking at the branch that had 2 fishes on it that were pierced straight through their eyes. "Yes." He reinforced the branch so strongly within a second that it was more like a hidden weapon instead of a normal tree branch, Flender said in a solemn tone. "Do you want to talk to the kid? He is at the same age as the others but his spirit power is level 36 without any guidance, and Tang San said he might have lived in the Forest of Fighting Stars since he was 6 years old." Zhao Wuji still remembered how Chu Feng was using the giant titan gorilla as a rag doll while having an evil smile on his face. "I don't think he would join Shrek, otherwise he would have already come to me. It's a disappointment, but I think he wouldn't join. Since he wants to teach Zhu Zuqing, then let it be, since I don't think his spirit power control is lower than mine," Flender said with a shrug of his shoulders. "How did you do that?" Zhu Zuqing asked with her eyebrows raised. "Spirit power isn't something you need to control, it's part of your body. You only need to guide it and not force it." Chu Feng grabbed the fishes from the branch and started preparing and cooking them. Zhu Zuqing was seriously watching Chu Feng cooking the fishes. After the fishes were done, Chu Feng looked at her. "In one of the fishes is a pellet that will help you boost your cultivation. If you find it, then it's yours." Chu Feng smiled at her. He knew she could tell which one it was due to her spirit anyway, so he decided to do it this way to avoid her rejecting it due to her pride. "The left one," Zhu Zuqing instantly said. She smelled the fish and it smelled amazing, but there was another smell in it as well, so she picked the left one. "Good, sit down and absorb it." Chu Feng nodded and said. He picked a chair out of his inventory and put his hand on his sword just be to safe. Zhu Zuqing put the pellet into her mouth and started absorbing it. Flender and Zhao Wuji didn't stop her since they knew that if Chu Feng wanted to kill her he wouldn't need to go through such lengths, but that didn't count for the others. The 6 of the Shrek's 7 devils were worried that Chu Feng might have done something to that pellet. Meanwhile Dai Mubai couldn't take it anymore and stepped out of the bushes. "What did you give her?" he shouted with a face full of anger. Chu Feng didn't even look at him and drew his sword. Xiang. Chu Feng cut a line 10 meters away from him and Zhu Zuqing. Absorbing a spirit pellet needed absolute concentration. Luckily Zhu Zuqing trusts Chu Feng enough that she could let her guard down since there wasn't a reason for him to go through all this trouble if he had bad intentions towards her. Chu Feng didn't bother looking at him. Chu Feng knew Dai Mubai was just another hypocrite and didn't want to bother with such people. Chu Feng was interested in the evil white-eyed tiger sage inside him though. Move across that line and I will kill. Chu Feng released a small amount of slaughter aura that enveloped Dai Mubai. He couldn't resist and went onto one knee and groaned from the pain. Just as his other knee was about to touch the ground, a white aura emitted from him. The other people watching dashed out and tried to help Dai Mubai but were repelled by the white aura. What is this power? It's so strong. Zhao Wuji said. Even he couldn't approach Dai Mubai at this moment while Flender just looked at Dai Mubai. Chu Feng looked at him in amusement and opened his mouth. You finally decided to wake up. Your pride can't take it. Chu Feng laughed at Dai Mubai, who was currently being possessed by the evil eyes white tiger. Human, don't be too overconfident and push me too far. The white aura got stronger and slowly removed the small amount of slaughter aura. Don't push you too far. Are you worthy enough? If you were in your prime I might have feared you for another few years, but now you're nothing more than a burned out fire, useless. Chu Feng laughed while taunting the evil eyes white tiger. Do you think that if I go all out with my current power I can't kill you? The evil eyes white tiger wasn't proud of its current situation and hearing a kid taunt him wounded its pride heavily. Kill me, you? What a joke. If you go all out you will destroy his body when you finally found an heir, but even then you won't be able to kill me, Chu Feng said coldly while putting his hand on his sword. Chu Feng released his slaughter aura towards Dai Mubai, and a thud was heard. The current evil eyes white tiger wasn't able to withstand the power of a kid and his knees were buried into the ground while in a kneeling position. Chu Feng turned towards it and his eyes shined brighter. If you threaten me one more time I will rip your little remnant soul into pieces. Chu Feng looked at the evil eyes white tiger who was struggling on the ground to get up. Its power grew stronger and was able to look up. It knew it had the strength of a peak spirit douluo at this moment but wasn't able to stand up and felt horrified at the thought that this kid was almost comparable to a new average titled douluo at his age. If I was in my peak Kandi. Shut up. Chu Feng interrupted it while releasing all his slaughter aura. His aura had already covered Zhu Zuqing the moment she started absorbing the pellets so she wouldn't notice all the drama going on since Chu Feng had already expected someone to step out. I do not care what your peak strength was, I do know that I can cut off your chance to ever get it back right now. Chu Feng looked at Dai Mubai, that was on the ground while looking into his bright red eyes. You're a spirit beast that loves to slaughter yet you picked a soft-hearted idiot as your heir. Don't make me laugh. This moron probably hasn't even killed more than 10 living beings yet. Chu Feng continued insulting the evil eyes white tiger. It couldn't refute Chu Feng at all since he was right. He wouldn't have picked Dai Mubai if it wasn't for his remnant soul's power dying out. Please spare him, Chu Feng. Flender stood out and begged Chu Feng. He didn't withdraw his slaughter aura until he saw Xiao Wu's frightened face and thought of Shian Sha. I will tell it one more time, you cross that line and I will kill, no exceptions. Chu Feng coldly said and sat back on his chair with his sword in his sheath. The evil eyes white tiger gave Chu Feng one last look before stopping his possession. Dai Mubai woke up and felt his whole body hurting due to the evil eyes white tiger releasing his aura, but his body was too weak to bear it all, and on top of all that the slaughter aura that assaulted his body didn't make it any better. He gripped his fists and bit his lip until it bled while looking at Zhu Zuqing calmly absorbing the pellet Chu Feng gave her without a complaint or suspicion and instead fully trusted him. The woman who he loved was being close with another guy. He couldn't take it. His and her soul spirits should be compatible and able to awaken a fusion ability, but every time Grandmaster would ask them to try and awaken one she would refuse, and no matter what was said by anyone she wouldn't accept despite them saying she could get stronger that way. What a hypocrite. He was the one that left her when they were young and was screwing around with other girls first, and now he is acting like some injured dog. Chu Feng thought to himself and didn't bother looking at them anymore. They took Dai Mubai back to their dorms while Zhu Zuqing was still oblivious to all the things that happened. Zhu Zuqing didn't believe that fusion abilities would make her stronger ever since Chu Feng beat up that giant titan gorilla in front of them without any help at all. Her teacher was helpless against it, yet Chu Feng was able to bully it on his own. Zhu Zuqing wanted strength and Chu Feng could get her that, so she listened to everything Chu Feng said, unlike when she kept talking against Yu Xiaoging's training. A few minutes later Zhu Zuqing opened her eyes and looked bewildered at Chu Feng. My spirit power is 34, it grew by 4. Zhu Zuqing didn't know what Chu Feng gave her, but it was definitely expensive and felt kind of awkward and grateful for getting such a present for nothing. Chu Feng saw her inner struggle and laughed. I have enough of them, so don't worry about it, but you can only take one in your life. Well, of the same grade that as in I already took one. Chu Feng smiled and explained, although he could sell a few of them to the auction house or something to make some money, but that was one of its only uses now until he got a higher grade in the shop, but that would probably only happen when he absorbed his fourth spirit ring. Oak, for the next 2 or 3 days I will help you get better at using spirit power. Chu Feng stood up and stretched his waist a bit and decided to share his experience in cultivating with her so she could get stronger, so she could stand next to him without being a helpless little housewife, since that would hurt her pride and self-esteem. Now let's train my future wife. Chu Feng smiled to himself when he looked at Zhu Zuqing that was waiting for his next training schedule. Please leave your comments about whether to add Ning Rongrong, since some people do want her in it after she changed and some people don't. Chapter 16 Training Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, take a break, Chu Feng said towards Zuqing, who was busy reinforcing a branch so it could pierce through a rock. The rock was full of dents and small holes due to the many times she already tried. Chu Feng had to admit that this girl's perseverance is enormous. He knew if he gave this training towards Zhao Wuji and restrict his spirit power at spirit level 34 as well, then he could try 12 times at most before collapsing. But Zhu Zuqing's body was covered in sweat and her face was deathly pale, but she kept trying while trying to keep her consciousness after 29 times. I can still go on, Zhu Zuqing said through gritted teeth. It was already near midnight at this point and she had completed her first training a few hours ago, so Chu Feng gave her a new training. Chu Feng smiled and walked towards her. Zhu Zuqing kept throwing the branches, but they either broken upon contact or make a dent in the rock. Zuqing, hard working is perfect, but what you're doing now is overworking, and that is the biggest bane of all hardworking people, Chu Feng advised her. In that case I will sleep a bit. Zhu Zuqing nodded and fell over. Chu Feng already knew she was too worn out to walk back to the dorms, so he catched her while grabbing a bed out of his inventory and placing her on it. You did well. Chu Feng had a kind smile on his face while petting her head. He suddenly heard something that sounded like a purr and looked down, but Zhu Zuqing's mouth didn't move. It was definitely her. That was so damn cute. Chu Feng wanted to keep petting her but didn't want to wake her up. She needed the sleep for tomorrow after all. Chu Feng went back to his own practice after covering Zhu Zuqing with his aura so he didn't disturb her. His Hymn of the Fallen had increased to 89% already, and he felt that his spirit power was about to break through as well. Chu Feng kept practicing until 3 a.m. and decided to place his bed a meter away from Zhu Zuqing, since if anything happened he could protect her at any moment. And maybe because her sleeping face was just too adorable, she was curled up into a ball while hugging a cushion. Chu Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. 7 Devil's Paw. Ning Rongrong woke up early in the morning just like all the devils. They make and eat their breakfast together, and normally everyone would be smiling, but now it was kind of awkward. They were missing someone. So, did anyone see Zuqing? Xiao Wu has always been direct, and even in this awkward atmosphere she still asked the question of death. She is probably sleeping with Chu Feng. Ning Rongrong sneered but felt sour in her heart. She wasn't any uglier than Zhu Zuqing, right? Her self-confidence started to waver. Crack. A bowl shattered. Dai Mubai shattered his bowl due to sheer rage and walked out. The others naturally followed, since Dai Mubai wasn't a match for Chu Feng and they knew Chu Feng wouldn't spare him. Rongrong, do you really think they did something naughty? Xiao Wu asked Ning Rongrong curiously while walking out of the building towards the lake where they saw Chu Feng and Zhu Zuqing yesterday. I don't know, but Zuqing hasn't been back into the room because we would have heard her coming in, Ning Rongrong said with a serious expression. Hey guys, wait for us. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong ran after the boys that ran towards the lake. Third person Pav. Chu Feng sitting on his bed when he suddenly felt killing intent aimed towards him from a distance. He grabbed his sword and tried to sense what it was while looking at the map. It's that annoying little sh*t again. Ah, I see. Zuqing didn't sleep in her room and they should have noticed that. Chu Feng didn't wake up Zhu Zuqing, but he also wouldn't isolate her like last time. If they woke her up, then they could go ahead and face the angry Zhu Zuqing. 8 people appeared out of the bushes. Zhao Wuji was still in his pajamas and Flender was already dressed. Naturally they felt the killing intent and instantly went towards the source, but they didn't find an enemy but an angry Dai Mubai charging towards the lake. Bastard, what did you do? Dai Mubai didn't stop for a moment and attacked Chu Feng, who was leaning his left hand on his sword. Dai Mubai, stop. Flender, Zhao Wuji and Tang San held Dai Mubai back while looking at Chu Feng, who was too lazy to bother. Stop holding me back, I will kill this fucker. Dai Mubai screamed as a madman while trying to rip apart Tang San's blue-silver grass. Calm down first, Zhao Wuji said while hoping he wouldn't piss Chu Feng off. Calm down, he dared to touch my woman and you want me to calm down? Dai Mubai screamed out of sheer impulse. Zhu Zuqing, who heard that as well, sat up from her bed with a cold face. When Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zuqing, he and the rest of the people there were stunned and didn't know what to do. Her current appearance was kind of misleading. She woke up early and noticed she was sleeping on a two-person bed while Chu Feng slept on the same kind of bed a meter further. Zhu Zuqing decided to sleep further, but her clothes felt dirt, so she removed most of them and only slept in a tank top and tight short pants. Author, like Xiao Wu wears under her skirt or whatever you call it XD. Zhu Zuqing looked at the 8 people there and even Chu Feng couldn't help but look at her current appearance. She was covered under the blankets when he woke up, but now she was in open view. Zhu Zuqing looked down and noticed her current appearance but didn't know what was wrong with it. She just woke up, so is it really that weird to be dressed like this? She quickly grabbed the blankets and wrapped them around her as pure reflex, but the other 8 misunderstood why she did it and thought she was embarrassed to get caught instead. Zhu Zuqing covered herself with the blanket and looked at Dai Mubai with a cold expression. Who is your woman? The moment you were walking around town with other girls, my business had nothing to do with you anymore. Why? You. Dai Mubai couldn't refute what she said. He ruined it, not her. She had a decent impression of him, but he screwed everything up and then came back running. Can you start teaching me again? My body is healed now. Zhu Zuqing didn't bother with them anymore and asked Chu Feng. Fine, come with me. Chu Feng stored the 2 beds and walked towards a big tree while leaving a heartbroken Dai Mubai behind. The rest didn't know what to do with the current situation. After all, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai never had a relationship or anything close to it. Chu Feng and Zhu Zuqing walked towards a big tree and stopped. Zhu Zuqing was confused to what a tree had to do with everything. Look at me and try to see what I did. Chu Feng glanced at her and set a foot against the tree and pulled his other foot of the ground and started walking up the tree as if he was walking on flat ground. Zhu Zuqing had her eyes wide open when she looked at Chu Feng, while Chu Feng just walked upside down with his feet against a tree branch. Did you see what I did? Chu Feng looked at Zhu Zuqing while hanging upside down and smiled. I felt that your spirit power went to the bottom of your feet, Zhu Zuqing said hesitantly. Correct. Now I will teach you the ways spirit power should be used, since catching fish has nothing to do with combat, but this technique can save your life or something else. Chu Feng only wanted to leave his image in her heart with the training anyway and also build her strength up. She was strong-willed and wouldn't stop no matter how much Chu Feng asked her to do so, and Chu Feng felt it was better to let her face hardships in these kind of situations, since he didn't want her to become a flower in a greenhouse, since that would do more bad than good with her character. Zhu Zuqing knew she could trust Chu Feng. Yesterday when she was about to pass out, she panicked inside her heart and thought that what if Chu Feng did something bad to her when she was passed out. Luckily he didn't do anything and merely laid her down on a soft bed and didn't even touch her clothes. At 3 p.m. Zhu Zuqing passed out again and Chu Feng put her into the bed again. An hour later Zhu Zuqing was ready to go again, which impressed Chu Feng and made him like her even more due to the fact that she was an extreme madwoman, with a character quite similar to his own. At this moment I'm thinking you let yourself fall the whole time so I would catch you. Chu Feng laughed at Zhu Zuqing in his arms, who fell of the tree again. She could walk up a few steps without falling after only a day of training, which made Chu Feng praise her. When she received Chu Feng's praise, a slight smile was on Zhu Zuqing's face. That smile was the first smile he got out of her so far. Although she would have a small blush on her face every time she fell into Chu Feng's, she didn't reject it either, since it was the best way to avoid broken bones from a fall and it wasn't that bad of a feeling. Chu Feng kept teaching Zhu Zuqing while he was training his Hymn of the Fallen close by. Without them noticing, it was already dinner time. How about you go eat with them instead? Chu Feng said to her. He knew that she missed her friends. It's fine, training goes first, and besides, that would mean you would eat alone since you're not the type to join them. Zhu Zuqing rejected his offer, which made Chu Feng chuckle lightly. Just go. I lived in the forest since I was 6 and my only companion was my sword. Chu Feng told her to go anyway since he didn't want her to be an outcast or anything. He didn't have much contact with people in his past life, so he didn't know how they would react if she suddenly doesn't see them anymore. Fine, I will be back after dinner to train. Zhu Zuqing accepted and went back to the group. Chu Feng was thinking what to do. He heard there was something like a combat Colosseum, so he might as well clear out the trash there and try to upgrade his slaughter aura into the next level. Slaughter aura was strong, but he felt that it was currently too weak because of one major weakness. Its aura was only from killing spirit beasts and no humans. Since there was a place that allowed killing and had tens of thousands of people go in and out every day, and he heard there was a normal rank up system that went from steel, bronze, silver, gold. The normal matches were also used a lot by academies to train their younger generation. Chu Feng didn't even take those matches seriously. If you don't fight with the threat of death, then you're merely wasting time. Sure, you get better control of your abilities, but that's on your own tempo. If you fight an enemy, then you're forced to surpass your limits time and time again, and that was the way Chu Feng trained, win or die. So the combat Colosseum is perfect to kill. I won't even need to search for people with strong killing intent that deserve to die. Chu Feng had an evil smile on his face while his red eyes got brighter for a short moment. An hour later, Zhu Zuqing came back and they started training again. At midnight they were talking to each other while laying on their respective beds. Suddenly Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Feng and asked, "Chu Feng, it seems that we will be going to the combat Colosseum. How about you come with us?" You guys are going there as well?" Chu Feng asked with a surprised voice and looked towards Zhu Zuqing. "Yes, how about coming with us?" Zhu Zuqing kept looking at Chu Feng's face while laying on her side on her bed. "Sure, I was going there anyway, but I won't be joining you in the fights, and when we are there I will still give you some training and some exams." Chu Feng smiled at her and told her that she shouldn't expect an easy time in there. "That makes it even more fun." Zhu Zuqing had a small smile on her face while looking at Chu Feng. "After the combat Colosseum I will go to the Sunset Forest to train though," Chu Feng told her. I see," Zhu Zuqing said in a small voice. She looked quite depressed by the news and looked up. "Chu Feng, can you take me with you?" Chapter 17 Training Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. "Can you take me with you?" Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Feng with hopeful eyes. "What?" Chu Feng sat up and looked at Zhu Zuqing with a dumbfounded look. "Why do you want to come with me?" "I went to Shrek because I wanted to become stronger." Zhu Zuqing looked hesitantly at Chu Feng, who was in deep thought about what to do here. A minute later he turned towards Zhu Zuqing and said, "I don't mind taking you with me, but I first have to go to Sunset Forest," Chu Feng said. Although he was stronger, he wasn't overconfident that he could fight a 100,000 years old spirit beast. Chu Feng estimated his current strength was equal to a level 91 average titled douluo. "Is it dangerous?" Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Feng with confusion and slight worry in her eyes. "I'm going to the center of the Sunset Forest. That's why I can't take you yet, since I don't know if there are any spirit beasts that are stronger than me in that forest," Chu Feng explained and continued. "I will pick you up after I come back from Sunset Forest, okay?" Chu Feng said with a smile. "Great." Zhu Zuqing smiled at him. Her smile dazed Chu Feng for a second and quickly calmed himself and said, "But I won't slow my training down for you, you know. I will keep up," Zhu Zuqing said with determination. "Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow we will train and the day after we will go to the combat Colosseum," Chu Feng said while turning around and closing his eyes. Good night." Zhu Zuqing nodded and turned around as well. Next morning, Chu Feng's biological clock woke him up at 6 a.m. and woke Zhu Zuqing up as well. They ate some breakfast and started training again. Chu Feng gave her the method he purified his spirit power that he absorbed while also helping her use her spirit power better. In no time it was dinner time. "Chu Feng, do you mind if Rongrong and Xiao Wu come eat here?" Zhu Zuqing didn't want to go eat at that place anymore since Chu Feng told her to eat there. When she went there it was awkward and Ma Hongjun and Oscar send her weird glances every now and then. "I don't mind," Chu Feng responded, and Zhu Zuqing ran off. Xiao Wu was technically his stepdaughter, anyway. "Do you like her too?" Shian Sha asked him. "You're awake already?" Chu Feng didn't respond to her question since he didn't know how to say it. "Come on, it's obvious, dear. Otherwise you wouldn't train her in the first place." Shian Sha rolled her eyes inside the spirit ring. "I'm sorry." Chu Feng felt that he should have told her how he felt towards other women before he made it official with her. "Dear, are you stupid?" Shian Sha laughed while holding her belly. What? Chu Feng didn't know why she would suddenly say such a thing. Dear, in the spirit beast community it's normal for a strong male to have multiple wives. I'm okay with your having other wives but, was her response. Chu Feng felt relieved she was okay with it but nearly went face first towards the ground because of what she said after. If that boy can't protect Xiaowu, I want you to take her as well. What the hell? Chu Feng screamed while looking at her image in the spirit ring. I'm serious, if he can't protect her then he doesn't deserve her. Xiaowu isn't less beautiful than me when she grows up, so I want you to promise me that, Shian Sha said seriously. Chu Feng sighed and thought of when Four Eyes told him that Xiaowu would become a spirit ring. HMPH fine. Just don't regret your decision later when you're both on my bed then. Chu Feng decided to tease her with Xiaowu but only got a soft chuckle out of her. That wouldn't make me regret anything. I would be together with my daughter every day and seeing her grow up while also knowing that she is happy with the man we both love. Sigh. Fine. But I will only take her away if she is in danger. I will give her something so she can call me if she is in danger later. Thank you dear. Shian Sha had a beautiful smile on her face and thanked him. Chu Feng, we're here. Zhu Zuqing came walking out of the bushes. You two really made a lover's nest out here, huh? Ning Rongrong teased Zhu Zuqing and a small blush appeared on her cold face. Meanwhile Xiaowu just looked at Chu Feng. He knew her secret yet didn't kill her for her spirit ring. Then sit down at the table and wait. I already made it, Chu Feng said while sitting at the table. He had made this place similar to a home without walls. The beds, a table with chairs, a kitchen that was made from a rock he cut, and he even made a couch. The girls sat down at the table and Chu Feng started placing the dishes on the table, which made the three of them salivate. Zhu Zuqing looked at the dinner table and saw plenty of dishes with fish in them and gratefully looked at Chu Feng. The four people were happily eating dinner when Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Feng and asked seriously. Chu Feng, can you teach me too? Ning Rongrong said while looking at Chu Feng. Give me a good reason to teach you, Chu Feng said without looking at her. I can pay you. I'm the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, Ning Rongrong said with pride. Nobody did not know that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan in the entire continent. So, Chu Feng looked at her and said nonchalantly. I want you to teach me the same things you teach to Zuqing. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan is one of the three upper clans and the richest of the three. She was pissed that Chu Feng replied in such a nonchalant way, but then remembered he might have lived in the forest since he was 6, so she thought he was just ignorant, so she explained her clan's power. This is the reason. If you want to flaunt your clan, go somewhere else, Chu Feng said with the same nonchalant expression his face. I asked you teach me. Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Feng with an angry and haughty expression. This woman just won't shut up, Chu Feng thought to himself and looked at her with a cold expression. Do you think I'm scared of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan? Even if I can't beat them now, I'm confident I can run the moment your whole clan shows up. I will just train a few years and come back to end your whole clan, Chu Feng said in a cold voice. He didn't release any slaughter aura and just spoke, but Ning Rongrong felt different. Cold sweat ran down her back and remembered Chu Feng was around her age and not 16 years old like she thought due to his body and appearance. She looked at him with a fearful expression and kept her mouth shut. You can act like a princess to someone else, but you should stop acting like that in front of me because it's useless. I don't care about your clan, its wealth or its power. Chu Feng said. He couldn't blame her for her arrogance since she was raised as a princess and she got everything she wants by merely asking for it. Chu Feng thought she was hot, but her character was major turn off for him, so he decided to make her face some hardships. Anyway, follow me if you want the same training as Zuqing. Chu Feng walked towards the tree. He taught Zhu Zuqing how to walk up a tree and explained Ning Rongrong how to do it. Ning Rongrong thought it wasn't that hard at first but fell after she pulled up her feet. Although Ning Rongrong was haughty and arrogant, she was also extremely headstrong. The moment she decided on something, she already asked Zhu Zuqing about how she trained with Chu Feng, and Zhu Zuqing just told her how, since Chu Feng already said she can talk about with others since he didn't really care, since without proper tutoring they won't see the benefit of it. Ning Rongrong kept trying and falling until she finally couldn't take it anymore and turned towards Chu Feng. Isn't there a less painful way? This is such a stupid way of training. Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Feng and roared. If you don't like it, leave. Chu Feng said. That she fell 8 times before giving up was already a surprise to him anyway and didn't expect much from her. No, teach me something useful, Ning Rongrong said angrily. With Chu Feng's strength he should have something useful that could help her, right? Why should I? Either you learn this and then I'll teach you something, otherwise shut up and leave. Chu Feng rejected her and went back to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Later that evening Xiao Wu left while Zhu Zuqing was practicing, and surprisingly even Ning Rongrong shut up after seeing Zhu Zuqing's training method and kept training until she passed out and Chu Feng had to buy another bed again. 3 days later. Zuqing, why did Yu Shaogang suddenly delay the trip to the combat Colosseum for you guys? Chu Feng asked Zhu Zuqing while giving Ning Rongrong occasional pointers on the side. Ning Rongrong changed quite a bit in the last few days. She complained a lot saying that he is making her suffer on purpose, so he told her how he caught Zhu Zuqing when she fell and only didn't do that for her because of her attitude towards him. Zhu Zuqing talked to her privately but Chu Feng didn't know what they talked about. She got a lot quieter after that but still complained every now and then, but yesterday's night she thanked Chu Feng for training her. She felt the increase in power after such a short amount of training and was amazed by its effects. He said something about a road we needed to walk, Zhu Zuqing said while wiping the sweat of her pretty little face. So it was about that. Chu Feng knew about their next training, so he decided to make them a small exam. Zuqing, Rongrong, listen to me for a second. Chu Feng stopped their training and they turned towards him. Yu Shaogang will probably test your teamwork when he talked about that road, so I want you to do something. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were curious how he knew about Yu Shaogang's plans but just shrugged it off. They saw him do weirder things these days. He wants teamwork, I want strength. Do not depend on others. You can help others but never ask for help because that just means you're weak in my eyes. Weak people don't have their own faith in their hands, and I doubt the two of you want that, right? Chu Feng spoke seriously. Upon hearing his words they both had a look of determination on their pretty faces. Both were of powerful clans and knew what the fate of weak women were. Most of the time they were useful for building connections with other clans. Zhu Zuqing's clan did this more than Zhu Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan, but it still happened and that was something they didn't want to happen to them. Of course, Chu Feng knew that that wouldn't happen to Ning Rongrong and made it up that even she wasn't safe from this fate and got her attitude in check mainly due to this lie. Someone is coming. Chu Feng turned towards the bushes and Xiao Wu ran out and said with a smile. We're going now. We're coming. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong said at the same time. Both got a lot closer these days. They both had harsh training since Chu Feng didn't let them have it easy, but they also took note of what he said to them. The most damaging emotion is regret. It destroys your future due to stupid decisions in the past. That's why you should live your life like you want so you don't feel any regret. Chu Feng, will you really not going to come with us? Ning Rongrong asked. Although she felt some grievances the way he treated her, she also realized what she did was wrong and got closer to Chu Feng and even apologized. If her father knew that she apologized he would probably fall over. I will be going straight to the combat Colosseum. You all will take a week or something to get there while I only take a few hours at most. Chu Feng laughed since he was quite excited to fight some humans in this world instead of just spirit beasts. HMPH, but I'm coming with you to after you come to pick Zhu Zuqing up. Ning Rongrong said snort since he rejected her offer. Ho ho, is the little princess inviting someone to take her away? Are you inviting me to elope with your? Chu Feng laughed at her and teased her. Yo, you rogue, Ning Rongrong said with a red face and turned away. She couldn't handle Chu Feng's teasing as good as Zhu Zuqing, who would only get a red face, but Ning Rongrong couldn't keep looking at him every time he did it since she had to admit, his face, his body, his eyes or his power. Nothing wasn't perfect, so the thought appeared a few times in both the girls' head that if he wanted to bring them away would they accept? Peef. Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm a rogue and a big bad wolf, right? When Chu Feng teased her for the first time she called him a big bad wolf. He had tears rolling over his face due to laughing for 10 minutes straight because of the childish words. Arg, I really want to bite you. Ning Rongrong was too embarrassed to keep talking and grabbed her clothes and looked at the dumbfounded Xiao Wu, who was having a hard time processing how Ning Rongrong was behaving. Haha, sure, whenever you want. Anyway, all 3 of you come here for a second. Chu Feng mentioned the 3 of them to come closer while the 3 girls came closer and looked confused. Chu Feng grabbed 3 necklaces out of his inventory since the ring could only be given to a person with mutual love for him. The 3 necklaces had a beautiful design that looked like angel wings with a round crystal in the middle. Upon seeing the necklaces they couldn't help but admire its beauty. Chu Feng unsheathed his sword and cut his palm. Upon seeing what he did, Zhu Zuqing surprisingly dashed towards him and grabbed his hand and tried to stop the bleeding. It's all right. He had a kind smile on his face while petting Zhu Zuqing. The two other girls curiously looked at the two. Ning Rongrong knew he wouldn't cut himself without purpose, while Xiao Wu just looked curiously at the necklaces. Chu Feng controlled his flowing blood to drip on the crystal in the necklaces. All the three gems went bright red and shone for a second before dimming and turning into a color similar to a ruby. Wear these, it is infused with a part of my power, and if you're in life-threatening danger it will activate it on its own if you wear it. I said it will only activate if it is really life-threatening and not if you get slightly injured, Chu Feng explained patiently. It's so pretty. Are you really giving it to us? Ning Rongrong picked up the necklace and played with it while Zhu Zuqing was blushing and having some other thoughts about why he would give such a thing to them since it looked expensive and he even protected them with his power. Why are you giving me one too? Xiao Wu said with her head slightly tilted. Da Ming asked me to give you something that would protect you. Chu Feng made Da Ming his scapegoat for the necklace. Now go, I will see you all at the combat Colosseum, and remember my words, Zuqing, Rongrong. If you cheated on the test I will throw you both into the center of the sunset forest. Chu Feng winked at them, which caused them goosebumps since they knew he would do it. Chu Feng didn't tell the other Shrek members that he would go since they would meet soon anyway. Chu Feng was already out of the city at this point and his face was a bit paler than before. Making those necklaces took so much energy. Chu Feng bitterly smiled and dashed towards the location the combat Colosseum was at. Chapter 18 Combat Colosseum. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were walking back to the dorms while in a daze with the necklaces in their hands when Xiao Wu said with a skeptical tone. Would he lie about the necklaces protecting us? No, he isn't like that, Zhu Zuqing replied in her short but direct way. I think it's beautiful so I will wear it anyway, Ning Rongrong said while looking at the necklace. The ruby-like gem seemed to be in constant motion, which gave it a special feeling. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything and put it on her neck. Meanwhile Xiao Wu was hesitant since she didn't know why Chu Feng gave her one in the first place. Third person POV. Chu Feng spent 4 hours traveling and arrived at his destination. It made him think of a modern Colosseum in Rome on Earth but way bigger. Chu Feng didn't bother hiding his face and went inside. He walked towards the counter and waited for his turn. How can I help you? A middle-aged man said with a friendly smile. I want to register. Oak, in what kind of fights do you want to take part in? We have 1 vs 1, 2 vs 2 and 7 vs 7 inches, the man said. I don't know why they don't have 3 vs 3 etc, blame the manga lol. I want to take part in the no rules fights. As for the level or amount of people or how strong they are doesn't matter, Chu Feng said with an emotionless face. What, kid? The no-rules fights are also called deathmatches due to the high casualty rate. You shouldn't waste your life on that. I see that you are spirit level 37, so why not take part in the spirit leader category in the duel matches? The middle-aged man wanted to change Chu Feng's mind. They had occasional young people that were overconfident and died in matches, and the middle-aged man hated seeing young people die that way. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm neither overconfident or arrogant. Chu Feng lightly smiled at the man. Seeing that the man was trying to convince him for his safety made Chu Feng smile a bit and thanked him. Sigh. Fine, but I will tell the higher-ups that they should first let a spirit leader fight you, but if you think you will lose I want you to concede, the middle-aged man said seriously while looking at Chu Feng. MN. Chu Feng nodded and registered his name and went towards a store to sell a spirit bone. He still had the glider Snake King's spirit bone and a raging rhino's skull bone of 1.144 years old, and he decided to sell the raging rhino's skull bone for some money since he had no money. He only had some silver spirit coins, but he didn't like to sleep in a low class inn if he had the opportunity to sleep in a high class one. Why settle for less if it can be better? The spirit bones were of no value to Chu Feng, and since it was of low quality compared to the things he would use himself or give his lovers. Finally he found the biggest store in the city and walked in. Chu Feng got some jealous looks from the men and some of the women blushed and sent him flirtatious glances. He was currently 1.80 meters with wide shoulders but not too buffed. His red eyes didn't change while his hair was shoulder length, and with his looks he would naturally stand out among the crowd. Chu Feng didn't pay them any attention and went towards the counter. How can I help you? The lady said with a business smile. I want to sell a 1.144 years old skull bone of a raging rhino and a 2,385 years old glider Snake King's chest bone 2,385 years old. Chu Feng said with his usual tone while looking at the woman. Page, please wait a moment, I can't make this decision. The lady stuttered and ran in the back room, and an old man came out of the door. Although he looked like an average old man, Chu Feng could tell he had at least 7 spirit rings. Hello young man, I understand you want to sell these 2 spirit bones. The old man inspected Chu Feng, who just stared at him and nodded with a emotionless face. I sense danger. The higher someone's spirit power goes, the stronger their sixth sense. Get in with the old man's cultivation. He could at least tell that Chu Feng was dangerous, so he had to take him serious. For what do you want to sell them? I inspect them and they are indeed of the glider snake king and the raging rhino. So do you want to have spirit coins or goods? The old man smiled at Chu Feng. Spirit coins. How does 900.000 golden spirit coins sound then? The old man said with a smirk. 2.000.000 inches, Chu Feng replied coldly. He didn't know how much they were worth since they barely got sold. Most of the people that got a spirit bone from a spirit beast either absorbed it or collected it for the younger generation, so almost no shops had spirit bones for sale, and even if they had one, they either were sold out fast or the spirit bone was trash or defective. I can't do that much. 1.250.000 golden spirit coins. The old man shook his head. No shop sells spirit bones. Either they use it for themselves or there is a problem with it, only then will it get sold, and even then it gets sold for 200.000 golden spirit coins, although it only is around 1,000 years old, Chu Feng said. The old man had some thoughts rapidly going through his head and said, 1.400.000 golden spirit coins. 2.000.000, take it or leave it. It's not only the rarity of spirit bones that show their worth, it also attracts customers. Chu Feng said. He wasn't a business genius or anything, but even he knew that if someone had something rare, then people would want to see it, which could mean potential customers. Chu Feng and the old man kept bargaining for over 10 minutes when Chu Feng told the old man that 2.000.000 was a take it or leave it, and caused the old man to give a heavy sigh and accepted the offer. Sigh, fine. 2.000.000 inches. The old man went towards the back and probably went to the vault of the store. 10 minutes later he came back and gave Chu Feng 2.000.000 golden spirit coins, which Chu Feng threw inside his inventory. Happy doing business, the old man said, and Chu Feng nodded and walked towards a high-class hotel. Chu Feng knew he could have sold the spirit bones for some more money, but then he would have to auction them, and that would take another 1 or 2 weeks to spread the news and get a good price for it, and that is only the case if there isn't any bullshit that a certain prince or princess announces they have their eye on it and everyone don't want to offend the royal family. I'm almost breaking through again. Chu Feng was astonished at how fast he has been breaking through. Ever since getting Shian Sha's 100.000 years old spirit ring, he has been training faster and faster, so he decided to ask Shian Sha about it. If that is the case, why don't you try to use the skill of the spirit ring and see if it has any effects? Shian Sha said with a finger on her chin. Chu Feng sat on the huge bed and a faint shadow of a red spirit ring appeared behind him. He suppressed hit it and its aura with his slaughter aura to not attract any attention and continued. It's way faster than before. With this I'm confident I can reach level 40 in half a month. Chu Feng sensed all the spirit power drawn towards him in a speed that was at least 2 times his previous speed when he cultivated. Chu Feng cultivated a bit more and went to bed. The next day, Chu Feng arrived at the combat Colosseum again and showed his steel badge towards the worker and was led to the contestant area and straight into the waiting room. In the waiting room was a poster with all the matches that were being held that day. So they really had me fight a spirit leader expert. Chu Feng bitterly smiled when he saw he had to fight a level 39 spirit leader. The next fight today is a no-rules fight. Welcome our first fighter with 8 wins and 0 losses. Deadlock Monkey. When Chu Feng heard his opponent's name he shuddered lightly. It was just too damn cringy. Now for the next fighter. He is a new fighter in the combat Colosseum with a spirit power of 37. Asura. Chu Feng walked and saw the thousands of people on the stand either yelling, booing or curiously looking at him. He didn't mind their gaze and went to the stage and looked at his opponent. It was a man of over 2 meters tall and a face looking like a monkey. His opponent also looked at him and said in a surprised tone. A kid, haha, it seems my luck is quite good today. Now let's start quickly so I, your father, can go back to drink. the man let out a loud laugh while releasing his spirit power while Chu Feng didn't release his spirit power at all. He wanted to use the combat Colosseum to make his domain stronger. Chu Feng closed his eyes and upon seeing that the man laughed even louder, I should thank you for making this a fast duel. Kill him. Spectator 1. I bet 500 golden spirit coins on you. Cut his head. Spectator 2. Sigh. Another kid died due to overestimating himself. Spectator 3. Go deadlock monkey. I bet 300 gold. The man ran towards him with a sadistic grin on his face while Chu Feng didn't do anything. 20 meters. 10 meters. The man's sadistic smile got even bigger. 5 meters. Boom. A thunderclap was heard while Chu Feng didn't move at all, but the man's head was in the air. That is, my body. The man's last sight was his own headless body falling to the ground and slowly his eyes went empty. A strange silence went through the Colosseum when they looked at the stage. Chu Feng was still in the same position. Meanwhile, the deadlock monkey's headless body was laying in front of Chu Feng and his head behind it. Winner. Asura. The commentator declared. There was still a silence, but Chu Feng already walked off the stage. Chu Feng went to the counter and had his next match that evening, so he went towards the hotel. Once there he took a shower and sat on his bed. Killing a human didn't affect him after all he went through in his past life. Was that Asura's blessing? Chu Feng thought back towards the moment he drew his sword against Deadlock Monkey. He didn't use lightning draw at all but felt a strange sensation from within him when Deadlock Monkey entered his domain. It was as if time slowed down. Deadlock Monkey became at least 40% weaker and multiple red marks appeared over his body. When Chu Feng thought back to the red marks, he noticed they were all fatal spots he could have struck in that moment. Asura's blessing. It feels as if it's pushing me to take that blood I got from that quest. Chu Feng sometimes felt uncomfortable and wanted to swallow that drop of blood but shook his head since he felt that if he took it without the aid of a person with a good healing ability, a higher quality healing pellet or his own spirit ring with a healing ability, otherwise he felt that either he survived by luck or he died. His sixth sense has never let him down so far, so he decided his next course of actions based on that. I should get a healing type spirit beast as its first spirit ring. If it wants me to absorb the Asura goddess's blood, then it sure as hell won't be easy. Chu Feng cultivated a bit before it was already time for the next match. Healing spirit beast. Cough cough. Chu Feng sat in the waiting room and noticed that his opponent was actually someone with over a 30-win streak. Not that it mattered anyway, but the name was quite womanly. Now welcome our first fighter. With a win streak of 34 wins in a row. Starry Butterfly. When Chu Feng heard the name, he thought the Colosseum shook. The amount of yelling and applauding that was going on was ridiculous. Now welcome our second fighter. Who killed Deadlock Monkey without moving? Asura. When Chu Feng walked out, there was only booing from the males. He walked onto the stage and saw his opponent. She was a slender and beautiful woman with an enticing smile. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Little brother, do you want to play with big sister? Starry Butterfly tried to seduce Chu Feng and released some sort of powder from her body. Chu Feng just stood there and closed his eyes. Seeing that her technique failed, she summoned her spirit rings with one 10 years old and two 100 years old spirit rings. She summoned a bunch of leaves that all turned toward Chu Feng. Second spirit ring ability, Leaf Storm. She shouted and the leaves started to move towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng grabbed his sword and decided to test if Asura's blessing truly had to do with the time attribute, and he stretched out his domain. The moment the sharp leaves entered his domain, they slowed down. The moment they slowed down, his blade moved, from leaf to leaf, straight down the middle and cleanly split in two and killing their momentum. She didn't see Chu Feng's silhouette anymore and showed a ruthless smile on her face, and the audience began to cheer, but a moment later it was the same silence as in Chu Feng's first match. Is that everything? What a waste of time. Chu Feng sighed and looked at the thousands of leaves on the ground or pinned into the stage behind him. This wasn't enough pressure. How? Starry Butterfly asked with a pale face. You can ask yourself that in your next life, Chu Feng said and waved his sword lightly. When the audience woke up from their stupor, they only saw Starry Butterfly's headless body laying on the stage and a head a few meters away from it. Winner. Asura. Well, at least it helped a little bit. Chu Feng went down the stage and felt he improved a bit again. Chu Feng went back to his hotel room again and started cultivating again. 2 weeks later. Finally, level 40 inches, Chu Feng got up from his bed and saw that was around 8 p.m. and since it was summer the sun was still high and bright. So they are already near Chu Feng smiled and went to take a bath. Tomorrow was another 7 vs 7 match, probably against Spirit Kings. In a no-rules fight it didn't matter how strong someone is, if they have a lower spirit power they can challenge anyone, and Chu Feng, who only had level 37 spirit power when he first started doing matches, challenged anyone stronger than him and nearly wiped everyone in the deathmatch no-rules fights out. His fame skyrocketed, which also caused stronger spirit masters to apply to try and kill him because he killed a warrior of someone influential. After 10 days he had to fight a spirit king with a 6,000 years old spirit bone in him, and Chu Feng naturally saw that as spoils of war and grabbed it. The fighter's boss was a spirit hall elder. Chu Feng was attacked by 5 spirit king assassins, which made him praise the resourcefulness of spirit hall, but still killed the spirit hall elder with no mercy. Now let's see if I should throw them into the center of Sunset Forest or not. Chu Feng smiled and walked out of the door and walked in the busy streets towards the place where he sensed the necklaces. Chapter 19 Little Animals. So they're in here, huh? Chu Feng walked into a normal-looking inn and paid some money for the biggest room. He walked along the hallway and found the door towards their oars and knocked. After half a minute there was no response, so he knocked again and still no response. If you don't open the door I will come in myself, Chu Feng said. Inside the room were Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were in a herbal bath that was made for them by Yu Shaogang. Chu Feng. The 3 girls were shocked that Chu Feng was in front of their door. Suddenly Chu Feng felt something from the other side and knew they were the boys of Shrek. They want to peek. Chu Feng's eyes got cold and used his slaughter aura. Boss Dai, do you really think this is a good idea? Ma Hongjun whispered towards Dai Mubai. What can go wrong? Dai Mubai said with a lewd smile on his face. Oscar said nothing and followed the two. Just as they could peek, a huge amount of spirit power rolled over them and made them lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Chu Feng retracted his slaughter aura and walked inside to tell them that someone wanted to peek at them, but when he opened the door he was tongue-tied. The 3 girls were shocked that Chu Feng came while they were in a bath. Kia, Ning Rongrong screamed when she noticed Chu Feng staring at her with wide eyes. Chu Feng quickly turned around while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were blushing and hiding deeper into the 2 meters high tubs. Why did you suddenly come in? Ning Rongrong screamed while burying her head almost into the tub. I caught Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun trying to peek on you and wanted to tell you that I just walked in but didn't expect this situation. Chu Feng bitterly smiled and explained himself while still turned around. They were trying to peek, Ning Rongrong said angrily and gritting her teeth. She looked to the side towards Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Should we kill them? Why is she mad at them but not at me? Chu Feng thought while hearing Ning Rongrong's question, but shrugged it off since it could only be a good sign. Let us get dressed first, Xiao Wu interrupted with a heavy blush on her face. Chu Feng could understand why Xiao Wu wasn't mad since she was good at sensing someone's intentions, but he truly didn't understand Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's lack of reaction. What he didn't know was that Zhu Zuqing didn't care as long as he didn't see her naked body. When they were training together they slept close to each other, and sometimes she would sleep at his peaceful sleeping face and slowly started developing feelings. Ning Rongrong was also confused how she felt about him. She didn't know much about him, but she had been contemplating how she behaved towards others ever since he kept pointing it out while training her, and understood that she was wrong. I will be outside the room then. Again, sorry, Chu Feng apologized again and went outside and waited. You can come in now, Ning Rongrong said 10 minutes later. They were all dressed but their hair was still quite wet. They all had long pants and a shirt with short sleeves on. It's only 8:30 p.m, why are all of you dressed like this? Chu Feng said in a confused voice while seating himself on the bed opposite of them. Ning Rongrong still had a blush on her face when she remembered him seeing her naked and wanted to bite him. Well, unlike a certain someone, we had to walk through a desert, climb over a mountain and have stones on their back, Xiao Wu said with a bitter smile on her face, which made the other 2 girls flinch as well. I see. In that case, did the 2 of you cheat on your exam? Chu Feng smiled at them. They smiled back and shook their heads. Xiao Wu knew about their exam, had to admit that she impressed by the 2 of them. They carried 25 kilograms the whole time, and Zhu Zuqing even took 10 kilograms from Ma Hongjun because he was about to pass out, so she told Chu Feng what happened. They did everything on their own. You should have seen the boys' looks when even Dai Mubai couldn't handle all the weights anymore. Xiao Wu laughed when she remembered the boys looking at Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong with a weird expression on their face. They improved, and drastically. It only took them a few days. You say as if it was easy. I felt like I was going to die. Ning Rongrong said while shuddering, thinking back about how much effort it cost her to not pass out, and even Zhu Zuqing nodded at what she said. Both of them didn't take any help, and Zhu Zuqing even helped others instead. Good job. Chu Feng stood up and petted their heads. Zhu Zuqing accepted his petting while Ning Rongrong was confused but liked his touch and accepted the petting too. Xiao Wu sat on the side with an awkward expression and somehow felt quite bitter because she liked petting too. Her mother would always pet her. Chu Feng saw that and stopped petting them and petted her as well. What are you doing? Xiao Wu woke up from her daze and jumped on the bed with a blush on her face. Well, you looked kind of jealous. Chu Feng smiled lightly at her. At first he didn't have any intentions towards this girl and only saw her as a stepdaughter, but Shian Sha told him to see her as a woman and see how he feels then, and he had to say, she was cute. So she only sees Tang San as a brother with a small naive love interest. Chu Feng couldn't wrap his head around it, but if she truly loved Tang San right now, then she would get mad if another man touched her, and even more so when he almost saw her naked. I really want to put your head between my thighs and spin it, Xiao Wu said while trying to act threatening, which only made Chu Feng call her cute in his mind. You can try. If you turn my head even a millimeter, I will do anything you ask for me. Naturally I can defend myself, but I won't use spirit power to defend, Chu Feng said while trying to contain his laughter. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, although she knew Chu Feng was way too powerful to beat, but if it was just moving head she should be able to do that, right? But, if you fail you will give me a kiss. Chu Feng smiled evilly at her, which made her blush. Pervert, Xiao Wu said while giving Chu Feng a slightly confused look. Chu Feng didn't look like a pervert to her, and especially with his looks and the smell he gave off, which she didn't know was because of her dead mother. What she did not know was that the smell of her mother that was having a blast seeing her daughter being embarrassed. On my cheek is fine too. If you two want to join in, you can try to move my body even the slightest bit. I will do one thing you ask of me if one of you move me, but you all owe me a kiss if you fail. Chu Feng grinned at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who had a bad feeling seeing his smile, but his offer was too tempting after he trained them so hard and painfully. They finally had the chance to make him suffer as well. Get your minds out of the gutter, it's just training law. In that case, help me find my next spirit ring when I'm level 40. Zhu Zuqing spoke. Although Zhao Wuji could help her too, but Chu Feng was closer to her and also stronger than Zhao Wuji. Sure, I don't mind trying to get you able to absorb a 10.000 years old spirit ring, Chu Feng nodded, which made the girls dumbstruck. 10.000 years old spirit ring, Ning Rongrong said with her mouth wide open. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also looked at him as if waiting for him to confirm it. Slowly 2 spirit rings appeared behind Chu Feng, which made the girls gasp at the powerful aura coming from them. Luckily Chu Feng sealed the room with his spirit power. My 3rd spirit ring is not convenient to show you, Chu Feng said and smiled. He didn't want Xiao Wu to see her mother in her current state, so he hid the fact that he had a 100.000 years old spirit ring. Ho, how did you absorb a 10.000 years old spirit ring as your first spirit ring? Ning Rongrong screamed. People were seen as a genius if they absorbed a 100 years old spirit ring as their first spirit ring, yet he absorbed something 2 whole tiers higher. Simple, forge your body and mind, Chu Feng said simply. My mind wouldn't have been strong enough if I didn't already die once though. Chu Feng always wondered why only his body had to get stronger to absorb spirit rings, but lately he also had to forge his mind as well, but with his harsh training every day his mind was already growing steadily, and the only problem was his body just could not keep up. It grew, but it was too slow in his eyes since he could only absorb a 94.000 years old spirit ring without the threat of death, but he wanted his next spirit ring to be above 250.000 years old. Spoiler carrot. Chu Feng's next destination should help a lot with that goal, the center of Sunset Forest. Will you really help us with absorbing a 10.000 years old spirit ring? Ning Rongrong asked with hopeful eyes. Her strength would take an enormous leap if she got herself a 10.000 years old spirit ring. Chu Feng merely nodded at her, which made her smile widely. Chu Feng, I noticed you have a lot of killing intent, but how did you get that? Xiao Wu asked curiously. She knew it was from spirit beasts but wanted to know why he killed so many spirit beasts, since training doesn't need killing 10 years old spirit beasts. I killed spirit beasts, for a few years straight it was the only thing I did, Chu Feng said, and small tears appeared in her eyes while she looked down before Chu Feng continued. But I didn't slaughter spirit beasts that were too weak to improve my strength, spirit beasts that didn't show any killing intent towards me, or spirit beasts that merely wanted to protect their kin. I only slaughtered the natural predators since I improve the fastest if I'm under the threat of death. This made Xiaowu cheer up quite a bit, since she knew not every spirit beast was good, and it was the same with humans. She cared for the innocent spirit beasts, nothing more, and hearing Chu Feng's words her feelings slightly changed. At first she didn't like him at all due to his heavy killing intent and knew he killed a lot spirit beasts, but thought he killed every spirit beast he saw, so knowing that that was wrong gave her a sigh of relief. So, do you three want to take me on? Don't worry about anyone hearing us, since I will use my spirit power to block the room's sound. Chu Feng smiled evilly at them, but they still gritted their teeth and accepted. If it was someone else they wouldn't have accepted to kiss that person and more likely attacked that person instead, since that was their nature. Well. Maybe Xiao Wu would have accepted the challenge if it was Tang San putting up this challenge, but she always beat him in fights anyway. Fine, then come. You have 10 minutes. Chu Feng stood up and walked towards the other side of the room. The room had a living room, a bathroom and a bedroom, and since the living room was about 15 by 15 meters, it was enough space after moving the furniture. I protected the stuff in the room as well, so don't worry about breaking anything, Chu Feng before they charged towards him. Zhu Zuqing dashed towards Chu Feng and instantly went into her nether cat form. Ning Rongrong boosted her speed by 30% with her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, while Xiao Wu fired a rabbit-like pink bubble towards him, which was an ability she created herself. They tried to go for an instant win. Good teamwork, but that's about it. Chu Feng smiled and catched Zhu Zuqing's arm and pulled her closer and gave her a kiss on her cheeks. Her tail stood straight up and she pulled herself loose, which Chu Feng allowed her to, and jumped back with a red face. What did you do that for? Zhu Zuqing said in a trembling voice. Her expression was still serious, but her tomato-colored face said enough about how she was feeling. I won't defend myself, but naturally doesn't mean I will let myself be hit without getting some sort of payment. Chu Feng winked at her and she nearly wanted to cover her face and hide. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu appeared out of thin air behind Chu Feng with her thighs around Chu Feng's head and tried to turn it, but with no avail. Chu Feng put his hands on the side of her thighs and smiled. Your skin is really soft. I'd rather use these thighs as a pillow though. Pervert. Xiao Wu blushed while feeling his touch but didn't loosen her thighs and glanced Ning Rongrong, who understood and powered her up by 30%. Noticing the power up, Xiao Wu started to grin and thought they won, but when she tried to turn his head again she was still unable to do it. Even leaning backwards and trying to throw him off balance with her body weight didn't succeed. Just as she wanted to retreat she heard Chu Feng. Since you want to leave I will need some sort of payment. Chu Feng smiled evilly and slapped her butt when she retreated. Pak! Hia! Xiao Wu let out a high-pitched scream and looked at Chu Feng with tears in her eyes while covering her butt. Humph, you're just a pervert it seems. Xiao Wu said with disdain while her face was still red. I warned you 10 seconds ago, you're free to quit. Chu Feng winked, but all 3 of them didn't stop and continued to attack. 20 minutes later. It seems you all are too tired to continue. Chu Feng grinned at Ning Rongrong, who was basically hanging over the couch with a pale face due to spirit power exhaustion. Zhu Zuqing's cold face was beet red while breathing heavily while she sat on a chair, and Xiao Wu laid on the ground and breathed heavily as well. Over these 20 minutes Chu Feng would sometimes slap their butt or tickle their sides or kiss their cheeks, but naturally wouldn't go too far. At first they were embarrassed but later got used to it, and seeing that Chu Feng wouldn't go too far they continued attacking him. Chu Feng was quite sad since Ning Rongrong wouldn't attack him since she was a support type. I'm, going to, take a bath. Zhu Zuqing said and walked towards the bathroom. Ning Rongrong followed behind her without saying anything, but knowing that she was a clean freak due to her upbringing Chu Feng wasn't surprised. Chu Feng picked Xiao Wu up and put her on the couch. She was too tired to care about him carrying her right now. You really took enough advantage of us, huh? Xiao Wu gave him a sneer while a red hue covered her face upon remembering how Chu Feng almost touched her whole body. You didn't push me away either, and neither did you berate me on it. Why though? Chu Feng asked with a curious expression. The only reason could be Shian Sha's aura on him. Yo, your smell. Xiao Wu blushed and stuttered. Peef. Chu Feng laughed and continued. PER versus ERT. Why? You. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and hid her face with a couch pillow. Why do I feel so at ease around him? I should be mad that he took advantage of me. Xiao Wu was conflicted about what was happening. She cared about Tang San and started getting feelings for him, but at the same moment Chu Feng appeared and messed with her. She would sometimes spy on Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong training with Chu Feng, although they looked tired and worn out all the time, but they always had a smile on their face and seemed happy to be around him. I still don't know why you guys even allowed me into your room anyway. Chu Feng shrugged and broke her thoughts. HMPH. Rongrong and Zuqing allowed you in. I didn't. Xiao Wu snorted and turned her head away. But you still owe me a kiss though. Chu Feng grinned while Xiao Wu covered her ears and put her face into the couch cushions. Chu Feng could almost see smoke coming out of her ears at this point. Although Chu Feng kissed her cheeks sometimes, it was still more embarrassing to kiss someone yourself. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and stood up from the couch and walked over to Chu Feng. Chu Feng just looked at her red face and waited what she was going to do. Smooch. Don't know a better sound for that. Surprisingly, she bent down and kissed Chu Feng's cheek. He was surprised she didn't hesitate, but a moment later he understood why. Are you a dog? You're supposed to be a rabbit. Chu Feng softly screamed when Xiao Wu suddenly went towards his neck and bit him. This is kind of a turn on though, Chu Feng said to himself. Xiao Wu continued biting for another 10 seconds until she finally let go. That is my payment. Xiao Wu looked at him with an evil grin on her face, not knowing that Chu Feng rather enjoyed that playful punishment instead. She didn't have a single clue about how wrong that kind of punishment is. Xiao Wu walked into the bathroom as well, and Chu Feng just sat there in an awkward position since they were taking a bath or showering while he was sitting here in the living room. 15 minutes later the girls came out of the bathroom with new clothes on that looked similar to their last ones. When they looked at him they remembered that they smiled and walked towards him. Somehow Chu Feng had a bad feeling but didn't want to let go of such a good chance, so he just waited for what they were about to do. Zhu Zuqing walked to his left and Ning Rongrong walked towards his right and bent down. Smooch smooch. Chu Feng enjoyed the feeling of their soft lips, but in the next moment knew why he had a bad feeling: his neck. Again. TCHH. You little animals. Chu Feng grabbed his neck when they separated from him, his neck, and walked away with evil grins on their faces. Even Zhu Zuqing's face had an evil grind on her face, and it seemed she was showing more emotion towards him. That's your punishment for bullying us. Ning Rongrong laughed and walked into their bedroom and winked at him. Good night. Zhu Zuqing walked after her into the bedroom and gave Chu Feng a last look, and he could swear he saw a grin on her face. Chu Feng turned towards Xiao Wu and gave her a pitiful look. If Xiao Wu didn't know any better, she thought that she was wrong and shouldn't have told them what she did, but she knew how powerful Chu Feng was, so only snickered at him. You deserve it for bullying 3 young girls. She stuck out her tongue and walked towards their bedroom as well. Chu Feng appeared in front of her and kissed her neck. Xiao Wu froze up for a few seconds before Chu Feng separated from her and walked towards the door of the room and smiled at her dumbfounded look she gave him. You're a few years too early to tease me. Chu Feng winked at her and walked out of the room and closed the door. A few seconds later Xiao Wu finally reacted and felt her neck where Chu Feng kissed. Damn pervert, next time I'm biting harder, Xiao Wu mumbled to herself and walked into the bedroom as well. Chu Feng used teleport to appear inside his hotel room and looked in the mirror in his bathroom and saw 3 bite marks. People will think I have a freaky girlfriend at this rate. What a bunch of little animals, Chu Feng smiled. Chapter 20. Zhu Zuqing. Shrek Pav. Good morning. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong came into the dining area of the inn with bags under their eyes. Why are all of you so late? It's already 9:30 a.m, we've been waiting for half an hour, Flender said with an angry look. The 3 girls blushed and just sit down with their heads lowered so others couldn't see their red faces. After yesterday, where Chu Feng had either touched or kissed them on their cheeks, had their emotions in turmoil for the whole night and ended up talking about how he was a pervert, or big bad wolf, due to Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, are you hurt? Tang San said with a concerned look, upon hearing that everyone turned towards Xiao Wu and saw a red with blue spot on her neck. Hurt? Where? Xiao Wu was confused. She didn't fight anyone these days and Chu Feng didn't hit back, so it couldn't be him who hit her since he always gently put her down instead of hurting her. Here, Dai Mubai interrupted and put a finger on the side of his neck. I shouldn't be hurt. Xiao Wu's thoughts were interrupted when she thought of where it was. It was the exact place where Chu Feng kissed her before he left. I fell. Xiao Wu basically screamed, which caught the older people's attention. When Flender, Zhao Wuji and Yu Shaogang looked at the spot on her neck. They looked at her with weird expressions but didn't believe it was what they thought it was. Pervert, Xiao Wu screamed inside her heart. Third person Pav. Chu Feng woke up and did his daily workout and was currently taking a shower. Achoo. It seems that someone is talking behind my back. Well, it's morning, so that little rabbit should be in a bind right now. Chu Feng smirked to himself and got dressed. It was time for the 7 vs 7 battle against those spirit kings. After this battle I should go to Sunset Forest since I will be a gold badge fighter after this anyway, Chu Feng said to himself and went towards the combat Colosseum. Chu Feng arrived at the combat Colosseum and saw rows of people waiting. After all, a level 40 spirit leader was taking on several spirit kings. Normally it was a secret who would be fighting, but ever since Chu Feng kept winning and winning, the combat Colosseum used him for publicity. Naturally Chu Feng was pissed and asked them for a cut of the profits, and they settled that Chu Feng would get 30% of the tickets sold for the entrance fee of the day he fought. After he negotiated a little bit. It might seem a small amount, but thousands of people went in and out per match, and the entrance fee being 1 golden spirit coin per person earned him a total of 842.993 golden spirit coins already, plus the 650.000 golden spirit coins he got from betting on himself all the time. He earned nearly 1.5 million, and today's entrance fee tickets cost 10 whole golden spirit coins today. It was the same amount to register as a fighter, and yet the whole combat Colosseum was full with hundreds of thousands of people. There might even be 1.000.000 people currently in there. Since Chu Feng didn't know its exact size, but it was at least 8 times bigger than the biggest football stadium on Earth. The biggest football, or also known as soccer in North America, is situated in the capital of North Korea and can hold up to 114.000 people. Although they claim it can hold 150.000 people, it's simply impossible according to various sources. And yes, I actually spent 2 hours of my time finding out if it was true or false about the 150.000 people part. Lol, it's a lie though. 114.000 people is the right estimated amount. Chu Feng hid in the shadows to avoid any attention, and he walked towards his private waiting room he got when he earned his silver warrior badge. Despite me threatening him to give him part of the profit, he probably thought I wasn't much of a threat, so he let me fight against this team. But why are the odds 1 to 2.5 if they bet on me, and only 1 to 1.05 for those mobs? Chu Feng recalled how he just betted 500.000 golden spirit coins. Since that was the max currently inside, he could have made over 5.000.000 golden spirit coins. He knew he was too greedy, since after this fight he would have around 4.500.000 golden spirit coins, but still, who doesn't like money? The first team today is the most powerful team in the combat Colosseum. The War Bulls. Boo, disgusting pigs, disgusting trash, just roll over and die. I hope these retards finally die today. Well, it isn't weird that these people are getting yelled at, since they are actually death row inmates. Chu Feng thought to himself. Now for our next team, is actually only one person that left no enemy contestant alive so far. Asura. Somewhere on the seats. Grandmaster, is he the reason Tang-san couldn't register the name, Thousand Hand Asura? Oscar asked Yu Shaogang out of curiosity. Yes, Asura is a banned name in the combat Colosseum now. Yu Shaogang nodded. He only participates in no rules fights and didn't fight a single normal fight. Grandmaster, is he also a maniac like those 7 on the stage? Ning Rongrong asked and looked at the 7 feet War Bulls, going crazy on the arena. I don't know, but what I do know is that is under 18 inches, Yu Shaogang said in a solemn tone. He heard some rumors when he waited for the kids to arrive, and him being under 18 greatly shocked them, since he was about to fight 7 peak spirit kings. That is Chu Feng. Xiao Wu was the first to spot the figure coming out of the contestant area. While hearing all the cheers and rumbling around the huge arena, it felt as if there was an earthquake happening, and her ears started to hurt. Wait, he is Asura, Yu Shaogang said in a trembling voice. It seems so, Flender added and looked at Chu Feng's moving silhouette. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu for some reason couldn't stand still and wanted to rush towards him and drag him away from there, but they knew they didn't have the chance to do so. Back at the arena, Captain, is this the kid we are supposed to fight? A man covered with scars asked skeptically. Yes, don't underestimate him. He has never used his spirit rings at all, the captain with long red hair added. He was a bulky and tall man but still felt insignificant in front of Chu Feng for some reason. Let's finish him quickly, we will be free again, another scarred-faced man. 3, 2, 1. Start, now, the captain shouted and the 7 people charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng drew his blade slowly and didn't bother doing any special moves like lightning draw. First Spirit Ring Abbey. A man with 2 large claws was trying to cast his Spirit Ring skill when Chu Feng interrupted him. Arms, Sha, Aarrghhh. The man fell to the ground and slowly his arms fell loose from his shoulders with a clean cut. Complete silence. The whole arena who was cheering so loudly was completely silent by the effortless takedown. Don't stop and keep charging. We will be free if we win. The captain screamed. Legs, Sha, ing f*ck. The captain cursed when he stopped feeling his feet and fell to the ground but only with his upper body remaining. Since those little animals are watching, I will just show them what they should be ready for in this world. Chu Feng sighed and put his sword in his sheath. He put his sword away. Attack him together. One of the inmates yelled. The good thing about inmates is that they didn't have any support types, so they all went for close combat. Such boring people, Chu Feng said with an emotionless voice and disappeared. KTSSK. One of the inmates froze and looked down, and arm was sticking through his chest, and when he looked up he was greeted with Chu Feng's cold red eyes. Demon, the man muttered before falling down. Chu Feng shattered the man's heart and looked towards the rest of the inmates. These inmates were imprisoned for things like mass slaughter, mass rape, etc. Chu Feng didn't show any mercy towards people like them and made them feel fear even when their hearts stopped beating. The other 4 were quickly dealt with in various cruel ways. Chu Feng walked down the stage with a cold expression. Winner, Asura, clap asterisk clap asterisk clap. The audience clapped and cheered when they saw the outcome, especially against such trashes. Thank you. A bunch of loud voices were heard that were amplified with spirit power. Normally this is forbidden, so almost the entire Colosseum looked towards where the voices came from and saw huge banners being stretched out. Thank you for avenging our families. Thank you for getting revenge for my sisters. Thank you for avenging my son. The Colosseum fell into a daze while the security took the sources of the voices away fairly quickly, while Chu Feng sighed and said to himself, I should have tortured them more. Chu Feng gave one last look towards the stands where Shrek was sitting. The 7 devils were all pale as paper. Chu Feng shook his head and went towards the counter to collect his golden spirit coins and left the combat Colosseum with his golden warrior badge within 5 minutes. Chu Feng spent the rest of the day cultivating, and when it was 9 p.m. he went towards the girls again and avoided Flender, Zhao Wuji, Yu Shaogang and the boys and knocked on the girls' room. Zhu Zuqing opened the door and saw Chu Feng. She had small smile on her face and walked inside. Chu Feng closely followed and closed the door behind him. Chu Feng. Ning Rongrong smiled and greeted him but quickly looked back at the table. She was playing a card game with Xiaowu, who was totally obsessed with the game and didn't even notice Chu Feng. Chu Feng had an evil smile on his face and went towards Xiaowu. Zhu Zuqing, who saw his smile, shuddered and didn't say anything. Chu Feng stood behind Xiaowu and bent down with his mouth near her ears and lightly nibbled on it. Kia. Xiaowu sprung up and covered her ear and turned around and saw the culprit, a laughing Chu Feng who had tears in his eyes from her reaction. You pervert. Xiaowu snarled but didn't attack him because that would only cause her body to be touched on various places. Is that how you see me? Sigh, maybe I should just really become a pervert then, Chu Feng said with an evil smile on his face. HMPH. Xiaowu humped and turned back to the card game with a red face. Actually, I came to tell you all something, Chu Feng said in serious tone. The 3 girls looked at him as if waiting for him to continue. I'm leaving, I'm going to the Sunset Forest, Chu Feng said. Why, are you going to search for your next spirit ring already? Ning Rongrong asked nervously and looked at Chu Feng in concern. No, it's something else. I'll give you all a test, including you Xiaowu. Chu Feng turned towards them with a serious face. Me too, Xiaowu asked with a confused voice. Yes, you're kind, too kind actually. Showing mercy towards an enemy is not being kind but just stupid. That same enemy might notice it can't beat you and go for your close ones instead, so we'll give you 3 a cruel test. I want you all to kill at least 1 person, Chu Feng said in a serious voice. Why? Zhu Zuqing spoke up. She was confused but knew that she one day had to kill. She wasn't fine with it but she knew she had to do it. Because this world isn't a peaceful one. You all killed spirit beast before, but how are they different from humans? Only their appearance are different and the way they cultivate, and even that will change over time. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were in deep thought, but a Xiao Wu looked at Chu Feng in a daze. I will be back in a month or two. Chu Feng smiled at them and Zhu Zuqing walked behind him to the door. Are you seeing me out? Chu Feng smiled at her and walked out of the door. Zhu Zuqing closed the door behind her and looked at him. If you dare die, I will kill you, Zhu Zuqing said with a cold expression, but her voice was filled with concern. Chu Feng looked at Zhu Zuqing that was next to him and pushed her against the door. He knew her feelings for him and knew with her character she needed someone to dominate her, and he wasn't planning to let this little cat go. Chu Feng walked closer to her. She looked at him with a confused expression, but Chu Feng brought his face closer to Zhu Zuqing's lips and kissed her soft lips. Zhu Zuqing's eyes shot open for a second but soon melted. She knew she fell in love with him, and being the person she was, why should she hide those feelings? She didn't care for someone's opinion of her anyway. Chu Feng was pressing her against the door with his hands around her waist, and instead of pushing him away, she started reciprocating to his kiss. Chu Feng eagerly pushed his tongue into Zhu Zuqing's mouth, and Zhu Zuqing sucked on his tongue out of pure instinct. Zhu Zuqing let out a muffled noised moan, her eyes falling shut as she began to rub her tongue against Chu Feng's. That sound teased the deepest nerves inside Chu Feng's soul. He wanted to hear more of that suffocated sound. It was sexy, shy, and reserved. Instead of using her hands to push him away, Zhu Zuqing shifted their weight so Chu Feng came more onto her and she put her arms around his neck. The two kept deeply kissing each other's lips until they were out of breath a few minutes later and looked deeply at each other. So, how many women do you have already? Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Feng with a slightly angry but shy expression. 1. Chu Feng smiled bitterly and continued looking into her eyes. Are you angry? Actually, I don't mind if you have more women, since it's a common practice for strong men to have multiple women, but if you dare forget me. Chu Feng's body trembled for a bit when he looked at her face that had an evil smile all over it. She was serious in the place she looked at. His third leg. Then, is she the main wife? Zhu Zuqing asked with a bitter smile. Although she was fine with him having multiple women, it still felt sour that there was someone else as his official wife. Main wife? What? Chu Feng looked at her with a confused expression. What are you talking about? The main wife, your official wife. Zhu Zuqing looked at him with a weird expression. Why the FCK would I rank my wives? Chu Feng looked at her and asked. Because that is the law in the Heaven Do Empire. You can only marry one person officially, Zhu Zuqing explained. That's fine and all, but why should I agree with such a thing? I will marry all my wives even if God doesn't allow it. I can care less about others' opinions about it, Chu Feng said honestly. So what that people didn't allow it? He didn't own them anything, and the rules this empire put up didn't apply to him anymore within a few years' time, and even now he already didn't bother with them. All my women are the same, they are my future wives. That's all. Chu Feng looked at her with a smile. Her expression changed into a wide smile and hugged him. Such a natural and wide smile on her face made her look so beautiful that Chu Feng couldn't help but kiss her again. The two kissed for another few minutes, and this time Zhu Zuqing happily went along with Chu Feng's advances. But if you dare betray me, hee, Chu Feng smiled at her, which she merely shrugged at. Chu Feng turned around and Zhu Zuqing stood on the tips of her toes again and kissed his lips and mumbled with a red face, I'm already yours, pervert, and fled back into the room. Chu Feng smiled and walked out of the inn in the direction of the Sunset Forest. It was time to collect the treasures. Chapter 21 Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Chu Feng went on with his journey. He was already on his way for a few days by now, since Heaven Do City wasn't that close to Su Tu City, and he was taking his time with traveling. Let's get something to eat. Chu Feng walked into the next city and searched for the best restaurant. He came in front of a 7-story high building with the 2 lions at the front of entrance. Seeing the huge building, Chu Feng hoped that at least the food was good. The designs of the buildings were always just concrete with windows, or smaller houses were made of wood. If it wasn't that he had to become stronger quickly, he would have built his own modern mansion. How can I help you? A man in a suit said with a smile on his face. 1 table, Chu Feng replied. We only have 1 table available right now, but it's a tier 3 table, which means it's for 20 people and with an amazing view, but the price is more expensive, the man explained with the same smile on his face. That's fine with me. Then please follow me. Chu Feng was led by the man towards the 6th floor. The table looked like it was carved out of a white ore and had a beautiful design on it that looked like moving dragons. What would you like to order? The man asked him with a smile after leading Chu Feng to the table. Just give me everything on the menu. Chu Feng looked at the menu on the table and didn't have normal food for quite a while now. He could deal with it, but having normal food is nice sometimes. Understood. The man smiled and left. Chu Feng was looking around him and saw that the whole room was filled with people from young to old. All of them had one thing in common though. They carried themselves with their nose high up in the air like they were gods and looking down on ants. I guess you have people like that everywhere, huh? Chu Feng shook his head and waited for 5 minutes for his minutes. His food got delivered and spread over the table. He got quite a few weird looks since he was alone but ordered enough food for 20 people. Chu Feng merely shrugged and started eating. Hello, can we sit here? An arrogant voice sounded out. Chu Feng didn't even glance at the person and just continued eating. Hey, we are talking to you. A blonde youth said with a fan in front of his face. Chu Feng looked up at them and met their eyes. How handsome. The only girl, a girl with brown eyes and brown long hair, muttered on accident. The other 6 young men were also dazed for a second but noticed his clothing. He didn't wear his cloak and only wore normal clothes he bought in the city. What a country bumpkin. He has no elegance at all, a pink-haired youth said while holding a fan in front of his mouth. His eyes held such a huge amount of disdain that even Chu Feng couldn't wait to slap him until he begged for his mother. I'm the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, how about letting us having this table? One of the youths said. He had orange hair which was styled in such an annoying way that it made Chu Feng lose his hunger. The smell coming from it was so strong that it overpowered the flavor of his food. You know. Chu Feng slowly stood up and looked at the young man who looked curiously at first but then in slight fear after seeing that Chu Feng was over 1.82 meters tall. I hate it when people disturb my rest. Chu Feng looked down at him with his red eyes. HMPH, at least you know your place, one of the youths said with a grin on his face. He thought Chu Feng was giving up his seat for them. Slap. Boom. Why? You. The blonde-haired youth stuttered. He looked behind him where a body was laying unconscious and in a pool of blood. D. Do you realize? W. What you have done? That is the prince. Another youth with short blue hair screamed at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't bother with their bullshit any longer and slapped them all into the wall and caused the wall to nearly collapse. Naturally he left the woman alone since she didn't say or do anything annoying. Young man, wait a minute. A fat man came walking in with angry expression on his face. You have to pay for the damages. Pay for the damages? I couldn't even eat in peace and quiet, Chu Feng replied coldly. He was sick of all these arrogant bastards. It looked like they had such a low IQ that if you jumped from their arrogance to their IQ you would break your legs. That has nothing to do with me. You hurt my customers and even damaged my restaurant. The fat man stubbornly said. Do you believe I won't tear down your little restaurant? Chu Feng looked at the fat man coldly. The fat man got scared for a moment but Chu Feng looked like an 16 to 17-year-old kid. What could he do? HMPH, do you think I won't tell my bodyguards to cripple you? Get him. The 4 security guards ran towards Chu Feng. Boom *X5. Chu Feng walked outside of the restaurant and went on with his journey while leaving 11 heavily injured people in the restaurant. A few days later Chu Feng arrived at the Sunset Forest and walked in. The Sunset Forest was around the same size of the Forest of Fighting Stars. Chu Feng met some groups of different aged spirit beasts and didn't bother with them. Nothing worthwhile was to be found in the outer layer so he just continued to walk the center of the forest. 310.000 years old spirit beast are fighting. Chu Feng looked at the map and saw 3 black light dots that seemed to be around 20.000 to 40.000 years old. He just walked near the core area yet he already found such spirit beast. This could be a good training. Chu Feng smiled and went towards the battlefield. They were fighting in front of a cave. 2 spirit beasts that looked like a spider with a human face on its belly and a lizard with scales all over his body attacked a spirit beast that looked like a cat but was entirely black and had 9 tails with golden tips on her tail. This would have been the perfect spirit ring for Zuqing. Chu Feng sighed and hoped that he might be able to get a spirit bone of the creature so he could make Zuqing stronger since it was a perfect fit for her. Dark Devil Cat. The Dark Devil Cat is one of the leaders of the cat species in terms of speed and power but its defense is average. Greater than beast age, 20.339 years old. Human-faced demon spider. A spider that can spit out a web that near indestructible if the opponent is at the same level. Greater than beast age, 29.332 years old. Solar flame lizard. A lizard that absorbs solar particles to fight stronger opponents than itself but is weaker during the time the sun is down. Greater than beast age, 36.993 years old. They are both clearly way older than the dark devil cat, yet they can't kill it. But why is it so unwilling to run? It isn't fighting to protect the cave either, it just seems to have a grudge with the solar flamed lizard. Chu Feng analyzed the situation while looking at the fight. He had to admit that the dark devil cat was really a perfect speed-based spirit beast and was decided to catch it and just bring it with him. Chu Feng kept watching the three spirit beasts attack each other and hid in the shadows. The dark devil cat didn't have a disadvantage while fighting the two older spirit beasts and instead created several small wounds on the solar flame lizard. The solar flame lizard was ambushed during the evening by the dark devil cat, and if it was alone it would surely be dead already, but it seemed its luck hadn't run out yet since the human-faced demon spider was nearby and the dark devil cat in itself had once fought and it lost one of its eyes to it. Naturally, upon seeing its enemy and it wanting to kill another spirit beast, the human-faced demon spider wanted to fight together with the other spirit beast to kill this annoying cat. The dark devil cat was just too fast, and after another few minutes of battle the dark devil cat finally got stung by the human-faced demon spider while three of its own eyes got caught. The solar flame lizard didn't give the dark devil cat a chance to take a breath and instantly attacked it and spewed flames out of its mouth. The dark devil cat sprung to the side and was nearly caught off guard by the human-faced demon spider who spit webs at it. The dark devil cat dodged and jumped towards the two spirit beasts again. After 30 minutes the fight was coming to an end. When the human-faced demon spider caused a wound on the dark devil cat, it poisoned it as well. The dark devil cat's speed fell drastically and got more and more wounds and was covered in its own blood at this point. Chu Feng decided to attack the human-faced demon spider first and used teleportation. The human-faced demon spider sensed danger and put one of its legs up to parry the attack. Clang! The human-faced demon spider jumped away from Chu Feng, who slashed halfway into its leg, was quite disappointed that he only managed cut halfway into its body with an ordinary slash. Let's test this one then. Chu Feng coated his sword in spirit power and slashed out horizontally in a nonchalant manner. Shing! A light metallic sound was heard and the human-faced demon spider lost its legs in merely 3 seconds since Chu Feng appeared. The human-faced demon spider was rolling on the ground and Chu Feng sent another slash to it to finish it off. Chu Feng looked at the solar flame lizard, who snapped out of its daze and looked at Chu Feng with killing intent. And here I thought you were a smart one. Chu Feng sighed and killed it within a few seconds and looked at his hands. These spirit beasts are too weak. Do I really have to rely on that map to find my next spirit ring? System, fuse their spirit rings into my first spirit ring. Ding. Spirit rings absorbing. Ding. Host's first spirit ring has gained 19 years. If spirit beasts are too weak for me, I get barely anything, Chu Feng sighed. Chu Feng went towards the dark devil cat, who looked relieved. Chu Feng was confused but smelled blood coming from the cave and looked at the dark devil cat. So it killed your kin, huh? You should be able to understand me a bit, right? Chu Feng said to it. The dark devil cat nodded weakly while laying on the ground in its own poisoned blood. I can't save your life. I will put you to sleep so you don't feel any pain. Chu Feng looked at the dark devil cat, who merely smiled weakly and didn't resist since it had nothing left to live for and its revenge had succeeded. Chu Feng put the dark devil cat to sleep and put it inside a bag. He said he would let it die, but just not when. It wouldn't notice the time difference anyway, but having it die without a lot of anger, resentment and regret would make it easier to help Zhu Zuqing absorb its spirit ring. Chu Feng walked into the cave and saw why the dark devil cat was so angry. 3 younger dark devil cats and another dark devil cat were laying there with incomplete bodies, and most of their bodies were most likely eaten by the solar flame lizard. Chu Feng just made a small grave for them and buried them in a few minutes' time. He was going to get their last remaining family killed, so that was the least he could do. Chu Feng continued walking towards the core area and didn't want to waste a lot of time here, and didn't find a 80.000 years old spirit beast here to test out his strength. Chu Feng finally arrived at the core area. It's protected. Chu Feng was a bit surprised but realized one major flaw. It was created by poison. Naturally, this would protect it to everything under Super Douluo, but Chu Feng had absorbed the anti-poison pellet and was immune to the enchantment on the canyon. Chu Feng didn't want to alert the owner of this place since he was basically stealing that person's treasures, and laying down such a powerful formation should at least be the work of an average titled douluo who specialized in poison. Chu Feng didn't know if he would break the formation and alert the owner of this place, but he didn't have any better plan. If it comes down to it, he will merely have to fight him, and if it's really an average titled douluo, then he did have a chance to win. Chu Feng slowly stepped through the formation and could feel the poison trying to invade him and corrode him. His body quickly responded and removed the poison. Chu Feng was slowly moving through the formation, and it took him half an hour before he was finally completely through it. It seems that it only serves for protection. Chu Feng noticed that nothing changed after he touched or entered it. Chu Feng went down into the crater and gasped at the scene before him. Treasures were everywhere. Herbs that healed diseases or poisons. Some of the herbs could help improve soul spirits, but two herbs got the attention of Chu Feng when he saw them. Those were the beautiful silk tulip and the daffodil jade flesh bone. Those names were yelled at his ears so many times. Just because Ning Rongrong asked Tang San to marry her because it evolved her 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Or kissed him like in the novel. That yearning heartbroken red. Should I give it to Xiao Wu after she saw her mother, or just give it to Zuqing so she might even reach level 50 in one go? Originally Xiao Wu needed it to hide the fact that she is a spirit beast, but I can do the same with my slaughter aura. The only problem is that she needs to accept me first, since I have to make physical contact with her acupoints. Chu Feng was thinking about what to do and decided to just wait and see. Chu Feng arrived at a well he was searching for. He knew this well. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. It's red and blue water that was created by the bodies of the dragon god's sons. The Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King, those two bodies were buried deeply under here. Da Ming naturally didn't know that, otherwise he would have done everything in his power to get here to absorb them. Finally, I can try it. Chu Feng's eyes went bright red. Since he came here he remembered about soul cores. Every time his soul power was too great for his level, more than half of it would flow somewhere in his body, but he just couldn't find where. The familiar feeling he got when feeling the aura of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well told him something he didn't want to think about. His mother once told him about his father's looks. That wasn't even human, it was a spirit beast, but he promised me that he would soon transform into a human, but it was all just a lie. I couldn't even see his whole body since it was just too tall. He was a dragon with pitch black dragon scales. At first I was worried if I would be able to give birth to you, but he wouldn't let me go out of that place before I gave birth to his descendant. In the end he abandoned us both. Now all pieces of the puzzle connected. A name with heaven are Tien in it, those futures, and then at last how he could abandon his wife and child the moment he saw that his child didn't have his aura. A dragon's aura. So it's really him, huh? Chu Feng smiled bitterly at the thought of his so-called father. So in the end, I'm not even fully human. Wasn't he supposed to hate humans? And why the hell did I not get anything related to dragons then? Chu Feng was thankful to Asura and the goddess of luck for giving him a system in soul spirits, but he didn't understand why his original body didn't have a soul spirit, since normally anyone should have a soul spirit, but only he didn't. I wonder where she is then. She left me as well. Chu Feng was thinking about his mother, and why she left. He could understand DTN's reason since he is one stuck-up mother f***cker, but his mother had no reason to abandon him at all as far as he knew. She looked happy when she was with him, but why she suddenly left was a mystery to him. Chu Feng threw it into the back of his head and decided that only time will tell. Chu Feng undressed himself and got ready. He wasn't afraid of the pain since even Tang San could survive it, although it was thanks to his dark arts, but Chu Feng's body was basically reborn due to Shian Sha fusing with him. It's finally time to condense a soul core. Chu Feng was excited since he was waiting for this moment. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was created by the energy of the two dragon kings, and although he wasn't a son of the dragon god, he was still distant family despite him not having the aura of a dragon or a soul spirit at all. Still though, he dared to abandon me, then he will have to pay the price. Becoming my spirit ring will be good enough of a punishment, after I killed him, that is. Chu Feng's eyes shone bright red and jumped into the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well and got ready to condense his first soul core. If you didn't realize yet, yes, DTN is Chu Feng's father, but not under normal circumstances, since I will spoil a bit. His mother is a human, but she wasn't special or anything. She was just pretty and stumbled on a hidden world in Stardow Forest and met DTN there. Naturally DTN is still a spirit beast at this moment and merely wanted a descendant if something went wrong, but upon seeing that Chu Feng didn't have his aura or a dragon's aura in general, he decided he and his mother were useless to him and kicked them out and abandoned them. And no, she didn't have sex with a dragon that is over 3.000 meters tall. As for why he didn't have a soul spirit is actually pretty fucking simple, but people don't understand it, and some fanfics just add the other person's soul into the old host. The MC replaced the old Chu Feng. He didn't fuse his soul and only got some memories from him, and that was it. Old Chu Feng's spirit is unknown and isn't relevant due to him being quite ordinary. And one more thing, Chu Feng's mother was only made pregnant by DTN using his spirit power, since dragons in their dragon form don't even have a dick. He only chose her because she was the only one who found the place he was sealed in. Chapter 22 Bloodline Awakening. Chu Feng dived deeper into the lake despite the aching pain all over his body. He dove deeper and deeper into the ice and fire yin yang well. He was already diving deeper for over a minute, yet he didn't touch the bottom of the well yet. This energy is trying to rip apart my body. Chu Feng grit his teeth, kept diving. His body was screaming for him to stop, but he knew he needed to take this risk. His goal wasn't to stay in this world. He wanted to go higher. After another minute, Chu Feng finally touched the bottom of the well. His body ached all over and screamed for him to go up, but Chu Feng sat on the bottom of the well and carefully started absorbing the energy inside the ice and fire yin-yang well. Ing! Chu Feng nearly screamed out in pain when the energy entered his body. It was so strong. The energy was so strong and overwhelming that even Chu Feng with his willpower almost felt his mind collapsing under the pain and pressure. Chu Feng did his best to stay conscious despite the mind-breaking pain and continued to intake small amounts of energy. Chu Feng continued to sit there and cultivate. The amount did not lessen at all, but Chu Feng knew it was worth it. Hour after hour passed, day after day, and it was 6 days later by now. Chu Feng still sat in the same position. The only change was that the energy wasn't completely rejecting his body anymore, and Chu Feng was able to absorb more of the energy in the well. What he had absorbed by now was not even 1% of the energy inside the lake, but Chu Feng wasn't discouraged despite the pain. Time. It was the only thing he needed. Another 8 days passed by in a flash, and Chu Feng spent 14 days in total on the bottom of the well. Cultivators could do months without sleeping, but the mental fatigue Chu Feng was feeling right now was due to his mind being in constant struggle to keep him awake and not pass out. Passing out now would mean the energy breaking down his body and dying. The only thing Chu Feng did sometimes was throwing a food pellet inside his mouth so that his body wouldn't get hungry as well. That was the last thing he needed right now. In the last 8 days he was able to absorb the energy faster and faster. Chu Feng was trying to condense it into a soul core, but something in Chu Feng's mind stopped him. His instincts told him that he should absorb all the energy in the lake. Chu Feng decided to trust his instincts and kept absorbing the seemingly endless amount of energy inside the well. Weeks passed by, and it was already 6 weeks after he first jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang well. The original owner of this place didn't seem to have noticed the decrease of energy, or just hasn't been there. On the bottom of the well the energy had decreased by quite a lot. Chu Feng's body got used to the constant pressure and started adapting to the environment. His body was absorbing the energy like it was a big whirlpool by now. Finally someone awakened my bloodline. Chu Feng suddenly lost the feeling of pain and opened his eyes in confusion. He was in a big white space which reminded him of the time he was being reincarnated. "Who are you?" Chu Feng asked. The voice sounded as if it was everywhere around him, but the source wasn't visible at all. "I'm merely a remnant will in your bloodline." "What do you mean?" Chu Feng responded coldly. He had no feelings towards his father's family, and his mother's family wasn't that impressive in his eyes. "I know what you are thinking. It's not that bloodline and neither that of your mother." "Then what bloodline are you talking about?" Chu Feng was confused since he never felt anything special about his body. His soul spirits came from the Asura goddess and his system came from the goddess of luck, but this voice was clearly a male. "Your father is the child of my most trusted aide, the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King. He helped me maintain order in my reign. Due to his achievements I gave him a drop of my origin blood, but to think that a human achieved what my very own children couldn't, what a joke this is." The voice sounded dispirited. "So you're the dragon god, I assume?" Chu Feng asked curiously. "Ho, at least you're not stupid, but that is normal with a reincarnated soul." Chu Feng had a chill run down his back when he heard that. "Do not worry, I have no intention of hurting you. The old soul that was erased from that body was a waste. I do question how you awakened my bloodline with only 1 drop of origin blood. Origin blood takes 10,000 years to condense and is highly beneficial towards a weaker bloodline, but awakening the whole bloodline in itself is unheard of, and over time it should have weakened after it was passed down from generation to generation, yet you still did it. Maybe it was the fact that you absorbed so much energy that is related to my children. The voice was trying to find the reason why Chu Feng succeeded in awakening his bloodline. Origin blood is like a fertilizer, it can help someone grow, but never was it heard of to be able to become the plant itself. Awakened the dragon god's bloodline. I didn't, at least, I do not feel it, Chu Feng said in a questioning tone. Naturally you do not feel it since you my bloodline helps to control the elements, but I gave those to my children, so my children have the things you need to awaken your complete bloodline. But why not look at your eyes? A mirror made out of spirit power appeared in front of Chu Feng and he was astounded to what he saw. His eyes had changed. His eyes turned into slitted pupils with red and blue flowing through each other without mixing. It was really entrancing to look at the red and blue flowing in his pupils. Just what in the world am I? Am I a spirit beast or a human? Chu Feng's head nearly exploded from all the different thoughts running through his brain. You are a human and a dragon. As you awakened my bloodline, I will ask you for a favor. Why? You're clearly powerful enough to do everything yourself. Chu Feng questioned the voice. This is merely a remnant will. I do not possess the same power I once did. Due to me possessing the destruction, life, goodness and evil cores in my body, I was constantly keeping the elements under control until a moment it finally burst out. I went on a rampage and slaughtered humanoid gods and spirit beasts alike. The Asura goddess finally cut my god position and life essence in half and split it up in the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. That woman should be wounded from that fight, otherwise she would have never given you her weapon since she treasures that more than her life. You're saying she gave me the weapon to succeed her? Chu Feng said in a dumbfounded voice. He just thought she gave him a weapon she created, but never thought that this weapon was her own weapon she used for thousands of years. Yes, if I look at your memories, then it's probably the goddess of luck that made you her heir, since the goddess of luck is currently watching the Golden Dragon King's seal to not let him escape like the Silver Dragon King. This all got so much more complicated. Chu Feng rubbed his neck and continued to ask, but what do you want me to do then? Absorb the remaining energy in all of my children, the voice said with sad tone. Why do you want me to kill your children? Chu Feng said with his mouth wide open. I do not want that, but they won't live for much longer. Some of them already died like the Fire and Ice Dragon Kings, but some of them are still alive, and the evil and destruction elements can corrode the souls, and it will never let them live or die in peace and will only make them suffer more. Chu Feng was conflicted of how he should feel. The dragon god wanted him to kill the dragon kings that were alive and absorb the energy inside of them, whether they were dead or alive. But why should I do that though? You want me to just do something like killing a few of the strongest beings without giving me anything? Chu Feng asked. Naturally he wasn't going to do anything without getting something from it. I can help you absorb the energy inside my children's bodies and move their elemental essence into your soul cores. If I help you absorb little fire and little ice, you would have a soul core with the ice and fire attribute, and I could help you add other elements to it when you are about to absorb the other dragon kings. My power is almost running out, so I can only leave me power inside of you since my consciousness is about to fade. Why not ask me to help them control their attributes then? I mean, why kill them? Chu Feng asked. If you truly are able to control the evil and destruction attribute, then please let them live, but even I wasn't able to do so. Author's note. No, he won't kill Gu Yuina. Calm down, lol. Oak, so, how are you able to help me when you only leave your powers? Chu Feng was on his guard against the dragon god since he didn't know him and neither his full story. He might be lying for all he knew. My remaining power will only be able to move when it senses one of my children's aura entering your body. Chu Feng nodded but decided to take the risk. The goddess of luck gave him the system and he was grateful for it, but it wasn't invincible since the goddess of luck wasn't an omnipotent being and merely reincarnated him because she was in charge of the cycle of reincarnation in the divine realm. Fine, but if you dare have any other thoughts like trying to take over my body, I will instantly kill myself. If you saw me memories, you should know I'm serious, Chu Feng threatened. Haha, yes I know. The only reason why I accepted you is because you have the characteristics of my 4 attributes. It was said you were arrogant, yet why do you sound like a kind old man instead? Chu Feng knew a bit of the dragon god's behavior, yet it was so different from what he knew. My behavior when I was still alive was influenced quite a bit by my attributes. My life and creation attributes were weaker than my evil and destruction attribute. Young one, my power is slowly fading so we can't talk any longer. I will help you absorb my children's aura, but you have to remember, no matter what, do not spare the Golden Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King has my life and creation attribute, and the destruction and evil attribute are with the Golden Dragon King. The voice interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts and spoke once more. But be careful, the pain you're about to experience due to the high amount of energy will make you wish you were death. I am only able to keep your body intact, but the pain you will have to overcome by yourself, and if you survive, your body and mind will undergo a huge transformation. The voice was slowly fading and Chu Feng's vision suddenly changed back to the bottom of the well. Aarrrgghhh. Chu Feng suddenly screamed out, a huge amount of pain assaulted him. The pain was so vicious and painful that it made the previous pain look like mere child's play. Time passed by and the voice at the bottom of the well continued. Shrek's POV. Shrek was currently visiting Tian Do Academy for an exchange program. The group were just tested at how much spiritual pressure they could bear. Haha, to think 5 people could bear spiritual pressure above level 40 inches, an old man with a yellow church outfit and a long white beard said. The 5 people he were talking about were Dai Mubai, who was clearly older than the rest, so that wasn't much of a surprise, Ning Rongrong, who could bear level 40.3 spirit pressure, Zhu Zuqing, who could bear level 42.4 spirit pressure, Xiao Wu, who could bear level 43.9 spirit pressure, and of course Tang San, who could bear level 45 spirit pressure because of his external spirit bone. Author's note. Don't ask me how he still got it, blame it on plot armor or something lol. The most surprised was of course Yu Shaogang. He knew he barely teached the girls of the group anything, but they still grew so strong. The only thing he knew was that Chu Feng seemed to have taught them for a short period of time. What he didn't know was that the girls did get a better practice method from Chu Feng, but their huge improvement was mainly due to the fact that they were still pissed off they couldn't move Chu Feng at that challenge, and they were planning on getting revenge. If Chu Feng knew the reason they grew so fast compared to their peers, then he would probably smack his forehead that of all the things they could have chosen, that the reason was unknown to them. They didn't stand a chance anymore. The old man with a white long beard grabbed Flender's hands and said with a smile on his old face, Principal Flender, I welcome you guys. From now on, Tian Do Royal Academy will be your home. Haha, please take care of us. Flender smiled back at the old man. Tian Do Royal Academy won't allow it. An arrogant voice was heard from the entrance of the hall. A man with light brown hair that reached his shoulders, a beard under his lips, goatee, came in with his hands behind his back and an arrogant smile on his face. We'll never accept such country bumpkins to enter. The man said in an arrogant tone. Who the FCK are you to talk like that in front of the Board of Education? Oscar yelled out with anger on his face. Tian Do Empire's royal clan Shui Xing, brother of the Emperor. Representing the Royal Emperor to fulfill the duties as the principal of the Royal Academy, he looked at Oscar with the same arrogant grin on his face. Do you think I have the right? Oscar was shocked and kept quiet. Behind the man a familiar orange-haired youth appeared with a fan in front of his mouth. He had some band-aids on his face and it seemed he was punched in his face. The only difference between the two was that the youth had a new fan in his hand. Author note. This didn't happen like the manga where Dai Mubai had to step in. Instead it was Zhu Zuqing who broke his fan and hit him. Uncle, it was them who hit me. The youth acted pitiful and said towards the arrogant brother of the Emperor. HMPH, to dare hit the 4th prince of the Tian Do Empire, know your place. My Tian Do Royal Academy will never allow such savages. The man looked at them with an angry and arrogant expression. My lord, please let me explain. Flender said with a shocked and nervous expression. Shut it, I'm talking to Meng Shenji. When has it been your turn to talk? The man gave him a side glance and barked. Right, that is so uncivilized. The orange-haired prince said. You're asking for a beating. Dai Mubai said in an angry tone and dashed towards the two. Mubai, don't. Flender screamed, but it was already too late. Just as Mubai's fist was about to connect to the principal face, it was stopped by a green aura. Know your place, the principal said. Dai Mubai was blasted away by the green aura and was caught by Tang San. Boss. It's pressure made by poison. Tang San thought when he saw Dai Mubai's face filled with red marks. So dizzy, Ma Hongjun suddenly said. Tang San removed the poison from Dai Mubai and looked around him and saw all the Shrek members barely able to stand. My lord, as a mighty titled douluo, why must you be so aggressive towards kids? The old man said. Titled douluo, The Shrek members were shocked that the one on the opponent's side was a titled douluo. Ho ho ho, a voice drifted out from the green smoke behind the principal. He is poison, Yu Shaogang said before passing out. Poison, could it be the king of poisons under the heavens? Doupo, he is ruthless enough to kill an entire city. Flender was horrified to find out who it was. You three pieces of shit. The older you all get, the more annoying you all become, Doupo said with a smirk on his face and released more pressure onto the old man. The old man couldn't bear Doupo's pressure since he was only a level 86 spirit douluo. Another smaller fat man catched him and together they stabilized themselves. Such a young titled douluo, Oscar said while eating an onion-like thing that was made from his spirit power. It helped stabilize the Shrek members and they looked at the battle. Mr. Doupo, please kick these unlawful savages out of the academy. The principal said with an arrogant smirk. That's right, they dared to hit royalty. The prince said with an angry voice, also. Enough. Doupo stunned the two royalty. He turned towards the Shrek members and said. You people, FCK off now. Milord, please look at the academy and its backers. The old man said anxiously. Fine, it's because of you guys. Doupo said while playing with his hair, I'll count to 10. Flender used his soul spirit and black feather wings appeared behind him and thought, as the principal of Shrek, I cannot be humiliated. I challenge you. One Ogai. Before Flender was even done speaking he was already on the ground with his heroic stance crumbling down and was looking at Doupo with a horrified expression. All FC King beat you up. Ma Hongjun screamed and dashed towards Doupo. Don't. We will go, Flender said with tears in his eyes. Doupo used his pressure to send Ma Hongjun and the other Shrek members flying. The old man with a long white beard, the short fat man and another fat man released their aura as well and catch the Shrek members. Milord, you said, you people, in that case this old man will try as well, the old man with a white beard said. Doupo didn't say anything and just released his spirit rings to fully release all his aura. The three old men weren't able to take it and Doupo applied more pressure on them and broke the wall. The Shrek members and the three old men flew out of the wall. To Doupo's surprise the three women of Shrek had a red aura covering them from harm but didn't pay much mind to this. Mr. Doupo, please stop. One of the old men is the second brother of the emperor. Even you can't offend them. The principal said with an anxious expression. I can't offend. Doupo smirked with an arrogant expression. I want to see who in this world I can't offend. Doupo said with an arrogant expression. He was still in the top floor but stood on the edge of the broken wall while looking down on the Shrek members and the three old men. There already was quite an audience who came here due to the noise and aura but he paid no attention to it. In that case, open your dog eyes wide and see who, a cold and murderous voice came from behind Doupo. Before Doupo could say anything a fist was already on his face. Boom. Doupo was hit out of the building and landed behind the crowd, causing a small earthquake through the academy. Cough cough. Doupo coughed up a bunch of dust and a bit of blood and looked towards the source of the hit. On the broken wall at the top of the building stood a youth with a cold expression that was filled with killing intent staring down at him. Who are you? Doupo said angrily. The Shrek members, audience, three old men and the royals, there woke up from their stupor and looked at the person who hurt Doupo. It doesn't matter who I am, the only thing you need to know is that I will be the last thing you see. Chapter 23 Fighting Doupo. It doesn't matter who I am, the only thing you need to know is that I will be the last thing you see. Grandfather. A young woman with long teal hair, blue eyes and a beautiful hourglass figure came running at Doupo who was standing up. Yunur, stay away. Doupo screamed and looked anxiously at Chu Feng. He could feel Chu Feng's gaze at his granddaughter and it wasn't kind either. Little did he know that Chu Feng could care less about Doupo and only wanted to make Doupo pay for attacking his future wives. As for the other Shrek members, he didn't care a single bit. Doupo's gaze went back to Chu Feng but didn't see him anywhere. He anxiously looked around but couldn't find a single trace close to him. Suddenly his gaze went towards the Shrek members and finally found Chu Feng standing in front of the girls from Shrek. Zuqing, hold this. Chu Feng gave a bag to Zhu Zuqing who was staring at him in shock. He just hit the most ruthless control type titled douluo. Chu Feng instantly disappeared after giving her the bag and appeared a few meters of Doupo and stared at him with his blue with red eyes. Why do you protect Shrek? Doupo said solemnly. You do not need to know, Chu Feng responded coldly with his face full of killing intent. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you got a cheap surprise attack on me, Doupo said coldly while his face was distorting and green fog started coming from him. Suddenly, armor started appearing on Doupo's skin. It was dark with light green with dragon-like claws and a shield on his forehead. Author. I don't know how to describe that thing, I mean, it leaves half his body open to attacks and it just looks FC King ridiculous. Is that a titled douluo's real guard? I have never seen a titled douluo's real guard. It's so pretty and shiny. Most of the people that were watching still believed that Chu Feng would lose. After all, not only was there a large gap in age, but also in experience and strength as far as they knew, not to mention that Doupo had practiced many poison techniques and that why he was feared even by people with stronger spirit power. It seemed Chu Feng's frightening aura was similar to his own, but those who had knowledge regarding spirit power could see that Chu Feng's spirit power was thicker than his own. That is why he decided he needed to take this youth seriously and used his real guard immediately. Doupo moved towards Chu Feng. With every step he took there would be a poisonous fog coming from his feet and killing the grass around him. The spectators were already far away so they wouldn't get caught up in the battle. Suddenly a green liquid started overflowing from the center of his palm. The threatening freezing cold chi aura was clearly discernible and directly rushed towards Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng saw that his opponent was making a move and he dashed forward as well. He dashed quickly while trying to avoid Doupo's attack and also unexpectedly attacked. Doupo was a bit surprised but sneered since it was beneficial to him to have a frontal clash since his poison is easier to spread that way. Chu Feng's right arm transformed into a blue with red dragon claw which ran up to his shoulder and above his shoulder it split up into 3 spikes. It looked like it was a part of him and not an ability from a spirit ring. HMPH. Doupo sneered coldly and the green substance shot towards Chu Feng's dragon claw, when Doupo's hand struck Chu Feng's dragon claw. Boom. The two attacks collided and a loud impact was heard and the ground around the two people suddenly shattered. Chu Feng and Doupo both backed off from each other and Chu Feng jumped on a broken rock and looked down at Doupo. Doupo smiled coldly and from his feet green fog congealed out and he jumped towards Chu Feng. He kicked towards Chu Feng's face which Chu Feng dodged by bending backwards. Chu Feng kept dodging Doupo's attacks which made Doupo's smile even louder. Chu Feng suddenly jumped backwards and looked at Doupo with a cold expression which Doupo accidentally took as a grim expression instead. Haha, I have to acknowledge that out of all the geniuses that I have seen, you are the greatest one yet, but you are too arrogant. The audience believed his words and the Shrek members had nervous expressions on their faces. The most nervous ones were Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and even Xiao Wu was worried about Chu Feng. Zhu Zuqing was already questioned by the other two girls when she came in with a face that looked like a tomato and a happy smile on her face that was wider than they have ever seen. At first Zhu Zuqing didn't want to talk about it but under the pressure of these two female T-Rexes she had no choice and spilled the beans about how they kissed and what was said and that he already had a woman. Both didn't get shocked by this news since they could tell that Zhu Zuqing liked Chu Feng and kind of expected him to take multiple wives. As for Zhu Zuqing, when he wasn't there she would only train and otherwise she was dazing out. Recently, the boys and girls were recently always fighting ever since Dai Mubai confessed his feelings for Zhu Zuqing but she showed her the necklace and said it was a token of love from Chu Feng which was very awkward because Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong always wore the same necklaces and showed them off quite a bit which made the situation always tense and led towards Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong being quite isolated and Xiao Wu being pissed at the group for the childish behavior but even she got some weird looks from Tang San. Doupo walked towards Chu Feng in a slow pace. He was in no hurry to kill Chu Feng and wanted to show off a bit more for his granddaughter. He wants to tear Chu Feng into numerous pieces in front of his granddaughter so she can see her grandfather is the strongest. Suddenly, Chu Feng dashed forward and Doupo felt as if he was in a world of ice. Slowly 9 javelins appeared that were made of ice and flew towards Doupo at an insane speed. Doupo dodged 8 ice javelins but was unable to avoid the other one that was aimed at his thigh and blood started to flow from where he was just struck, but it was immediately covered with frost. What a frightening ability! Doupo's previous arrogant expression was nowhere to be seen, although he only took a small wound due to the javelin but the frost made his thigh a bit numb. If that in a vital spot happened he was done for. After being hit, Doupo had no time to rest since almost simultaneously there were javelins made out of fire flying towards him. Suddenly Doupo's 8 spirit rings started to shine. Suddenly, everything froze and nothing was moving. This was Doupo's 8-spirit ring, Time Freezer. Exciting, really exciting, that you could push me to use this much despite your age, but it's enough now. Doupo walked slowly towards Chu Feng, who seemed frozen in time. Doupo was a few meters away from Chu Feng and stretched his hands towards Chu Feng's neck, and a small snake appeared on it. This little one I'm the most proud of, 9-pointed jade. She has the poison to massacre a city. It's an honor to die at her hands. The little snake jumped out of Doupo's hands and jumped towards Chu Feng. Doupo, who was watching with a vicious grin on his face, suddenly felt a chill on his back and instantly jumped back. Crack, no. Doupo howled when he saw Chu Feng catch the 9-point jade in his bare hand and crush it. The audience looked curiously at what happened, since even they were affected by the spirit skill despite the great distance, and saw Chu Feng hold a small snake in his hand that was obviously crushed and dead. I will kill you. Doupo's eyes turned into snake eyes and looked at Chu Feng with killing intent. Chu Feng looked at Doupo with a disdainful expression which pissed off Doupo even more than he already was. It's useless to get angry, Chu Feng said coldly and resumed his onslaught against Doupo, delivering countless strikes against him. Doupo was dodging while counter-attacking whenever he had the chance. Skills, punches, kicks, everything was used except a Chu Feng's sword he had on his waist. Doupo noticed that Chu Feng was taking him as a practice target. He was a bona fide titled douluo. The youth didn't even use the sword that was on his waist the whole time and just used him as a practice target. Chu Feng's aura was also sharp, and with Doupo's experience he could naturally tell Chu Feng was a swordsman. Chu Feng blasted fist after fist and continuously attacking. He also delivered the attacks from a distance that were made out of fire and ice, so that Doupo had no chance to retaliate and could only endure. His anger was boiling over already, and even the spectators saw that the entire battle was controlled by Chu Feng as more wounds appeared all over Doupo's body. Yu Shaogang, how is Chu Feng able to use such pure ice and fire power? I have never seen such pure power. Zhao Wuji asked while looking at the battlefield with a dumbfounded expression. I don't know, there wasn't anything close to this kind of pure power that I know of, Yu Shaogang said solemnly. Zhu Zuqing heard what Yu Shaogang said and smiled lightly. This was her husband. How could Yu Shaogang even think of trying to understand her husband? Just a moment ago you were claiming that you could offend anyone, so why are you running away like a dog now? Chu Feng said. His expression was cold and his two-colored slitted pupils looked at Doupo, who kept running and dodging and didn't have the chance to counterattack anymore. On Doupo's body many bloody holes were emerging due to the strikes caused by the ice and fire javelins, and caused Doupo's body to having two different temperatures inside his body, what kept messing with his organs and the enormous loss of blood, and he could barely stay on his feet. Page. Please wait. A woman with long teal hair and blue eyes dashed out from the crowd. Chu Feng merely glanced at her, but that got Doupo already alerted. Yunur. Go back, you have nothing to with this. Doupo anxiously looked at Chu Feng and hoped he would leave his granddaughter out of it. You, what is your name? Chu Feng glanced coldly at her and asked. Doupo Yan. Doupo Yan stuttered with a frightened look on her face. Oi, we are the ones fighting. Just kill me but let my granddaughter out of it. Doupo interrupted. His haughty expression was nowhere to be found and instead begged Chu Feng to let his granddaughter off. Ho ho, you actually ask me to let her off? Why should I? Chu Feng said with a light chuckle, but to Doupo it looked like the smile off the devil. I have a secret herb garden. I can give you it in my life if you let her off. Doupo said while gritting his teeth. He has never felt so low, but he couldn't bear to get his granddaughter killed since it was his last remaining kin. I see, but wait, is it in the center of the Sunset Forest? Chu Feng suddenly connected the dots. The extremely poisonous barrier and Doupo's poison were extremely similar. How did you know? Doupo said as his eyes went wide open due to shock. He never told this to anyone. Not even his granddaughter. Ah well, I robbed the place before I came here. Chu Feng smiled at Doupo, who had a vein pop on his forehead. Peef. Ha ha ha. This is awkward, ha ha ha. The dumbfounded crowd also started laughing at Chu Feng's words. He said it as if it was a natural thing, although they still couldn't accept such a young titled douluo level powerhouse, but maybe he was older than he looked, since a titled douluo keeps his youth. They tried to make a bunch of excuses for themselves to calm down. I have nothing of use to you anymore then, but please spare my granddaughter. You can do whatever you like with me but just don't touch her, Doupo said with a downcast expression. Do you want to help him? Chu Feng looked at Doupo Yan, who nodded nervously. Simple, an eye for an eye. You die and he lives, are you still fine with that? Chu Feng said with a cold tone. Don't you dare touch her. Doupo screamed and even the crowd was dumbfounded. They never thought it would go as far as killing each other, since it's normal for powerful people to have conflicts but to not put the world into chaos. Normally titled douluos and spirit douluos don't kill each other and just put a contract on another. Deal, Doupo Yan said with a bit of happiness in her tone. Since young it was only her grandfather that taught her how to live. Although she knew her father died because of his poison, she never blamed him since he was suffering more than her. Although she let out a bit bitter smile since she just found a way to remove the poison on her and her grandfather, but she had no regrets if she died instead of her grandfather. Doupo Yan walked towards Chu Feng under the eyes of the crowd and screaming and begging Doupo. Although some of the people there wanted to stand out and help Doupo or Doupo Yan, like the three old men, the royals, etc. Nobody did so because they were too afraid to anger Chu Feng. Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu just looked at Chu Feng with confused expressions, since normally he came over like a person who would eliminate the roots, so why would he kill his granddaughter instead? Please go ahead, I hope you can keep your word, Doupo Yan said. I don't break promises, Chu Feng said coldly. Doupo Yan turned towards Doupo and had a wide smile on her face. It looked holy and pure, unlike her appearance with her dress that had the side of her legs open. Doupo kept screaming for Chu Feng to let her off and just kill him. Meanwhile, Chu Feng put the hand on his sword. Xing, no regrets? Chu Feng asked while raising the sword above his head. No, thank you for letting my grandfather off. Doupo Yan smiled at him and closed her eyes. Everyone closed their eyes once they saw Chu Feng moving his sword down. Boom, sigh, whatever, I needed a maid anyway, Chu Feng said with a sigh while moving his sword back into his sheath. What the? Doupo Yan opened her eyes and saw she was completely fine. She looked behind her where the sound came from and her eyes and mouth went wide open. The mountain behind her was cleanly cut into two. The spectators opened their eyes upon hearing Chu Feng's words. They had different expression on their faces. Some of them had relief, some of them had smiles, and some of them even cursed Chu Feng for being shameless and thinking this was his plan all along. Doupo, do you want to live? Chu Feng looked at Doupo with a cold expression, but before he could react, Doupo Yan interrupted. You said you would let him off if I gave you my life. I did. She said anxiously. Chu Feng smiled lightly and said, I'm willing to let him off if he does one thing. Just tell me what? Doupo said anxiously. He didn't want his granddaughter to be in danger any longer. Even if he had to sell his soul to the devil, he would do it. Although he thought this, he didn't know that that was actually the exact thing he was about to do. Very simple, you granddaughter will be my maid from now on, whereas you will work for me, Chu Feng said with a cold voice. Deal, but you are not allowed to do anything she doesn't want to my granddaughter. Fine, Chu Feng smiled and he made a soul contract. Doupo did the same under the eyes of everyone present. They suddenly noticed something ridiculous. This youth had enslaved the most ruthless control type titled douluo. Oh, by the way, here, Chu Feng put his hand inside a pocket in his cloak and grabbed an unconscious little snake out of it, the 9-point jade. Why? You planned this from the beginning, didn't you? Doupo suddenly said, stunning everyone in the crowd. Even Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu weren't spared. Who cares? Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. Your first mission is to follow Shrek from the shadows, do not let them follow you. I promised I would not hurt your granddaughter, so I naturally wouldn't break that promise, so you can rest assured, Chu Feng said in a voice that only they could hear. Doupo nodded and finally passed out due to the pain that kept tearing his body apart with two different elements. Chu Feng didn't help him with that since this was his punishment. For the next month it would strike his body and make him feel overwhelming pain. Chu Feng looked at Zhu Zuqing and teleported near her, and without anybody being able to react, teleported away with Zhu Zuqing in his arms. Chu Feng kept teleporting towards the herb garden and finally arrived. Zhu Zuqing finally had the time to talk to him and asked curiously. Why are you so in a hurry? Cough cough. Chu Feng fell forward onto the grass and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chu Feng. Zhu Zuqing anxiously went towards him. How did this happen? You were fine a moment ago. Don't worry, I'm fine, Chu Feng said with a pale face and a small smile on his face. You certainly don't look fine to me. Zhu Zuqing nearly screamed with tears in her eyes. Zuqing, I brought you with me because I trust you. Please break this if someone or something comes into the barrier or if you see anything unnatural. Chu Feng pushed a small gem in her hands and dived into the well without giving Zuqing any chance to stop him. A few minutes later Chu Feng reached the bottom of the well and sat down, and continued his cultivation while eating a few high-grade healing pellets he could buy from the shop now. System, show me my status. Chu Feng said while smiling bitterly. The pain in his body was already heavy enough, but then a clown had to come by and attack his future wives, which caused him to get out of his cultivation and caused internal injuries. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: injured non-fatal. Soul Spirit: Asura's Blade, Asura's Blessing, 4 stages. Eyes of Truth, Slaughter Aura, Space Lock, Mind Space Locked. Soul Power: 40-60. Spirit Rings: 37.552-year-old black, 55.002-years-old black, 121.420-years-old red. Spirit Ring Skills: greater than teleportation, first Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Darkness Seal, absorption, third Spirit Ring skill. Soul Cores: Elemental Guardian, Ice and Fire, upgradable. If host absorbs more Dragon King remains, it will absorb that Dragon King's elemental energy and fuse it into his soul core. The title will upgrade each time it evolves. Luck: 19. Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, Invisible Slash, unmatched. Second stroke, Lightning Draw, unmatched. Third stroke, Demon's Plate, master. Fourth stroke, Hymn of the Fallen, master. Fifth stroke, Dragon's Rage, expert. Sixth stroke, Devil's Curse, 70%. Seventh stroke, Demon's Wrath, locked. Eighth stroke, Void Cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's Sacrifice, locked. Chapter 24 found you. Ding. Mission commenced. Absorb 5 spirit rings for both spirits min. 100.000 years old. Reward: unlocking Mind Space. Mind Space is an ability that creates a separate dimension where the host can take anyone or anything into it, including soul spirits. It will grow bigger as host's power grows. Greater than time limit: 13D, 23H, 59 meters, 59s. You want me to absorb 7 spirit rings in 2 weeks that are above 100.000 years old. Chu Feng was still on the bottom of the well. His internal injuries were slowly healing while thinking of a way to complete this quest. The only place that could have so many 100.000 years old spirit beasts is that place. Chu Feng was pondering what to do now, since he felt that his body had way too much spirit power inside of it. When the Dragon God said his power would help him absorb both of the Dragon King's power that was remaining in its corpses, he didn't think much of it since both Dragon Kings were dead for a long time. Chu Feng put his full attention on the healing process and took another hour to heal. He stood up and went up the well. Chu Feng jumped out of the water and arrived in front of an anxious Zhu Zuqing who was looking at him with a face full of worry. Are you hurt anywhere? What happened? Zhu Zuqing started Chu Feng all around him to try and find any potential injuries but couldn't find any. Do you have an internal injury? Her pretty little hands were roaming all around his body while inspecting him, and Chu Feng naturally wouldn't want to stop her from doing that. Seeing that Chu Feng wasn't injured, Zhu Zuqing let out a sigh of relief. If you do something so stupid again, I will strangle you. Zhu Zuqing said while trying to be angry but couldn't bring herself to do so. She knew he came because the necklace and even injured himself because of it. She felt warm inside and knew she made the right decision about him. I disregarded everything and instantly went to save her. Although she knew Chu Feng liked Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu as well, she didn't mind it since she knew he would have other women, and Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu got a lot closer recently due to Dai Mubai dragging the boys away from them. Every time Dai Mubai tried to get close to Zhu Zuqing, an invisible force stopped him from coming closer than 3 meters, which greatly infuriated him, and therefore he tried splitting the group into 2. All of this just points out how selfish, arrogant and shameless he was. I'm fine, my body just had some internal injuries but they are healed now. Chu Feng smiled and hugged her. Zhu Zuqing froze up for a second but put her hands around his waist and put her head on his chest. The two stayed like that for a few minutes. They could feel each other's heartbeat, and Chu Feng really enjoyed having this woman hugging him so close, as if she was afraid he would leave. He knew of her past and that asshole just ditched her while not giving a single bit about her feelings. Chu Feng separated from the hug and lifted her up in a princess carry. Kya, Zhu Zuqing let out a cute soft scream out of surprise. Chu Feng lifted her up in a blink and before she knew it they were under a tree. That scream was quite cute, Chu Feng said with a teasing smile on his face which made Zhu Zuqing pinch his waist in embarrassment. They were under a big tree that had different colored flowers. Zhu Zuqing was snuggling in Chu Feng's embrace with a peaceful expression. She looked up at Chu Feng and smiled widely at him but he could see she was scared. Chu Feng stroked her hair and hugged her closer and pulled her closer, kissed her forehead. His behavior made Zhu Zuqing more relaxed and put her head back on his chest. Are you scared I will leave? Chu Feng said directly while looking into the distance. How did you know? Zhu Zuqing shook slightly and asked him while grabbing him tighter. She still wasn't over what happened with the first one she cared about. She didn't care about the person anymore but the experience about how he just packed up and left after his repeated letters hurt her. Eyes tell more than words. Zuqing, look at me. Zhu Zuqing turned her head towards Chu Feng who looked her straight into her eyes and had a kind smile on his face. Are you sure you want to be with me for the rest of your life, Zuqing? But I'm scared that you leave suddenly. No matter how much I try I just can't reach you. Zhu Zuqing nodded and said while small tears were appearing in her eyes. I always say to myself actions speak louder than words. First go look at the bag I handed you, Chu Feng said while wiping the tears from her eyes. Zhu Zuqing was confused but still did what he wanted and opened the bag and let out a surprised shout. This a dark devil cat? Zhu Zuqing looked at the unconscious creature with her hands before her mouth and looked back at Chu Feng. She felt warm inside by knowing he hunted such a powerful creature for her and now understood why he said that actions speak louder than words. She wasn't stupid and knew this was his way of telling her not to worry. Chu Feng stood up and looked at her with a smile and hugged her. Small tears appeared in her eyes again and the last wall between them broke into pieces. Strength is obtainable and I could make you stronger directly but that wouldn't fit you. That is why I left you at Shrek. With your character it would only be detrimental in the long run if I raised you like a flower in a greenhouse, Chu Feng whispered in her ears which made her hug him tighter and knew he was right. But you could have at least told me right. Zhu Zuqing looked at him with a bit of blame in her teary eyes. Ha! Chu Feng awkwardly laughed and knew he could have done that but although he wasn't a virgin in his last life he was new to love besides Shian Sha but one relationship wouldn't make him all knowing about a woman's heart. Sorry, Chu Feng said while wiping the tears out of her eyes, since your spirit power is level 40 already go ahead and absorb its spirit ring. Now, but I can't absorb it. Zhu Zuqing was surprised for a moment but instantly knew she would be unable to handle it with her current capabilities. She thought Chu Feng got her the dark devil cat for her 5th or 6th spirit ring. Just trust me, it agreed to be killed and absorbed by you so there is no negative emotions that will stop you from absorbing it. Its power might be too much to handle for you but I will help you with that, Chu Feng said to her while bringing the kid closer to her. It agreed to be killed? Zhu Zuqing said in surprise. Yes. Its family got killed and I slaughtered those 2 spirit beasts but it was poisoned and it was too late to save it so I asked if it was already with this plan. Chu Feng explained. He knew Zhu Zuqing loved cats so he naturally wouldn't tell her that even against its will it would have forced it instead. Zhu Zuqing agreed and finally Zhu Zuqing killed the dark devil cat with slight reluctance and absorbed its spirit ring with Chu Feng's help. The spirit ring was well above her limit and the power of the spirit ring would have killed her if it wasn't for Chu Feng absorbing it with his 3rd spirit ring's ability, 100.000 years old spirit ring. Zhu Zuqing was too busy to care about anything around her so she didn't notice the spirit ring but Chu Feng knew what kind of power this ability really had. If he fought a big spirit beast he could just keep dodging it while touching it sometimes and depleting its stamina and spirit power with this ability. So far he just didn't have the chance or need to use it yet. It seems you succeeded. Chu Feng smiled kindly at Zhu Zuqing who was breathing heavily in his embrace. He hugged her closer since seeing her going through something so painful would naturally hurt his heart but he knew how stubborn this little cat girl was and didn't stop her and instead tried to lessen the burden on her body as much as possible. Zhu Zuqing released her spirit rings and 2 yellow, 1 purple and a black spirit ring appeared behind her and saw the black spirit ring and held her hands in front of her mouth. She knew it was a dark devil cat that was older than 20.000 years but after feeling her new power did it finally sink in, she had a 10.000 years old spirit ring as her 4th spirit ring. Chu Feng and Zhu Zuqing spent some more time cuddling and kissing each other and Zhu Zuqing explained that the ability she got was called Dark Devil Transformation, which gave her Hell Civet, 9 tails which would boost her resistance to illusions and mind attacks. It also gave her a 50% speed boost when she was in the Dark Devil transformation, and her attack power would be doubled, but how long she could use it for was mainly relying on how strong her body was due to the overload of power she would obtain, but since she was trained by Chu Feng, that naturally wasn't much of a problem. After a few hours, Chu Feng reluctantly had to part with her, and told her about how he would be gone for a while again, but after that he could take it easy for a while. But don't do anything rash and keep yourself safe. Zhu Zuqing looked at him with a blush and puppy eyes. They were so absorbed in the kissing that her clothes were disheveled and her bra was slightly showing. They almost took it to the next level, but Chu Feng knew this wasn't the moment to do so, since he had to hurry up and didn't want to sleep with her to just disappear the next day, since she deserved better. For the next 10 minutes it was just Zhu Zuqing acting like a worried housewife, which made Chu Feng smile and hug her and giving her a last kiss before bringing her back towards a place called Blue Tyrant Academy. Give a crystal to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and tell them that if they find a spirit beast around 20.000 years old to just throw this thing at it. It will seal its consciousness and I will help them absorb the spirit beast when I come back. Chu Feng handed Zhu Zuqing 3 crystals that had a red and blue aura swirling inside of it. I knew you had no good intentions to them. Zhu Zuqing pouted, which made her look extremely cute, but Chu Feng already told her about how he wanted more wives, so it wasn't unexpected. I don't have any good intentions towards you either, but you don't want to run away either, right? Chu Feng smiled and kissed her forehead and handed her 3 boxes with the herbs they absorbed in the original story, but only Xiao Wu had a different herb, since giving her the yearning heartbroken red wouldn't help anyway, since Xiao Wu wasn't clear how she felt about him. Stay safe, Zhu Zuqing said seriously while looking in Chu Feng's eyes, who merely smiled and replied by kissing her forehead once more and disappeared, leaving Zhu Zuqing near the Shrek members that merged with the Blue Tyrant Academy. Chu Feng spent a few hours using teleport and running towards the location shown on the treasure map and searching, but suddenly saw a weird sign on a tree. He was currently in the center of the Stardow Forest. He already asked Erming and Daming if they knew something, but even they didn't know if there was something special. When Chu Feng got near the tree with the mark on the tree suddenly started to shine brighter and brighter until Chu Feng had to close his eyes. After a minute or so, Chu Feng opened his eyes and saw he was in a different place. Huge mountains that were touching the clouds, huge waterfalls that made sounds loud enough to hurt a regular human's ears if they were near it, huge trees that were over 100 meters tall. Chu Feng looked around a bit, but suddenly his slaughter aura came out by itself. Chu Feng quickly retracted it to not attract attention in this unknown place and looked towards the east, where he saw something familiar. It was a broken mountain that had the shape of a half moon. Chu Feng's eyes opened wide and hate seeped into skin and bones. This mountain. He remembered it as the mountain his mother talked about. This mountain was destroyed by his father. So this is the place where you are hiding, old man, finally. Chu Feng had a crazed smile on his face while his blue and red eyes started shining brighter and brighter. Finally, I can make you suffer a fate worse than death. If there is any mistakes, I'll edit them tomorrow. Again, sorry for not posting, but I really didn't have mind in order. Chapter 25, Shining Diamond Flower King. Congratulations, host has entered the Sealed Realm. The Sealed Realm is a place where a lot of powerful spirit beasts are sealed until someone is able to break the seal. Greater than reward for entering. Map of the Sealed Realm. Note: humans seal the spirit beasts in this realm, so if they discover host can expect to be hunted by the entire Sealed Realm. Chu Feng calmed himself down after reading the announcement and started exploring while looking on the map. The branches of the trees weren't even moving when he was stepping on them, and everything seemed sturdier in this realm. Chu Feng noticed that the spirit beasts of 1,000 years or younger were always moving in groups of their own sort, and some of them had different species in their team that looked like they had a hierarchy among them. Chu Feng spent an hour before finding a group led by a 10.000 years old diamond-clawed claws. As it walked back, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. These spirit beasts had created their own small groups. Some races were enslaved, like most pig, boar and cow races that were just used as livestock for the stronger races like the wolf race, since they had the numbers. Chu Feng stalked the group of wolves and arrived at a few kilometer-wide field of grass. Chu Feng inspected the group of wolves and saw the leader of the pack and used his eyes of truth on it. Earth Fire Wolf. A wolf that was raised close to a powerful flame and mutated into a Earth Flame Wolf. It has a strong pair of claws and its biggest strength is its amazing speed. Greater than beast age, 69.666 years. Just the leader of the wolves race already has such a huge amount of strength. Chu Feng looked at the Earth Fire Wolf in amazement. its body was over 5 meters tall and its body kept releasing fire as if its body was made of it and not just an ability. Chu Feng looked at the wolf but didn't see anything he needed in it, so he left it alone and deeper towards the inner area of the sealed realm. On the map, Chu Feng could see that the sealed realm was just a huge island where only spirit beasts were living. 100.000 years old spirit beast. Chu Feng hid himself inside the shadows and inspected a huge beast that looked like a huge flower that was residing in a huge open grass field. Shining Diamond Flower King. A flower that evolved from a sunflower due to absorbing the light from a red sun diamond. It has an amazing defense and is able to absorb energy from the moon and sun to heal itself continuously. It has one of the slowest speed and lowest attack power among its age group. Greater than beast age, 111.551 years. It seems that spirit beasts here rather stay in their beast forms due to their hate for humans. Chu Feng looked at the 40-meter-tall sunflower that had a core that looked like a red diamond and decided it would actually be a great first spirit ring for his Asura's blessing. It had no weakness besides its low speed and attack power, but he had Asura's blade, so he didn't it for that. Suddenly, the Shining Diamond Flower King turned around and used one of its huge roots to sweep towards Chu Feng's location. It actually noticed me. Chu Feng was shocked that he was found out and jumped out of the way of the root's way. I see, it's releasing spores or something like that. Chu Feng saw the reason that caused him to be found out. Small spores were flying all around the place and probably send the Shining Diamond Flower King a warning. The Shining Diamond Flower King didn't give Chu Feng the time to rest, and the huge root swept everything in its path and continued towards Chu Feng, who brandished his sword to meet it and test its strength. Bright red with black aura burst from his blade after he infused a huge amount of slaughter aura into the blade and cleaved down at the root. Clang! As the broadsword and that huge root fully collided together, a loud metallic sound was heard. The Shining Diamond Flower King trembled from the pain, but Chu Feng wasn't fine either. The giant root made his arm a bit numb, which was all, but Chu Feng only had 2 arms and the Shining Diamond Flower King had countless roots. Although the conclusion was as such, the previous sword strike didn't show any weakness and Chu Feng saw the root already regenerating at visible speed. The Shining Diamond Flower King's huge body was supported by hundreds thick and powerful roots that could regenerate in a minute. Chu Feng noticed one fatal weakness: its willpower couldn't handle much pain. Suddenly, on top of the sunflower-like head of the Shining Diamond Flower King's head was a huge white ball that was shot at Chu Feng at an insane speed. He simply was too late to resist and he was ruthlessly struck by the giant white ball. Boom! Chu Feng shot through the grass and stabbed his sword into the ground to stabilize himself, and a bit of blood came from his mouth. It has weak attack power for a 100.000 years old spirit beast. Chu Feng smiled bitterly, and although he tanked the hit quite well with his sword, his body felt quite sore from the hit. The Shining Diamond Flower King was a spirit beast. Its battle instinct was ingrained into its body over huge amounts of time. It could be said that it has a rich battle experience. Chu Feng spat out the blood in his mouth and looked at the Shining Diamond Flower King that was moving towards him. Its strength was far more than he had anticipated, and its wisdom was even more shocking. My injuries aren't serious, but I want to try this move. Chu Feng came out of the pit of dirt and dashed towards the Shining Diamond Flower King. The Shining Diamond Flower King used its giant roots to hit Chu Feng, who was dodging from root to root while using invisible blade at the incoming roots of the Shining Diamond Flower King, which made it flail in pain. Clang asterisk boom asterisk clang. Sounds of metal hitting each other and heavy things falling onto the ground kept resounding in the open field. Chu Feng got struck by another giant root and was knocked back from the Shining Diamond Flower King's body. It seems its stamina is running low, Chu Feng said to himself when he saw that the giant roots stopped regenerating. He cut hundreds of giant roots these last 15 minutes. He wanted to end this fight fast since he might attract other spirit beasts, and since they could smell he was human he would be in deep shit. Fine, in that case, burn in hell. 5th stroke, Dragon's Rage. Chu Feng's arms looked like they were bulging and slashed his vertically. A huge amount of spirit power assembled and formed a 50-meter-long Eastern Azure Dragon. The Shining Diamond Flower King used all of its remaining roots to block the incoming danger, and it directly connected with its shield of giant roots. The area around the Shining Diamond Flower King trembled and created a small tornado from the impact of the clash, while dirt and rocks flew all over the place. Crash! The dust settled and the huge Shining Diamond Flower King's body crashed into the ground. The red diamond on top of its head was cracked, which Chu Feng aimed for. It seemed as if the red diamond was its heart, so Chu Feng used his new move called Dragon's Rage, which was called a sword stroke. For some reason, The Azure Dragon was something compressed of all the elements Chu Feng could muster, which also caused it to have such a shocking amount of power. Huff. This move is, so tiring, Chu Feng said to himself while breathing heavily. He knew it wasn't needed to end it in such a grand way, but he really wanted to test the power of the move on a 100.000 years old spirit beast, and the results were above his expectation. Chu Feng recollected himself and looked at the red spirit ring floating above the huge corpse. Seeing this scene made him really excited, since this was his first real fight with a 100.000 years old spirit beast. Chu Feng got ready to absorb the spirit ring and sat down. Slowly, the spirit ring started getting absorbed into him. Chu Feng's face slightly changed due to the huge resentment of the Shining Diamond Flower King, but surprisingly his body could take it with a small amount of effort, and thought about the fact that the soul core should have helped him greatly in increasing his body and mind. Chu Feng took 5 minutes to completely absorb the 100.000 years old spirit ring, and the information about the abilities of the spirit ring appeared in his head. It actually makes me able to heal lost limbs and heal a fatal attack once every day. Chu Feng was really surprised by the life-saving technique. Even a ruptured heart would be healed, although Chu Feng had no idea how. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Absorb a spirit ring of 10.000 years old or older as your first spirit ring for Asura's blessing. Greater than reward. Rename of Asura's blessing in Reforming of Asura's blessing. Reforming. It didn't even give me a form in the first place, but whatever. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and renamed it into Devil's Call and made it a ring with thick white band and a huge red ruby on top of it, so it would be obvious it would be a man's ring. I shouldn't stay here for too long and just quickly take Spirit Bone with me. Chu Feng got up and decided to fuse later with the Spirit Bone of the Shining Diamond Flower King, since the smell of blood would definitely attract a great number of spirit beasts and they would definitely want to eat its corpse for their own growth. *ROAAAR. Damn it. Chu Feng heard the roar and quickly grabbed the spirit bone and used teleportation to disappear from the place. 20 seconds later a huge dragon that was 100 meters long appeared. It was black as ink and everywhere it went a black patch of land would be left of it. The black dragon looked at the corpse on the ground with a confused face and didn't find the reason who had killed it, since there were just too many races in this small world, and just opened its huge mouth and ate the Shining Diamond Flower King's corpse and flew back to her home without thinking much about the matter. Chapter 26 Abyss Demon Dragon. That was close. Chu Feng sighed in relief and looked in his hands where a left leg bone was shining brightly. The spirit bone looked like the red diamond on top of the Shining Diamond Flower King, but in the form of a leg bone. Chu Feng arrived at a small cave entrance that looked uninhabited and entered. He sat down and looked at the spirit bone in his hands and started fusing with it. KKGGG. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and endured that came from his left leg and kept fusing it. It took around 10 minutes before it was fully absorbed, and Chu Feng felt his body and mind were undergoing a big transformation. Chu Feng's body was covered in a green cocoon and he felt as if he was releasing some kind of invisible shackle. Feeling that the current healing power was so strong, Chu Feng instantly thought of the drop of blood he got quite a while ago, but he knew that the current healing power wasn't strong enough to keep his body in one piece, since the Shining Diamond Flower King's ability mainly was about short healing powers that could heal big injuries but didn't have a strong auto-regenerate ability that he thought would be necessary. For 3 hours Chu Feng's body and mind kept getting stronger and stronger until finally the cocoon broke and Chu Feng stepped out. His appearance didn't change, but his presence got a lot stronger, and he felt that with his current strength he only needed a few minutes to deal with the Shining Diamond Flower King. In the blink of an eye another 3 days passed. In the last few days Chu Feng absorbed another 2 spirit rings that was 177.552 years old and 211.335 years old respectively, from a gray ultimate delay wolf and a crowned 4-winged serpent. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul spirit: greater than Asura's blade, black, black, red. Greater than Devil's Call, red, red, red. Eyes of truth. Slaughter aura. Space lock. Mind space locked. Soul power: 40-60. Spirit rings. Greater than Asura's blade. 53.022 years old, black. 57.202 years old, black. 121.420 years old, red. Greater than Devil's Call. 111.551 years old, red. 177.552 years old, red. 211.335 years old, red. Spirit ring skills: Asura's blade. Greater than teleportation, first spirit ring skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second spirit ring skill. Greater than Darkness Seal, Absorption, 3rd Spirit Ring Skill. Devil's Call. Greater than Life Blessing, Grace, 1st Spirit Ring. Greater than Domain of Time, Imprison, 2nd Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Poison Breath, Poison Outburst, 3rd Spirit Ring Skill. Soul Cores. Elemental Guardian, Ice and Fire, upgradable. If host absorbs more Dragon King remains, it will absorb that Dragon King's elemental energy and fuse it into his soul core. The title will upgrade each time it evolves. Luck. 23. The Grey Ultimate Delay Wolf gave him the ability Time Domain. It was an ability to stop time for a short period of time a few meters around him, and an ability called Imprison that sealed a target for a certain amount of time but that depended on the power difference. The Crowned Four-Winged Serpent gave the ability Poison Breath, which spoke for itself, but it was even stronger than Doubo's Poison. The second ability was called Poison Outburst, that was an area effect skill. It sent out waves upon waves of poison waves from the user, and at last was a passive ability called Poison Body. It made his blood immune to poisons. Although Chu Feng was able to resist poisons under Limit Douluo realm, that was it. Its use would run out one day if he fought a Limit Douluo with a poison ability, or if he went to the divine realm. While this poison body would get stronger the stronger he is. Both spirit rings gave Chu Feng a better affinity with their respective elements and made his body and mind stronger, but he was quite disappointed with the spirit bones since it was the skull or crown of the crowned four-winged serpent. The spirit bone he got from the Grey Ultimate Time Wolf was a right arm bone, but Chu Feng didn't think it was good enough to be absorbed, so he put it away. Maybe he could find a use for it later, or just give it away or sell it, since its only useful ability was its time elements and he got everything he wanted for that element from it already. So here it is. Chu Feng stood in front of a cave in one of the biggest mountains he saw so far. The last day he spent the whole day searching for the huge black dragon's hideout. Every time he had killed a spirit beast he would have to run shortly after the smell of blood spread due to having the feeling of danger. In front of Chu Feng was a huge mountain that was touching the clouds with a huge hole inside of it. The mountain and the surrounding looked like it was cursed. It was filled with black ground and dead trees, but it didn't look they died because of a poison spirit beast, but it corroded. I don't have an ability to withstand corrosion, since corrosion isn't a curse it seems. Chu Feng knew this battle would be a hard one, but the corroding ability and the dragon was just a too big temptation. While waiting for the dragon to come, Chu Feng started trying out his new abilities and tried to fuse his own domain with the domain of time. If he was able to succeed, then it would be his biggest strength. Sadly, it wasn't as easy as he hoped, but it was possible. Swish swish swish. Chu Feng sensed the air move with his improved sensed and his boost in affinity with the air element. He quickly hid himself and his aura with his shadow cloak and inspected the huge dragon. Abyss Demon Dragon. The Abyss Demon Dragon was entirely black as ink. After reaching a cultivation base of 100,000 years, it had grown to a total of 100 meters from head to tail. Its enormous wings were spread open and its entire body was emitting purple and black smog. The virulent smog was highly corrosive. This was also the reason this entire patch of forest was tainted with that black color. Greater than beast age, 270.225 years old. Chu Feng had a crazed smile on his face while looking at the Abyss Demon Dragon. It was a perfect fit with him. Chu Feng released his battle intent on purpose. He didn't want to attack the dragon with a sneak attack. Something inside his blood screamed for him to show dominance over the other dragon and have it submit. The Abyss Demon Dragon turned its huge head around and didn't see anyone until Chu Feng decided to reveal himself and walk out of the shadow of a corroded tree. The Abyss Demon Dragon was surprised, but then its huge face showed a grin on its huge face as well, with excitement filling its eyes. Their eyes met in an infinite amount of bloodlust and a huge amount of battle intent. Dragons have always been battle maniacs, and especially dragons like the Abyss Demon Dragon that was one of the strongest species among the dragons. They both didn't say anything. Chu Feng drew his sword in front and looked at the Abyss Demon Dragon while covering his sword in slaughter aura and slashed down with full force. When the attack came out, even the air trembled. A huge sword slash made out of spirit power appeared in the air and moved towards the Abyss Demon Dragon while destroying everything in its path. The huge sword slash was almost as big as the Abyss Demon Dragon herself. The power it contained gave the Abyss Demon Dragon a sense of danger, but instead of dodging, it let out a huge amount of black gas towards the sword. Boom! Both attack clashed and created a huge crater. Both the Abyss Demon Dragon and the human had the same power. Chu Feng dashed towards the Demon Abyss Dragon despite the miasma and corrosion around it. it wasn't strong enough to injure him if he wasn't in it for a small amount of time, but if he spent longer than a minute in it without stepping out, then he would be in big trouble. Roar. The demon abyss dragon roared in excitement and flew towards Chu Feng while breathing out black flames filled with corrosion. Chu Feng didn't shy away either and used everything he had from both his spirits. Sadly, he couldn't use them at the same time. The demon abyss dragon was surprised when it saw Chu Feng switching between his spirits. Chu Feng didn't hide anything either and let out his spirit rings fully, and for the first time his spirit rings appeared behind him in full view. Currently he was fighting with his sword, so his 2 black and 1 red spirit ring appeared. Although it underestimated Chu Feng at first, it didn't dare do so after a few clashes. His attacks were fast, precise, deadly and sometimes even invisible. Both the human and the dragon kept fighting through the corroded forest and mountains and kept destroying everything in their path. The demon abyss dragon got covered with more and more wounds, however Chu Feng's body was full of injuries as well, and his left arm was hit by a corrosion breath. The corrosion didn't directly destroy his arm but slowly infected his body like a poison. His left arm slowly turned dark gray, and upon seeing his stats the abyss demon dragon let out a victorious smile. For a human you were quite strong, it gave him a compliment, but Chu Feng just looked at it with a sneer on his face. Normally it would have spread through his whole body already, but he was suppressing it to his left arm with his spirit power. Tud. The abyss demon dragon's eyes widened a bit upon seeing Chu Feng cutting off his own arm without a single change of expression on his face. You actually managed to suppress the corroding energy, the abyss demon dragon said in slight amazement. It's been a while since I had this much fun. Chu Feng smiled and healed his wound where he cut off his arm. Regenerating his arm would take an hour or so since it had to regenerate it from cell to cell, and he didn't have the time for that right now. Cough. Suddenly a mouthful of blood was sprayed out and it splattered on his clothes, and Chu Feng had a hard time standing on his feet, his eyebrows slightly raised, and the abyss demon dragon let out a crazed smile on its face. I do not only have the corrosion element but also the destruction element. It's unstoppable, and just like its name, it destroys everything it touches. That you didn't die already is a miracle, but sadly this is the end. Indeed, it's quite regrettable. Chu Feng smiled and raised his sword into the air, and small hurricane appeared above it that absorbed all the fire. Ice and darkness revolved and his face changed into an ice-cold expression when he looked at the abyss demon dragon. The abyss demon dragon felt the strength coming from the sword and charged its own strongest attack. Both their bodies were covered with their own blood and multiple bones were broken. Chu Feng's left arm was gone while one of the wings of the abyss demon dragon was cut off. Both had multiple deep cuts and bruise marks over their body, but both of them still got ready to decide everything with one last attack. Chu Feng had blood running out of his mouth but didn't stop absorbing the 3 elements until his body was literally about to fall apart. Roar. Roar. 2 deep roars came from Chu Feng's and the abyss demon dragon's mouths, and both released their attacks. One attack was filled with the corrosion and destruction element while the other was filled with the darkness, ice and fire element. The dragon's breath and 3-colored sword stroke clashed and huge bright flash appeared. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOM. Chu Feng was launched backward and crashed into trees and rocks and shattered them until finally coming to a stop 250 meters away from the original impact and coughing out another mouth of blood while sitting against the tree. The abyss demon dragon also flew backwards from the aftermath of the attack and crashed into the mountain that was 400 meters behind it and destroyed the mountain. Rocks, ground and stones fell over the abyss demon dragon's huge body and it was nearly buried under the destroyed mountain. Between the two of them was a 200-meter wide crater with some lingering aura in it. Chu Feng smiled weakly since this wasn't a move gifted to him. This was a move he created himself by fusing the first stroke to the 6th stroke together. What kind of monster are you? At that instant, a weak voice was transmitted towards Chu Feng's brain. You're actually still alive, Chu Feng said in a surprised voice. This move was close to destroying his own body, yet this abyss demon dragon could still talk after taking it. Of course, after it was weakened by its own attack. Don't underestimate me, the weak voice said. Chu Feng stood up with trembling legs and used his sword as a walking stick and walked towards the body of the abyss demon dragon that couldn't move under all the debris. It took Chu Feng a whole 15 minutes to walk towards the abyss demon dragon while eating healing pellets that barely had any effect on his current condition. Chu Feng stood before the abyss demon dragon's body that only had its head out of the rocks, ground and debris on top of it. It seems, it's my win, Chu Feng said with a weak smile on his face. The healing pellets could heal some injuries, but the blood loss, fatigue and exhaustion were something it didn't heal, and Chu Feng had a hard time staying conscious. Why? You're right, cough, go ahead. This cough is the law of the strong. Cough. The abyss demon dragon closed its eyes waiting for death but wasn't even able to wait before passing out. Chu Feng slowly raised his sword and used all his remaining to fuse it into his sword. Suddenly, the sword disappeared into particles and Chu Feng's eyes closed. His body was unable to keep standing any longer and fell forward. His body had been under constant torture and injuries for years now, and it was certainly stronger anyone under title douluo, but his body right now was infected by the destruction element. This had nothing to do with a weak willpower, this was merely the destruction element destroying his nerves, which made Chu Feng lose consciousness. Before Chu Feng fully lost his consciousness, he used his last bit of power to use his healing skill that he got from the Shining Diamond Flower King. Luckily for Chu Feng, the Abyss Demon Dragon already resigned itself to its fate and let itself be absorbed. The bad news of this was because he was unconscious, he could not control it and his body went into a state of survival instinct. His body felt the cure to all of this was the source of it all, the Abyss Demon Dragon, and slowly its huge body was giving off light and getting less visible to the naked eye. The Abyss Demon Dragon didn't have its spirit ring out in the open yet, since it wasn't even dead yet. The only reason why its body was giving off light was because it was ready to die, and it was fine with being absorbed, since that is the law of the strong. Luckily, the Abyss Demon Dragon's corrosion and destruction element was extremely deadly to spirit beasts, and that's why it was always left alone without anything bothering it. It took half an hour for his body to absorb the Abyss Demon Dragon's body and make it into a spirit ring. Chu Feng's body lost all of its remaining strength and went into a deep slumber. He wasn't the only one that went into a deep slumber, because inside the new red-orange spirit ring was a sleeping purple-haired beauty. She had a slender figure with perfect, round breasts and long legs. The upper part of her chest was bare to reveal her snowy white skin and a deep cleavage between her breasts. Her long purple-black hair hung down loosely behind her back and her exquisite face was exceedingly charming. Her lips, on the other hand, were a light pink-purple. The most special part about her was an ink-black scale on her forehead rippled with layers of purple radiance streaming forth to the top of her head. Her outfit was currently very misleading, since the armor on her shoulders slid down from her shoulder and showed one of her boobs in open view, while her thigh-high tight armor that looked like leggings ran down her smooth and beautiful legs. If Chu Feng saw this beauty, he would definitely laugh himself to death, but he could only do so after he was healed. Luckily, he had the time to do so, since his body wasn't affected by the destruction and corrosion element anymore. Chapter 27, Shian Sha and ZG. It's been 3 days since the fight between Chu Feng and the Abyss Demon Dragon. Chu Feng's body already healed enough and his eyes opened slowly. His whole body was sore from the fight. This was definitely the hardest fight yet. You're finally awake, Shian Sha said happily from within the spirit ring. I'm fine, I'm sorry for worrying you, Chu Feng said with a bitter smile and sat against a rock. Please just be careful from now on, Shian Sha said with a smile on her face, but Chu Feng could see the hidden pain in her eyes. Don't worry, good people live for tens of years while evil people live for thousands, and you know I'm not a saint. Chu Feng joked, which made Shian Sha smile a little bit. I really miss your touch, you know, Chu Feng said with a depressed expression on his face. Shian Sha nodded and sat down on the ground. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was quite lonely in this wide open space, and only a few hours a day could she talk with Chu Feng, which he would always spend with her watching different sceneries to make her mood a little happier, and although it helped her a lot, he still didn't want to take longer to free her. Sure, Chu Feng took a deep breath and a ruthless glint flashed through his eyes. Yes dear, give me 10 days, within 10 days I will get you a heart. Chu Feng didn't wait for her response and stood up. He knew Shian Sha was used to being alone, but having someone you love so close to you but you can't talk to them all the time was heartbreaking, for the both of them. Shian Sha had a bright smile on her face and didn't say anything. She wanted to tell him to slow down, but she knew it would be useless, so the best thing would be supporting him in everything he does instead. Oh dear, I totally forgot. Shian Sha suddenly had a smile on her face, but Chu Feng could see that smile was incredibly cold. Yes. Chu Feng was confused about what could give her this reaction. You remember our promise, right? Shian Sha said with the same expression on her face. Wait, you mean? Chu Feng said with cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, she was in danger, yet that boy was totally helpless, and besides, do you not see how different she looks at the boy? The boy probably started treating her differently lately, Shian Sha said. How do you even know that? Chu Feng said with a bitter smile. Because she is my daughter. Shian Sha smiled brightly. Her plan had succeeded and she was happy her child would soon join them and they won't need to separate again. You tricked me, you knew that if it wasn't for me she would be found out to be a spirit beast, so you asked me to give her something that can protect her, right? Chu Feng said while sighing. She got him good this time. Hee hee. Shian Sha stuck out her tongue that made her look really childish but really adorable that even Chu Feng felt his heart melt. For tricking your husband you will see what the punishment is. Chu Feng smiled evilly and started stretching his sore body a bit. OWW, what kind of punishment? Shian Sha licked her lips seductively, which was almost enough to make Chu Feng's lust go insane. No mercy next time, even if you beg like last time. I will not stop until you can't walk for at least a week, Chu Feng said with narrowed eyes. Hearing his voice like this, Shian Sha shuddered and realized she might have chewed off more than she can. Dear. Shian Sha looked up with puppy eyes which almost made Chu Feng's heart soften. No mercy, Chu Feng said determinedly, which made Shian Sha pout, but Chu Feng noticed the expectation in her eyes. This little freak doesn't know who she is fucking with, Chu Feng said to himself with a smile on his face. Chu Feng and Shian Sha were talking to each other when they were suddenly interrupted. Where am I? A soft and soothing voice interrupted Chu Feng and Shian Sha's moment. It sounded confused by the situation she was in. What the? Chu Feng and Shian Sha were bewildered that someone managed to sneak into Chu Feng's spirit ring, but both of them suddenly remembered that Chu Feng never killed the Abyss Demon Dragon. The Abyss Demon Dragon, I assume? Chu Feng asked in a normal voice. Yes, that's me. Can you tell me where I am? The soft voice asked. You're inside a spirit ring. I absorbed you after our fight, Chu Feng said to her. That's not right. If I was absorbed then I shouldn't even be alive yet. How can I do this then? The Abyss Demon Dragon asked in a confused tone and her voice disappeared. Chu Feng said goodbye to Shian Sha since the connection between them was showing signs of cutting off, as if it was a phone losing connection. Chu Feng opened his eyes and looked around to see a beauty standing near him and looking at him with a curious gaze. She had a slender figure with perfect, round breasts and long legs. The upper part of her chest was bare to reveal her snowy white skin and a deep cleavage between her breasts. Her long purple-black hair and her exquisite face was exceedingly charming, with her left eye being deep purple and the right one bright golden. ZG, Chu Feng subconsciously said. ZG's eyes widened and looked at Chu Feng. How do you know that name? ZG said in confusion. She was left alone since young due to her corrosion element being harmful for other people close to her, and only one spirit beast came close to her. That spirit beast had a powerful life element which was even stronger than her corrosion and destruction element. They became close friends and played a lot together. She didn't like fighting unlike herself, but that didn't matter and both were like sisters to each other. But one day she had to inherit her protector's position and eventually became the leader of one of the largest group of spirit beasts in this sealed land. Naturally ZG wasn't able to join her since her elements would hurt other spirit beasts instead of helping them, so she decided to train in this small mountain range without telling her best friend. When they were young her friend always asked what her name was, but she didn't have one. The Emerald Swan was not satisfied with this and gave her a name, ZG. She said that it looked a lot like her own name, Bai Ji, and in this way they would always be family. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Chu Feng suddenly started laughing madly while hitting the ground next to him. Tears were rolling down his cheeks and his stomach hurt from all the laughing. It was said that this woman fell for DTN just like Bai Ji, but I doubt that's the full story to it, Chu Feng thought to himself while wiping the tears away from his face. Bai Ji was the kindest spirit beast and DTN was one hell of a maniac when he saw a human, so that she would fall for him shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances. It seems she didn't meet DTN yet, Chu Feng concluded after seeing that she had no nervousness or anything that would make it seem that she was reluctant to stay here. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest for a second, Chu Feng smiled at her while ZG just looked at Chu Feng with curious eyes. So, why do you not seem to care that you were absorbed by me? Chu Feng decided to change the subject to avoid her question. I already told you that. The strong rule in the spirit beast community, only my sister is a special case due to her nickname, ZG said and continued. Submitting to someone stronger isn't a special occurrence. I really don't know what to think of your logic. Chu Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and continued talking with ZG about her current situation and about soul spirits. It took half an hour to give her all the information. Chu Feng was definitely into this dragon beauty, but he didn't want her to do anything against her will, which she would definitely do if he asked. If he looked at her attitude, ZG knew her situation, and although was still reluctant in her mind, she knew the rules of the wild. Chu Feng definitely wasn't ugly and could be said to have amazing looks and even have the potential to be her mate. It was kind of weird that she suddenly had to serve him. So what are going to do now? ZG asked with a straight face and slight nervousness in her heart. What do you mean? If you're talking about obeying my commands or something, then please stop that. I'm a human, not a spirit beast, so your rules are something I do not care about. Well, I don't care about human rules either, but that's of little importance, Chu Feng said in a nonchalant manner. ZG was a bit surprised since she only knew stories about humans from other spirit beasts. They said humans were lustful and evil creatures, but she knew that they just hated humans, but that didn't mean she didn't remember their words. Chu Feng suddenly sat down and closed his eyes and started absorbing the elements in the air. What are? Don't interrupt him. Shian Sha suddenly interrupted ZG and wasn't able to speak more. ZG was interested why Chu Feng would suddenly start absorbing a huge amount of spirit power. When they fought, Chu Feng did absorb the spirit ring but didn't have the ability to fully integrate it into himself, so he only got the basics in, and since he woke up he didn't have the time to look into it further. Inside of his body a second soul core started forming. His body was fusing with the red-orange spirit ring. His body was absorbing the spirit power in the air so quickly that a small whirlpool formed above his head. His body started shining and Chu Feng was slightly changing. His body could barely cope with the amount of power he was getting. It wasn't hard to figure out why that was. ZG was a dragon species, and one of the most powerful ones as well. Just her destruction and corrosion element was enough to let any spirit beast with thin defenses fear her. Although she was around 270.000 years old, she was definitely not any weaker than any 400.000 years old spirit beast. A spirit bone appeared out of nowhere and didn't give him the chance to reject him before diving straight into his left arm, which caused another groan of pain to leave his mouth. ZG was watching the phenomenon with interest in her eyes. Whether it was Chu Feng's aura, spirit or demeanor, it didn't resemble a human at all and instead resembled a dragon a lot more. After 2 hours, Chu Feng was finally done absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone. As he opened his eyes he saw ZG staring at his face in a daze. Are you okay? Chu Feng asked. Ah, yes. ZG woke up out her daze and turned away from Chu Feng with slight confusion and curiosity in her eyes. Chu Feng's aura changed so much after full absorbing the spirit ring that he had the aura of a pure blood dragon instead of a human. It's too dark to hunt right now. I'm in that mountain. Chu Feng stretched his neck while being happy about his new strength. His muscles grew a bit. His height grew to 1.85 meters tall, and his shoulder-length white hair and blue and red slitted eyes gave him this demonic charm that was hard to resist, and even ZG couldn't help but keep glancing at him. Chu Feng arrived at the mountain next to the one they destroyed in their battle and dug out a cave with a few sword strokes and went inside and placed a bit while looking at ZG. Wanna join? Chu Feng teased, only to see her nod and walk past him and lay down on the king-sized bed and covered herself in the blankets without undressing herself. Chu Feng smiled. This dragon lady didn't show much emotion but knew she already saw him as a potential mate, and Chu Feng wasn't one to shy away from that, since this fast of a progression in a relationship was normal for spirit beasts if they found their future mate. Chu Feng undressed himself until he was only wearing some black underwear and got under the covers, which made ZG tremble slightly. Chu Feng smiled at her little nervousness, put his hands under his head and just looked at the ceiling. Stop forcing yourself. I will not force you to do anything and will only make a move on you if you are ready for it. I do not own you. I will not force you and I will certainly not harm you. Chu Feng said with a kind voice while looking at her back. ZG trembled slightly upon hearing that. She thought Chu Feng left her alive purely because of her body, since she woke up in her human appearance after all. ZG slightly calmed down and was thinking to herself for half an hour straight. How do I know you speak the truth? ZG asked. She was seriously thinking about what to do since they were connected forever. Her life would end the moment Chu Feng died. Feel it. I will say 2 things and you will notice the difference, Chu Feng said to her. Since they were connected, they could sense when the other was lying and when one was speaking the truth. ZG waited for Chu Feng to continue, who was thinking about what to say. I want to become God. I would sacrifice anyone or anything to do so, Chu Feng said seriously while looking at her back. ZG sensed that the first one was definitely true, but the second thing he said was a huge lie. It made her uncomfortable, as if she felt he was disgusted that he even said those things, which he really was. just saying stuff like this reminded him of a white-haired, weak-willed, powerless coward. Why do you want to become God? ZG asked curiously. To live comfortably with my loved ones for eternity. I do not want to have a time limit on my life like some kind of food have an expiry date. Status, wealth, fame, I can care less, Chu Feng said seriously. These were his thoughts about becoming stronger. He would live how he wanted without anyone or anything restricting him. Chu Feng looked at ZG, who was looking over her shoulder, and looked at him with interested eyes. Chu Feng couldn't resist those eyes and got closer to her. She didn't reject it and just kept looking at him. What Chu Feng didn't know was that the reason she accepted him this quickly was actually because of his godly wingwoman inside the spirit ring that explained what kind of person Chu Feng ever since ZG woke up. Chu Feng laid against the back ZG's while putting one of his hands on the side of her face and slightly turning around, and he kissed her soft and tender pink, light purple lips. ZG didn't push Chu Feng away and merely enjoyed the kiss and turned around to make it easier for the both of them. He slowly drove his big tongue inside her mouth in search for her soft little tongue. ZG's tongue met Chu Feng's and their hands roamed all over the other's body. Chapter 28 Dragon Beauty. Chu Feng went under the covers and hugged her juices-stained body without any disgust on his face and closed his eyes with a smile on his face. ZG, who was passed out, had a dumb happy smile on her face. She had found her mate and he was even better than she expected. Chapter 29 DTN's location. The sun was already high up in the sky in the sealed realm when Chu Feng woke up. As he turned around, he noticed ZG wasn't in bed and opened his eyes to be greeted by an empty bed. It was still as messy and smelly as before, so Chu Feng got out of his bed and could sense ZG was close to the cave in a small lake with a beautiful waterfall falling into it. Chu Feng walked out of the cave towards the lake. It only took a minute to arrive there while and undressed himself while hiding his aura. If it was before the fight, then he wouldn't be able to avoid her senses, but after he fully fused with the spirit ring. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul spirit. Greater than Asura's blade, black, black, red, orange, red. Greater than Devil's Call, red, red, orange, red. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter aura. Space lock. Mind space locked. Soul power. 50-60. Spirit rings. Greater than Asura's blade. 53.022 years old, black. 57.202 years old, black. 121.420 years old, red. 270.225 years old, orange, red. Greater than Devil's Call. 111.551 years old, red. 177.552 years old, red. 211.335 years old, orange, red. Spirit ring skills. Asura's blade. Greater than teleportation, first spirit ring skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second spirit ring skill. Greater than Darkness Seal, absorption, third spirit ring skill. Greater than Corrosion Meteor, Orb of Annihilation, Felnir Dragon Armor, fourth spirit ring. Devil's Call. Greater than Life Blessing, Grace, first spirit ring. Greater than Domain of Time, Imprison, second spirit ring skill. Greater than Poison Breath, Poison Outburst, third spirit ring skill. Soul Cores X2 Elemental Guardian, Ice and Fire upgradable. If host absorbs more Dragon King remains, it will absorb that Dragon King's elemental energy and fuse it into his soul core. AN. The title will upgrade each time it evolves. Luck. 23. Asura's Wrath, 9 sword strokes. First stroke, Invisible Slash, unmatched. Second stroke, Lightning Draw, unmatched. Third stroke, Demon's Plate, master. Fourth stroke, Hymn of the Fallen, master. Fifth stroke, Dragon's Rage, master. Sixth stroke, Devil's Curse, expert. Seventh stroke, Demon's Wrath, 65%. Eighth stroke, Void Cut, locked. Ninth stroke, Asura's Sacrifice, locked. Corrosion Meteor, Asura Blade, fourth spirit ring. A meteor created by the corrosion element. Greater than ability. Corrodes a certain amount of space according to the user's strength. Current max. 300 meters. Orb of Annihilation. An orb that was created by the fusion of damaging elements like evil, destruction, corrosion, etc. Greater than ability. Releases the stored power inside the orb that can be stored. Unless spirit power infused into it, it will not detonate. After infusing spirit power, 3S timer until detonation. Felnir Dragon Armor. Armor created from dragon aura and scales. Can be made into the form the user wants to. Greater than ability. Weakens dragons' attacks by 35%. Weakens attacks from weaker opponents by 70%. Boosts any dragon-related spirit abilities power by 100%. Claw of the Abyss Demon Dragon, right arm spirit bone. A claw from the Abyss Demon Dragon that fused with the destruction and corrosion element. Greater than abilities. Upon injuring an opponent, it will send a certain amount of destruction and corrosion particles into the enemy's body. Increases attack power by 50%. Decreases an enemy's healing by 75% if wounded. Increases affinity with the destruction and corrosion element. Chu Feng was satisfied with his new stats. His current power was on a complete different level than before, which was pretty obvious, but it still amazed him at how big the change was. He knew that ZG wasn't inferior to any 400.000 years old spirit beast out there and might be comparable to a 500.000 years old spirit beast due to her elements. He was confident he could fuse the destruction and corrosion elements into his soul cores, but he knew that he might end up like the dragon god who was controlled by his own elements because of his overconfidence. He needed a spirit ring from a spirit beast with an automatic recovery ability so his body would always be in perfect shape without having to check every hour or so to check if something was going on inside his body. Chu Feng saw ZG being completely naked while washing herself inside the lake near the waterfall, which made the scene look so dazzling that Chu Feng's heart started beating faster and faster. He took a deep breath and stepped into the lake and slowly moved towards ZG, who was humming something and roaming her hands all over her body. Chu Feng circled his arms around her perfect body and expected a surprised reaction or a scream, but instead got a kiss on his cheek instead. "You knew I was there," Chu Feng said in slight surprise. "Did you forget that although I am a spirit soul now, I still marked you with my blood and my virginity blood at that?" ZG smiled lightly while turning and twisting her body to be deeper in Chu Feng's embrace. Chu Feng suppressed the evil fire rising in his body and said, "Spirit soul doesn't sound right. The moment you leave the spirit ring, you leave the spirit ring. You have a normal body similar to your own, so maybe spirit body is a better word for it." ZG smiled and kept teasing Chu Feng and buried his dick that was hardening between her ass cheeks while moving her body slightly up and down while giving Chu Feng a cheeky grin. "You asked for it." Chu Feng stopped controlling herself and picked her up and walked and picked her up. Wait, I can't handle it yet. ZG just realized what she had done and acted pitifully. Dragon's lust, was it? I truly want to experience what gave you the confidence. As you asked, I will completely tame you, Chu Feng said while kissing her neck and pointing his dick at the slightly swollen pink lips between her legs. The two spent another hour beneath the waterfall until Chu Feng finally showed her some mercy. They both got dressed and walked towards the cave. While walking to a destination, ZG told him, "You're walking quite weird, are you okay there?" Chu Feng said with a fake worried tone but couldn't hide the grin on his face. "Isn't this all your fault?" ZG said while gritting her teeth and continued walking with an awkward posture. "Oh come on, I didn't expect a certain Abyss Demon Dragon that boasted about a dragon's lust, not able to take my mere human lust," Chu Feng teased with a mocking grin on his face. "I really want to hit you right now," ZG said with a red flush on her face while remembering what were the consequences of those words yesterday. The two of them continued walking deeper and deeper into the sealed realm while Chu Feng occasionally killed some 90,000 to lower 100.000 years old spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts even walked in groups sometimes, so that showed there were enough of them inside this sealed realm. The next 2 days were uneventful besides some killing and some lovey-dovey moments with Shian Sha through talking inside the spirit ring, or ZG, who didn't have much sleep at night without being filled up, which she welcomed with open arms. Chu Feng didn't take it too far so she could still walk the next day. In the meantime, ZG told Shian Sha about her own past. Most of the time it was about Bai Ji and an angelic winged wolf who she grew up with. The angelic winged wolf found Bai Ji when she was young and kept her safe. They found ZG together after she was injured in a fight with a scarlet horned wyvern. She was only 122 years old but killed a 19.552 years old scarlet horned wyvern. That said enough about her strength, since scarlet horned wyverns are definitely not weak since they have a thin dragon bloodline but sustained serious injuries, and that's when Bai Ji found her with the angelic winged wolf. The angelic winged wolf could still stay around ZG, who had the destruction and corrosion element inside of her but wasn't comfortable at staying around her for more than 10 or so minutes, but Bai Ji sympathized with ZG since that basically meant she was all alone all her life, and so the friendship between the Emerald Swan and the Abyss Demon Dragon started. Bai Ji, upon hearing she didn't have a name yet, called her ZG, which she gladly accepted. She was alone as far as she could remember and it felt great to have company. However, Bai Ji started to gain followers due to her kind nature and got the nickname, the kindest spirit beast, while ZG became, the dragon of death, which she didn't care much about, but ZG's elements would sometimes inflict harm upon other spirit beasts. Bai Ji healed them and didn't care that it happened since it was a small thing to do, but ZG felt that she was just in the way since Bai Ji's group was already the strongest in the forest, so ZG left without saying anything. Bai Ji, she felt useless and unneeded, which caused her excited state upon seeing Chu Feng when they started fighting. Chu Feng and Shian Sha couldn't imagine what over 200,000 years of loneliness could do to a person, but that also might have something to do with knowing Chu Feng was worthy to be her mate after their fight. Ever since Chu Feng met her, she has been laughing happily and made jokes, but it seemed that that was merely because it was him instead of her personality. Chu Feng upgraded his Asura's Blade's first and second spirit ring to 70,000 years old these 2 days and stored all the spirit bones he didn't need for his wives or future wives, but didn't manage to gain a useful spirit bone for himself. That is one of her subordinates. Do you see the green mark on its forehead? ZG said with an excited expression while pointing at a 30-meter-long purple-pink snake that had 4 horns on its head. Can he lead us to Bai Ji? Chu Feng asked. Yes, he is already over 80,000 years old, so he could speak directly to her. Sister doesn't like to handle affairs, so it's mostly the angelic winged wolf, ZG explained. Meanwhile, Chu Feng slightly revealed his aura. The snake looked at him and instantly revealed a look of pure hatred and snarled. What does a human do here? Its killing intent made Chu Feng's expression change to an ice-cold look, but ZG put a hand on his arms while looking pitifully at him. This was a subordinate of her sister and she didn't want to it. Fine, you talk to him, Chu Feng said. ZG nodded with a happy smile and looked at the fillet snake, and released her aura. The snake shuddered and its eyes opened wide. Dragon? Could you be the Abyss Demon Dragon? Wait, that's not possible. They said you were taken into the center of the realm. Center of the sealed realm? ZG asked with a confused expression. What is that? In the center of the sealed realm is another dragon that claimed to be the king of spirit beasts, and it wanted to force the Emerald Swan to become its woman, but all the spirit beasts revolted against it since it claimed to be king just like the dragons did back then, and we were just slaves back then, so all of us united and forced it to stay at the center of the sealed realm. We all soared to protect the Emerald Swan until our last breath because of everything she did for us all, and that made it back off. The fillet snake said with pride without bothering about Chu Feng, and only had complete adoration over its face while looking at ZG. It seemed that this snake was just a childish and naive spirit beast. Oh, interesting. What kind of spirit beast is it? ZG asked nonchalantly. It had nothing to do with her anyway, but she saw Chu Feng's interested look and asked. It's a golden-eyed black dragon. Chapter 30 Spirit Beast Assembly. It's a golden-eyed black dragon, the fillet snake said. And he is claiming to be the king of spirit beasts? ZG asked in ridicule. Yes, that's because he said he is the grandson of the dragon god, the fillet snake said in slight fear and hatred. It was because of him that they were stuck in this realm in the first place, yet now a descendant was claiming to be their king. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. ZG and the fillet snake looked weirdly at Chu Feng, who suddenly started laughing as if he was possessed. What a joke. He acts like spoiled young master that relies on his family's influence. Haha, hilarious. Chu Feng was holding his belly while ridiculing DTN. Let me get this straight, he wanted Bai Ji as one of his wives, but she refused and wanted to take her with force instead, right? Chu Feng said with a ridiculing smile on his face. To think his father was such a low life. The snake nodded and Chu Feng continued laughing until his stomach hurt. It was clear that DTN saw himself as some kind of king or even god and thought every spirit beast should listen to him. Chu Feng thought it was ridiculous since he depended on the influence of the dragon god instead of his own strength. Sure, DTN was strong enough to content with a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast, but still, his personality disgusted Chu Feng. Do you know him or something? ZG asked Chu Feng after he stopped laughing. You remember when I told you my father and mother abandoned me? He is my father, Chu Feng said while holding his laughter. What? ZG and the fillet snake said in shock. Your father is really powerful then, but you said you wanted to kill him because he abandoned you, right? ZG asked with a bit of concern. Yes, but let's find Bai Ji first. Chu Feng smiled at ZG and ignored the shocked fillet snake. Little snake, please lead us to her. ZG nodded at Chu Feng and said to the fillet snake, who nodded in a daze, ZG already knew that Chu Feng wanted to make Bai Ji in a spirit soul, spirit body, since in that way Bai Ji could be with them and could go outside of the sealed world. ZG knew Bai Ji always wanted to go outside. On a daily basis she would say how boring and small this place was when they were together, so ZG fully supported Chu Feng's idea. The Phileta snake agreed and led them towards a huge open field. Chu Feng already saw it on his map, but this place was invested by spirit beast of over 100,000 years old, and if they suddenly attacked him, he instantly had to recall ZG and teleport. Demonic Golden Clawed Bear King, 103,055 years old, Silver Meliotha Condor, 109.333 years old, Evil Demon Unicorn, 118.033 years old, Dreamday Monkey, 132.993 years old. These were the youngest beasts of the group of 27 spirit beasts in this grass field. They ranged from the age of 103.055 years old to 480.000 years old, and then there were two more spirit beasts guarding a mountain cave entrance a bit further. The sealed realm already was beautiful, but this place seemed to be designed to look ever more beautiful, with the 300-meter tall trees all around the grass plain, and huge fields went as far as the eye could see, with trees with huge fruits on them which seemed to be food for the spirit beasts that didn't like eating things like mutated pigs or cows and rather had something else. Chu Feng was slightly amazed and ignored the killing intent the spirit beasts aimed at him. If it wasn't for ZG at his side and them knowing her, they would have attacked already. Abyss Demon Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Why did you take a human here? One of the 300,000 years old spirit beasts, named Scarlet Draconic Falcon, said with its voice full of enmity and hate. The other spirit beasts nodded. Most of them didn't stop releasing their killing intent, but it did nothing to Chu Feng and didn't want to make ZG upset by slaughtering her sister's friends. Where is Bai Ji? ZG said coldly. She had a totally different face from when she was with Chu Feng and had a smile on her face all the time. Right now, she had the aura of a queen around her, as if she was above everyone here. Humph, you have the nerve to call her name after you left without saying anything. An owl-like creature said with a sneer. Its body was over 30 meters tall, but its wingspan should be at least twice that amount. ZG didn't say anything and just coldly looked at the 221.609 years old creature. The eternal nightmare owl was scared of ZG, but it had spirit beast all around it that was on the same side as itself. I think we should just kill this human. They are the ones that sealed us in here because they feared our potential. The eternal nightmare owl continued. I agree. A fire Cerberus king agreed. Yes, why are we even talking to a human? An evil eyes chimera said with hate on its face. As the spirit beasts wanted to attack Chu Feng, he merely put his hand on ZG's shoulder. I'm really trying to hold back, I am. But if these little shishts dare to attack me once, I will not rest until I slaughtered them all. Chu Feng said with a light smile on his face and told ZG with a light smile on his face, but ZG's body slightly trembled and looked at his smile and smiled bitterly. Someone was in for a lot of pain. Humph, I can easily kill him by myself. The youngest spirit beast, Demonic Golden Clawed Bear King, said in a voice full of confidence. The other spirit beasts didn't stop him since they didn't see ZG getting ready to interfere and thought that she just owed him a favor. Humph. Look at how easily this human will be flattened into a pile of maya. Boom. Kneel, Chu Feng coldly said while releasing his aura full with slaughter aura. He was pissed. He tried holding himself back for his wife, but he was sick of it. Erg, the 35 meters tall demonic golden clawed bear king slammed with his knees into the ground and caused a small crater. The other spirit beasts released their aura and helped the demonic golden clawed bear king recover from the pressure while looking at Chu Feng with expressions full of killing intent. Say something stupid again and I will kill you. I do not care for your friends, family or close ones here. They won't be able to stop me if I truly wanted to kill you. If it wasn't for my wife, I wouldn't have merely disabled your legs, I would have taken your head. Chu Feng said coldly with an expressionless look on his face. Wife. Two shocked voices came from the huge entrance to the cave. A man of around 1.80 meters tall with fur over his underarms and under his knees and feet came out of the cave entrance, followed by a woman who made Chu Feng slightly raise his brows with interest. Her jade green hair flowed down behind her back that perfectly complemented her jade green eyes. Her figure was slender, and her light green dress outlined it perfectly, which showed her snowy white and slender arms. The most beautiful thing was that she had a pair of wings behind her, which seemed to be sculpted from jade. Every feather looked extremely dazzling. The bright green wings were filled with a captivating aura of life and made her look like a natural goddess which could make anyone feel peaceful around her. Sister. Ziji smiled happily and greeted Bai Ji. She wanted to walk towards Bai Ji, but the man next to her signaled the two spirit beasts next to the entrance to stop her with their aura. Ziji's expression slightly changed since both spirit beasts were 600,000 years old. Chu Feng, upon seeing that his woman was getting pressured, revealed his slaughter aura again and showed his spirit rings. Two black spirit rings appeared with one red spirit ring and at last an orange-red spirit ring, which made all the spirit beasts look at Ziji with confused expressions on their face. They weren't shocked by the fact that Chu Feng was so powerful, since otherwise he wouldn't be able to come here with Ziji in the first place. Chu Feng used his own aura to its fullest intent and pushed against the spirit beast's aura. To the spirit beast's shock, although Chu Feng was slightly weaker in terms of aura, it still pushed them back. A battle of auras mainly depending on control, and it clearly showed Chu Feng overpowered them in spirit power control. Enough, Bai Ji said after waking up from her daze, which made the 600,000 years old spirit beasts withdraw their aura. Bai Ji had a happy smile on her face and walked towards Ziji. Ziji walked towards Bai Ji as well and hugged her. "Where did you go? You had me worried sick," Bai Ji said after separating from the hug and looked at Ziji with worried eyes. The other spirit beasts didn't split them up but were still warily looking at the two of them, while the angelic winged wolf and the two spirit beasts guarding the entrance of the cave kept looking at Chu Feng with killing intent. The two spirit beasts that were over 600,000 years old were the same kind of spirit beasts that were formed deep under the ground from various different metals and rocks mixing together and giving it a consciousness after millions of years, so it was unknown if they could be considered spirit beasts. They looked like human warriors with their hands on a sword that was pointing downwards, clad in armor and they looked completely made out of stone. "Ziji, why are you with him?" Bai Ji looked at Chu Feng with a cold expression. Although she could sense Ziji was happy being around him, his killing intent was too heavy. She was the kindest spirit beast after all. She hated fighting and rather made peace with her enemies, which Chu Feng thought was good, but stupid and naive. "Ah, he is my husband," Ziji said while smiling like a little girl and hugged Chu Feng's arm. Bai Ji's eyes slightly turned cold while looking at Chu Feng and said, "What a husband he is, that you're even alive after he absorbed your spirit ring is a miracle already." "Ah, we fought but he won, so he could have just erased my existence, but I'm still alive, right? Although not as a spirit beast, but still, I wanted to kill him as well since that was the purpose of our fight." Ziji instantly defended Chu Feng so that there wouldn't be any misunderstanding, and Bai Ji slightly relaxed. "Ziji, did you forget our promise?" The man that was with Bai Ji interrupted with a gloomy voice. "What promise?" Ziji said in confusion, clearly not remembering or just not caring about it. "If you wanted to come back to the group you had to marry me," the man said while looking at Chu Feng. A bright light suddenly rampaged through the air towards the angelic winged wolf. Boom! The angelic wolf felt great danger and jumped to the side, just a hair away from being slashed in two. The other spirit beasts got into a fighting stance ready to attack upon seeing Chu Feng's fatal attack that was clearly meant to take the angelic winged wolf's life. "Enough!" Bai Ji shouted lightly and looked at Chu Feng. "What is the meaning of this?" "Meaning of this? If it wasn't for Ziji, do you think they would still be alive after saying that?" Chu Feng responded with a cold expression while sheathing his sword again. "If I wanted to come back to the group, I had to marry you. That's something you decided and I never agreed, since even if you became a god I would not marry you. You are not the leader of this group anyway, since without sister you are nothing. And coming back to the group, why should I?" Ziji sneered at the angelic winged wolf and turned towards Chu Feng with worry. She knew he was suppressing his rage, but his patience was limited. Ziji lightly tugged on Chu Feng's arm and stared at him with puppy eyes, which made Chu Feng calm down a little and pat her head. "If they can talk normally, I will talk as well. If they want to attack, I won't stay silent." Ziji happily smiled and went over to Bai Ji and whispered something in her ears, which caused her wings to shudder while turning around at Chu Feng with a shocked expression. She inspected Chu Feng for a while before turning back to Ziji and continued whispering. Chu Feng was also thinking about something. He was thinking about how to kill the angelic winged wolf, the way he would suffer so much that he wished to die but was unable to, a way he would suffer so much he would scream like a pig that is getting slaughtered. Fine." Bai Ji nodded and turned away from Ziji and looked at Chu Feng under the gaze of the other spirit beasts and said with a cold face, "I will come with you." There was complete silence for a minute until finally a spirit beast woke up from its daze and screamed, "Why? But he is human. The other spirit beast also started roaring their protests while looking at Baiji. Rest assured, I don't want to let him absorb me, I just want him to take me outside and I will repay him with something. Baiji had a kind smile on her face while looking at the spirit beast's worried expressions. The spirit beasts all heaved a sigh of relief, but suddenly a cold voice interrupted. Why should I? Because I will repay you, Baiji said while looking at Chu Feng, who sneered in his head, kindest. Yeah right, she is just naive. You will repay me with what? Chu Feng sneered. You choose, I will get you something of equal value. Baiji lightly smiled with the same kind smile on her face. The golden angelic wolf was clenching his fists and the other spirit beasts were looking at Chu Feng full with killing intent. Fine, how about giving me your body? Chu Feng said with a sneer. Why? You, don't take things too far. The angelic winged wolf finally snapped and attacked Chu Feng. Stop. Baiji screamed for him to stop, but the angelic winged wolf didn't listen. He himself was a 551.360 years old spirit beast and burst out with his full power. Chu Feng closed his eyes and armor started appearing on his body. If you didn't look closely at him you wouldn't be able to see it, but it was definitely there, but under the raging state of the angelic winged wolf he didn't notice it. The angelic winged wolf used its right hand and formed a claw with it while its nails grew. It was 5 meters away from Chu Feng and in an instant reached a centimeter Chu Feng's forehead. Right at this moment, Chu Feng opened his eyes and a bright flash that blinded all the spirit beasts appeared, combined with a loud thunderclap sound. As all the spirit beasts, Baiji and Ziji closed their eyes, the thunderclap nearly busted their ears. Boom! Aarrgghh. A voice full of pain resounded of the grass plain. When the spirit beasts opened their eyes went wide open. Chu Feng was standing there with a nonchalant expression while holding an arm with fur over its underarm and blood gushing out of it. Chu Feng slightly turned his head towards the other spirit beasts and said coldly. Who's next? Chapter 31 Absorbing Baiji. Who's next? Chu Feng's slaughter aura was so dense that they could only see a black silhouette in the red-black aura. The spirit beasts couldn't help but take a step back, and the younger ones were trembling upon seeing that black silhouette holding a ripped-off arm. Du Lang. Baiji woke up from her stupor and ran into the slaughter aura. Despite how suppressed she felt, she wasn't a spirit beast that fought in the first place, but saving her protector and best friend was enough to stimulate her to keep walking deeper. Baiji was 15 meters away from Chu Feng and nearly fainted from the pressure. Chu Feng withdrew his aura and looked at the man laying in front of him without a right arm. He could judge people quite well due to his past, and he could easily see this through this hypocrite. He looked at Baiji and had an evil smile on his face. Baiji rushed towards the man and started healing him in front of Chu Feng. Without any guard up whatsoever, Chu Feng now truly knew why she was being manipulated all this time. What do you think you are doing? Chu Feng said coldly while pushing Baiji away with his aura. The other spirit beasts were too scared to approach the two of them, and even the 600.000 years old spirit beasts didn't know what to do. Please spare him, I will accept your offer. Baiji said with little tears in her eyes. Chu Feng's expression didn't change. I refuse, Chu Feng said coldly and without hesitation. No matter who asked, an enemy was an enemy and he would eliminate its roots. Chu Feng bent down and grabbed the angelic winged wolf's left arm. *KRRGGG. Arg. Another howl full of pain sounded through the grass plain, and Baiji could only look on helplessly as Chu Feng had another arm in his hands while the angelic winged wolf was squirming, trembling and screaming in front of him on the ground. Normally the angelic winged wolf could still fight without an arm or even without both, but Chu Feng used his elements and sent them into the angelic winged wolf's body. Chu Feng's elements were on top of the elements regarding dealing damage to someone. Ice mixed with fire would make someone's body heat up and freeze, which would result in one of the cruelest tortures. Corrosion would slowly kill all the cells one by one, and the person being tortured would feel every single amount of pain that was caused by their cells dying. Destruction was the most cruel one, since destruction, despite its name, could make a nerve stronger and make the feelings transmitted to the brain from that nerve system multiply. It could multiply the amount of pain someone felt by many times. You wanted to protect him, right? Chu Feng sneered and looked at Baiji, who quickly nodded her pretty little head with tears in her eyes. Chu Feng looked in her eyes and said, "Look in my eyes." Baiji did as he said and suddenly felt the space around her distort. When it finally regained its calm, she was looking at herself. Is that me? Baiji muttered with a confused expression. Correct. I threw you into an illusion. Chu Feng's cold voice came from behind her. Why, if you want to kill me you don't have to go through all of this, Baiji said in confusion. This isn't an illusion I placed on you but that protector of yours, Chu Feng sneered and pointed at the cave entrance. They were in the cave. Baiji lived in her human form since that made it easier to use her healing powers. It had furniture made out of stone and a rough-looking bed that seemed like it was handmade while the place looked around 20 meters by 20 meters so it was quite big but a bit empty. The illusion Baiji sat on her bed while Du Lang entered the cave with a grim expression. Du Lang, the illusion DG said while smiling at the man that came in, why do you look so angry? DG, are you seriously going with them? The illusion Du Lang asked. Yes, I want to see the world. It feels so cramped in this place. The illusion Big said in a dispirited tone. But what about us? If you leave us what will happen to us? The illusion Du Lang said in an agitated tone and nearly screamed. I'm just healing you all, I can't fight and I don't like it, Baiji said and continued, the group already is the strongest in the sealed realm and the only thing it needs to look out for is that golden-eyed black dragon. Are you really just leaving? What about the time we spent together? The illusion Du Lang screamed with an angry expression. I'm leaving, I don't want to stay in this small space all the time and stop being mad at me. I don't owe you anything anymore, I saved your life multiple times, the illusion Baiji said in an upset voice. She couldn't handle people screaming at her and especially someone she saw as family. You, the illusion Du Lang looked at her in shocked expression and clenched his teeth, his mind started rapidly spinning and had a savage look on his face. The illusion Du Lang's expression changed and leapt at her and pushed her to the ground. Ouch, what are you doing Du Lang? The illusion Baiji said in an angry and scared voice. You think you can just leave after all the things I do for you? All this time I spent trying to gain your heart. I even changed into this cursed human body for you yet none of it made it so you saw me as a man and not a family member. If I can't have your heart I will have your body instead. Just as Du Lang's hand went towards Baiji's dress to rip it off the scene froze. Oak, that's enough, you should know what would have happened next right? Chu Feng said in a mocking tone. What was that? The real Baiji said with a scared expression and lingering fear while looking at the frozen scene. I put that dog, or wolf, under an illusion which would show what he would do if you accepted my offer without me or ZG around, Chu Feng replied in a cold voice. Impossible, that's not how Du Lang is. Baiji shook her head with tears in her eyes. I swear if I told a single lie just now I will have my cultivation destroyed, Chu Feng said while he swore with a soul contract in his hand. He didn't mind proving her what the real Du Lang was like. He wanted to kill Du Lang but didn't want to make his woman and future woman upset at him, so there was only one way left. Make them hate him by showing all the secrets he has, all his darkest thoughts and all his dreams. This dog would rather be the head of a dog than the tail of a phoenix. Without you he can't lead the spirit beasts since they won't obey him. That's why he would keep you here under any circumstances, no matter how evil or dirty he had to scheme to do so, Chu Feng said with a nonchalant expression on his face to the crying Baiji. Chu Feng himself wasn't shocked by such a thing. He had seen parents offering their children, mothers offering their husband and vice versa, or grandchildren offering their grandparents' lives just so they could live. Humans fear the unknown, blaming them for it is impossible, and death is the biggest unknown factor of them all since nobody knows what it means. Some say there is heaven and hell, some say there is reincarnation, some say we turn into ghosts and look at the earth in a spectator's perspective, and some say we turn to nothingness and return to our origin. But integrity was something that only the pure ones have. They would rather face the unknown than betray their mind, goals or dreams. No matter how evil their dreams were, they would keep walking forward with the risk of entering hell, since their dreams were more important to them. Weak-hearted people would, in the face of death, sacrifice anything or anyone to live. Impossible. Baiji fell down on her butt and started crying even harder. Chu Feng sighed and went towards her and petted her head. Maybe he was too cruel to her, but this was something he needed to do for the future, since this wolf was just a manipulative, egoistical, selfish bastard. Awa. Baiji's tears continued streaming and she grabbed Chu Feng's shirt and buried her head in his thigh. Chu Feng sighed and sat down and pulled her into an embrace. This might be a dick move since he was the one who caused this, but he didn't care. Baiji put her head on his chest and continued crying while Chu Feng continued petting her head, while Baiji kept crying for another 30 whole minutes until she finally backed off from Chu Feng and her face looked messed up with tear stains all over her face. You promised to take me with you if I gave you my body, right? Bai Ji said with a cold face, her previous weak state was nowhere to be seen. One of Chu Feng's eyebrows raised in curiosity to what she was about to say, but just let her continue her own words. I will give you my body, but just once, after that I will be free. Bai Ji said while gritting her teeth. Peef. Chu Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter but managed to restrain himself, but Bai Ji noticed it and said angrily, what is there to laugh about? Are you an idiot or something? Chu Feng said with a light smile on his face. What do you mean? Bai Ji said in a confused but angry voice. If I forced you to sleep with me, what would Ziji think? I would rape her family member. Do you think I would destroy my relationship with Ziji just to sleep with you once? Chu Feng said with a mocking tone and continued in a serious voice. I did come to you with ulterior motives. I want you to become my spirit ring in the same state Ziji is in. Why should I become your spirit ring? Bai Ji said angrily, but in the back of her mind the happy smile of Ziji appeared. She had never seen Ziji smile like that in all the years they had spent playing. Because I need your body, Chu Feng said while looking in her eyes. I knew it, you are just a pervert. Bai Ji said angrily with a red face. Huh, I didn't mean that, I need your automatic regeneration that resides in your body, Chu Feng said with a serious face while holding his laughter. Ah, oh that, Bai Ji said in a daze and wanted to bury her head into the ground. What did you think I meant? Chu Feng asked with a confused face while tilting his head a bit to look extra confused and a hand under his chin. Nothing. Bai Ji turned her head away and cursed Chu Feng's shamelessness. Oh, were you maybe thinking about? I see, you are just a pervert. Chu Feng repeated her words with a grin on his face while looking at Bai Ji. Upon seeing Chu Feng's grin, Bai Ji knew she got tricked by Chu Feng and gritted her teeth. How about it? Chu Feng asked seriously. He didn't have much time and he would take Bai Ji with him even if he had to kidnap her, since even if he didn't, Zhu Ji would do it instead. Fine, but please leave me alone for a while after I'm in a spirit ring. I just want to be alone for a while. Bai Ji said in a depressed voice while lowering her head. The person that was the closest to her and she did so much for was someone who only wanted to possess her body if he couldn't get her heart. He never had good intentions towards her in the first place and always aimed to have her and didn't mind assaulting her for it. Fine, don't resist. I will absorb your spirit ring later, but for now I will absorb a bit of it so you will have your own place. Chu Feng sighed. He knew that this was a cruel move, but it was better than her hating him for killing her family when that so-called family was just a degenerate. Chu Feng quickly absorbed enough so he could create the space inside the spirit ring. The spirit ring didn't have a color yet due to it being incomplete, but Bai Ji could already stay inside it and she went into the spirit ring without saying anything. It seemed she really needed quite some time to get over this. Sigh, she even closed it off so I can't enter my consciousness. Chu Feng sighed and shook his head. He didn't regret what he did since there would be a time where she forgave him, and besides, she always wanted to go to the outside world and she was a curious person, spirit beast, so she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. To think he really was such a piece of trash. A cold voice interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts as Ziji appeared. Chu Feng showed this all to her as well and Ziji's face was full with rage and wanted nothing more than do Lang into pieces. Calm down, I will make him suffer, Chu Feng said while petting her head. Her angry look made her just look cute in his eyes, but others definitely wouldn't agree with him. She was a little girl around him. Note, around him. To anyone else she was cold, emotionless and untouchable, except Bai Ji of course, but near Chu Feng she would smile like a little girl, hug him, kiss him and just act like a normal girl would when she was head over heels for someone. Chu Feng undid the illusion and they appeared back to reality. Only a second had passed since he showed them the illusion, since none of them resisted the illusion in the first place, so it was a lot easier to perform it to its utmost potential. Erk. Du Lang, the angelic winged wolf, was still howling in pain and the spirit beast still backed off, but suddenly noticed that Bai Ji wasn't there and their eyes turned red and wanted to tear Chu Feng apart at any cost. Let it go, I wanted this. Bai Ji's depressed voice came out from behind Chu Feng. A colorless spirit ring appeared for a short moment before disappearing again. Ziji lightly smiled. Despite the depressed tone in Bai Ji's voice, it was just that. She was just sad and depressed, but that was curable. And she knew once Bai Ji landed in Chu Feng's evil hands she would never be able to escape. Now she had her sister with her all the time. Maybe we can tire him out together. Ziji's breath became hot when she remembered her time with Chu Feng. Every time he would put her through so much orgasms that she felt she was about to break her mind. Her walking was awkward day in day out, but she knew it was her own fault since she kept asking for more, and if it wasn't for Chu Feng making her pass out she would beg for until she couldn't stand up for a week straight. So for the record, I don't like stuff like the harem, helping each other out when Chu Feng isn't available or some BS. TBH, if that happens in a harem then the woman don't even love that person with all their hearts, since otherwise they would never allow someone else to touch their private parts. He will get an ability for that, so don't worry, and no clone BS, since that's just NTR blurg asterisk, although this is quite hypocritical due to MC having multiple wives and all, sorry XD. If Chu Feng knew that ZG's mind went straight to the gutter the moment she got a second for herself, he would have slapped his forehead and called her hopeless. In a good way. Sure. Chu Feng sent his consciousness into Shian Sha's spirit ring and saw her humming. She looked up a bit when she heard him and asked, "Yes, dear." "Does the quality of the heart matter?" Chu Feng asked with slight worry. He didn't want to have any side effects. "Not really, but it does matter if regarding my potential, but if you make me stronger the way you did before, like using those spirit rings and fusing them into me, then probably not. I'm not sure." Shian Sha had been pondering about this for a while now but could never really find an answer since she wasn't sure about nature of Chu Feng's power. "I don't know either. Do you mind waiting for a week?" "More than sure." Chu Feng pondered. "I don't mind. A week is pretty short and I can talk with ZG a lot more now, so I won't feel as lonely in the times our connection is cut off." Shian Sha had a smile on her face. "But why?" "Well, there is this golden-eyed black dragon. It's probably comparable to a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast. I will give you its heart after I killed it." Chu Feng smiled, but that smile was full of killing intent. After he killed DTN he would search for his mother. He wanted to know her reason and if she would join her husband in death. DTN would die, no matter who begged him, no matter what the circumstances were, even if a god wanted to stop him from doing so. He would kill that bastard until not even his bones remained. Chapter 32 Improvement. P. Flee, say, street. Up. A weak voice begged. Chu Feng just looked at the source of the voice with a cold expression and undo the illusion he placed on it. He placed an illusion that would make the angelic winged wolf feel as if it was being ripped apart thousands of times in succession. For trash like the angelic winged wolf he had no mercy or pity and just let it suffer in an illusion where a minute would be a week in the real world. Chu Feng kept doing this under the gaze of the spirit beasts outside. They had no attachments towards the angelic winged wolf since they only followed Bai Ji because of gratefulness and listened to her since she was worth following for them, but the angelic winged wolf was a different case. He tried acting like the boss all the time as if he was superior to them. In fact, the angelic winged wolf was a really strong species, but his character was too conceited. He thought he could play the leader here just because he was close to Bai Ji, and deep inside, the spirit beasts disdained him, so they didn't step out to help him and listen to Bai Ji's words. This continued for 20 minutes. The angelic winged wolf's face was stained in tears of blood and his eyes were dead. Upon seeing that the angelic winged wolf's mind died, Chu Feng didn't waste any more time and cut its head off and walked inside Bai Ji's cave. He turned around and looked at the spirit beasts who were looking at him in fear and worry. "Scram, I do not need you all. But if you annoy me I will kill you as well." Chu Feng's cold voice came from the entrance of the cave. The spirit beasts hesitated for a bit but eventually turned around and walked away. The strongest spirit beasts were the rock guardians, but Chu Feng had no use for them since their abilities didn't match well with Chu Feng. Chu Feng sat on the rough bed that was the same as in the illusion and got himself in perfect shape for the absorption process. He was going to start with Bai Ji's spirit ring because it didn't reject him and would make the process with the angelic winged wolf easier. If he could remove the small risk from it without wasting time, why wouldn't he do so? Chu Feng closed his eyes and started absorbing the spirit rings. 4 hours had passed since he started absorbing the spirit rings. From the moment he started absorbing the spirit rings he didn't have much of a problem due to Bai Ji's willingness to be absorbed, and her life element strengthening his body helped a great amount with dealing with the angelic winged wolf. After another hour he had completely absorbed Bai Ji's and the angelic winged wolf's spirit ring, but the green light around his body started getting brighter and brighter. It took another 3 hours for the light to dim down and Chu Feng's silhouette came out of cocoon-shaped light. His appearance didn't change except his eyes. A light green color mixed in with his blue and red color. The colors flowed through his pupils and were moving all the time, which made it look like the colors were mixing yet not changing their respective colors and gave it an otherworldly feeling when someone looked at it. To think Bai Ji's life elements was this pure. Chu Feng felt the changes in his body and was amazed by Bai Ji's pure life element while looking at his stats. Status: Chu Feng. Condition: healthy. Soul spirit: greater than Asura's blade, black, black, red, orange, red. Greater than Devil's Call, red, red, orange, red, orange, red, orange, red. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter aura. Space lock. Mind space locked. Soul power: 60-63. Spirit rings. Greater than Asura's blade. 73.059 years old, black. 75.702 years old, black. 121.420 years old, red. 270.225 years old, orange, red. Greater than Devil's Call. 111.551 years old, red. 177.552 years old, red. 211.335 years old, orange, red. 556.360 years old, orange, red. 570.122 years old, orange, red. Spirit ring skills. Asura's blade. Greater than teleportation, first spirit ring skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second spirit ring skill. Greater than darkness seal, absorption, third spirit ring skill, spirit soul, Shian Sha. Greater than corrosion meteor, orb of annihilation, Fafnir dragon armor, fourth spirit ring, spirit soul, ZG. Devil's Call. Greater than life blessing, grace, first spirit ring. Greater than domain of time, imprison, second spirit ring skill. Greater than poison breath, poison outburst, third spirit ring skill. Greater than flight, Godspeed, holy hurricane, fourth spirit ring. Greater than absolute life essence, immortal body, vengeance mirror, fifth spirit ring, spirit soul, Bai Ji. Soul cores X3, elemental king, ice, fire and life, upgradable. AN. The title will upgrade each time it evolves. Luck. 26. Flight, Devil's Call, fourth spirit ring. Gives the host the ability to manipulate air and have the ability to fly without wings. Greater than ability. Gives the host the ability to fly without wings. Speed. Distance and height is dependent on host strength. Godspeed, Devil's Call, fourth spirit ring. Strengthens the legs to burst forth with more power and speed. Greater than ability. Boosts speed by 100%. Boosts dexterity by 75%. Boosts senses by 55%. Holy Hurricane, Devil's Call, fourth spirit ring. Manipulates the air and life elements in the surroundings. Greater than ability. Creates a hurricane made from life and air elements. Heals any allies that touch the Holy Hurricane with the life elements. Damages any enemies that touch the Holy Hurricane with the air elements that are condensed as small knives and swords. If host sees someone as an ally, then the Holy Hurricane will automatically do so as well. Absolute Life Essence, Devil's Call, fifth spirit ring. The user receives the absolute life essence. Greater than ability. Gives absolute control over the life attribute. Creates an invisible domain of 500 meters around the user where the user is able to cancel all enemy healing skills or boost skills. The user can share this absolute essence with other life elements users, drastically increasing their power, or use it to dominate them and make their life element betray them. Makes the user immune to the destruction element, does not include absolute destruction. Immortal Body, Devil's Call, fifth spirit ring. Makes the user able to absorb a huge amount of life elements in the air. Greater than ability. Gives the host the ability to heal injuries by absorbing the life elements in the air without costing any stamina or spirit power from the user. Can heal lost limbs. Speed is connected to user's strength and spirit ring's age. Current time needed. 27 seconds. User can use a healing burst once every 30 minutes, which can heal lost limbs or a fatal injury in an instant. Uses life elements to constantly keep the body in perfect state. Vengeance Mirror, Devil's Call, fifth spirit ring. The user creates a mirror out of life elements that covers user's body. Greater than ability. Uses the life energy to defend and reflect damage. Reflects 50% of all the physical damage done to the user. To think Bai Ji gave me an absolute ability. I only remember that an ice scorpion had an absolute ice ability in the extreme north. Chu Feng was extremely excited upon feeling the changes to his body and moved outside of the cave. "Why are the two of you still here?" Chu Feng said with a confused expression on his face. Outside of the cave were two identical spirit beasts that were watching Chu Feng coming out of the cave. "We want you to take us with you," one of the spirit beasts said in a hopeful voice. I have no need for two 600,000 years old spirit beasts since both of you and I don't have any compatibility. Chu Feng refused the two spirit beasts. The spirit beasts that were waiting for him were the two rock guardians. You don't have to absorb us, the other rock guardian interrupted quickly. What do you mean? Chu Feng asked. We cannot be considered full-fledged spirit beasts but merely a conscious natural treasure. We were formed by the elements and rare ores in the ground instead of being naturally born. We can turn ourselves smaller than a fist if we need to. You can transform us into a wristband, necklace or whatever you desire, the rock guardian continued. So you just want to leave here? What do I get from it? Chu Feng asked with a frown on his face. We just want to go to the outside world. We will call you our master and serve you for eternity, and even once you die we will serve your later generations. The rock guardian begged. They were scared they could only live in this small space for eternity and never see that vast outside world some spirit beasts talked about. I see. How can I trust you? You do not have a soul, so a soul contract won't work. Chu Feng asked with a serious expression. He didn't want to risk his wives or his children's safety purely because of greed. The rock guardians didn't respond and both suddenly struck their hands on their foreheads and a small green pearl appeared that was the size of a small gem. This is an origin pearl. It's the origin of our existence. The moment you break it we will crumble into pieces and our consciousness will disappear, one of the rock guardians said solemnly. How do you know I won't just crack it and use your body to forge a weapon? Chu Feng was seriously confused by the amount of trust they showed in him. It just didn't make sense. I rather have you kill us than that we have to suffer for more years in this cursed place, the other rock guardian interrupted. It was clear that it was tired of seeing the same scenery day in day out ever since it was born. It was only a 600,000 years old spirit beast due to absorption of all the rare materials and origin energy. Fine, then I will take you with me, but I will give you your orders once we are out of here. Do you two have some other abilities I should know about? Chu Feng asked. He couldn't see much about them with his eyes of truth since they weren't full-fledged spirit beasts, he only saw how they were created and their age. Yes, we have one more ability. It makes us able to split into two. The two parts of us will lose 10% of our power but both of the clones will have 90% of our original power, the rock guardian explained. That's FC King broken. Chu Feng cursed with his mouth agape. He could have them split into 16 and have 32,100.063 years old spirit beasts at his command. The rock guardians handed over their origin pearls to Chu Feng and Chu Feng said, turn into wristbands. The rock guardians nodded and their shape started changing until only two small wristbands that looked like they were made out of stones floated to Chu Feng. Chu Feng put them on his wrist and looked towards the center of the sealed realm and had a smile on his face. Inside their own spirit rings, Shian Sha, Ziji and Bai Ji shuddered and looked around them with anxious faces before sighing and knowing that something was about to happen. Now let's meet my father. It will be our first thing we see each other but also the last thing he will see, Chu Feng coldly stated and dashed into the forest. I can finally kill that FCKER, Chu Feng said and his figure disappeared. Chapter 33 Golden-Eyed Black Dragon. Part 1. Chu Feng, who was currently dashing through the tall trees towards the center of the sealed realm, was thinking about various ways to slaughter that father of his, but another thing kept coming through his mind. Dear, be careful, okay? Shian Sha's worried voice came from the spirit ring and Chu Feng merely smiled and said back, I told you would give you a top-class heart, right? How does the heart of a grandson of the dragon god sound? Dear, it's still your father. Are you sure you want to do this? Ziji's voice arrived as well. She was clearly worried for his safety. He was about to fight the grandson of the dragon god. Chu Feng merely smiled and nodded. For him it was just a family feud. So what about being the grandson of the dragon god? He still died in the end and he will be forgotten eventually. As for DTN, he truly didn't fear him. He wanted nothing more than to skin him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. If you dare die and leave me as a widow, I will kill myself as well and follow you in death. Ziji said stubbornly while Shian Sha nodded as well with determined eyes. Chu Feng's heart felt warm upon seeing these two beauties care for him this much and made him smile a bit and told them he loved them before turning back to reality and continued towards the center of the sealed realm. His head was full of questions. Why did his mother suddenly leave? She always seemed happy around him and he could see that she was sincerely happy when she was raising him, although she complained a lot but that was constantly about DTN, but that was it. She seemed happy. she was always there for the previous Chu Feng although he was completely useless, a cry-baby, annoying etc. The previous Chu Feng was just an annoying brat yet she still cared, loved and raised him. Despite being drunk half the time but that's normal after what she went through. What Chu Feng thought was the weirdest thing so far and the thing he paid the most attention to for some reason. His mother was definitely a beauty on par with his future wives yet DTN only used his essence to make her pregnant without actually sleeping with her. He could have just changed into human form since that shouldn't be hard for him. Chu Feng could only think of a few reasons. Either he is insecure about his size or he just doesn't have a dick at all. Chu Feng nodded to himself with a, "I knew it," look on his face that would make people want to beat the shit out of him. Chu Feng threw the thoughts to the back of his head and continued to run towards the center of the sealed realm, the killing intent that he was suppressing since his reincarnation. The hate, loneliness and rage the previous Chu Feng experienced was still buried deep inside his heart ever since he got the memories from the previous Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't mind the previous Chu Feng's feelings but he too wanted to kill the FCKER, although he didn't want to admit he too wanted a normal family when he heard he was getting reincarnated but as if fate was laughing at him he got a deadbeat as a father and a mother that suddenly disappeared. If fate really is screwing me then I will screw fate instead, both holes. Chu Feng joked but suddenly turned extremely serious and his fiery red, icy blue and jade green eyes started glowing brighter and brighter with more and more killing intent the moment he saw a mountain range. Countless rocky mountains without any grass or plants on it as far as his eyes could see. All of them touching the clouds but all of them circling around a huge open area that looked like it was carved out and leading towards the biggest mountain like a path. The center area was over 300 kilometers in width and length. If it wasn't for his enhanced eyesight he wouldn't be able to see all those huge mountains and would instead think this was a huge open space instead. So this is where he stays huh? Chu Feng looked straight forward towards a lone huge mountain that was over 50 kilometers wide. It stood alone in the center of the open area as if it was claiming supremacy. A human, a surprised voice came out from the huge cave. Chu Feng was still a few kilometers away but it already sensed him despite Chu Feng masking his presence. It seems that there is no need to hide. Chu Feng noticed he was already found out and undid his shadow cloak. It didn't have much of an effect in this open area anyway. Pesky little creatures that only know how to scheme. There was clear anger in the voice when it talked about humans but Chu Feng already knew why. The dragon god was killed by the Asura goddess and DTN was known to be a prideful dragon that thought of everyone and everything beneath him. A huge figure came out of the huge cave entrance, an enormous dragon whose size couldn't be easily distinguished, shimmered amidst the dark clouds that looked like they were revolving around it. Its entire body was covered with pitch black scales, but it shone with dark purple colors within those dark clouds. Chu Feng guessed that it was over 3.000 meters in length. It seems that another lower life form found its way here, the huge dragon sneered as if Chu Feng was merely a meal to fill its huge teeth. Quite fun to hear from someone that is locked up in a small place, Mr. Dragon, Chu Feng sneered at the dragon. You, how dare you talk to me like that? The dragon's mouth went wide open with a clear expression of rage on its huge face. Chu Feng didn't mind at all and just stared at it and said, DTN, oh DTN, truly the biggest narcissistic piece of shit you are. How do you know my name? Who are you? DTN said in confusion and slight fear. Nobody knew where he was except the Asura goddess and thought Chu Feng was related to her. Who I am? Chu Feng sneered and grabbed into his pocket and opened his pocket. It was a figure of a small rose made out of silver and jade which was the clan sign of his mother. When his mother left she didn't have it on her and Chu Feng merely brought it with him so he wouldn't forget which clan she belonged to search around her clan to see if she was there. Ha ha ha. To think my child would stand before me so quickly. Come here child, you might be a human but we can change that. To think you have grown powerful enough to stand before me so quickly. DTN's anger disappeared from its face since it could feel Chu Feng's spirit power was already over 60 at his young age. This speed of progression was something he had never heard of. Dickless overgrown lizard, I came here to kill you, not to play family. Chu Feng released his aura with slaughter aura and his spirit rings while drawing his sword. DTN's face changed into a face full of rage and roared. Ungrateful little thing, I am your father and how dare you ridicule the proud dragon race. Since you never had the intention to become a dragon I will kill you like the puny human you are. DTN struck lightning fast with his kilometer-long tail despite it having a huge body. Let's see who will kill who. Chu Feng roared out while slashing at the incoming tail with his sword full with slaughter aura. Boom! Chu Feng's legs sank into the ground and he was hit back around 20 meters and drew 2 long holes from where he first stood and where he stood now. DTN's tail had a small wound on it but it was barely visible on its huge body. A bunch of rocks blasted into pieces around the collision, as the debris blasted past him. It smashed into the area behind him but never touched him at all, but the dragon's attention turned towards the wound on its skin. He looked at his tail in shock and didn't expect Chu Feng to actually put up a fight at all despite him using his full power from the start out of anger and rage, yet Chu Feng had actually blocked it and even injured him instead. What DTN didn't know was that Chu Feng was actually just as shocked since 50% of the damage was reflected by the Vengeance Mirror and Demon's Plate. This is impossible. You should only be around 14 years old and you are only a spirit emperor, how can you wound me? DTN roared with visible confusion on his huge dragon head when he saw Chu Feng's spirit rings. It shouldn't be possible to absorb such high-level spirit rings at all. DTN's thoughts were interrupted by a huge sword made out of light slashed towards him. DTN dodged by flying up high in the air and looked down at Chu Feng and sneered, "What are you going to do now? Idiot." Chu Feng sneered and disappeared. DTN shuddered while Chu Feng appeared behind him. Black Dragon Annihilation. DTN roared while creating huge purple bubbles all around him that launched themselves at Chu Feng. Tisk! I can't risk touching those things. Chu Feng clicked his tongue and knew DTN sensed it with his own space element the moment he used teleportation. Chu Feng flew towards DTN while avoiding the countless huge purple bubbles and readied his sword. If DTN won't let him come close then he will cut him from a distance. Chu Feng flew backwards and closed his eyes. DTN had a grin on his face and launched more purple bubbles towards Chu Feng. 8/ Void Cut. Chu Feng roared while slashing down with his sword which caused a small spatial crack to appear. KRRGGKKK. *ROAAAAAR. The sound of metal tearing sounded over the battlefield and a loud roar followed closely. DTN had a sword cut on his chest despite being over a kilometer away from Chu Feng. DTN's wound wasn't deep enough to reach DTN's heart but Chu Feng never aimed for his heart, instead he aimed for the crucial blood vessels. After all, DTN's heart was still of use to Chu Feng but he didn't even manage to come close to it. Why, you have the half-step absolute space element. DTN said in surprise. The space and time elements were the hardest elements to comprehend yet Chu Feng actually had half-step absolute realm. DTN thought that he killed a spirit beast for it but what he didn't know was that Chu Feng actually comprehended it himself. Space element spirit beasts have always been rare and one with half-step absolute space were close to none and only the White Dragon King had the absolute space element. Does it matter? Chu Feng responded coldly and waved his sword at DTN again. You ignorant brat, I will bury your soul in endless darkness. DTN roared in anger and a huge amount of darkness elemental energy was released from and tried to engulf Chu Feng who was standing there with a cold face. He used Void Cut and he put in everything he had into it yet still didn't reach deep enough to cut into DTN's crucial blood vessels, but this was normal since DTN was one of the strongest spirit beast alive currently. He was strong enough to battle against 1.000.000 years old spirit beasts. Most of Chu Feng's attacks bounced off DTN's scales. Only a few managed to create a wound but DTN didn't flinch for a second and kept fighting Chu Feng by launching all kinds of techniques at him like a huge dragon claw created from the absolute darkness attribute. The two fought back and forth for hours straight, both had suffered huge wounds. DTN had big sword wounds all over its body and Chu Feng stood there perfectly fine. This was also a big reason why Chu Feng was confident killing DTN. *ROOAAAAR. You slippery brat. Do you not have any honor? DTN angrily roared at Chu Feng who had healed lost limbs several times already. He was weaker than DTN but that didn't mean he would lose. Honor? How about you don't impregnate a random woman and then talk about honor with me, you narcissistic bastard? Chu Feng roared back at him and launched another sword made out of light. Come on you overgrown snake. Chu Feng roared while using all the skills he knew. DTN inhaled a huge amount of darkness elements in the air and fired his breath at the incoming swords. *BOOOOM. A huge creator appeared between Chu Feng and DTN and both were taking deep breaths. They were fighting, getting wounded, healing, fighting, getting wounded, healing, etc. They didn't have the time to take a break because the other person would launch an attack the moment one let his guard down. Why are you smiling? DTN roared. Chu Feng's smile creeped him out. He had that smile on his face from the beginning of the fight until now and didn't lose it once even when he got injured. Isn't this exciting? Chu Feng looked at his reflection on the side of sword and just noticed the smile on his face. He didn't even know he was smiling. You sick bastard. We are trying to kill each other. DTN roared in anger. He felt as if Chu Feng was taking this as a joke. He had long since thrown the thought about Chu Feng being his child or a child in general out of the window and only saw Chu Feng as an opponent he needed to kill. How boring, and here I thought my father would understand me, Chu Feng said while slashing at DTN again with the same smile on his face. As Chu Feng's sword that was over 50 meters long due to the slaughter aura infused in it neared DTN's head, DTN wanted to dodge and attack Chu Feng with his claw. Domain of Time, Chu Feng said in his mind while using Domain of Time around DTN's head. *ROAAAR. DTN roared in pain as his eye was nearly slashed all the way through and lost his sight in his left eye. DTN's huge body's biggest weakness is that it is extremely vulnerable to Chu Feng's time domain since every little move was sent from the brains to the nerves that needed to move, and if his brain and veins slowed down around his head then his reaction would naturally be slower as well. How dare you? You are just a human, they are nothing against the dragon race. DTN roared in pain and anger. He actually lost his eye to a human. Yet, your god died, you lose your eyes and most dragon kings are dead. Chu Feng mocked and kept moving his sword at all times. DTN didn't back down from his lost eye either and kept using his huge wings and claws or darkness element to counterattack. Darkness devour. DTN roared and the darkness elements in the air revolved around his wounds. No you don't. Chu Feng roared and switched to his devil's call spirit and different spirit rings appeared behind his back. You have two spirits. DTN roared, dumbstruck that Chu Feng's spirit rings on this spirit were even more ridiculous than the others. Two red spirit rings appeared with three orange, red spirit rings. The whole fight Chu Feng merely switched for a millisecond to heal since that only needed a short burst and made it look like it was just his fourth spirit ring from Asura's blade, but to use a domain type skill couldn't be used that way. Absolute life. Chu Feng activated by G's spirit ring under DTN's dumbstruck look and an invisible domain was created around him. Chu Feng poured a huge amount of spirit power into it to cover DTN's whole body since its actual size was 500 meters but DTN's body was over 3,000 meters long. Absolute life essence. That spirit ring is her. DTN roared in rage. The woman he wanted to take as one of his wives was killed, by his own son no less. What? Why is my body not healing? DTN's voice grew agitated when he noticed the darkness element refused to heal his wounds. This skill was a signature skill from the Black Dragon race. I told you, I didn't come to play family. I came to get dinner and it seems your huge body has enough meat to fill my stomach. Chu Feng's cold voice sounded in DTN's ears while Chu Feng stood there with the same crazy smile on his face. *ROAAAR. DTN roared in rage and swept his tail towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng dodged the wild swipe from the dragon and slashed his sword across the beast's foot and it tore through the thinner scales and blood seeped out onto the ground. Chu Feng wanted to give DTN another blow, but the huge dragon recovered enough to dodge out of the way of the sword light. The dragon bent its head down and moved its huge head with its open mouth at him. Chu Feng dodged to the side and brought his blade down across DTN's huge jaw, causing a huge deep wound. The dragon roared in pain while shaking its head back and forth. Chu Feng didn't wait for DTN to recover and dashed underneath the golden-eyed black dragon's huge body towards its chest area while hiding his presence. DTN finally recovered a bit and lost sight of Chu Feng, who already used his sword to slash at DTN's chest area again. Blood sprayed out and DTN roared in pain and anger. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's constant healing he would have been dead 20 times, but Chu Feng kept healing himself and unless he could kill Chu Feng in one hit he wouldn't be able to kill him. This little *T was like a cockroach. Fuck. Chu Feng suddenly felt danger but was already too late to dodge and got ready for impact while protecting his vitals. Suddenly a huge dragon claw covered in black flames appeared on Chu Feng's side and blasted him away. Chu Feng rolled over the ground for over 100 meters and created craters upon every impact with the ground, which broke even more bones in his broken body. Chu Feng laid sprawled out on the ground. His body was scorched and his hair and skin and all looked horrible and burned away while the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. The huge claw made of darkness elements had fire elements mixed in as well, which caused all the burn wounds. Chu Feng's burned body didn't twitch and merely used his spirit power to use the immortal body skill and stood up a few seconds later with the same crazed smile on his face while his flesh and hair regrew into the handsome young man he was before the injury. You, huff, disgusting, huff, you, have, no, honor. DTN said while keeping his body standing. His heart's blood vessels were either cut or wounded, and upon seeing Chu Feng's smile while healing himself while preventing him from healing made his blood boil and his heartbeat speed up, which caused him to bleed even more. You leave me no choice. DTN roared in anger, and suddenly two huge orbs flew out of the cave. The orbs were light gold that was filled with purest holy element energy Chu Feng had ever seen, and the other was filled with two different colors, namely gray that looked like it was flowing slower and faster on and off. The other color was black that looked like space, which Chu Feng recognized as the time and space element, which were both as pure as the other orb. DTN, you bastard. If you dare touch those things the moment my body wakes up, I will slaughter the whole black dragon bloodline. An angry and extremely powerful voice echoed through the sky and made space tremble. DTN merely laughed and said with an evil laughter. Do you think you have the chance to do so, Silver Dragon King? Although I wanted you to lead me to more Dragon King cores, but it seems I have to do with just 2 of them. You dare. With this I will awaken the Dragon God's bloodline and become the new Dragon God. DTN roared with an excited expression and put the huge orbs in his huge battered mouth. Chu Feng suddenly felt the energy in his body yearning for those huge orbs and suddenly thought of a possibility. The origin blood of the Dragon God, he wants to awaken it with the help of those 2 Dragon King cores. Chu Feng's face changed for the first time and he dashed towards DTN, but it was already too late. DTN already bit down on the Dragon King cores and a huge amount of energy burst from DTN which pushed Chu Feng away. Oh come on. In reincarnation stories the main character is supposed to grow stronger in a fight, not the enemy. Chu Feng cursed in his mind while looking at DTN's aura that was getting stronger and stronger. Human, if you are smart you run now and grow stronger. A voice sounded in Chu Feng's head. Why are you trying to help me? Chu Feng said while keeping his eyes on DTN figure with a grim expression. Because those cores were meant for me, I sent him to the location of those dragon cores to use that energy in those cores to break my seal and wake me up from my slumber. I see, but why should I run? Chu Feng asked. If he successfully absorbs the Jade Dragon King's and Light Dragon King's cores, he will evolve into a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast. The voice said solemnly. You got to be FC King kidding me. Chapter 34 Golden-Eyed Black Dragon, Part 2. You got the BFC King kidding me. Chu Feng cursed, but his face had no depression or seriousness on his face at all, just pure excitement. Ha 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 ha, to think my own father would give me such a huge gift. Chu Feng laughed wildly while staring at DTN with excitement all over his face. What do you mean? He will have absolute time, space, light and darkness elements after this. You are not strong enough to kill him now, so run. The agitated voice said once more. It's already too late. Do you think I just blindly cut into his skin? Chu Feng said with a mocking grin. What do? Ha ha ha, yes, this is the power I seeked. DTN's crazed laughter sounded through the valley. His body didn't change much except in size, and 2 extra pair of wings came out of his back while the elements revolved around his new body that reached over 7.000 meters now, while the clouds around him had the 4 elements revolving inside of it. Darkness devour. DTN said once more. His injuries grew alongside of him and his body was already heavily injured and exhausted from the evolution process. As the elements near the huge gashes on his huge dragon body, they crashed into invisible walls that blocked them from healing DTN once more. How is this possible? Just why is my darkness element not healing me? DTN's agitated voice sounded through the sky upon seeing that his wounds only healed an extreme small amount, his voice causing the ground to rumble while Chu Feng just stood there with a sneer on his face. What DTN didn't know is that every time Chu Feng made a wound on DTN's body he did use a skill. It was Shian Sha's Spirit Ring skill, Darkness Seal. Darkness Seal, Asura's blade, 3rd Spirit Ring. Gives the user the ability to form a darkness seal in the shape the user wants. Greater than ability. A darkness seal injures the body's ability to filter impurities from the roughly absorbed elements in the air, which will greatly reduce the effects of all darkness-related skills. All healing abilities reduced by 75% if enemy uses the darkness elementals. Darkness Seal can be used to attack an enemy and makes their connection with the darkness element falter, which will give the enemy a backlash from the darkness element. To think that the one saving me would be sure, no wonder she said that her darkness seal even worked on the absolute darkness element. Chu Feng smiled when he saw DTN flailing around trying to find a way to heal himself. It's no use, you might have absorbed their elements but you do not have any techniques for them, Chu Feng said with a mocking grin on his face. In that case, I only have to kill you to solve it. DTN noticed his wounds didn't heal at all, although he grew way stronger. He thought that upon evolving into a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast all his wounds would be able to heal, but they didn't due to Chu Feng's interference. Slowly, dark clouds started to appear over the huge valley and the ground started to tremble and the dark clouds started to madly absorb all the elements in the air and not a single kind was spare, whether it was the ice or life elements where DTN didn't have a clue about were getting absorbed. Chu Feng looked at the dark clouds and noticed the aura around had similarities to an aura he knew. The dragon god's aura, Chu Feng said solemnly. To think you know about it, now perish. DTN roared and a huge 9-colored dragon claw appeared in the clouds. It was even bigger than DTN's body. Boom! As the 9-colored dragon claw appeared, Chu Feng felt a huge suppression appear on his body and his feet sank in the ground. TCH, Chu Feng clicked his tongue, he felt it. If he didn't have the system he would have died here and now, in an instant. Chu Feng knew about the Dragon King's Claw. Once the Dragon King's Claw was unleashed, every single being that wasn't similarly blessed by a god had to submit. Otherwise, they would perish and disappear into oblivion in the face of the Dragon King's Claw. How are Huff still alive? Huff DTN was breathing heavily while trying to keep the Dragon King's Claw formed and was horrified to see that Chu Feng was still alive. That could only mean that Chu Feng was blessed by a god. Cough. To think you do not know the appearance of the blade that killed your god. Chu Feng sneered while blood overflowed from his mouth. The aura that was suppressing him was shaking his innards and he had to keep healing himself so he wouldn't be crushed by it. That's her sword. Impossible. I don't believe it. DTN's huge face was filled with rage, anger and fear when he looked at the black sword with red cracks running over the blade. The 9-colored Dragon King's Claw started to waver and DTN looked at Chu Feng with a crazy expression. Let's see if that blade can save you from this then. DTN roared and the Dragon King's Claw slowly started to move. This FCKER is trying to die together. Chu Feng inwardly said. The Dragon King's Claw used DTN's life force. Chu Feng lifted his sword above him and started to madly absorb aura as well. The Dragon King's Claw was coming closer and closer and the aura was getting stronger and stronger. Chu Feng used all he had and put everything into his sword. He didn't expect DTN to get so worked up from seeing Asura's blade, but he could understand it. The sword was the reason the dragon's pride and reign was crushed. His sword turned over 100 meters long, which was still small compared to the huge Dragon King's Claw and its aura clearly weaker. Human, promise me you will get me out of this seal if I help you. The same voice from earlier appeared inside Chu Feng's head. You are sealed, how can you even help me? Chu Feng said while gritting his teeth and kept absorbing the elements in the air like a black hole while looking at the huge dragon claw that was slowly approaching him. There is no time. Do you accept my offer or not? The voice said in an agitated tone. Fine, I accept. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and accepted. He knew who the voice was, but still, he didn't know her current character, but if he didn't accept her offer he would definitely die. I swear I will FC King smack your bottom flat the moment I unseal you. Taking advantage of me isn't something you can do for free, Chu Feng thought to himself as he felt a huge amount of spirit power enter the sword. Chu Feng was amazed by the amount of spirit power that entered his sword, and his sword's aura became almost similar to the Dragon King's Claw. Silver. Huff. Dragon. King. Huff. You want to. Huff. Stand against me. Huff. As well. DTN's angry heavy voice rumbled through the sky that was full of exhaustion. I can only send you a small amount of spirit power due to the seal only being slightly opened. I hope you will honor your promise, human. The tired voice entered his brain before disappearing. It is of no use. DTN's roar reverberated through the sky while the space started trembling around the Dragon King's Claw and moved faster towards Chu Feng. The aura around Chu Feng's sword wasn't any less than DTN's Dragon Claw, and Chu Feng looked slightly out of breath and his arms were trembling. Fused sword slash, origin reversal, Chu Feng shouted inside his head and slashed his sword with all the power in his body at the incoming dragon's claw. His whole body was full of small cracks and blood was seeping out despite him healing all the time, but he paid no heed to any of it and used every last spirit power in his body. *BOOOM. Rumble. The two space-shaking attacks clashed and a loud impact rumbled through the sky and caused space to distort. The mountains around the valley started crumbling and the ground shattered. The sealed realm trembled and all the spirit beasts looked to the center of the sealed realm in confusion and fear. They felt their instincts scream at them to run away, far and far away. In the valley there were only shattered rocks visible, the mountains around it shattered into pieces and only the mountain in the center of the valley was still standing, which was probably the origin of the sealed realm. How? A shocked voice sounded out. It was filled with confusion, anger, resentment and regret when it looked at the body 50 meters away from its own. A human's body that had only his upper body remaining and just laid there with empty lifeless eyes was in DTN's full vision, but something was weird about it. The heart of the body never stopped beating. To think I would die together with my own son. What a cruel joke, the dragon said with a depressed voice while thinking the beating heart was about to die down soon enough. Suddenly, the elements in the air started to form and huge pair of wings appeared made completely out of the element of life and creation and revolved around Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng's body, who was completely lifeless, started to shine in a green color while an extremely pure life element came from his chest bone. Chu Feng's upper body slowly formed more flesh and bones, his lower body slowly reforming as the life elements through the whole sealed realm entered his body. Just what? DTN's anger and fear reached its limit and more blood started to flow from his body. It was already cut into half from his shoulder to the right side of his back, and it was merely his extremely strong life force that kept him conscious. It seems, that it worked. An extremely tired voice sounded from the previous lifeless body and its heart continued to beat faster and faster. Just how? DTN asked with exhaustion. Emerald Swan, Spirit Bone. Chu Feng's tired voice entered DTN's ears. Chu Feng could barely talk and used all the healing skills he could with the amount of spirit power he had left. Astarte's Blessing, Chest Bone. Astarte, the goddess of life, created various spirit beasts, while the Emerald Swan was one of her biggest accomplishments due to their lack battle lust and kindness, which greatly matched her personality and gave the Emerald Swan race a drop of her blood that would be passed down from generation to generation, which then turned into a chest bone upon the death of the last Emerald Swan. Greater than abilities. Uses all the life elements in a 1,000-kilometer radius. Revival. Reverts a body back in time and bring it back to its stats 10 minutes prior. Disappears upon use. It seems that killing Bai Ji would have just end up in me losing this broken spirit bone instead. Chu Feng sighed while feeling his body slightly recovering under DTN's dumbfounded gaze. Chu Feng felt his chest bone losing the spirit power it first had and returned to his golden bones. Thanks Bai Ji, Chu Feng said while putting a tiny bit of his consciousness into Bai Ji's spirit ring. Era, to think someone so cold as you could thank someone with a straight face. Bai Ji's kind voice came from the spirit ring and entered Chu Feng's ears and made him tremble. What the FCK happened to her? Chu Feng screamed inside his head. Bai Ji's depression was nowhere to be found, and this sudden change made Chu Feng shudder even more. This woman gives me some Oni-san with yandere mixed in vibe, or she just talked with Shian Sha and Ji and they helped her get over her depression this quickly, Chu Feng thought. He truly hoped it was the second one. But boy, what was he wrong? Why you are really shameless? DTN's voice interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts, which greatly annoyed him. Still not dead yet? Can't you just die in silence and let me think? Chu Feng said with a cold smile on his face and continued, shameless. With your narcissistic dumbass you judge someone else. What a joke. Are you happy? Satisfied you killed your own father without batting an eye? Does killing your own family makes you feel at peace or something? DTN snarled with anger upon seeing Chu Feng's smile. Does it? I don't know, since I really couldn't care less if you lived or died. As for family, we are not a family and you know that better than me, but I should thank you. Chu Feng said with a small smile on his face. For what? Just kill me already. DTN didn't beg for mercy or ask Chu Feng to spare him at all and merely laid there with his life force slowly fading away. For your heart, it really helps one of my wives. As for your bloodline blood, it would help another one of my wives. Damn, now I think about. You're really a walking treasure trove. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng started laughing at DTN, who looked at him with pure rage in his eyes. You killed me for a woman. Pretty much, yeah. Chu Feng sneered and raised his sword while infusing slaughter aura into his sword while standing on his shaking legs. I curse you, I curse why, DTN shouted with his last strength. At that moment Chu Feng's blade cut off the last remaining life in DTN's huge body and sneered, I heard that countless times yet I'm still living a good life. Just like that, the heir of the Black Dragon race, the grandson of the Dragon God and one of the most powerful spirit beasts was killed, by his own son. What a pain. Chu Feng sprawled out over the ground and sighed. Suddenly one of Chu Feng's spirit rings went brighter and a figure came out of it. You, I hate you, the figure said with tears in her eyes and looked at Chu Feng with an angry expression and dived into his arms. Ah, careful, careful, it hurts, Chu Feng said with a forced smile on his face and hugged ZG. You said you wouldn't get injured, you almost died, ZG said while looking up at his face while tears in her eyes. But I'm alive aren't I? Chu Feng said while petting her head and using his other hands to wipe the tears from her eyes. Humph. ZG didn't buy his excuse and hugged him closer while Chu Feng just hugged her back while healing. If you dare do this again, I will lock you up. Shian Sha's angry voice entered Chu Feng's head which made Chu Feng smile bitterly and calm her down. Bai Ji listened to them and knew a bit about his character from ZG and Shian Sha, but the change in when he was fighting and when he was talking to his woman threw her off a bit. The change in character was just too big. ZG, I have to take his body apart so please get up for now, Chu Feng patted her head and said while whispering. Fine. ZG reluctantly got off his chest and looked at him with an upset face that made her look so cute that Chu Feng couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and give her a kiss on her lips. I will be right back, it's better that you stay outside your spirit ring for now, Chu Feng said while walking towards DTN's huge body. Chu Feng looked at the colossal creature and realized just how big it actually was upon seeing it so closely without being interrupted, but the thing that attracted Chu Feng the most was the thing on top of its body with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. The spirit ring. The outer laid was light gold with the holy element while the inner layer were two black colors mixing. One was pure black with a gloomy feeling that was the darkness element while the other black color looked like the void or space which naturally was the space element, but in the middle of it all that gave of the most powerful feeling was a silver color that kept alternating between flowing slow and fast which was the time element. Chu Feng almost wanted to run at it and absorb it, but he should first get into perfect shape while digging out the golden-eyed black dragon's heart for Shian Sha. Now let's see what this treasure trove has for me. Chu Feng put his hands together and got to work. Chapter 35 Fusing Bloodlines. Chu Feng's eyes radiated greed at this point. He didn't see a huge 10.000 meter dragon, but he just saw a huge treasure trove. Chu Feng spent around 45 minutes just for making a way towards the golden-eyed black dragon's heart and cut it out without damaging it and send it into Shian Sha's spirit power, who was acting like a little girl that got a new toy, since this basically meant she could get out and sleep with Chu F, see her daughter. Chu Feng smiled upon seeing a grown woman dancing next to a heart covered in blood. Thank you darling. Shian Sha smiled happily and couldn't wait to absorb it. How long will it take? Chu Feng said with a gentle smile on his face. He really missed holding her and cuddling her. Naturally he also missed her body, but she was the first woman he truly fell in love with. Well, since he advanced to a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast, then I might even evolve, so I really don't know, Shian Sha said, knowing that she might evolve really excited her, since in this way Chu Feng's spirit ring would get stronger and she would be able to help Chu Feng better. Chu Feng spent another 10 minutes by condensing the golden-eyed black dragon's bloodline, which, Chu Feng had a small black orb in his hand and told ZG to come over and handed her the orb under her stunned gaze. Why are you giving me this? This should be of help to you, right? ZG said in confusion, although she wanted to get stronger but not if it cost Chu Feng anything. This is the bloodline from the golden-eyed black dragon. Since DTN's father was named a dragon king, he got a drop of origin essence blood from the dragon god, but I already awakened it. If you absorb it, it will probably make you evolve as well. Chu Feng smiled with a warm smile. The condensed bloodline had little to no use for him, so he might as well give it to his dragon beauty. ZG looked at Chu Feng with complicated and Chu Feng. He realized where she was worried about, so he explained. I have no use for it. If you evolve you can help me more. ZG looked at him with a doubtful look, so Chu Feng continued. Shian Sha will surpass you, he said while trying to hide the smirk on his face. ZG shuddered, and before Chu Feng could react, she had already snatched the orb out of his hands and gave him a peck on the lips before disappearing back into the spirit ring with a cheeky grin on her face. Sigh. They've gotten so friendly with each other, but still, they just don't want to lose. Chu Feng sighed upon thinking about his troubles. Bai Ji, is there anything useful for you? Chu Feng asked the green-haired beauty. Bai Ji's confused voice entered Chu Feng's head. Is there anything useful for you in this corpse? Chu Feng asked again. No, thank you, Bai Ji said with a kind smile, but Chu Feng noticed she was uncomfortable. Bai Ji, be honest with me. Is something bothering you? Our lives are connected and I don't want to make you suffer hardships, but I need to know what is bothering you if I want to help you. Chu Feng sighed and asked. She tried her best to hide it but ultimately failed in front of Chu Feng. Sigh. I just don't like it. Bai Ji sighed and her previous smile vanished and looked towards her feet with a complicated and sad expression. The killing? Chu Feng guessed and asked. Bai Ji nodded at his question. Listen Bai Ji, no matter where you look in this world, where there is light there will always be darkness as well. You lived in the light while some live in the darkness where killing is a normal daily occurrence, just like how I lived, but I choose that path while some were forced to choose it. As long as there is a concept of victors there will always be the ones who lose everything as well. Even the intent to protect peace initiates wars, just like how hatred is born to protect love. Whether it is humans or spirit beasts, we all have the deadliest disease called greed. As long as that emotion keeps burning inside of us, no matter how weak it is, there will always be conflicts. Even gods are not safe from this fact. Chu Feng knew his words wouldn't help her much, but at the very least would strengthen her resolve a little bit. Bai Ji knew what Chu Feng said was right but just couldn't accept it so easily. She was always loved, protected and treated like a treasure because of how kind and helpful she was. I won't ask you to change your worldview today, I merely want you to wake up to reality. I do not want you to suffer and merely want you to be happy, Chu Feng said gently. I will try. Bai Ji nodded lightly with a cute face and determination in her eyes. She always wanted to be helpful to people and now Chu Feng needed her and her sister was there as well. She still had the Oni-san aura around her which Chu Feng strongly supported since Bai Ji's thighs were simply perfect, created at absolute perfection and would definitely feel soft if he put his head on it. My mind really went to the gutter there for a second. Chu Feng shook his head and walked towards the huge corpse. Right now he had a spirit ring to absorb. I don't think it would be deadly but it will surely be painful as hell. Chu Feng bitterly smiled. It didn't matter how strong someone's body was or how powerful his mind was, since if you absorb a high level your body will get stronger, reproportioned, and that is surely 100 times worse with a 1.000.000 years old spirit ring. As far as Chu Feng knew, nobody had a 1.000.000 years old spirit ring in this world, but that might be his lack knowledge, but since people were awed by 100.000 years old spirit rings. I guess I should first absorb the Asura goddess's blood, Chu Feng said with a frown on his face. He didn't dare take the risk without having a certain amount of confidence. Chu Feng grabbed the glass bottle from his inventory and within was a drop of golden blood. This drop of blood was something he obtained quite a while ago yet didn't absorb it yet due to having no confidence, but now he felt that he could do it. This drop of blood was also his chance to absorb a 1.000.000 years old spirit ring. Luckily the spirit ring didn't show any sign of disappearing like other spirit rings would after an hour. Chu Feng opened the bottle and let the drop of blood flow down the bottle into his throat. The taste was just like any other blood, but the moment the energy from it was released it started creating cracks in Chu Feng's body. His body, within a second of the power being absorbed, it started destroying it. Small red cracks appeared on his body, but the moment they appeared, they healed, then new cracks appeared and the same thing happened. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and felt the power rampage through his body and knew his body wouldn't be able to handle it, but he already expected this to happen. He slowly redirected all the power towards a certain place in his body where another small drop was floating with powers just as potent as the Asura goddess's blood. Brat, what do you think you are doing? The startled voice of the dragon god sounded out. Getting rid of a nuisance, Chu Feng replied in a cold voice while sending all the power of the drop of blood towards the dragon god's origin blood. Although the Asura goddess's blood was only a small purity of its real potency, but Chu Feng could assist it with his own power and he was confident he could eliminate the nuisance. What do you mean? The dragon god's voice echoed through Chu Feng's head. The clear anger in its voice made Chu Feng have a crazed smile on his face. Do you think I would believe your bullshit? When I was younger, used 3 drops of origin blood and fused them into 3 necklaces. Although I only condensed my existing soul power at the time, I still know its uses after such a long time, Chu Feng mocked. That's impossible. You clearly said to them that you fused blood essence into it, not origin blood. The dragon god's voice roared once more while seeing the incoming power of the Asura goddess's blood that was assisted by Chu Feng's 2 spirits. Think about it, they don't know what essence blood is, neither do they know what origin blood is, but I wanted to keep them safe at all costs. Do you think a little bit of essence blood is enough for that? Chu Feng laughed wildly while controlling his 2 spirits to attack the dragon god's origin blood. Inside the origin blood a small plant seed-looking thing was floating. This was the real danger Chu Feng sensed, a life seed. He didn't know what it was, but he could guess it was something the dragon god needed to take over his body to completely revive while using his body. You knew. Then why would you still absorb those dragon king's cores with my help? If you destroy my origin blood, there is nothing in it for you at all. Who said I would want to destroy it? Chu Feng smirked while the dragon god kept his silence. I'd rather make it completely mine instead. You greedy and ungrateful descendant. It's your honor to aid my revival. The dragon god roared while losing ground in the battle against the 3 forces attacking him. Greedy, maybe I am, but you are not a pretty woman, so having you live in my body is disgusting, so you can go ahead and die now, Chu Feng said with a cold smile on his face while directing all the powers in his body towards the dragon god's origin blood. No, I was so close. The dragon god gave one final roar while its origin blood was encircled by 2 spirits while the Asura goddess's blood's power destroyed the life seed of the dragon god. After the Asura goddess's blood destroyed the life seed, it clearly wanted to finish the origin blood of the dragon god, but it was already too weakened to fight him after it just fought the dragon god's origin blood. The rest of the process went smoothly without too much of a disturbance. Naturally the pain lessened quite a bit, but Chu Feng wasn't done yet. The Asura goddess was the strongest being in the divine realm, just like the dragon god once was. Then what would happen if he fused the 2 drops of blood together? Chu Feng knew it would be dangerous, but he thought it was definitely worth it. It would give him the ability to absorb a 1.000.000 years spirit ring while also having the strongest bloodline. Even if you counted the divine realm. Chu Feng kept trying to mix the drops of blood. Chu Feng thought at first that the mixing part would be the most dangerous, but he only felt a bit pain while he was mixing it. It seems that because both lean towards the evil path, they are quite in sync. Chu Feng had a forced smile on his face. Sweat and blood dripped from his body and formed a pool underneath him, but he was mixing the dragon god's origin blood with the Asura's goddess's blood. It was working. At first he didn't know what the end result would be, but he could feel them fusing. Although the pain was unbearable, it wasn't pain due to discomfort and overflow of too much power, it was pain due to his body being broken down and rebuild. Chu Feng knew that this was going to take a long time since he didn't fuse even 1% of the bloodlines together in a whole hour, so he continued to sit there while bearing the pain and loss of blood. If it wasn't for his big number of healing spirit skills, then he would have most likely died already, but it seems that waiting paid off. Inside the spirit rings, ZG had her eyes closed and had dark clouds revolving around her body that she was absorbing through the spirit ring while holding the golden-eyed black dragon's bloodline orb. She too was evolving. Shian Sha was the same as ZG, sitting down on the ground with her hands stretched forward to touch the 20-meter big heart. Her body was glowing and her hair was fluttering in the air without any wind since it was inside the spirit ring. On the other hand, Bai Ji was sitting there while pondering over Chu Feng's words. Although she was naive and innocent, that didn't mean she was stupid. She knew he was right and knew she needed to change, but it was hard. She lived countless years in that innocent life. Certainly, it wasn't a good life since she was basically just a prisoner. She couldn't go outside to play without multiple strong spirit beasts being there for protection since she had no combat power. Or how Du Lang bullied ZG away that she only came to know about when she became Chu Feng's soul spirit. But still, there was no bloodshed around her, and being thrown into something completely different than what she is used to would confuse anyone. That is why Chu Feng didn't push her to do anything and just let her be. It was best for ZG to be there for her than him since she didn't know him at all. Weeks passed by and on the 3rd week ZG woke up, her aura flared up and a spirit ring appeared behind Chu Feng. The light around the orange-red spirit ring got brighter and brighter. It turned so bright that it was comparable to Bai Ji's spirit ring. What is this? ZG originally wanted to jump Chu Feng the moment she was done evolving, but only saw a bloodied figure with a pool of blood beneath him while using different spirit skills every now and then. I don't know, but he has been sitting there for 3 weeks with no sleep, no food, no water, and didn't say a word so far. A tired and gloomy voice sounded through ZG's spirit ring. Is he in pain? Is he in danger? Can we do something? ZG started panicking and asked question upon question. Since Bai Ji was a healing type, she had more knowledge than her in this than her. If he isn't in pain, I will eat my wings. If he isn't in danger, I will also eat my wings. If I could have done something and didn't do it, I will, again, eat my wings, Bai Ji said in an annoyed voice. She was way too tired. She has been sitting here while having an emotional rollercoaster wash over her day and night. Naturally she didn't Chu Feng well, but he was still the man her sister loved, so she started inspecting him. His looks were definitely the best she had ever seen, not that she had seen many, but still. Everything around him was perfect except his killing habit, but she knew that wasn't his fault, but just the different ways they lived. The last few weeks she tried to come to terms with the killing part, but it was still hard, but something in her heart just didn't want Chu Feng to die, and not just for her sister. Chu Feng sat there while gritting his teeth and bleeding while his body kept replenishing his endless blood loss. If it was all collected, then you could fill a pool already. Sister, is there really nothing we can do? ZG asked. Tears were already streaming down her face from seeing countless cracks appear on Chu Feng's body, only to see them heal and then new ones to appear. I tried everything, whether it's spirit power, abilities or whatever I was capable of, but it seems more like he is doing it himself. Just look in the blood and you will see, Bai Ji said with a tired voice. ZG looked in the river of blood and pieces of skin were floating in some places. It's like he has created a whole new bloodline. ZG said. Normally when a bloodline evolved, their skin would shed, but Chu Feng's skin was being replaced instead. It's better to not interrupt him, Bai Ji said in a depressed voice. She tried everything, but nothing helped. It was so frustrating, and this never happened before. ZG nodded with her tear-stained face and sat down as well while not looking away for even a second from Chu Feng. Another week later, another spirit ring started to appear behind Chu Feng. Shian Sha's spirit ring started to glow brighter and brighter red until finally turning orange-red. It didn't stop glowing and continued on and on until finally reaching the same brightness as the other two girls. Hee, now I'm not the weakest anymore. Shian Sha's happy voice came out of her spirit ring, but Chu Feng wasn't in any state to pay attention to it. SSSHH. Two hurried voices entered Shian Sha's spirit ring. What is happening? Shian Sha looked horrified at Chu Feng's state. He was still the same as before, in a huge amount of pain and bleeding like crazy. If we knew, do you think we would have the time to respond? Two tired and depressed voices entered Shian Sha's spirit ring while their voices were completely in sync with each other. This week Bai Ji and ZG still kept watching Chu Feng every second of the day. ZG offered Bai Ji to go to sleep for a bit since she was already awake for over 3 weeks. But Bai Ji just couldn't sleep. No matter how much she tried, her heart would feel uncomfortable upon not seeing if something was happening to Chu Feng. This week ZG and Bai Ji talked a lot about Chu Feng, how they met, how they fought, about certain other things they did which ZG roughly explained without giving any details. She only said, baby making, which she did on purpose to tease Bai Ji. Bai Ji was startled at first but could feel the genuine love her sister held for this man. Bai Ji and ZG explained what was happening to Shian Sha, who instantly bombarded them with questions just like ZG did, but in the end could only helplessly watch Chu Feng with anxiousness. Another month passed just like that, but suddenly a huge amount of energy started to be absorbed from the sealed realm and flowed towards the center of the sealed realm. The spirit beasts in the sealed realm were already staying in the outer layer of the sealed realm due to the aura of the attack between the golden-eyed black dragon and Chu Feng, but now their knees were giving out and promptly kneeled on the ground with cold sweat filling their faces. Ha ha ha, I actually succeeded. Chu Feng's mad laughter came out from the center of the sealed realm. Now, how should I name this new bloodline? Chapter 36 Primordial Asura Dragon Bloodline. Ha ha ha, it actually worked. Chu Feng's excited voice echoed through the destroyed valley. He stood up and looked at his body, which was covered in blood, and looked around him only to see a good 50 meters around him that it was covered in blood. Although I expected this to happen, it still is shocking to see it happen for real. Chu Feng smiled while creating some water and changing his clothes. Darling. A soft voice entered Chu Feng's ears and looked behind him. Behind him 3 world-shaking beauties appeared with a smile on their faces, but when Chu Feng looked at those smiles, his body shuddered. Why? Yes, Chu Feng said while trying to hide his nervousness. Grab him, Ziji said, and the 3 women appeared beside and behind Chu Feng. He could have easily dodged them, but his curiosity got the best of him, and well, he owed them this. When Chu Feng looked at them, he saw their tired eyes and haggard expressions and turned around and hugged them all before they could react. What are you doing? Baiji stuttered and asked with a red face. Hugging my wives. Sorry I made all of you worried, Chu Feng apologized with a bitter smile on his face. He couldn't tell them what he was going to do since the consciousness of the dragon god would have heard it as well. Ziji and Shian Sha just hugged him tighter and put their heads in his embrace, but Baiji was standing there in shock with her eyes looking into his. I'm not your wife. Baiji said while her face was as red as a tomato. Combined with her Oni-san expression, it melted Chu Feng's heart a bit. But you clearly haven't slept ever since 2 months ago. You wouldn't have stayed awake if you weren't worried, Chu Feng said with a small smile on his face while stroking the side of her face. Baiji just looked at him with a complicated gaze. At first she thought of him as just her sister's husband, but when Ziji and Shian Sha were done evolving, they started talking a lot while having their eyes on Chu Feng despite him being naked in case something happened. In this time Baiji's worldview had changed a bit. She wasn't stupid and was merely a sheltered woman, spirit beast who didn't see the world as much as she should have seen. Shian Sha and Ziji also told her about how Chu Feng would spare spirit beasts that were of no use to him and told her his quote, "Killing isn't a sin, killing innocence is." This was also the way Chu Feng lived his life. His enemies he would kill until the last person, but innocents that didn't mean him any harm he didn't want to kill. Of course, if it was necessary he wouldn't mind being the biggest devil or demon out there either. For something dear to him he would rather betray the world than have the world betray him. Baiji thought of him as a mindless slaughterer at first, but she realized he merely killed to get stronger, which everyone did, only a few were an exception like her. After realizing she was the problem, she started looking at him differently, but there was one problem. Although she was looking at him, the him she was looking at was naked. The clothes on his body were destroyed in the fight since they were just good quality clothes bought from the system, and his shadow cloak was in his inventory. That reminds me, you all like hugging me naked. I don't mind, but you all seemed quite used to it. Chu Feng teased the 3 beauties in his arms while holding his laugh. You're the one that lost his clothes, and besides I already saw all of it and even had it on top of me, Shian Sha said with a smile on her face without any sense of shame. Ziji didn't mind either, but Baiji's mind nearly exploded from shame and looked at Chu Feng, who had a smile on his face. Baiji's shame was so high that she couldn't stay for another second and disappeared into her spirit ring with a red face and blocked off any connection with the outside world. Darling, you're really evil, Ziji said with a smirk, but was deep inside encouraging him. One was her man, her husband. The other was her sister. She only had her as family and didn't want to lose her either, so the best choice was, in her opinion, let Baiji become Chu Feng's woman as well. She and Shian Sha had a feeling Chu Feng wanted Baiji, so the last month they were Chu Feng's wing woman. You two evolved quite a bit, huh? Chu Feng smiled widely upon sensing their improvements. Although he wanted to become a god, he wouldn't do so without his wives. The two of them smiled and hugged Chu Feng tighter. They've gotten stronger and had less insecurities now. It wasn't weird for them to feel useless since they couldn't help him fight it all this time, but now was a different story. I should go ahead and absorb the spirit ring now. Chu Feng got out of their embrace and gave them a kiss on their lips. Is it dangerous? Can we help? The 2 women asked with worried expression on their faces. Chu Feng tapped their foreheads and shook his head. He gave them another kiss and jumped towards the huge spirit ring that was floating on top of the dragon corpse. Be careful. 2 shouts full with worry entered Chu Feng's ears and brought a smile on his face. Chu Feng looked at the spirit ring that made him look like an ant in comparison. He closed his eyes and started the process. As the energy started going into his body, he felt that his bloodline started getting excited. Chu Feng knew that the dragon god bloodline sensed the dragon king's cores. Luckily I can still absorb their elements. Chu Feng smiled and started absorbing more and more. Chu Feng's body started creaking and the aura around him kept growing stronger and stronger. The pain wasn't as bad as when he absorbed the 2 bloodlines and fused them, but his body was again breaking, being rebuilt, then broken again only to be rebuilt again. The elements in the air revolved around Chu Feng as if they were fireflies searching for light. Chu Feng that his spirit power was getting purified, his body evolving and even his mind was getting a massive boost. This cycle continued for 6 hours, which wasn't that long compared to the bloodline fusing. System, show me my status. Status, Chu Feng. Condition, healthy, bloodline, soul spirit. Greater than Asura's blade black, black, red, orange red, gold black, black, silver. Greater than Devil's Call red, red, orange red, orange red, orange red. Eyes of Truth, Slaughter Aura, Space Lock, Mind Space. Soul Power, 60-65. Spirit Rings, greater than Asura's blade. 73.059 years old black. 75.702 years old black. 577.831 years old orange red. 589.463 years old orange red. 1.000.000 years old golden outer layer, to black with dark purple, to black with stars in it, to a silver inner layer. Greater than Devil's Call, 111.551 years old red. 177.552 years old red. 211.335 years old orange red. 556.360 years old orange red. 570.122 years old orange red. Spirit Ring Skills. Asura's Blade, greater than Teleportation, first Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions, second Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Darkness Seal, Absorption, Yin Yang Release, third Spirit Ring skill, Spirit Soul, Shian Sha. Greater than Corrosion Meteor, Orb of Annihilation, Fafnir Dragon Armor, fourth Spirit Ring, Spirit Soul, ZG. Greater than Dragon's Authority, Elemental Wings, Absolute Darkness Element, Dragon Body, Divine Dragon Transformation, locked, fifth Spirit Ring. Devil's Call, greater than Life Blessing, Grace, first Spirit Ring. Greater than Domain of Time, Imprison, second Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Poison Breath, Poison Outburst, third Spirit Ring skill. Greater than Flight, Godspeed, Holy Hurricane, fourth Spirit Ring. Greater than Absolute Life Essence, Immortal Body, Vengeance Mirror, fifth Spirit Ring, Spirit Soul, by G. Soul Cores X4 Elemental Emperor, Ice, Fire, Life, Darkness, Light, Time, Space upgradable. Luck, 32. Absolute Elements, Ice, Fire, Life, Darkness, Space. Yin Yang Release Asura's Blade, third Spirit Ring. Uses the darkness and light element to create hundreds of small orbs. Greater than Ability. Small orbs that will explode upon impact, can also be used as armor. Dragon's Authority Asura's Blade, fifth Spirit Ring. Makes dragons feel instinctive fear upon sensing user's aura. Greater than Ability. Weaker, less than 95.000 years old, dragons will want to submit. Stronger dragons will either attack, flee or submit, which highly depends on the user. If the user is able to make them respect the user, they will submit. If the dragon think the user is unworthy, it will attack if the dragon thinks he can kill the user. Elemental Wings Asura's Blade, fifth Spirit Ring. Absorbs all the elements the user has absolute control of and condenses them in wings that will continue to absorb all the absolute controlled elements once activated. Greater than Ability. Reduced spiritual attacks by 70%. Gives the user the ability to fly. Replenishes spirit power while activated. Absolute Darkness Element Asura's Blade, fifth Spirit Ring. The user receives the Absolute Darkness Essence. Greater than Ability. Gives absolute control over the darkness attribute. Creates a domain of slaughter around the user of 3.000 meters with the user as its center. Inside the domain of slaughter, spirit power will be restrained to a level 30 peak Spirit Grandmaster, including the user. The user can share this absolute essence with other darkness elements users, drastically increasing their power, or use it to dominate them and make their darkness element betray them. Makes the user immune to the light element, does not include the absolute light element. Dragon Body Asura's Blade, fifth Spirit Ring, passive ability. Continuously keeps refining the body. Greater than Ability. Aims to make the body unbreakable. Keeps training the body at all times without any discomfort or pain. Divine Dragon Transformation Asura's Blade, fifth Spirit Ring. Transforms the user into a divine dragon comparable to a 1.000.000 years old spirit beast. Greater than Ability. Transforms into an 8-winged divine dragon comparable to a 1.000.000 years old dragon. Restriction. Minimal spirit power required 80. Claw of Eternal Night, left arm spirit bone. A spirit bone from the golden-eyed black dragon that reached 1.000.000 years old. Greater than abilities. Increases attack power by 150%. Decreases an enemy's healing by 92% if wounded by the Claw of Eternal Night. Gives absolute control of the darkness element. Endless void armor, chest spirit bone. A spirit bone from the golden-eyed black dragon that reached 1.000.000 years old. Greater than abilities. Gives the ability to open a void corridor to any place the user has been 5 times per day. Gives the ability to use void absorption, which will make the user untouchable for 5 seconds. Strengthens defense by 300%. Chu Feng already knew about the spirit ring skills, but seeing it on his status screen just made him even more speechless. What the hell is next to my bloodline? Before this it didn't even show my bloodline and let me question it myself instead, yet now it shows. Chu Feng said with a frown on his face. Let's call it the primordial Asura dragon bloodline, although if added god it would sound more intimidating. It just doesn't feel right since it feels I relied on my bloodline to become a god instead of my own effort. Chu Feng named his bloodline and spent another few minutes inspecting his skills. The thing he was the most curious about was the divine dragon transformation, but that was curiosity at its finest for you. Let's store this treasure first. Chu Feng smiled and put his hand on the golden-eyed black dragon's corpse underneath his feet and put it into his inventory. A 10.000 meter long, 1.000.000 years old black dragon was only one inventory slot of space. Chu Feng landed steadily on the ground and was thinking how to make the most of the golden-eyed black dragon's corpse. I guess I got dinner for quite a while now, it will even nourish our bodies. Is this cannibalism? Chu Feng mused while laughing to himself. He couldn't care less, to be honest. Darling, are you fine? Shian Sha's voice interrupted his thought and saw Shian Sha and ZG approaching him with clear worry in their eyes while inspecting his body. I'm fine, but my mind is exhausted, so I will sleep for a while. Since this place is safe for a while now, why not join me? Chu Feng said with a warm smile on his face. He generally needed some sleep right now. From the fight, to the bloodline incident and then to the spirit ring absorbing process, his mind was strong but not invincible, and he couldn't wait to just sleep for a whole week. That would be great. We are all tired too, ZG said with a weak smile on her face. Bai Ji, how about you sleep with us too? Shian Sha suddenly offered Bai Ji with a scheming smile on her face. Era, do you want to sleep with us? Shian Sha asked again upon hearing Bai Ji's soft, confused voice. Do you have an extra bed? Bai Ji asked from within the spirit ring. No, I only have one left. Just Shian Sha wanted to say yes since she knew Chu Feng had at least 3 of them, but Chu Feng quickly interrupted her and gave her a small smirk. For a split second only she saw. Upon seeing that smirk she pouted a bit but didn't say anything else. Then never mind, I will sleep in here. Bai Ji's kind but embarrassed came out of the spirit ring. Chu Feng concentrated his spirit power into Bai Ji's spirit ring and without warning threw her out of the spirit ring. In front of ZG and Shian Sha, Bai Ji's body suddenly appeared with shock on her face. What are you doing? Bai Ji's questioned Chu Feng with a confused face. Sleep is important and you should stop sleeping on a floor already. It's bad for your health, so you're sleeping with us tonight, Chu Feng said sternly while ZG just hid her smirk behind her little hand and turned her head away, afraid to get noticed by Bai Ji and ruining Chu Feng's plans. But, there is only one bed, Bai Ji said while trying to keep her calm, but the small blush on her face gave her away. I won't do anything, I'm tired as well, Chu Feng added. He wouldn't have pushed her if she still rejected him, but since her attitude clearly changed towards him, he might as well take a step after getting an inch. I don't know, I still think it is better for me to sleep inside the spirit ring, otherwise the bed might be cramped, Bai Ji said while trying to remain her calm smile with her eyes half closed. Oh, I see, Chu Feng nodded, which caused Bai Ji to give a sigh of relief, yet a strange part inside of her heart felt a slight disappointed. So, big sister, is scared? Chu Feng shrugged his shoulder with an expression that said, I expected more of you. Scared? Of course not, I'm merely worried about not having enough space on the bed, Bai Ji stuttered and lied. I see, so if it fits it's fine, Chu Feng said with fake surprise. Oh, of course, Bai Ji straightened her back a bit, but upon seeing Chu Feng's smile she knew he trapped her. AC, Actually never mind, I should still sleep inside. Baiji quickly tried to flee, but before she could go into the spirit ring it was blocked off by Chu Feng. You are bullying me, Baiji said with her head drooped down and tried acting pitiful. The kindest spirit beast can't even stay true to her own words. Chu Feng teased her lightly. Fine, it's your win, Baiji sighed and admitted defeat, she just wanted to sleep right now. I won't force you, Chu Feng suddenly said, which made Baiji confused but didn't go inside the spirit ring. I already promised, but if you touch me, I won't talk to you anymore. Baiji said seriously, but what she said made Chu Feng smile lightly about her childish words while she still had an older sister aura around her. I won't touch you as long you don't want it, Chu Feng smiled while withdrawing a bed that was big enough for 3 people and just threw it onto the ground and undressed himself. He took out a smaller bed on purpose while trying to see if Baiji would use it as an excuse to flee the situation she was in. Wah! Baiji nearly shrieked from Chu Feng's sudden action. He undressed until he was only wearing his underwear. Shian Sha and Ziji didn't say anything and merely smiled at each other and undressed as well until only their undergarments remained. Even you too, Baiji said with a startled expression when she looked at the 2 women. Chu Feng went into the bed, closely followed by his 2 wives. Naturally, I can't sleep with clothes on, Chu Feng smiled at her while covering himself under the covers and laid down on his back. Shian Sha first joined him on his left side while putting her head on his arm. Ziji closely followed and crawled on top of Chu Feng while putting her body on top of Chu Feng with her soft big breast pushing into Chu Feng. Are you coming or what? Chu Feng said while tapping the right side of the bed. Baiji gritted her teeth but still walked to the side of the bed without undressing and crawled slowly into the bed with her back facing Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and knew that there was some improvement on their relationship but was still hesitating on how and what she felt. Good night. Chu Feng kissed his wives' foreheads and closed his eyes and went into the deepest sleep he had so far. Chapter 37 I Missed You. Chu Feng's eyes slowly opened and felt his mind was still exhausted. He didn't know how long he slept but his body felt as if it was glued to the bed. Good morning, darling. A soft soothing voice entered Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng looked to his left and saw Xian Sha look at him while rubbing her eyes. Good morning, sure. Chu Feng smiled at her and hugged her closer to his body. Ziji was still sleeping on top of him with a small smile on her face, while on his side was Baiji was sleeping on his while hugging his arm with a peaceful expression on her pretty face. How long did we sleep for? Xian Sha said while snuggling closer into Chu Feng's embrace and closed her eyes again. My little genius wife, how do you expect me to know that when I'm sleeping? Chu Feng said with a smile on his face. I'm not fully awake yet, Xian Sha said with a small embarrassed smile on her face and hugged Chu Feng's waist. On the right side of Chu Feng the green-haired beauty also started making small sounds while rubbing her head on Chu Feng's right arm. Good morning. Chu Feng's greeting startled Baiji and her eyes shot open, and saw Chu Feng looking at her. Upon seeing Chu Feng's face only inches away from hers, her face got a bit red but quickly showed her Oni-san smile. Good morning, Chu Feng, Baiji said while trying to hide her embarrassment and tried moving her head from Chu Feng's arm. Chu Feng, who saw her wanting to move her head away, put his hand behind her head and pushed her head onto his right shoulder and closed his eyes with a smile. Baiji looked at him with a startled look but gave up once she saw him close his eyes and sighed, again, you're bullying me. You were the one that clung onto me when you were asleep though. Chu Feng had a small smile on his face and opened his eyes to look at her. Baiji just kept looking up straight into his eyes but couldn't keep her face from blushing and buried her head onto his shoulder. His eyes had the same colors as his absolute elements and the invisible aura they gave off made her feel calm and safe. Just sleep a bit more, Chu Feng whispered softly and closed his eyes again. His mind and body went through so many changes in such a short period of time that his conscience just needed a break for once. Baiji, upon seeing that Chu Feng already gave up on running from Chu Feng's shoulder and just closed her eyes again. They slept for another few hours before the sun woke Chu Feng up. He carefully moved the 3 women off of him. Grumble, I took a food pill 25 days ago yet I'm hungry. We slept for 3 whole days. Chu Feng's surprise didn't last long and he dashed out of the destroyed battlefield and went to collect dinner. A few minutes later, the women also started waking up from the sun shining into their eyes. Although it was a sealed realm, there was still a sun and moon. Where is he? Baiji was the first one to ask in confusion. She fell asleep on top of his shoulder but somehow didn't notice when he got out of bed. "I'm here," a soft voice whispered in her ears from seemingly out of nowhere. "Kya," Baiji screamed and nearly fell out of the bed. "Peef." The other three people laughed while Baiji just looked at Chu Feng with a red angry face. "I got us some dinner. Get out of bed already." Chu Feng hurried them out of bed and towards a table that was a bit further. "It smells really good," Ziji said while rubbing her sleepy eyes and sat on a chair and took a bite. "It tastes amazing." "What is this?" "It tastes great," Shian Sha said while chewing on the meat, and even Baiji couldn't help but nod at her comment. "My father," Chu Feng said with a nonchalant expression. "Ha!" Three shocked voices came out and looked at Chu Feng, who just kept eating. Some people might say, "It was your father, how can you do something like that?" But for those people he had nothing more than pure disdain. In this world it was the survival of the fittest. Maybe eating that dragon was messed up, but this whole world wasn't a peaceful one anyways. This world, it was where the weak had no rights. The golden-eyed black dragon was his enemy and he was using its meat to temper his and his woman's bodies, and he didn't have a single ounce of regret or sympathy for it. His father was also his enemy, and once someone becomes an enemy, they didn't have a form, body or difference in Chu Feng's eyes. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't care much about it, they didn't say anything either. They were spirit beasts after all, and they knew this was normal in the wild. Well, everyone except Baiji, who just couldn't resist the taste and smell of Chu Feng's cooking. "Ah, that really hits the spot." Ziji was leaning backwards and ate enough for 6 adults. She was still a dragon after all. "Eating so much really makes me tired," Baiji said while yawning. "Then go ahead and sleep some more," Chu Feng said with a warm smile on his face. I will sleep a bit in my spirit ring. I don't want to be in the way." Baiji nodded and gave Chu Feng a warm smile before disappearing into a spirit ring. "I'm going to continue fusing with the golden-eyed dragon bloodline. I only absorbed it, but I haven't absorbed it yet, so I might even evolve further." Ziji hugged Chu Feng's neck and tiptoed to give him a kiss on his lips before disappearing. Suddenly, 2 arms hugged him from behind, and Chu Feng smiled a little bit and turned around to hug the pink-haired beauty into his arms and whispered into her ears. "Couldn't take it anymore. I missed you," Shian Sha said while burying her head into his chest. "I missed you too. I'm glad I can see you again," Chu Feng said with a warm smile on his face. They both knew that they both suffered in this period of time. Shian Sha, who couldn't go outside, could barely speak and was locked into a white space, while Chu Feng suffered because he was constantly pushing himself to heal her. Although she said it wasn't life-threatening anymore, he just didn't trust anything he didn't know completely. Chu Feng picked Shian Sha up and brought her to the bed he slept in with the 3 ladies and put her gently on her back, her arms circling around his neck while giving sweet little kisses along his body. Chapter 38 Mind Space. Chu Feng woke up early in the morning and removed Shian Sha from his chest and stepped out of the bed. "Yeah, I'd rather die than clean up this shit." Chu Feng looked at the bed covered in juices and knew that just cleaning it would take a few hours to fully remove the stench coming from it. That we even fell asleep in this is an ability of its own. Chu Feng laughed a little while looking at the sleeping Shian Sha. Chu Feng let Shian Sha sleep and took out another bed he stored and started inspecting his new ability, Mind Space. His consciousness arrived in another space. It was completely white, like how the spirit rings from the inside were. He looked around a bit and thought of a sword. Just a normal iron sword would do. A few seconds later, an iron sword with a handle made of wood appeared in front of him. How about something bigger then? Chu Feng thought of a chair, and a chair slowly started appearing, but it was slower than the iron sword. I feel there are 2 places like this in my head, and one of them has the golden eyes black dragon corpse inside of it, so that should be why my inventory function is gone. Chu Feng noticed that when he unlocked Mind Space, his inventory function got removed. "System, how many lottery tickets do I have left?" Chu Feng asked. He totally forgot about those things, but it was never too late to use them anyway. Host has 13 normal Wheel of Fortune spins remaining and a total of 1 premium Wheel of Fortune spin remaining. How did I get that premium Wheel of Fortune spin? Chu Feng asked with his eyebrows raised. He didn't remember anything about that at all. Host got 1 premium Wheel of Fortune spin for absorbing a 1.000.000 years old spirit ring, and 1 is a hidden reward for the quest. Seems logical. Show me the premium Wheel of Fortune. In front of Chu Feng appeared a Wheel of Fortune, but with 5 pair of wings and a halo on top of it. Instead of the golden border around it, there was a platinum-colored border. The chances were different as well. No green at all. 40% blue, 50% purple, 7% legendary and another 3% that seems even better than legendary. It's the colors of my absolute elements, and if it wasn't for the lighted up borders I wouldn't even know that it was the most valuable, since the legendary space has a rainbow inside of it. Chu Feng looked at the premium Wheel of Fortune and saw. Spin the normal Wheel of Fortune, Chu Feng said in a slightly excited voice. Even if it was a corpse right now, he could still get a spirit bone from it with a divine item like the spirit bone extractor. Chu Feng looked at the spinning Wheel of Fortune and said, "Stop." Ding. Common item. Body tempering pill added to the mind space. Chu Feng, who was currently in the second part of his mind space, was shocked when a green light appeared in front of his face and a bottle with a pill appeared in front of him. This is pretty much useless though. Chu Feng shook his head, since body tempering pills were mainly useful in the Spirit Grandmaster realm and under, but pretty useless to those above that level. System, spin all of them at the same time, Chu Feng said, and to his surprise 11 Wheel of Fortunes appeared next to the original. Ding. Common item. Spatial ring added to the mind space x2. Ding. Common item. Body tempering pill added to the mind space x3. Ding. Epic item. Soul search technique added to the mind space. Ding. Rare it, comma, ... Ding. Legendary item. Demon mirror array added to the mind space. Chu Feng looked at the ground in front of him and saw the items next to each other. Most of the items were useless and only 2 items were useful, but he had gotten a legendary item. But why an array? Chu Feng was quite disappointed that he got an array, but still inspected the orb that reflected himself. Demon mirror array, legendary. A giant array that reflects all damage under godhood. Greater than range, 100 kilometers. Greater than time limit, 3 years. Once activated it can't be deactivated. Greater than activation, upon infusing spirit power. It's pretty overpowered, but I doubt someone could stop me if I wanted to run with my current capabilities in the space element. Chu Feng sighed and felt quite bitter. 13 tries and only 1 legendary. He thought that with his luck he should have had a much bigger chance, but it seems he was wrong. System, spin the premium Wheel of Fortune. Chu Feng looked at the spinning wheel with excitement and caution at the same time. His luck was decent at best right now. Chu Feng thought of something about his previous life and decided to bet on it and waited for 777 seconds. What he remembered were the things in the casinos. He spent a lot of time at casinos when he was bored and just bet some small amounts to waste time, but he won quite a lot just from those slot machines. 777 seconds later. Ding. One with the sword introduction added to the mind space divine. Gives a training method to train sword aura and explains its properties. Greater than ability. Sword aura makes one able to become one with their sword. Greater than tier sword ways. One with the sword. Sword aura. Sword heart. Unlimited swords domain. Finally, Chu Feng yelled while smiling. He didn't know if it was his luck stat or not, but he didn't give a single FCK. Every time he used his sword he felt close to it and even felt that it was part of his body, but the thing he spent so much training on was that it was one with him, which he reached in his fight with ZG, which was why he was able to use sword moves with his hands against the angelic winged wolf. But now, he was stuck. He felt that he could improve further and kept training with his sword, but he didn't manage to reach further because he simply didn't have a way to go. He could fuse sword strokes and create his own sword moves, but that would always depend on spirit power. Spirit power was strong, but he knew that swords were just as deadly if used right, and if you use the sword like it was you and use it that way with spirit power combined, he felt that his strength would double. Doubling someone's strength is pretty simple at the early stages, but in the later stages it will be a pain, especially for someone like Chu Feng who has 5 absolute elements. Absolute elements are known to slow your cultivation down a decent amount, and with 5 at that, you get the problem, but they are definitely worth the trouble. This is info from the original story, by the way, not from me, so don't say I deliberately nerve him, lol. Chu Feng grabbed the sword aura introduction and opened it. Page 1. A sword can cut off life, but can create as well. A sword can bring sorrow yet joy. A sword can cut evil yet justice as well. A sword can ruin yet rebuild. A sword can feel nothing yet feel everything. A sword can love yet hate. Doesn't this just mean a sword is linked to its owner? If it's truly like that, then I truly looked wrongly at swords. I used to think of them as another life and not an emotionless piece of ore. Although I wasn't wrong, I wasn't right either, since they do have feelings, but they are the same as mine. Chu Feng stood up and grabbed the iron sword and started doing the basic overhand stance with his sword and started training. 6 months later, Chu Feng was inside his mind space. Bai Ji was sleeping since spirit beasts were used 2 long sleeps that could last years if not interrupted. Ziji was assimilating the golden-eyed black dragon's bloodline, and Shian Sha was inside the first part of Chu Feng's mind space, absorbing the remaining energy inside the golden-eyed black dragon's heart. Sometimes Chu Feng would take breaks and spend time with his lovely wives. He didn't close off Bai Ji's spirit ring due to thinking she was sleeping, which was a mistake. She was awake. The first thing she woke up to was her sister screaming for more. Out of curiosity she ended up looking at them and even wanted to stop it upon only hearing Ziji screaming, but when she got sight of Ziji's face she was petrified. That expression told her that if she stopped that, then rather than being grateful, Ziji would more likely be pissed instead. This was at the 2nd month. She had to watch this around twice a week for 4 months long. At first, she didn't understand what they were doing, but the second time she was watching, Shian Sha screamed, "Give me another child." Her nether region had gotten damp after watching. After a few times, although her body started moving towards it, she rejected the idea and held the temptation at bay. Times and times again she would need to watch Chu Feng with either Ziji or Shian Sha. However, when she wanted to close the spirit ring so she wouldn't hurt the temptation anymore, she was unable to. Chu Feng noticed after a few times that she was listening, and being the asshole that he was, kept her spirit ring open even if she wanted to close off. Bai Ji didn't notice anything strange since his expression didn't change at all and she didn't even feel his spirit power. The system and the goddess of luck would have never thought that the first time Chu Feng used sword aura would be used to let a curious woman listen to him having sex with her sister. Months flew by after that, and it had been 6 months at this point. Although he learned sword aura, he wasn't satisfied. Sword aura could be infused into his domain and make it at least 2.5x stronger than before. His aura also got a lot sharper. He evolved his first 2 spirit rings into 100.000 years old spirit rings and got some new abilities. The first 5 strokes of the Asura's Wrath, 9 strokes, were on the unmatched level while the rest was on master level, and only the 8th stroke was peak unmatched level due to his absolute space element helping him, but he just couldn't reach god level yet, but he guessed that his current strength was unable to reach that level. Sword aura had another good thing, and that was that it made him able to learn, improve and even teach sword moves at least 5 times faster than before. His comprehension in the way of the sword shot through the roof. But Chu Feng noticed something. He realized that the system had one obvious flaw. It was only made to accompany him until he ascended, and only the spirit aging would be of use after that, but that would probably have a limit too. After finding that out, he started learning from the system. When the system absorbed a spirit ring into his own, it would absorb tiny bits and pieces of the core areas in the spirit beasts like the heart, brain and surprisingly, its eyes. Naturally, he didn't have much of an improvement since it was made by a goddess with a drop of origin blood. It was too hard for him, but he knew that if he kept studying it once a while he would understand it one day. He wasn't stupid enough to sit there, pondering and racking his brain over something that was still useful. By the time he ascended, his body and mind would be a lot stronger, which would help his comprehension as well, so he would just waste his time right now. Chu Feng, who was currently standing in a battlefield full of corpses, let out a sigh under his blood-soaked appearance. Around him could be described as hell, broken bodies, mountains of corpses, and literally a river full of blood. This was his training method. He moved his items to the first part of his mind space, and in the second part of his mind space he created a battlefield where spirit power was restricted and only swordsmanship could be used. Every fight was a human silhouette covered in armor with different swordsmanship methods that were on par with Chu Feng's level. Most of the time he would use this training method for his swordsmanship, but the thing he improved the most on was his domain. He managed to infuse all his absolute elements into his domain. Although he couldn't use all his elements at the same time, but he could switch them within a blink of an eye, and now he was trying to use them all at the same time, but it was harder than he thought. His cultivation stagnated at 60-65 since he didn't put much time into it. His room for improvement was way too big right now. He didn't have a need for more spirit rings or higher cultivation right now. "Darling, are we going to see Wuer now?" Shian Sha asked with hopeful eyes. Chu Feng told her about his plans. He could roughly monitor what they were doing, and it seemed that they were in a tournament or something since they kept fighting on and on, but no killing intent was involved and neither were they fighting each other. "Yes, it's time to show my face in the world again." Chu Feng smirked and had a glint of expectation in his eyes. "Are we getting another sister?" Ziji asked out of nowhere with a teasing expression when she noticed Chu Feng's expression. Yes, She will be a tricky one though. Chu Feng sighed and remembered her past. An aura full of slaughter intent accumulated from the last few months was released from him. Even if you are dead, I will still torture you. I will find a way to resurrect you, slaughter you again, resurrect you and slaughter you and torture your soul for eternity. Darling. Two startled voices awoke Chu Feng from his crazed state. He didn't have anything to do with her right now, but still, she was abandoned, raped, discarded and lived her whole life for revenge. He felt sorry for her. He knew from the talk with four eyes that she was a kind-hearted woman and loved Yu Shaogang deeply, yet he just abandoned her the moment a little bit of danger arrived. That FC King waste of space. I should just end him. But when are you going to accept wooer? Shian Sha's pouting expression made Chu Feng's heart warm. When he was feeling down, sad, discouraged, she would always have that motherly vibe around her that healed him. Don't cry later when you see her under me. Chu Feng had an evil smile on his face while sneering in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Wu's endless advances, then they would have never ended up together in the first place. He knew a bit of the original storyline and it was certainly a nice story, but still, Tang Hao didn't manage to protect his wife. In the original story his son didn't either. Tang-san, just how many times would you have died if it wasn't for Xiao Wu? I will kill that FCKER personally if he dares touch my daughter with his dirty hands. Shian Sha's face changed into an expression Chu Feng never saw her have before, full of rage, bloodlust and anger. Calm down, little princesses. Shian Sha's expression softened once she felt a big hand on top of her head and stroking her hair. I will naturally not let her remain there. I didn't approach them earlier because I didn't want to pressure her and Zuqing, but I think it's time that she made a decision. For Rongrong as well. Chu Feng sighed. He knew about Rongrong already because of the original story when she wanted to marry, kissed in the novel Tang-san because he made her spirit evolve. Well, I can just help her whole clan evolve at this point. Chu Feng smiled when he looked at all the herbs in his inventory. Inside the cave of the golden-eyed black dragon it was a huge treasure trove comparable with its body. Countless herbs that increased bloodlines, spirit power, natural treasures that made spirits or spirit beasts evolve, etc. I hope I can get a good fight anytime soon. Chu Feng said as he walked towards the exit of the sealed realm. Chapter 39 Spirit Hall's Auction House. As Chu Feng left the sealed realm, the oppressive aura disappeared along with him. The spirit beasts, who were hiding at the borders of the sealed realm, all let out a breath of relief. That frightening aura finally left. What they didn't know was that that aura would be back and scare the living sh*t out of them. Third person POV, Shrek. Zuqing, do you know when Chu Feng is coming back? It's already been over half a year. Ning Rongrong asked Zuqing with a slightly afraid voice. She was afraid Chu Feng suddenly left them. No, the necklaces only work as long as he wants to. Zuqing denied instantly and defended Chu Feng with a slight smile on her face. He is getting closer. Ning Rongrong and Zuqing suddenly turned towards Xiao Wu, who had the necklace in her hands and excitement in her eyes. It's true. Ning Rongrong jumped out of her bed and happily jumped around when she saw the changes in the necklaces. I hope he can see the finals next week, Zuqing said with a hopeful look. She improved a lot and her spirit power was already at rank 50. Hehe, I hope he will be amazed at our progress. My body is so exhausted of the endless training. Ning Rongrong complained but had a smile on her face when she remembered her 35,000 years old spirit ring. I didn't expect the gem he gave us would have so much power to instantly kill a 35,000 years old spirit beast. Zuqing said while remembering the shock on everyone's face when she saw a nine-tailed shadow fox queen. She herself was no exception when she threw it. She threw it without any hesitation since she completely trusted Chu Feng when he said that the gem could, without a doubt, subdue anything under 50,000 years old. The nine-tailed shadow fox queen was heavily injured and put into a deep sleep after the spirit beast was blasted by a huge fire and ice beam. It was silent, deathly and nearly impossible to notice. Back then, Chu Feng poured a lot of his power into it since it was something important for his future wives and thus created something that didn't just defend and could attack as well. Xiao Wu got her spirit ring from who knows where and Zuqing had absorbed the dark devil cat back then, which made her body a whole lot stronger. After that, she kept pushing herself until the other two girls had to stop her because she would break if she continued the way she was. She had trained endlessly. The other girls didn't shy away either and kept training like how Chu Feng told them to. I want him to take us away with him. Zhu Zuqing suddenly sighed, and the other two ladies had complicated looks in their eyes but eventually let out a sigh as well. I didn't expect them to change so much. Oscar confessed to me as well, and after I rejected him, the previous friendship disappeared and he didn't even talk to me. Ning Rongrong remembered how she told Oscar she loved Chu Feng. Oscar was heartbroken and the boys kept cheering him up, but again, the girls were being isolated more and more. Yu Xiaogang couldn't train them any better than Chu Feng and admitted he was inferior in the aspect of training someone. Xiao Wu was still friends with Tang San, but he started to distance more and more after he realized how he felt about her. He knew he was too late when he saw her sitting on the roof of the dorms every night with the necklace Chu Feng gave her in her hands with a smile on her face. HPMH. The boys and teachers are being assholes anyway, so why should we bother with them? Ning Rongrong snorted, said with an angry expression, and looked at Xiao Wu, who was under the covers with her hands against her chest while touching the small necklace. Xiao Wu, you're coming with us too, right? Ning Rongrong saw that Xiao Wu was in a daze and yelled, Xiao Wu. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Xiao Wu nearly jumped up and blushed while apologizing. You. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu with her eyes half closed and turned towards Zhu Zuqing, who nodded, and both jumped out of their beds and charged at Xiao Wu. What are you doing? Xiao Wu said when she suddenly felt the covers disappear. I knew it. Why do you keep refusing? You like him when you hold the necklace all the time with a dumb smile on your face. Ning Rongrong shouted with a teasing expression on her face. Yo. You're lying. Don't like him. Xiao Wu said while slightly stuttering and hiding her blushing face in her pillow. Stop it already. Do you realize that when you're asleep you hug your pillow while saying, hold me closer? Zhu Zuqing said with a small smile on her face. I do that. Xiao Wu suddenly got up and screamed in embarrassment. You've been doing that for quite a while now. Don't you think it's weird that you are drooling all over your pillow all the time when you dream about him? Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong started laughing when she remembered the embarrassing faces Xiao Wu would make and all the weird things she would say while deep asleep. Stop bullying me. Fine. I like him, so what? Bite me. Xiao Wu snarled with a red face and grabbed the covers and his inside of it. We just want you to come with us. After the championship me and Zuqing will leave and we will drag you away whether you want it or not, Ning Rongrong sighed and explained. Well, they probably hate us already since we didn't defend Tang San after he was exposed as the child of the clear sky douluo. Zhu Zuqing sighed. She didn't care much, but that they expected them to put their lives at risk for someone who was treating them colder and colder just because they were the strongest three of the group at this point pissed her off. Due to Chu Feng's training method and the gems he gave them, they absorbed spirit rings way above the rest. Xiao Wu didn't have much use for the gem, but Ning Rongrong managed to absorb a 14.000 years old dream cloud swan and even got a spirit bone. It was a chest bone that gave her the wings of the dream cloud swan, gave her the ability to fly, which was extremely useful for a support type, and combined with the evolution of her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda made her able to defend herself while her supporting capabilities went through the roof. Upon hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Xiao Wu shuddered a bit. She knew Zhu Zuqing was right. They had a fight 2 months ago with the boys because of Dai Mubai trying to pester Zhu Zuqing again, but the necklace, as if sensing his intention, nearly killed him, and if it wasn't for Zhao Wuji being close by he would have died. The boys got mad she was still wearing the necklace even around them, since they knew it was only protecting her while the girls defended their friend. In the end even Tang San started berating the necklace, which made the girls give up with their reasoning and just walked away. Since then, they barely talked with each other and only trained their teamwork a day a week. Besides that, there was only the fights that they worked together, since the girls didn't want to disappoint Chu Feng while the boys had their own goals. Even Flender and Zhao Wuji were at a loss. Yu Xiaogang didn't bother with them since he didn't have much to teach them anyway, and his goal was to raise the strongest spirit masters, but the girls weren't someone he could teach anyway. If Chu Feng knew that, he would have sneered. This was so like him. The moron couldn't do anything himself and always had to have anyone else have it do for him. I will leave with you guys. Xiao Wu finally sighed and gave up. The Tang San she once knew was gone once he realized his feelings for her, but she didn't respond to his feelings and instead was fiddling with and looking at the necklace that she was wearing at all times. Tang San started distancing from her since it would only bring him sadness and sorrow if he kept being close to her, and his main goal was to bring the Tang sect into this world. He only talked to her like a normal friend and nothing like the fondness he had for her before. The Tang San that treated her as a little sister was gone. I rather follow my heart instead of dealing with this tense atmosphere all the time. Xiao sighed and looked at the necklace with a light smile. The three girls talked all day about how they were going to punish Chu Feng once he came back while holding an eye on the necklace. Third person Pav, Chu Feng. Spirit Hall really has quite a grand auction house, huh? Chu Feng looked at the huge building in front of him that looked like a palace that was built out of white and golden stones that shone in the sun and seemed slightly translucent. The streets in front of the auction house was absolutely crowded and Chu Feng pushed himself inside. So they used the competition finals as a way to attract even more people for their biggest auction this year. Chu Feng couldn't help but admit the one that thought of this was a genius regarding business. Chu Feng wanted to auction some stuff as well, although he couldn't auction things like 100.000 years old spirit bones, but he had 360.000 minus 90.000 years old spirit bones he wanted to auction that would neither fit his wives nor him. As Chu Feng arrived at the counter, he was greeted by a woman that had way too much makeup on her face that had a kind smile on her face. I bet her makeup doubles her original weight. Holy sh*t. Chu Feng nearly puked from the stench. If he hated something, then it was too much makeup. How can I help you, sir? The woman smiled warmly upon seeing Chu Feng. She was trained for this work by Spirit Hall for over a decade and knew how to judge people, and Chu Feng had this aura around him that made him stand out from the rest. I want to auction something, Chu Feng said in a normal voice. Sir, if it is qualified, then we can certainly auction it, but if you want to auction it today, it has to be extremely valuable. The woman hesitantly said, since most items today were worth over 10.000 golden spirit coins. Are these good enough? Chu Feng asked, and 3 spirit bones appeared. A skull spirit bone from a 4-armed demon gorilla, a right leg spirit bone from a thunder tornado serpent, and a chest spirit bone from a hybrid man-eating spider. The woman looked at the spirit bones and said in a daze. She quickly covered her mouth, but it was already too late since some people at counters next to them heard her. Holy sh*t, look at that shine. They are at least 7.000 years old. A man with spectacles said. Are you blind? They are at least 10.000 years old. An old man said as his beard was trembling from excitement. Look at how handsome he is in his appearance, he only looks around 18 years old. A pretty woman with an hourglass figure said while looking at Chu Feng's appearance. Sister, how about we see who can get him first? A woman next to the previous one said with a smile on her face. Do you think he would even look at us? Look at his appearance, no need to embarrass ourselves and try something when we know we will just get rejected. So can I auction them? Chu Feng asked the dazed woman with a cold voice. Ah, yes, sorry for the inconvenience I brought you, sir. The woman bowed and Chu Feng merely sighed. Just forget it and get someone who can decide on this, don't let it bother you. Chu Feng wasn't planning on hiding anyway, so he really didn't care about it at all. The woman apologized once more and went to get a white-haired old man with an imposing aura and a cold look on his face while his long white hair ran down behind his back. Upon seeing Chu Feng, he smiled like a neighborhood grandpa and asked, Sir, are you the one that wants to auction the spirit bones? Chu Feng merely nodded, and the old man grabbed all kinds of instruments out of his spatial ring and started inspecting the spirit bones under the curious gaze of the onlookers that crowded around it. If it wasn't for Chu Feng using his aura to have some space for himself, he would have laid flat on the counter if he was weak. Upon inspecting the spirit bones for 5 minutes, the old man's face kept changing into a more and more dumbfounded and amazed look, and after another 10 minutes he looked at Chu Feng. They are actually all above 60.000 years old. The old man mumbled with a horrified look on his face. It was as if silence had become an absolute element in the auction house for a second. 60.000 years old spirit rings were regarded as most of the titled douluo's 9th spirit ring, yet this kid had 3 spirit bones. And wanted to sell them. 60.000 years old. A man with a scar on his face mumbled. I have never seen such a spirit beast before, let alone a spirit bone from it. An older woman said in a dumbfounded voice, her body toned with thick muscles like some bodybuilder. Did you get these by yourself? The old man couldn't resist and asked. This shouldn't be part of the process, right? Chu Feng's eyebrow raised and asked in a cold voice. No, I'm sorry, sir, I was just startled for a second, please accept my apologies. The old man recollected himself and quickly said. Can they be auctioned tonight? Chu Feng asked. Yes, sir, these items are comparable to the 5th item on the main item list tonight. The old man said with an excited expression. Only 5th. It seems that this auction is slightly more interesting than I thought, Chu Feng said while smiling inwardly. Sir, please come this way to our 4th layer VIP room, the old man excitedly asked Chu Feng to come into gate next to the counter and led Chu Feng towards his VIP room. Well, I have enough money anyway, Chu Feng smiled inwardly and knew he would create quite show today. Chapter 40 Ning Fengji. Sir, this is your room, the old man said respectfully while opening the door for Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked inside, followed by the old man and looked around the room. It had a huge couch in the middle that looked to be enough for 30 people, a golden curtain that blocked spiritual power from entering and a huge TV on the wall next to the curtain. The curtains were see-through at Chu Feng's side and someone wouldn't notice it if you didn't look for them, but blocked sight from the outside world completely for someone who wanted to hide their identities or just wanted privacy. Besides that, there was a private bar with a mini fridge and some other decorations. How many ranks VIP rooms are there? Chu Feng asked curiously. There are 5 ranks for VIPs in the Spirit Hall auction house. Greater than first rank VIP, spent or auctioned something for 100.000 golden spirit coins at the Spirit Hall auction house. Greater than second rank VIP, spent or auctioned something for 250.000 golden spirit coins at the Spirit Hall auction house. Greater than third rank VIP, spent or auctioned something for 1.000.000 golden spirit coins at the Spirit Hall auction house. Greater than 4th rank VIP, spent or auctioned something for 5.000.000 golden spirit coins at the Spirit Hall auction house. Greater than 5th rank VIP, high-ranking leader of the 3 big clans, high-ranking Spirit Hall members, special guests. I see, Chu Feng nodded and found it logical that the highest rank being for executives. Sir, do you need me for something else? The old man asked with a friendly smile. No, you can go. All right, sir, you can bid by using the device on the armrest on the couch or the little device on the table. Please excuse me and thank you for choosing Spirit Hall auction house. The old man bowed and left. Chu Feng looked outside through the curtains and saw that it was absolutely packed. At least over a few 100,000 people were packed in this huge palace-like structure. Zuqing, Rongrong and Wuer, Chu Feng spotted 3 familiar ladies inside a 3rd rank room. The rest of the Shrek members were also there. It isn't weird for Rongrong to be there with her own rank due to her status. Chu Feng smilingly looked at them. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's body slightly trembled and looked upwards towards the 4th ranked rooms a level higher than their own, but couldn't find the source of that gaze, but still smiled with a wide smile on her face which made Dai Mubai drop his jaw. What is wrong, Zuqing? Xiao Wu asked curiously while looking at Zhu Zuqing's happy expression. He is here, Zhu Zuqing said with a happy smile on her beautiful face. Where? Ning Rongrong didn't give Xiao Wu a chance to react and looked around the venue. She knew he was here, but it seemed that Zhu Zuqing knew something more than that. Somewhere on the 4th ranked floor, Zhu Zuqing said, but didn't even look at her because she was too busy searching. Him, on the 4th floor, he is just a peasant who was raised without any parents. Even if he is slightly powerful, do you think he has over 5.000.000 golden spirit coins? What a joke, Dai Mubai sneered in jealousy. On the side, Xiao Wu's expression slightly dimmed since technically when she turned into a human, she was on her own as well. If you don't shut up, do you believe I will dig your disgusting eyes out? Zhu Zuqing saw Xiao Wu's sad expression and flared up against Dai Mubai. It wasn't meant for her. Dai Mubai stuttered a bit and realized he went too far since his words could be used against other people as well. Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai, it's enough, we're not in the academy right now, so behave yourselves. Flender interrupted them and said with an angry expression while glancing at Ning Rongrong, they could only sit here because of her after all. Knock knock knock, come in, Chu Feng responded coldly when he heard the knocking sounds on his door. The old man walked in with 3 men following him. They looked quite close and Chu Feng recognized the 3 people. Sir, these honored guests would like to accompany you. They said they know you, the old man said respectfully while glancing at the 3 people. It's fine, you can go now, Chu Feng waved his hand without looking at them even once. Understood, I will now excuse myself, sir. The old man bowed and walked out while closing the door behind him. The 3 people were slightly surprised how Chu Feng just let them stay without him seeing them. What they didn't know that they entered Chu Feng's domain the moment they entered the room. Good evening, young man, do you mind if we join you? The handsome man with spectacles said and asked politely. I already said yes, besides, how can I reject my father-in-law? Chu Feng slightly turned around and looked at the three men. They were Ji Yurong, Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi. You are even more outstanding than Rongrong said. Ning Fengji inspected Chu Feng with a curious gaze while Chu Feng inspected this future father-in-law. Ning Fengji seemed like an elegant middle-aged man with a calm and scholarly appearance with a gentle personality. Ji Yurong walked like a clown from Chu Feng's previous life with his closed eyes and a smile on his face. He was completely dressed black with black hair and red eyes with a golden head protector on his head and was wearing armor that had black and gold inside. Chen Xin had a head of silver hair neatly combed behind his back, with a simple and unadorned appearance, both eyes not fully open but slightly shut. His gestures in between gave off a very special feeling. His aura could be described as a sharp edge. Half absolute space element and someone with half-step sword heart. I knew you two were talented in those elements, but seeing you like this is quite a surprise. Chu Feng looked at Chen Xin and Ji Yurong for a second and said with a smile on his face. You, sigh. The young surpass the old, but to think someone of your age is this fast amazes me. Ji Yurong said while his closed eyes slightly opened and sighed. You called it sword heart. Chen Xin was focused on another thing and asked with slight hope in his sharp eyes. Yes, I will tell you after the auction, Chu Feng told the curious Chen Xin, who looked at Chu Feng with hope and interest, which gave Chu Feng a bad feeling. What did they call this again? Stranger danger? Chu Feng looked away from Chen Xin and turned towards his future father-in-law. Anyway, how is Rongrong doing? Chu Feng smiled lightly and asked with interest. He missed the direct little girl that kept hopping around. Her previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen. She is doing quite well according to her protectors. They didn't have to help her due to a certain person giving her a necklace that could block a title douluo. Ning Fengji said with a wide smile on his face when he looked at Chu Feng. Just this act alone made his opinion about Chu Feng skyrocket. Well, she is my future wife after all, Chu Feng said directly with a small smile. I have a question. Ning Fengji sat down on a chair directly opposite of Chu Feng and asked. Are you going to marry Rongrong? Ning Fengji's expression was extremely serious about this point due to the laws of the empire restricting marrying multiple times. Yes, I will, just like my other wives, Chu Feng replied directly. He knew where Ning Fengji was worried about and could understand his worries. You know that isn't a possible, right? Ning Fengji said with a frown on his face. For you, it isn't, for me it is. I do not care about laws, I do not care about enemies, and neither do I care about God if it wants to stop me from loving my wives equally. Chu Feng looked into Ning Fengji's eyes with a normal expression. Sigh. Rongrong already expected you would say something like that, her screaming about her sisters the whole time and how she was going to punish you. She grew up so fast. Too fast. Ning Fengji nearly screamed at the end. This was not according to his personality at all, but his daughter marrying a man was like giving him a punch in the gut. Don't worry, unless I die, she won't suffer, Chu Feng replied while slightly releasing his aura. His wives wear his reverse scale. If someone tried hurting them, he would slaughter everyone related to that person until nobody remained. Ning Fengji shuddered when he felt Chu Feng's aura, but it instantly disappeared again. He gulped his saliva and said inwardly, that aura comparable to Uncle's sword. That reminds me, if someone is visiting his in-laws she should bring presents, but it's quite sudden you managed to find me, so I'm not prepared, Chu Feng said while thinking about what to give them. Don't. We appreciate the thought about it, but we don't need any presents. I merely wanted to see what kind of child, if I could even call you that at this point, you were, and I have to say I'm extremely satisfied, Ning Fengji said and got 2 nods from Ji Yurong and Chen Xin. This should do as a present. Chu Feng pulled out a small sunflower and held it above his hand with his aura. What is this? Ning Fengji with a curious expression, and even Ji Yurong and Chen Xin were curious since even they didn't know what it was. Rongrong's spirit evolved into a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, right? Chu Feng said while looking at Ning Fengji with a slight smile on his face. Why? You mean this can eat? Not exactly. Chu Feng's interruption got a bitter smile from Ning Fengji. Then what is it for? Every 30 days the eternal yang flower creates a drop of yang liquid that was condensed from sun rays, so it has to be raised in a place with a lot of sunshine. The yang liquid is the one that evolves your 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Chu Feng said with a slight smile on his face. What? 3 shocked voices sounded through the room. This can actually evolve our clan's spirit. Ning Fengji said in excitement and took the flower with trembling hands while looking at it as if it was his child. Yes, it has an extreme affinity with your clan's spirit. Thank you. You don't know how much this means to our clan. Ning Fengji thanked Chu Feng from the bottom of his heart while Chu Feng looked at Ji Yurong. You have the half-absolute space element, so this should be useful for you. Chu Feng got a small knife from his mind space and weakened his defenses to be able to stab a little bit into his finger. A small red drop of blood with a tiny bit of golden hue inside of it, and he made it fly with spirit power towards Ji Yurong. Ji Yurong was confused as to why Chu Feng would hand him a drop of blood and looked at him with a curious expression. I have the absolute space element. Mine is self-learned from scratch since only my first spirit ring has to do with things like teleportation. Inside that drop of blood is my experience in learning the space element, which should help you break through not only in rank but also into the absolute space realm. Chu Feng let out a small laugh when he saw Ji Yurong's dumbfounded face. To think you had the absolute space element, and self-taught at that. What a monster. Ji Yurong mumbled and thanked Chu Feng as well with a wide smile on his face. As for you Chen Xin, take this. Chu Feng tossed his sword aura book at Chen Xin. Chu Feng could see that although he had sword aura, it was incomplete, yet he still tried advancing towards the sword heart, which was extremely dangerous and could cost him his life. Your foundation in the way of the sword are strong yet incomplete. Your insight is great and your comprehension is amazing, but you misunderstand swords, Chu Feng said to Chen Xin, who opened the book in wonder and instantly closed his eyes to cultivate. Thank you, Chu Feng. Uncle Sword is too obsessed with swords, that's why he is so excited and forgot to thank you. Your gifts are way too valuable but too important to decline, so if you need anything just tell me and I will do my best to help you, Ning Fengzi said with determination. The gifts Chu Feng gave him were able to make his clan another level higher than it already was. Like I said, meeting my in-laws should be done this way. I don't need anything, Chu Feng lightly smiled. I have around 47.000.000 golden spirit coins, and what I will get from my spirit bones should more than enough to squander as alike. Chu Feng grinned and suddenly looked towards the huge podium in the middle of the venue. 4 huge screens were playing a man with short black hair walking up the podium with an amiable smile on his face. Good evening everyone, I thank you all for coming. Today we hold our auction house's main event this year, which will hold the most valuable items we have had in a long time. The rules are as followed. First off, you are not aloe. 10 boring minutes later, let our auction house's main event begin. Chapter 41, Phoenix Feather. The first few items were not something Chu Feng fancied at all, so he continued talking to Ning Fengji. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was bidding left, right and center for everything that entered her eyes. Rongrong spent over 1.300.000 golden spirit coins already. You truly spoil your daughter a lot. Chu Feng gave Ning Fengji a grin when he saw his pale face. Little Rongrong probably broke open his reserve safe, Ji Yurong said with a teasing smile on his face. That little brat, Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile on his face. Ha ha ha, Ji Yurong and Chu Feng laughed at Ning Fengji's suffering while the auction continued. For our next item, which is also the 10th most precious item this auction. As the man was talking, the floor opened up and a pillar made entirely out of gold appeared with a red silk cloth that blocked spiritual power. The man looked at the audience with visible excitement on his face, just like the audience. Most people came to just see the treasures since their prices were astronomical. Even Spirit Hall's own higher-ups showed up for these things. A holy Xylia's heart, the auctioneer nearly screamed with excitement as a beautiful woman pulled off the red cloth. A golden heart laid sealed inside an ice cube, its golden luster shining through the ice made it look even more beautiful than it already was. A holy Xylia's heart, isn't that the thing that makes an existing 10-year-old spirit ring into a 100-year-old spirit ring? A fat man in one of the second-ranked VIP rooms shouted with so much excitement that his fat was shaking. Are you an idiot? It's a holy Xylia's heart, not a normal Xylia. It evolves an existing 100-year-old spirit ring into a 1,000-year-old spirit ring, a woman in the next room said after hearing his shout. She almost crushed the remote in her hand. With this, someone can go beyond the perfect spirit ring configuration. Their foundation could reach the 100.000 years old mark while they are only a spirit douluo. A short man with bulging muscles and scars covering his face said while looking at the holy Xylia's heart in greed and thought of someone having 2 100.000 years old spirit rings. It was unheard of. This thing is mine. Are you stupid? This thing is something our Water Spirit Academy will get. Ha, you think your little academy is a giant in this auction? We will get this. As they were busy discussing and yelling, Chu Feng was recounting his fortune. The spirit bones he would sell were top quality with a value of around the worth 31.000.000 golden spirit coins, and with his remaining fortune of 47.000.000 golden spirit coins that he got from emptying the useless spirit herbs in his mind space and the remaining few million he already had. 82.000.000 golden spirit coins. When he sold the spiritual herbs a few places for a huge amount and with some brain-dead people walking into their deaths because of their greed, he made 47.000.000 golden spirit coins. Even some deadbeat that called himself the brother of the emperor tried acting tough by sending some of his subordinates and have him hand over his spiritual treasure, which only ended up with him dying and ended up giving Chu Feng 12.000.000 golden spirit coins and a lot of treasures. Fengji, this would be good for Rongrong. After all, she already has a 14.000 years old spirit ring, and she might be able to reach 100.000 years old standard by the time she is a peak spirit emperor. In actuality, the spirit herbs were worth 21.000.000 golden spirit coins, but due to the generous gifts, he got more than what his spiritual herbs were worth. Most of the spirit herbs were useful, so he kept them, otherwise his fortune wolf have at least doubled. In his mind space he didn't have anything similar to the Holy Xylia's heart, so he had to buy this one without a doubt. The bidding starts at 50.000 golden spirit coins. The auctioneer said while getting ready for the bidding frenzy. The screens would show which room bid and how much it bid, so everyone could see what was happening, whether they were in the endless stands, private rooms or VIP rooms. People in the masses started bidding like hungry dogs, and quickly the price shot to 400.000 golden spirit coins. Suddenly, the huge screen showed a new number. Bid hollow diamond 1.000.000 golden spirit coins. Bidder hollow diamond 4th ranked VIP room. He increased the price by more than twice the price. What a wastrel. Does he know nothing about auctions? FCK, I hope he just did it by accident. Who gave this wastrel this much money? Inside the private room, even Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong looked at Chu Feng with a questioning look, whereas Chu Feng merely smiled. Ning Fengji couldn't hold his curiosity and asked, "Why would you bid so much more than the original bid? Although the Holy Xylia's heart is precious, it is still not worth the price due to its instability in success." "Because it's a waste of time," Chu Feng smiled and said with a nonchalant smile. A waste of time." Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong repeated with a slight stutter. Although the 7 treasure glazed tile clan was strong and rich, they still wouldn't waste 600.000 golden spirit coins like this, since the Holy Xylia heart had only a 20% on success. Going once, going twice. No other offers. Sold to the bidder in the 4th ranked VIP room, the auctioneer smiled and shouted through the microphone. As everyone was wondering who it was that raised the price so much, the Holy Xylia's heart went down into the stage again, and another golden pillar appeared with another red cloth covering it. As the 9th ranked, most precious item, tonight, I present you all. Another beautiful woman in a red dress that exposed the side of her legs walked on the stage and pulled off the red cloth. A phoenix feather. The audience was completely silent upon seeing the fiery red feather. Even Chu Feng was no exception and looked at the feather with a skeptical expression. Naturally, it isn't a pure phoenix's feather, since a phoenix has never appeared in this world before, since all phoenixes are divine beasts. The man excitedly continued while the audience just looked at him with either surprise, excitement or skepticism. A phoenix had crossbreed with another mortal fire-type spirit beasts, at least, that is what we assume, since the half-breed phoenix had an aura of killing intent and destruction surrounding it. As we all know, phoenixes are the embodiment of kindness, love and reincarnation. You all are probably asking for its functions. The use of this feather is like where a phoenix is known for revival. Gasp. The audience all inhaled a cold breath of air, and Ning Fengji, Ji Yurong and Chu Feng were no exception. Chu Feng could see, the man wasn't lying but not telling the truth either. Naturally, what kind of revival is? I will tell you now. As the audience looked at the man looked around the huge venue and continued. As long as its body or even a spirit ring remained, they will be completely revived. The man shouted at the top of his lungs. Then I can revive my son. An old lady with scars on her face said with tears in her eyes. My wife's corpse is still intact. I can see her again. A fat man in the third-ranked VIP room said with tears streaming down his face. My grandchild, I will see you soon. An old man radiating the aura of a peak spirit douluo said with tears in his eyes. Inside Chu Feng's private room. Sigh, I was so excited for nothing, Ning Fengji sighed while remembering his wife. You noticed it as well, Chu Feng said but didn't take his eyes off the feather. Naturally, although I may not look like it but our clan mainly focuses on business. Ning Fengji turned towards Chu Feng and said, he used it this way, he isn't lying about the facts that it revives spirit beasts or revives a spirit beast from a spirit ring, but still, it doesn't have a use for humans, and if he wanted to maximize the profit then he would have clarified that. Let the auction begin. 300.000, 375.000, 550.00. As the bidding began, it quickly reached 1.000.000 golden spirit coins. The true rich people knew its weaknesses after seeing it and they had no need for it, it seemed. Sigh, they are truly getting cheated. It is only worth like 500.000 golden spirit koi. As Ning Fengji looked towards Chu Feng while explaining it, he saw Chu Feng bid 2.000.000 golden spirit coins. Bid hollow diamond 2.000.000 golden spirit coins. Bidder hollow diamond 4th ranked VIP room. If someone dropped a pin right now, it would resonate through the whole stadium, and even the woman on the stage was shocked. The auctioneer quickly recollected himself and said in a tone full excitement. Any higher bids? Going once, going twice, sold. Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong speechlessly looked at Chu Feng, who shrugged his shoulders and said, I might have a use for it later. The people around TGE venue began recollecting their composure and started cursing. It's the same person. How much money does he have? FCK. Life is so unfair. My wife. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I don't have enough money. He just doubled the bid without any hesitation. I would smack that person to death if she. How much will Tang San regret not buying it when he gets to know about his mother? Chu Feng sneered inside his mind while looking at the place Shrek was sitting while sneering. I really wonder where you get all that money from, but I think it's better if I don't ask, for the sake of my common sense. Ji Yurong said with his eyes closed and shrugged. Chu Feng smiled and didn't anything, he didn't like to show off. Cough. The 7th, most precious item, is. As the auctioneer stopped to give the audience a second while another golden pillar appeared with another red cloth covering it. An S62.000 years old spirit bone. The moment the auctioneer revealed it, the woman revealed the spirit bone as well. A red-colored skull bone appeared which shook the audience out of their daze. Why would you sell this? I don't know, but I certainly am grateful. The species fits my spirit perfectly, I got to have it. FCK, nobody told me that this thing would be auctioned. Screw those brokers. As the people discussed, the price started to rise quickly and in the end it was bought by someone of the 5th floor. Inside that room, Supreme Pontiff, is it really alright to buy it for 10.500.000 golden spirit coins? A female voice asked the Supreme Pontiff. My 5th spirit ring slightly shuddered, so I bought it, the Supreme Pontiff's cold womanly voice sounded through the room. If Chu Feng saw who it was he would certainly be stunned. Bibi Donger, the Supreme Pontiff, was even more beautiful than he heard. She had fair skin and almost perfect complexion with an air of noble radiance. She dressed in black gilt-lined luxurious robes, wearing a 9-tipped purple gold crown with a more than 2-meter-long scepter in her pale hand while her blonde hair was tied up and mostly hidden inside her crown while her red eyes gave off an evil and ruthless feeling. The only saddening part was that her perfect body was hidden by her Supreme Pontiff outfit all the time. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the lady shut her mouth since she knew the Supreme Pontiff's 5th spirit ring had to do with fate. Just like that, Bibi Dong bought all 3 PF Chu Feng's spirit bones for a grand total of 69.500.000 golden spirit coins. Chu Feng was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. He had a vague idea that someone had a special reason when buying these spirit bones, so in the end he bid on his own spirit bone, which caused the price of the last spirit bone to reach 44.000.000 golden spirit coins. The woman and man beside Bibi Dong were looking at Chu Feng's room across the venue with killing intent, and even Bibi Dong was looking coldly at Chu Feng's room. Chu Feng sensed their killing intent but didn't bother with it at all since he couldn't even see who they were. Although they released a tiny bit of killing aura, it was still enough to be noticed by Chu Feng. "Why did you stop bidding? I told you if you needed money just tell me," Ning Fengji said with a frown on his face. It seemed to him that Chu Feng didn't want to owe him anything despite them becoming family. "Why should I bid?" Chu Feng lightly smiled. "But you kept bidding all the way up to 43.500.000 golden spirit coins, didn't you want it?" Ning Fengji said while he raised his eyebrow. "I just wanted to raise the price," Chu Feng said with a light smile. "Why would you want to do that? Do you know the other bidder?" Ji Yu Rong said with a confused expression while Ning Fengji's expression was pale white. "Fengji, what is wrong?" Ji Yu Rong said with a worried tone when he turned towards Ning Fengji, who looked at Chu Feng as if he was a monster. Is that spirit bone really yours?" Ning Fengji said while grabbing Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng merely smiled at him with a small smile and nodded. "Did you kill it yourself?" Ji Yu Rong shouted and stood up. He was always very calm, but this was something unheard of. A 14 to 15-year-old boy killed a 90.000-year-old spirit beast. "I actually wanted to hide it a while longer, but here," Chu Feng sighed and gave each of them a suitcase while placing another on top of Ning Fengji's and said, "Give that one to Chen Xin. With this spirit hall shouldn't be able to touch a hair on their heads if they still sent out the same people." Chu Feng smiled inwardly but was quite depressed as well. 100.000 years old spirit bones. 3 spirit bones each. I swear, the moment she turns 16 I will let her repay every single thing she owes me. Chu Feng thought while contouring with a small smile on his face. Naturally, one time will only count as 1 year. No diluted currencies are used here. The auction continued and weren't useful to Chu Feng because they were all spiritual herbs. Chu Feng already had all of them. Now for last and most precious item. As the man began talking he was clearly getting more and more excited and a hole opened up in the stage. Out of the hole started coming out smoke while a golden cage started rising out of the hole. The audience was clearly excited as well as it was dead silent and everyone had their concentration on the cage that was over 50 meters tall. As the smoke started disappearing, a cage with a huge 9-tailed fox inside of it appeared. Its tails and fur were fully red like blood and the tip of the tails were black with small star-like lights flickering inside of it. A living 99.999 years old mutated 9-tailed draconic devil fox. Chapter 42 Bibi Dong. 99.999 years old. Look at its tails, it definitely has the fire and space elements. Looks how beautiful it is. Even if I have to empty my savings, I will definitely buy it. As the audience were screaming and yelling and even the VIP rooms were noisy. Supreme Pontiff, we need this for your successor. Yu Guang's feminine voice had a bit of worry in it when she said this. I don't have enough money on me and even I can't just cancel the auction. It seems that the Elders Hall doesn't put me in their eyes anymore. Bibi Dong said with a cold glint in her eyes and said, Solace should be here under Qian Duliu's order. Tell him that if he doesn't get it and give it to me for horror, I will skin him. Understood Supreme Pontiff. Yu Guang's feminine voice disappeared as she appeared in Solace's room, who shuddered upon hearing her command but didn't have a way to avoid it. FCK, why do I have to get stuck in between these two vengeful ghosts? Solace complained and knew if he didn't buy it he would be screwed, but Qian Duliu told him to buy it for his granddaughter at all cost. Get it first and think later. Solace said to himself while looking at the cage as if he was possessed. As most of you can see, it has the fire and space elements and is only 9 days away from evolving into a 100.000 years old. Let the auction begin. It seems that either something is wrong with it or it was caught by someone who wanted it to become hers 9th spirit ring and it was unable to evolve, or something else. Chu Feng knew that whoever it was would never auction something useful to them or his descendants. At least, a normal person wouldn't unless they are obsessed with money. 500.000 golden spirit coins. 1.000.000 golden spirit coins. 3.000.000 golden spirit koi. ... The price kept rising and rising and it reached 50.000.000 golden spirit coins in just a few minutes. Naturally, The bidders were from the 4th AMD 5th floor since the price was something an ordinary academy or organization could afford. 60.000.000 golden spirit coins. It's him again. He bid 10.000.000 golden spirit coins on top of last bid. Madman. 61.000.000 golden spirit coins. Just as the bid appeared, a silhouette appeared in the window of one of the 5th rank VIP rooms, dressed entirely in red robes and wearing a pentagonal platinum hat while having a golden monocle on his right eye with slim shoulders and a slender build. Everyone, Spirit Hall is greatly interested in this spirit beast, please show us some respect. Solar said with a kind voice and a friendly smile on his old face, but the hidden arrogance hidden inside of it was the most disgusting thing Chu Feng ever saw. Respect is earned, not given. Let alone you. Even if a god doesn't earn my respect, then I will never show it. Solar was bathing in the faces full with reverence, envy and jealousy with pride when the screen started changing again. 61.001.000 golden spirit coins. Crack. Solar's monocle shattered into pieces and he directly looked at a 4th rank VIP room across the venue and grabbed the remote while looking at the room with a cold face full with killing intent and blue veins throbbing on his head. 62.000.000 golden spirit coins. 62.000.000 golden spirit coins going once. Going twice. The auctioneer waited at least 20 seconds between each count and looked at Chu Feng's room. Is that person scared of Spirit Hall? Who isn't scared of them, you idiot? But do you really think that his bid was an accident? Are you stupid? 62.001.000 golden spirit coins. Complete silence. There was no sound in the venue despite the huge amount of people packed inside of it. Some people were holding their laughs while some were too stunned to talk. Insolence. Solace released his spirit douluo aura and let his aura invade the room. In his eyes, someone of the 4th floor should respect those on the 5th floor since the difference was huge between them. On the 4th floor you only had to spend money, but on the 5th floor you had to be an representative or an executive of one of the 3 clans to be able to sit here. But Spirit Hall was clearly the strongest in his eyes, and even Ning Fengji and the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had to respect him due to his position in Spirit Hall. Is he going to fight? They better not, the weaker people will die of the aftershock. He looks like the Platinum Bishop. It really is him. He is a peak spirit douluo. That guy is in for some pain after he enraged the Platinum Bishop. Besides his strength, he is a peak member of Spirit Hall. As Solace's aura entered his room, Chu Feng merely smiled and stood up under Ning Fengji's and Ji Yu Rong's curious gazes. As the crowd was looking at the room on the 4th floor and saw a hand sticking out of the curtains and the figure inside the room opened the curtains and walked onto the balcony. He is so young. Look at his eyes. They have so many different colors. He is so handsome. Can you thoughts think for a second and realize he isn't even bothering with the Platinum Bishop's aura? Holy sh*t. You're right, but even I can sense his spirit power. As the crowd was confused and excited for a show, the 3 girls inside Shrek's room had happy smiles on their faces. That bastard didn't even greet us, Ning Rongrong said while gritting her teeth after remembering he knew they were here. Could he? Xiao Wu said with a little sorrow in her pretty eyes, but Zhu Zuqing didn't let her continue and said, "If you think he is like that, then you don't know him enough," Zhu Zuqing said with a light smile while looking at Chu Feng's silhouette. Her eyes were filled with longing. They missed him every day and night. How he would make them laugh, he would make them happy, and his appearance was ingrained international their hearts, and the thing they liked the most was how he treated them like normal girls. He didn't treat them as spirit masters but just girls. With their backgrounds and potential, they were always treated like someone that couldn't be touched, someone out of reach or someone from another world, but they wanted the same thing as everyone else. They weren't mindless fiction characters that were only used to please the readers in a manga, this was reality. Chu Feng looked at Solace with a sneer on his face and said with a cold smile, 3 seconds, I will count to 3, if you haven't retracted your aura. Kill. Chu Feng didn't use any killing intent or slaughter aura, but the people in the audience felt an incredible pressure weighing down on them. Could he be a titled douluo? This thought ran through everyone's heads on the 1st floor. The curtains protected the VIPs from the invisible pressure, so they didn't have a clue about what was happening. Insolent brat. The prestige of Spirit Hall cannot be tarnished. Behind Solace appeared 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black spirit rings appeared. Die. Solace's aura formed a 8-meter-long javelin made of the holy element in front of him and fired it towards Chu Feng without hesitation. In his eyes, with his status and background, he could do almost everything he wanted, and especially now both Qian Koliu and Bibi Dong wanted him to get this item. Sigh. I knew Spirit Hall was arrogant, but to this extent, and even in their own auction house at that, Chu Feng said with a soft but cold voice that sounded through the whole venue after he added spirit power into it so that the people that weren't inside VIP or private rooms could hear his words. Enough. A cold feminine voice sounded from TH room next to Solar's room. But Supri, I said enough. Haven't you disgraced Spirit Hall enough? The feminine voice interrupted Solar, who tried to plead, but the woman inside the room gave him no time for that while cancelling his javelin mid-AKR. The curtains opened up and the one who stepped put was no other than Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked around the venue with a cold expression while nobody looked at her with any impure thoughts and avoided looking into her blood-red eyes that gave of a bone-chilling aura. Despite what he did, which was overboard, he was right when he said that Spirit Hall's reputation cannot be tarnished. Bibi Dong said with a cold voice and demanded, "Explain yourself." Chu Feng merely looked at her while she looked at him. When he saw her eyes being only filled with coldness and killing intent, he sighed and his eyes reflected pity, sorrow and anger, which confused Bibi Dong, but she didn't dwell on it either. Tarnishing your reputation? When? Because I bid in an auction. Stop it already. I have no intention in blowing this matter up, but don't provoke me, Chu Feng said while sighing, and said inside his head, naturally that Solace will die though, but there is a better time and moment for that. No intention to blow this matter up. Who do you think you are? Solace screamed. He was clearly trying to stir up Bibi Dong into attacking Chu Feng. Solace. Bibi Dong turned towards Solace with a cold expression which made him shudder and bow his head, and she turned towards Chu Feng and said, "Not blowing this up, aren't you overestimating yourself? Since you're just a kid I will let you off once, but don't try to be funny again," Bibi Dong said with a cold voice and released her killing intent towards Chu Feng. Crack. The balcony and walls around Chu Feng started cracking and it felt as if it was -40 degrees Celsius out of absolutely nowhere. Bibi Dong was looking at Chu Feng in shock, since it wasn't her killing intent that did it but his instead. "You know, I keep trying and trying to restrain myself. I will warn you once more. Don't piss me off," Chu Feng said with a cold expression, but it shook everyone inside the venue. It felt as if a dragon was roaring next to their ears. "Do you truly desire to fight?" Bibi Dong said in a cold voice while killing intent was radiating from her. "Fight you? I will kill that little bishop, what's his name? I have no intentions fighting you," Chu Feng said coldly. "You're saying you want to kill someone of Spirit Hall in front of my face and you expect me to just sit here and watch?" Bibi Dong said with a sneer on her cold face. "Pretty much," Chu Feng replied directly with a small smile on his face. "Oh, give me a good reason for that," Bibi Dong said coldly, and slight confusion filled her head upon seeing his smile. Chu Feng looked at her and thought, "I will give you the life you deserve, the kind heart you once had or the cold one you currently have, your warm smile you once had or your cold expression you currently have. You aren't a mere fiction character that entertains the readers. You are reality, my reality." Chu Feng looked at her with a grin on his face and thought of a way to let her remember him every time of the day, to do something that nobody dares to do to her ever since she became the Supreme Pontiff. "Because you are my future wife." Chapter 43, Big Bad Wolf. "Because you're my future wife," Chu Feng said while looking straight into Bibi Dong's cold red eyes. Bibi Dong felt dazed for a short moment before looking at Chu Feng's expression with a small smile on her face. Chu Feng, who looked at that smile, knew she wasn't happy at all. "So, how do you want to die?" Bibi Dong said while keeping that small smile on her face. Normally Chu Feng would admire such a smile, but this one was a whole other story. Sigh. "I understand you don't trust me, but actions speak louder than words. In due time you will realize what I said was true," Chu Feng said while shrugging his shoulders with a helpless expression. Holy **T. Nobody knew who was the first person to speak out, but that one stunned voice shook everyone out of their daze. He really just confessed to the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Confessed? Isn't what he just did considered a proposal? The guts of this guy should be considered a spirit ring skill or something. I want someone to propose to me like that. Woman, hello, I'm your husband and I'm right here, you know. As the crowd was getting noisy again, Chu Feng merely disappeared from his place and reappeared on the stage. his absolute space element combined with his teleportation skill made him nearly invincible in the space elements, so teleporting unnoticed by Bibi Dong was a possibility here. As Chu Feng appeared next to the cage, Bibi Dong's eyes were already on him again, and it seemed that if he wanted to attack her, if he had that thought, he would be unable to use his space element as an advantage. She is better than I thought, Chu Feng complimented his future wife, and teleported the cage with the mutated nine-tailed draconic devil fox that was curiously looking at him with its beautiful red with black eyes. Don't resist. Chu Feng used his spiritual power to send it a message, and within half a second, she nodded and she was teleported into the mind space. Bibi Dong, Gui Mei and Yu Guan and some other present titled douluos could have reached out to stop him, but upon seeing that Bibi Dong didn't make an attempt to stop him, they didn't move either. Here, Chu Feng tossed a spatial ring with the money for the nine-tailed draconic devil fox towards the auctioneer that shook out of his daze and caught the spatial ring. After someone bought the items, they would disappear into the stage and then get brought to the room of the bidder if they were in a private or VIP room and someone could immediately pay for them. Chu Feng already had all the other items he bid for, so he had no reason to stay any longer. Do you think you can run away after saying that? Bibi Dong said with a cold look on her beautiful face. What do you want me to do? Take responsibility. Chu Feng smiled widely. Enough of your nonsense. Bibi Dong couldn't hold her temper any longer and released her killing intent and aura. Sigh, such a hot-tempered woman, it will take me quite a while to tame you, huh? Chu Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders as if he was taking a bullet for the team. Why? You. Bibi Dong's expression was stone cold, but she still slightly stuttered, which made Chu Feng clearer on her personality. She was indeed heavily traumatized, and because of it her personality probably changed. While not trusting anything or anyone but herself, she was hiding inside the cold her. Naturally, for courting death I will naturally not let this Solar, or whatever his name was off. Chu Feng's aura completely changed, his silhouette turned black and only his eyes were visible while the people could barely see anything. What the hell is this? Let us out. We didn't do anything. Please let us go. I have an elderly at home with a family. Don't do this to us. The people felt as if they were thrown into an ice-cold hell. Just Chu Feng's aura alone was able to make anyone under the spirit douluo realm feel as if they were locked inside an ice cube with a natural predator. The killing intent made their scalps numb while his aura made them feel ice-cold. Thud. Around the whole venue sounded a small sound as if something fell and the aura disappeared. Bibi Dong had a small foreboding and looked to the balcony next to hers. On that balcony, dressed entirely in red robes with slim shoulders and a slender build like a javelin, stood with his hands clasping the handlebar of the balcony, but the weird thing was, his head was gone. No blood sprayed out, and in the small moment Bibi Dong was distracted, he was beheaded right next to her. She saw his head right next to his standing body. No change in expression was found at all, and it seemed that he didn't even notice dying. Bibi Dong felt cold sweat running down her back when she looked at Chu Feng, who looked straight into her eyes as well. Remember my words, no chains can bind you. Not until you let them. Chu Feng disappeared from his spot and the oppressing aura disappeared. Where did he go? Did it end? I felt like I was about to die. I'm never going. The people continued to talk and wiping the cold sweat of their body. Some man had the day of their lives due to some woman being completely soaked in sweat and their outfits sticking close to their bodies, and thanked Chu Feng silently inside their hearts. This bastard. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth while her entire being was covered in killing intent, yet his words rang through her head. No chains can bind you. Not until you let them, huh? Bibi Dong retracted her killing intent and sighed. She couldn't sense Chu Feng anymore, so it was of no use to let the minions search for him either, so she just left since the auction was already over anyway. Inside Shrek's room, the people were confused since they didn't feel a thing at all. Could it be because of this? Xiao Wu showed the necklace she was holding and said with a happy expression. All the people inside the room looked at the pendant and realized it was glowing. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing grabbed theirs as well and realized it was glowing as well. Is he even human? Who knows what he is? Dai Mubai whispered in a quiet voice and continued, maybe he just brainwashed you all. Say that to his face if you have the guts, Ning Rongrong said with a grin on her face, which made Dai Mubai shrink back. He stood no chance at all, since even though he was older than Chu Feng was already comparable to a titled douluo, and it seemed not an average titled douluo. He doesn't dare to do so. You know what kind of person he is. A mocking voice entered the room which made the girl's eyes brighten and jumped at the origin of the voice. Wow, you all sure are happy to see me, huh? Chu Feng lightly laughed and hugged them. To his surprise, even Xiao Wu jumped into his arms and it seemed that she figured out how she felt about him. Zhao Wuji, Flender, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Chicken Win. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were looking at Chu Feng with different gazes. The first three were looking at him with fear and respect while most of the boys were looking at him with slight fear and hidden resentment except Ma Hongjun who just looked curiously at Chu Feng like a dumb chicken. So, how are my three little princesses doing? Chu Feng smiled and hugged them closer which made Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu slightly blush. We were doing fine, until a certain someone was so close to us but didn't bother coming to see us. Zhu Zuqing said while looking through her half-closed eyes at Chu Feng and pinched his waist. Haha, I give, are you trying to murder your husband? Chu Feng smiled and bent forward to softly kiss her soft pink lips. Zhu Zuqing put her arms around his neck and tiptoed to able to put her tongue inside his mouth. Their tongues intertwined and Chu Feng could feel that she missed him dearly. This is kind of awkward, isn't it? Ning Rongrong said with a red face and looked at Zhu Zuqing enviously. Xiao Wu nodded while burying her head into Chu Feng's chest while he was kissing Zhu Zuqing. How about us then? The men and boys in the room screamed inside their heads and even the woman inside the spirit rings were not spared of this thought. Chu Feng separated the kiss and patted her head and said with a warm smile, I won't leave anymore. Promise? Zhu Zuqing asked with big pitiful eyes that looked like a cat begging for a treat. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong asked with expectant eyes. I promise. Chu Feng knew there was no need to separate from them anymore so he could always keep them close. As for the other Shrek members, he could care less. He might give them an herb that was useful for them but he had plenty that were helpful for spirit saints let alone their level. You promised. If you lie then you truly are a big bad wolf. Ning Rongrong said with an evil grin on her face. Chu Feng smiled and leaned closer to the three girls and said with an evil grin on his handsome face. I am a big bad wolf, and you threw yourself at that big bad wolf and have no hope of getting out of my evil hands. Chapter 44 Meeting, Shrek members, again. Peef, isn't it? Evil claws. Xiao Wu chuckled and said with a, are you stupid? Look on her pretty little face. Oi, I have hands. I walk on 2 feet and don't hump on every female I see like some kind of dog. Chu Feng defended himself which only got 3 skeptical looks from the 3 girls back. You two smelled it too, right? Ning Rongrong said while bumping her elbow in Zhu Zuqing's side and glanced at her. At least 2 other women. Xiao Wu interrupted while Zhu Zuqing merely nodded and kept looking at Chu Feng, waiting for an explanation. Just wait until you are 16. Chu Feng looked to the side and whispered. When Chu Feng looked back, he noticed Zhu Zuqing's ears twitch a little and knew she realized what he said. The only thing on her face though, was a small smile filled with expectation. Chu Feng smiled at the 3 girls that were semi-pouting in front of him and hugged them. This time, there was no embarrassment and merely joy. Xiao Wu put her hands around Chu Feng's back and closed her eyes, merely enjoying the moment for what it was. All 3 of them had their own lives, their own clans or family. Xiao Wu always kept trying to find ways to revive her mother, their own feelings, their own lives. Yet somehow, Chu Feng's embrace made them calm down and feel safe. I heard you're in the finals. Chu Feng said while hugging the 3 girls in his arms. We have to fight against Spirit Hall's main team, Ning Rongrong proudly said with a smug smile on her face. Stop being proud of yourself, Chu Feng said with a warm smile and flicked Ning Rongrong's forehead. Ouch, Moo, can't you just compliment us? Ning Rongrong pouted while rubbing her forehead. It isn't that I don't want to praise you, it's merely that I want you to not grow complacent. Yes, you're strong for your age but remember, it's for your age, a spirit douluo can still kill you, don't let it grow to your head. Chu Feng spoke to Ning Rongrong with a calm voice. Although he said this, they didn't need to worry about it. After all, they were his women and that was enough. If a spirit douluo comes I can simply call my husband for help. Ning Rongrong said with a cheeky grin on her face. You, sigh, whatever, you know what I mean. Chu Feng shrugged and didn't care much. He knew that Ning Rongrong was smart enough to know what he meant by it. Hello Chu Feng. A heavy voice suddenly interrupted the 4 of them. The girls couldn't help blushing upon realizing they were still in the VIP room inside the auction hall and completely forgot about it due to their happiness. Chu Feng merely nodded at Flender which caused Flender to let out a bitter smile. It seemed that Chu Feng already realized the awkward situation the girls were in. It wasn't my intention to shut them out, we merely couldn't teach them anything. Zhao Wuji tried helping Flender out and explained with sweat on his forehead. He naturally was present when Chu Feng beat the living daylights out of Du Gubo and made his precious granddaughter his maid. It's fine, I expected more of someone who just wanted to teach monsters, but it seems it was all subpar. Chu Feng shook his head with a cold expression on his face and looked at the man and another red-haired woman with them who Chu Feng didn't recognize. Lu Erlong slightly flinched when Chu Feng looked at her and her female T-Rex attitude died down and she nervously said, H.Hell. Hello, Senior. My name is Lu Erlong. Peef. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng's cold look changed when he heard the word, Senior, and the three girls laughed at Chu Feng's bitter smile that appeared on his face. Woman, I'm their age, they should have told you that since I can see how you look at Xiao Wu, Chu Feng said with a gentle, he could see the motherly love she had for Xiao Wu which made Chu Feng happy inside since it was good for Xiao Wu to have another family member. Wu Er wasn't joking, Lu Erlong screamed inside her head and suddenly remembered what the rest of Shrek did to the girls and gave them a dead glare which made the boys and men shudder and shrink away. Chu Feng mildly smiled and was amused by Shian Sha's reaction inside the spirit ring. He sent a bit of his consciousness inside his mind space and saw Shian Sha elegantly sitting on a couch with her eyes closed while looking through the spirit ring. Inside the mind space were quite a lot of simple beach houses and a single big house on something that looked like an island which was 2 by 2 kilometers wide. The beach houses. The big house. The island. Are you going for her too? Shian Sha said with an elegant yet teasing smile when she noticed a strand of Chu Feng's consciousness sitting next to her on the couch. You think I would fuck every woman I see? Chu Feng said with a bitter smile. Yes. Chu Feng felt like he got a jab on his side. He never meant to be this fickle and truly wanted to complain to whoever made these women for making them too perfect to ignore. And the one who made him hormones as well. Well, you got the stamina for it. Shian Sha smiled seductively and put her head on his shoulder. Why do you not want to meet Xiao Wu right now? Chu Feng questioned while moving his right hand in her hair. Shian Sha always loved it when he did that and nestled closer into his embrace and said, after what you explained, it's better to let fate go along this way and reveal myself after they won their tournament. She had waited so long already, a few days more didn't bother her a lot, that didn't mean she didn't want to jump out right now and hug her child but still. Chu Feng hugged her closer and turned her head a bit. Shian Sha's eyes opened and smiled with a seductive smile and jumped into Chu Feng's lap with lightning speed and kissed him. Chu Feng put his arms around her waist and hugged her body as closer as possible and bit her Shian Sha's underlip. Kya, Shian Sha didn't get the chance to yelp before Chu Feng invaded her mouth with his tongue and started wrestling with hers. After a few minutes, Chu Feng and Shian Sha removed their lips of each other with reluctance but they both knew he had to go right now. As Chu Feng's strand of consciousness went back into his body but nothing changed in the eyes of the people in the room. I will be going to my hotel room since I have to take care of something, just go to the desk and let them lead you to it, Chu Feng smiled at the women and said. As for you, Chu Feng turned towards Lu Erlong and smiled with a warm smile on his pretty face which made Lu Erlong slightly blush and said, you should come with them as well. Chu Feng looked at a white-haired boy in Chu Feng's eyes and saw Yu Shaogang, who was gripping his fists tightly on the side and tried to restrain his rage. He loved Lu Erlong but he was a coward, he was weak, he was unreliable, he was uncaring, he was ungrateful, he took everything for granted and by the smallest setback he would give up. As for him, Chu Feng already sentenced him to death a long time ago, but he would do that on a much larger scale than right here and he only gave him a sneer that only Yu Shaogang would notice. I'm going out for a bit. Yu Shaogang suddenly stood up with veins all over his forehead that were ready to pop and he could swear he felt an iron taste in his mouth. He was clearly about to puke blood. He knew exactly what Chu Feng's goal was when he asked Lu Erlong to come with them. It was your fault to begin with, yet you want to ruin their happiness. Trash, who do you think you are? Chu Feng thought to himself. Lu Erlong was too good for Yu Shaogang but her stubbornness kept her going which Chu Feng truly respected and admired. I will see you later. Chu Feng gave the three girls a kiss on their foreheads and teleported away. He is finally gone. Flender crumbled on the couch with sweat covering his body as if he ran a marathon. I always feel so suffocated when he is around, it's like he is going to eat me, Zhao Wuji bitterly smiled with an exhausted expression. The four boys just looked away since Oscar fell in love with Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai came to know of Zhu Zuqing's origin and about their engagement, but when he told her that with great expectation, since she would definitely listen to her clan. Right, well, he got heavily injured instead, and if it wasn't for the evil eyes white tiger inside of him, he would be killed by Zhu Zuqing's rage after he told her to forget about Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Tang San had finally found out that he loved Xiao Wu, but he didn't dare to take the risk of telling her that and pissing off that death god that was standing behind her. His main objective was still to revive the Tang sect in this world. While the Shrek members were having different kind of feelings about Chu Feng, the perpetrator arrived in the penthouse of the most luxurious hotel in the city where he rented the penthouse for a few weeks. Now I finally have some rest. Chu Feng smiled and went to the kitchen and grabbed a drink and walked towards the balcony to look at the view of the entire city. It truly was a beautiful sight which gave him a peace of mind. System, show me my status. Status. Chu Feng. Condition. Healthy. Bloodline. Primordial Asura Dragon Bloodline. Soul Spirit. Greater than Asura's Blade. Red, red, orange, red, gold, black, black, silver. Greater than Devil's Call. Red, red, orange, red, orange, red. Eyes of Truth. Slaughter Aura. Space Lock. Mind Space. Soul Power. 60-65. Spirit Rings. Greater than Asura's Blade. 100.069 years old. Red. 100.420 years old. Red. 577.831 years old. Orange. Red. Spirit Soul. Shian Sha. 589.463 years old. Orange. Red. Spirit Soul. ZG. 1.000.000 years old. Golden outer layer. 2 black with dark purple. 2 black with stars in it. 2 a silver inner layer. Greater than Devil's Call. 111.551 years old. Red. 177.552 years old. Red. 211.335 years old. Orange. Red. 556.360 years old. Orange. Red. 570.122 years old. Orange. Red. Spirit Soul. By G. Spirit Ring Skills. Asura's Blade. Greater than Teleportation. First Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Eye of Illusions. Second Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Darkness Seal. Absorption. Yin Yang Release. Third Spirit Ring Skill. Spirit Soul. Shian Sha. Greater than Corrosion Meteor. Orb of Annihilation. Fafnir Dragon Armor. Fourth Spirit Ring. Spirit Soul. ZG. Greater than Dragon's Authority. Elemental Wings. Absolute Darkness Element. Dragon Body. Divine Dragon Transformation. Locked. Fifth Spirit Ring. Devil's Call. Greater than Life Blessing. Grace. First Spirit Ring. Greater than Domain of Time. Imprison. Second Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Poison Breath. Poison Outburst. Third Spirit Ring Skill. Greater than Flight. Godspeed. Holy Hurricane. Fourth Spirit Ring. Greater than Absolute Life Essence. Immortal Body. Vengeance Mirror. Fifth Spirit Ring. Spirit Soul. By G. Soul Cores X5. Elemental Emperor. Ice. Fire. Life. Darkness. Light. Time. Space. Upgradable. Luck. 35. Absolute Elements. Ice. Fire. Life. Darkness. Space. So, I didn't get any extra Spirit Ring skills from upgrading my first 2 Spirit Rings to 100.000 years old. I do feel my abilities had a qualitative leap regarding their existing Spirit Ring skills, but it's still kind of a letdown. Chu Feng sighed and looked at the view while musing about the upcoming storm. Soon, the stuff with Shrek winning will happen, and since I can't change the general flow of fate, the stuff with Xiao Wu will happen as well. Chu Feng had a slight amount of anticipation in his eyes. The tournament finale will happen in a week while the prizes will be handed over a month later, which was enough time for Chu Feng to work out his plan. Bibi Dong. Sigh, what an unfortunate woman. I only have a month. Chu Feng mused. This month would be all about being with the 3 girls, training, and slip into Spirit Hall to flirt with Bibi Dong. Luckily that old goat doesn't stay anywhere close. Chu Feng thought it was funny that Qian Duliu stayed at the Elders Hall all the time, and since Spirit Hall was so big, it was nearly 10 kilometers. Which was enough for Chu Feng to do his thing. It seems that it will get more and more interesting. I have to change Bibi Dong, otherwise it will be the same as in the novel and manga. A woman like her doesn't deserve such a fate. Chu Feng knew it was kinda messed up to use this to make her one of his wives, but he never said he was a saint anyway. Besides, what kind of man would say no to a woman like Bibi Dong? Except someone who doesn't fall for women. As for sneaking into Spirit Hall, not an issue. Chu Feng looked at a certain direction with an evil smile and waited for the 3 girls and 1 woman to arrive. Chapter 45 Lure Long. It was already evening at this point and Chu Feng was still sitting on the balcony. Sometimes it was better to just relax and think about the future with a calm mind instead of running around like a headless chicken. I should first create a bond with Bibi Dong. Her trust towards the opposite sex or people in general is almost non-existent. Knock knock. Who the hell knocks in a hotel? Chu Feng got up and walked through the huge room and opened the door. To his surprise, he saw a red-haired woman standing alone in front of the door. Hello, Xiaogang said the team needed to train and that they couldn't get away right now, Lure Long nervously said while looking like a lost child. I see, come in first. Chu Feng didn't say much and went inside. Lure Long considered for a mere moment but soon followed inside as well. She truly admired Chu Feng, such a young boy that had the strength of a titled douluo. Do you want something to drink? Chu Feng asked while walking to the kitchen. No thank you. Lure Long politely declined but soon saw Chu Feng coming back with a drink anyway. Stop being so nervous, we're the same kind of people, Chu Feng said with a small smile on his face. We're the same. To Lure Long, there wasn't anyone the same as her. She loved slaughter and loved seeing the life of her enemies trickle down her fingers gave her immense pleasure. Relaxed and delighted, only psychics could be considered the same as her is what she thought. To her, it seemed Chu Feng didn't know what kind of person she really was. Oh really? What kind of person are you then? Lure Long asked. Her voice had a little bit of hope in it. Killing, Chu Feng simply said and put down the drink in front of Lure Long. In the process he didn't look at her at all. Upon hearing Chu Feng's word, Lure Long visibly shuddered and looked at Chu Feng with her mouth wide open. You are the same, Lure Long almost screamed. She always thought she was the weird person and that she wasn't normal, but knowing Chu Feng, who was so talented, young and above all, so caring and not a mindless slaughterer despite liking it was an immense relief to her. Lure Long naturally talked with the girls about Chu Feng so she knows quite a bit about him, naturally, not his secrets. You could say so. Chu Feng sat down next to her on the couch and took a sip of his drink while leaning back and continued, there is nothing weird about it, just be yourself but with limits. You really are the same. Lure Long was shocked for a short moment but quickly calmed down. Chu Feng told her about himself to calm her down and be a bit more at ease around him. There is nothing weird about it, whether it's the taste of victory, the taste of fulfillment, the taste of joy etc., it's pretty normal if you ask me, Chu Feng nonchalantly said. Really, I always feel like I'm seeing everything red and I want to kill everything and go into a crazed state where I don't know who my enemy is and who my friends are, Lure Long said with curiosity. It was a state she didn't want to go in at all and the only thing that could snap her out of it was remembering her relation with Yu Xiaogang. That is because you don't know how to control it and you have a big shackle inside your heart, Chu Feng looked at her and said, Yu Xiaogang. Lure Long shuddered and looked at him and said with slightly scared voice, you know. It felt the air was getting colder and colder after Chu Feng said that name and she didn't like that feeling at all and felt that Yu Xiaogang was in danger. You want to protect him? Chu Feng asked coldly and his beautiful eyes started glowing while he released an invisible pressure. Why, what has he done to you? Lure Long stuttered and tried to bear the pressure but her spirit power of level 81 was nowhere near enough if Chu Feng truly wanted to get her down on the ground but he just wanted to pressure her. You know what he did to my wives, Chu Feng said coldly and continued, naturally, that isn't the only reason either. Page. Please, don't. IWILL do any thing. Lure Long's forehead was covered in sweat but still tried defending him. Anything. Chu Feng lightly smiled and Lure Long, who had a hard time bearing the pressure. Yes. Lure Long didn't hesitate for a moment and instantly replied. Undress. Excuse me, Lure Long asked with a dumbfounded voice. I said undress, if you want to save him then undress, you will sleep with me to save your little lover, Chu Feng coldly said. But, Lure Long stuttered and despite her maturity, she felt so helpless and small tears started forming in her eyes, she felt terrible, her purity that she kept for so long would be ruined in this way. Your choice. Fine. Lu Erlong had tears rolling over her cheeks, and once the pressure was gone, she stood up and grabbed her red dress that she always wore and undid one shoulder. She looked at Chu Feng, who was merely looking at her with his cold eyes, and she couldn't help but lament the fact that such a young boy looked so mature yet did such a cruel thing to her. She had no chance at fighting back at all and closed her eyes while trying to undo the other shoulder. Suddenly, a hand interrupted her actions and a sigh ran through the room. "Just stop it already." Chu Feng's voice was a lot warmer than even after he found out her relationship with Xiao Wu and pushed her onto the couch after quickly putting her dress over her shoulders again. "Why?" Lu Erlong stuttered, the tears were still rolling off her cheek. One moment he was so ruthless and the other moment he suddenly stopped her. "Did it feel disgusting? Horrible? Did you feel helpless?" Chu Feng asked, which got a nod from Lu Erlong, who still didn't dry her tears. Chu Feng sighed and used his fingers to wipe her tears. He scared her, but with her feelings for that deadbeat, she wouldn't understand what he really was. "Do you know Bibi Dong?" Chu Feng asked with slight sorrow on his face. "The Supreme Pontiff?" Lu Erlong asked in a small voice and with her eyebrow raised. She didn't stop Chu Feng from drying her tears since she was way too scared of him right now, although his previous cold demeanor was nowhere to be seen right now. Chu Feng started explaining everything that happened due to Yu Shaogang and how he never did anything properly. Nothing did he set his mind to, nothing was worth his full attention, and he was always busy with what he wanted and didn't take others into consideration at all. After explaining everything, Chu Feng looked at Lu Erlong and asked, "Is that the man you want to be with?" Lu Erlong looked at Chu Feng with complicated eyes and asked, "How do you know if this is true? Do you think I'm bored enough to lie to you?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes. But why did he suddenly just leave her? Lu Erlong was very conflicted. He did the same with them. When there was one setback, he left. Because the threat of death, Chu Feng simply said. "What do you mean?" Lu Erlong asked. The moment she asked, she knew she shouldn't have done so and knew it would be something terrible. He left because he was scared. Scared? She was going to be the Supreme Pontiff, yet she was in love with a waste. He knew that Spirit Hall would try something if Bibi Dong ever gave them the chance, but instead of fighting to overcome his own inferiority, he just left, just like how he did to you. If he has to choose about potentially losing his life or fleeing, he would flee, Chu Feng simply said with a sneer on his face. "Lies." Boom! Lu Erlong screamed and hit the table and broke it. She didn't want to believe a single bit what he said. If he truly was like that, did he fool her all this time? Why did he never tell her this? It had always been weird that Yu Shaogang never talked about himself to her, and now she knew. "Do you want to test it?" Chu Feng asked. "How?" Lu Erlong looked at him with slight expectation. She truly wanted to see Chu Feng's face when he realized that Yu Shaogang would give up anything for their love. Seeing the slight arrogance in her gaze, Chu Feng sighed and knew that this woman needed a good wake-up call to reality. "Don't resist. I can test him without leaving him a single memory about it. I will show you the truth about him." Chu Feng walked towards Lu Erlong and put a hand on her shoulder. She didn't resist and even was quite excited to see the results. "Do you have a picture of your father?" Chu Feng asked before teleporting. This good enough." Lu Erlong's spirit ring glowed and a picture of a small red-haired girl with a middle-aged man with long black hair appeared. Chu Feng instantly starting changing his appearance to the middle-aged man, his sharp gaze, his colored eyes, everything in his body starting changing in Lu Erlong's eyes, and after a few seconds it was already done. "How?" Lu Erlong asked with a dumbfounded voice. In no time, the younger version of her father stood before her, which shocked her to the core. She didn't see any difference. Chu Feng didn't say anything and merely smiled at her. It was definitely weird for Lu Erlong to see her strict father's face smile at her, and Chu Feng undid his illusion. He just wanted to show her that he was able to fool Yu Shaogang, and since it felt weird to alter your body like that, he quickly changed back and teleported. Chu Feng and Lu Erlong teleported. She couldn't help but wonder about what Chu Feng had gone through at his age to get his strength. She heard from Xiao Wu that he had nobody to depend on and got everything by putting his blood, sweat and tears for everything he had gotten, and instead of depending on someone, he became someone people could depend on instead. His will is so strong, but I don't know whether to respect and admire him or feel pity for him, Lu Erlong thought to herself. Soon, Lu Erlong felt a hand grabbed her waist and reflexively tried to get out of Chu Feng's embrace. "Look down." Chu Feng's soft voice entered her ears, which made Lu Erlong face a bit red, but quickly looked down and was horrified that she only saw clouds. "What the hell are we?" Lu Erlong grabbed Chu Feng's neck and clung onto him for dear life. Kind of a bitch move but definitely worth it. Chu Feng desperately tried hiding his smirk to avoid getting caught that he teleported here on purpose and used his wings to keep them up. In the air, Chu Feng replied with a small smile. I know that much, but why? Lu Erlong screamed in Chu Feng's ears while putting her legs around his waist. If she hated one thing, it was definitely flying. Her spirit was a fire dragon, but the problem was, it didn't have wings. It's nothing to worry about, just calm down, Chu Feng said while holding his laughter, having a koala hanging around his body that would have squeezed the air out of him if he was any weaker. Calm down, are you **ckking kidding me? Let me down. Lu Erlong was screaming and clinging for dear life while Chu Feng put his arms around her waist and slowly descended. Can't you go any faster? Lu Erlong complained with small tears in her eyes. Her face looked like she was laughing and crying at the same time. Just enjoy the view, Chu Feng smiled and said sarcastically. I will hit you, even if I can't win. I will still hurt you at least once. Lu Erlong tried squeezing the air out of Chu Feng by strengthening her legs around his waist and her arms pulling tighter around his neck. Unknown to her, she was way too weak to even hurt Chu Feng, it only had the opposite effect instead. What is that? Lu Erlong snapped out of her crazed state and looked down and looked at Chu Feng with conflicted and mad eyes. UFC King, little pervert. Get that thing away from me. Lu Erlong screamed. Chu Feng stopped descending and gave her a bitter smile. He was too busy with screwing with her that he forgot to keep his feelings under control, and then this happened. What are you expecting me to do? It's a natural reaction, Chu Feng said with an innocent face. You, just get it away from me. Lu Erlong screamed but didn't dare to get away from Chu Feng because of her fear. Fine, Chu Feng simply said and put both hands on her ass and pulled her up a bit. Kia, a girly scream came out of Lu Erlong's mouth, and before she knew she sat on top of something and knew exactly what it was. I didn't mean it this way, Lu Erlong complained. Now she was basically sitting on top of the bulge in Chu Feng's pants and their genitals were rubbing against each other, which almost made a moan escape from her mouth. Lu Erlong quickly put her head on Chu Feng's shoulder as to not show her embarrassment, but unknown to her, he could still see it if she did that, and he sure as hell got a great feeling from it. Chu Feng's feet touched the ground, much to his disappointment, and Lu Erlong jumped off of him and couldn't help but give a glance at the bulge in his pants. Huge. Is he really a kid? Although there was his underwear and pants separating the full size, it was still pretty obvious when it was hard. Looked enough. Lu Erlong shook out of her daze and looked at him with angry eyes and humphed while turning around and walking towards the place the Shrek members were at. Although she was over 35 years of age, she was still a virgin. Naturally, she touched herself, but her husband ran away after realizing they were cousins, which she actually didn't give a single shit about. If you love someone, why bother with all the formalities? Ok, now let's show you the true face of that coward, Chu Feng sneered. He isn't a coward, you will see, Lu Erlong said with confidence, which only got a look of disdain and sympathy back. Chapter 46, Yu Shaoging's True Colors. They can't see us right now, right? Lu Erlong asked curiously after noticing that the 9 Shrek members didn't have a change of expression after she walked in front of them with Chu Feng. They were currently in the backyard of the inn where the Shrek members were listening to Flender, who was giving them instructions on their teamwork. Yu Shaoging, who should have been doing that, wasn't there, so the Lu Erlong and Chu Feng walked inside the inn and found Yu Shaoging inside his room, drinking some coffee while reading a newspaper. Didn't think they had those, Chu Feng thought when he looked at the newspaper. Do you want to make a bet? Lu Erlong suddenly asked Chu Feng, which interested him greatly. It seemed that Lu Erlong was getting more comfortable around him, which could at least be considered a bit of progress. What do you want to bet on? Chu Feng asked back with a small smile. If I win, then you have to help Shaoging with his spirit. I know you can do it, Lu Erlong replied with a small smile on her beautiful face. Haha, that is quite an expensive thing you ask there. If you ask any other titled douluo, they would laugh at you. Do you want to know why? Chu Feng smirked. Even now, she wanted to help that deadbeat. Why? Lu Erlong was confused. She thought that Chu Feng might be able to fix it, but it seemed that it was a bigger problem than she was able to figure out. It needs a heavenly treasure that has the worth of 100.000.000 golden spirit coins. It is also one of the most expensive herbs I have in my possession. Chu Feng smiled and continued, so, what are you going to offer in exchange for that? You have it. That's great. What I bet doesn't matter, you can choose what you want from everything I have. Lu Erlong was ecstatic that such a rare herb was in Chu Feng's possession and was certain she wouldn't lose. Her fate in Yu Shaogang was almost unbreakable. I don't even know what you own. Chu Feng laughed at her ridiculous request and asked, what are you offering? I don't have 100.000.000 golden spirit coins. Then, myself, Lu Erlong proudly replied. She had confidence in her own charm but was completely oblivious about the fact that Chu Feng wasn't an innocent boy and merely thought of the earlier situation as a hormones thing. Are you sure? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. If she offered herself into his hands he naturally wouldn't refuse. Yes, if Shaogang really is like you said I will become your woman. Lu Erlong proudly said without a bit of shame. She had 100% confidence in her husband. Sigh. Fine, you little idiot have to learn the hard way then. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but compliment her character. She was an amazing woman that waited 20 years. Sadly, it was a deadbeat she was waiting on, and if it wasn't for Flender, he would have forgotten her. We will see who will learn. Lu Erlong smirked when she was Chu Feng change into her father and walked towards Yu Shaogang and undid his illusion that protected him from getting seen. Yu Shaogang, you truly have some nerve, huh? A deep voice sounded through the room. Yu Shaogang looked up quickly after he noticed a pressure bearing down on him. Who are you, sir? Yu Shaogang asked politely while trying to hide his fear. His legs were trembling and he felt like he was going to throw up his dinner. You can't remember your own uncle. Not only are you a waste but also stupid. The black-haired man said with a stare that looked like he was going to eat Yu Shaogang. You. Uncle, Erlong's father, Yu Shaogang quickly said in horror. Correct. Who do you think you are? Trying to get together with my daughter? Do you have a death wish? No sir, I truly love her. Yu Shaogang gritted his teeth and said. Lu Erlong, who was what was happening, felt warm inside and smiled. She knew that she was unfair by putting Yu Shaogang through this, but Chu Feng didn't care about her feelings right now. Oh really? Then how about Bibi Dong? You loved her as well but ran away like a dog. The man said with a chilling voice. Yu Shaogang stuttered and said, I did love her. You say you love her but forgot her, but you ran away like a coward. Lu Erlong noticed something wrong. This voice was definitely not staged, it contained genuine rage. She wanted to stop Chu Feng but noticed she couldn't move her body at all. Stop stuttering. You know why you ran. You were scared. The man roared. So what? I grew up with her but she was too talented. She left me. Yu Shaogang screamed hysterically. You little shit. You know why you ran. It was because the old Supreme Pontiff threatened you. You know he would rape her, yet you didn't do anything for the woman you loved because you were threatened with your life. Chu Feng's hate for the man was immeasurable, but he still kept him alive. One other person should see him die in front of her for everything he has done. So what? I want to live. Yu Shaogang finally succumbed to the pressure and admitted. Lu Erlong had her mouth wide open and little tears were in her eyes. If this was true, then what about the other things Chu Feng told her? Then stay away from my daughter as well. The man roared with a furious expression. Chu Feng had such a hard time controlling himself that he felt that even his bloodline was screaming to slaughter this white-haired boy. But, Yu Shaogang was dumbfounded by the order. He knew that his uncle wouldn't come here without reason. The only time he truly saw his uncle was when he revealed he was his uncle at their marriage. If you dare lay a hand on her, I will slaughter you. The man said with clear anger and killing intent filling his voice. You. Understood, Yu Shaogang said with a conflicted expression. However, upon hearing Yu Shaogang accepting her father's threat. To think you were this weak-willed, the man sneered and put them into an illusion of Yu Shaogang's memories. Within a few seconds they appeared in the Grand Hall of Spirit Hall. The younger Yu Shaogang walked in like he was at home and walked to the side of the hall where a door was sitting. That door led to a huge hall decorated with golden statues of which seemed the previous Supreme Pontiffs, and that one was leading to a huge white door that was completely covered in paintings of people worshipping an angel of some sorts. After putting the Supreme Pontiff writ that he got from Bibi Dong and put on a steel, that steel gave of a buzzing sound and rumbling sounds were heard. The door of over 20 meters high and looked like a gate instead, slowly opened up and showed a beautiful garden with a huge villa. In front of the villa was a blonde-haired woman which seemed like the younger version of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong! Yu Shaogang cheerfully screamed at Bibi Dong. Shaogang! Bibi Dong said with a pure smile on her pretty face, but soon her eyes were full of sorrow. The younger version of her was, in Chu Feng's eyes, completely perfect, and every time he remembered what would follow, he would be filled with rage. What is wrong? Yu Shaogang saw that something was wrong and asked straightforwardly. Yu Shaogang, it will be better if you're going somewhere else, Bibi Dong said while holding back her tears and tried to look cold and distant, but even someone with eye problems could see how obvious it was. Why? Yu Shaogang said while stuttering. He already had a small feeling of why and he seemed anxious for some reason. We live in different worlds, it's better that you just leave and never come back. Bibi Dong said while small tears were already covering her face, but weird enough, Yu Shaogang didn't see any of it. Well, he saw it but didn't bother. I see. Sigh. Goodbye then. Yu Shaogang felt quite sorrowful because he really loved her, but to him, life was too important. He knew what that bastard would do to her, since it wasn't a hidden fact that her master had some hidden intentions for Bibi Dong, but he felt powerless and so, he didn't do anything. Bibi Dong had tears rolling down her cheeks and was completely dumbfounded. She gave up everything for him and even would leave Spirit Hall if that was what it took to be together with him for the rest of her life. Living somewhere quiet, building a family and growing old together didn't seem so bad to her and even looked forward to it, but she noticed that it wasn't because she told him to go. It was the fear in his eyes and the desire to leave as quickly as possible that broke her heart. He would take no risks at all, he would abandon her at the slightest threat to her life. Then go. Bibi Dong screamed and ran inside the villa. Yu Shaogang gave one sad look at the villa and sighed while turning around and walking away with no hesitation. How is my coffee cold already? The real Yu Shaogang suddenly felt his coffee that was already cold and didn't remember a single thing of what just happened. Chu Feng and Lu Erlong arrived back at Chu Feng's hotel room. Lu Erlong had tears rolling down her cheeks and her eyes were surprisingly full of rage. Are you okay? Chu Feng knew the answer but still asked. Do I look okay? Why did you teleport us away? Let me kill that fucker. Lu Erlong screamed and released her spirit power. Her red eyes gave off pure killing intent and her red hairs seemed ablaze while a snap sound was heard and her hair started fluttering loosely behind her. He will soon die. But Bibi Dong should be there as well. Chu Feng smiled and patted her head. He loved the state she was, it was the same as him when he was slaughtering. You're aiming for that woman, right? Lu Erlong suddenly asked with a cold voice. Yes, Chu Feng honestly replied. You have more woman, right? Yes. You were telling the truth about Yu Shaogang, right? Yes. The memories you poured into me were the truth, right? Lu Erlong still looked cold and full of killing intent. Seeing the state she was in somehow excited Chu Feng so much that he nearly would have crossed the line right there and then. Yes, Chu Feng replied with the same word again. Oh, good. I waited 20 years for that fucker yet he lied. His personality was a bastard all along and I thought he couldn't accept it because we were cousins, but it seemed there was a lot more playing behind the scenes, Lu Erlong said coldly and pushed Chu Feng on the couch. I'm done waiting. Lu Erlong grabbed her dress and ripped it off, much to surprise, and revealed her ample breast and untainted pale yet mature skin. What are you doing? Before Chu Feng could say anything, his mouth was sealed by sweet purple lips and soon a small tongue invaded. Lu Erlong sat on top of Chu Feng's body in her string and bra. She had always been faithful. She realized she had wasted her youth and love for over 20 years and now, she had nothing to lose. She always had an interest in sex, but only with the one she truly loved, which appeared to be a deadbeat and left because he had no balls or backbone. As Lu Erlong clumsily tried to suck on Chu Feng's tongue, she couldn't help but marvel the feeling. It gave her butterflies in her stomach. Suddenly, Chu Feng separated the kiss and looked at her face. Lu Erlong had tears running down on her cheeks, but her eyes were still a bit cold yet entranced in a bit of curiosity. Although I don't like to get used to forget your husband, if we continue, there is no way back, Chu Feng said with a warm voice. Ex-husband, that's the only thing I have to know. Chu Feng smiled and licked the tears from her face, which somehow sent more butterflies into her stomach. I could tell you were aiming for me the moment you entered the auction house VIP room, you know. Lu Erlong suddenly said with a small smile on her face. Oh, how? I thought I hid it pretty well, Chu Feng said with a smile. Your eyes are that of a predator, it's filled with bloodlust, Lu Erlong said while looking at Chu Feng's eyes, and her body started shuddering, not from fear but excitement. You truly are a lost cause, Chu Feng jokingly said. Don't act like I'm the only one. It excited you the moment I got into this crazed state, Lu Erlong said with a seductive voice. Her red eyes were still shining brightly and the cold and murderous aura around her didn't change. Indeed, I love it. It excites me and makes me want to turn you over and fuck you right here and now, Chu Feng replied with a smile on his face. I can tell, Lu Erlong said while looking down at the thing that was touching her sensitive areas and continued. Then what are you waiting for? Chapter 47 Lu Erlong. Don't blame me then, Chu Feng said as he removed his shirt and kissed her softly. Since it was her first time, Chu Feng decided to take it slow but was cut off by Lu Erlong, who looked at him with blaming eyes and said. This isn't you, I know you want to rough me up, so do it. I'm not made from glass. Fuck. Fine then, Chu Feng tried at least. Chapter 48, Voice, Stone. Lu Erlong had her tits and face on top of an armrest and her knees were on the ground, too weak to carry her weight any longer due to what they had gone through. The sun was already rising and Chu Feng thought it was enough to call it a day. He had to say, Lu Erlong definitely had the most stamina of all his women since she only passed out twice this night and even after that wanted to continue. What time, Huff, is it? Lu Erlong asked while looking at Chu Feng. It's 7 a.m., Chu Feng said while looking at the clock in the hotel room. He grabbed Lu Erlong's waist, which scared her, and said nervously. Although I want to continue, I really can't. This time I might really break. Oh, I thought you weren't made of glass. Chu Feng teased with a shit-eating grin on his face that even Lu Erlong wanted to hit. You should treat women with care, Lu Erlong said like an adult teaching a child, which made Chu Feng grin. I'm only bringing you to shower, you're completely covered, Chu Feng said and laughed at her embarrassed expression. It seems she judged wrong. Secretly, she felt quite conflicted about what happened this night, since technically, she slept with someone for the first time and it wasn't the one she had been waiting on all this time, but strange enough, she didn't regret it. Chu Feng walked into the bathroom, and a shower big enough for at least 5 people to shower at the same time was raining water down. Chu Feng something to sit on and put Lu Erlong onto it. Lu Erlong felt even more conflicted. She didn't expect him to even care after sleeping with each other, yet here he was, washing her body, drying her body, carrying her body like she truly was made of glass, and put her into the bed and crawled next to her. Why do you care so much? I basically used you, Lu Erlong said with a mixed feeling on her face. Because you deserve better, Chu Feng said and put her head on his arm and covered them with the blankets made of 10,000 years old spirit beasts. But you don't even know me that well, Lu Erlong said with a curious voice. Unknown to her, he knew quite a lot due to a certain someone rambling on and on about, fuck you shouting that fucking pussy. The amount of times he was woken up by that scream and wanted to rip his head off was ridiculous. Trust me, I know enough, Chu Feng smiled warmly and Lu Erlong felt a hand grab hers, which gave her stomach butterflies. I really need to go, they will be worried sick, Lu Erlong said with a reluctant expression. I told you I already sent a voice stone to Yu Shaogang, Chu Feng smiled with genuine happiness. At Shrek's inn, Yu Shaogang was drinking coffee and was satisfied with himself. Since he couldn't do anything to Chu Feng, he had to put away his pride and do nothing, but his pride just wouldn't allow it. So he made a sudden training that required all the Shrek members to work together. Sadly, Chu Feng had to be noticed by someone, and when he asked Flender or Zhao Wuji, they both were adamant on not going, even if it killed them, so Lu Erlong went. Sigh. Why does Erlong take so long? Yu Shaogang sighed and suddenly saw something in front of him, a note and a pearl. He naturally knew what a voice stone was, but they were quite rare, so he didn't have one himself, and normally only huge powers like Spirit Hall used them to record important information. Yu Shaogang and grabbed the note, and on top of it was a simple fuck you. Yu Shaogang poured a bit of close to non-existent spirit power into the voice recorder stone, and soon the pearl started to show an image. It seemed that it was a new version of the voice stone and could even record now. When he saw the scene that was taking place, a vein popped on top of Yu Shaogang's head. His eyes opened wide in horror and saw his wife currently being fucked from behind by a white-haired man with a muscled body that was currently grabbing Lu Erlong by her waist and pistoning into her. Yu Shaogang kept watching with horror in his eyes while tears streamed down his face, since he thought that it was rape. Until he heard Lu Erlong's voice. Comma ... Nah, why, in this posture? Non, it's so deep. It's in my womb. I am circa coming. Fuck KK. Nah, that place. Don't keep entering it. That isn't a place your dick should enter. Nah, I'm coming. Nah, wait, I just came. Nah, please, let me rest. On, oh, good ddd. As Yu Xiaogang kept watching, 10 minutes had already passed. Unknowingly, tears of blood had ran down his face. He never expected the female T-Rex, who he loved, to sleep with someone else. She loved him, right? Although she waited for so long and now, he was here yet she wasn't. In his eyes, she should have given him some time to get over the fact that they are cousins, but instead, she slept with the man he hated most. This damn slew cough. Yu Xiaogang suddenly spat out blood that was cropping up for the last 10 minutes while he watched Chu Feng take his wife. Why? Yu Xiaogang's spirit power went out of control, but sadly for him, he wasn't some random enemy that got a power up in a manga or novel. He was just a waste. I can't hurt him, I can't hurt those girls either. What the hell is his weakness? Does he even have any? Yu Xiaogang roared. The girls were already stronger than him. Besides that, they had a protection necklace from Chu Feng that could even stop Doupo for some time. Yu Xiaogang swore to himself that even the slightest chance on revenge, he would take. As for Tang San and the rest of the Shrek members, he tried raising them to be the strongest so he could get acknowledged by his clan and that he wouldn't be seen as a waste. He was greedy, selfish, scheming and scared of death and would sacrifice anything to reach his goals. The only thing that he did well was hiding his true colors. When he took Tang San to the forest at the age of 6, he didn't want the best for Tang San. The moron asked a 6YO to kill a 423 years old spirit beast. He didn't know about Tang San's strength or basically anything about him, yet still took him into the forest despite that he was not even able to kill a 423 years old spirit beast, so everything relied on Tang San. He merely wanted to hop onto the bandwagon and feed of Tang San's future fame as his teacher. The only thing I really did was make it more obvious. That damn slut as well. How stupid I was to sit with her in my head for 20 years. Yu Xiaogang said with tears of blood in his eyes, totally forgetting the fact that he left and that it was 20 years due to his insecurities. Those fuckers. I swear boom. Yu Xiaogang couldn't control his rage and hit a wall with his spirit power, trying to tear the whole wall down, but the only thing he got from it was a broken hand. Damn it. This is their fault. It fucking hurts. Yu Xiaogang kept yelling, cursing and screaming in pain at Lu Erlong and Chu Feng, not knowing that in front of Chu Feng and Lu Erlong, who were currently naked in bed, had a crystal in front of them which showed what was happening. The hotel room. Lu Erlong had her head on Chu Feng's arm and was laying on her side with her right hand over Chu Feng's chest while watching the crystal which showed Yu Xiaogang's reaction. Yu Xiaogang was using his minuscule spirit power to break furniture, windows, and eventually broke his right hand because he tried to tear the wall down with his fist. Here, open your mouth, Chu Feng suddenly said to Lu Erlong and lightly nudged her shoulder. Lu Erlong had a cold look on her face when she heard what Yu Xiaogang was saying about her and finally saw for herself how hypocritical he was. Lu Erlong looked up at Chu Feng, who held a gold-brown thing in his hand, and she reflexively opened her mouth and chewed on it. The taste was sweet and it popped a bit in her mouth. It's delicious. What is it? She asked out of curiosity. She never had this before. Popcorn. Lu Erlong tried to remember if she had ever heard of it but didn't know anything with that name. It's always good while watching a movie or something, at least, that is what I heard, but it indeed is. Chu Feng smiled. The amount of satisfaction he felt currently was amazing. He got a new wife that was caring, loving, faithful and crazy. It's indeed nice. I really have to go now, otherwise he might put the girls through training, Lu Erlong said with a sad voice while sitting up and letting her breast enter Chu Feng's eyes. She really didn't want to leave, but all good things are come to an end. It's only for a short period of time, Chu Feng said with a smile on his face and cuddled her from behind. It is? Lu Erlong asked with doubt. Although she hoped for more with Chu Feng, she had little hope. In her eyes, she was too old already to be with such a young boy. Why is that weird? Chu Feng asked with a confused expression. Although he could guess what she was thinking about, he didn't state it and instead waited for her to be honest. Are you sure about this? I mean, I'm quite old already, Lu Erlong said with a sad expression. If only she met Chu Feng sooner. Well, that was quite impossible with a 14 to 15-year-old boy, but still. Age is just a number. Besides, you were about to date your cousin, yet you're contemplating about someone younger than you. Chu Feng laughed, which shook Lu Erlong out of her daze and noticed how stupid she was being. Why bother with so much unimportant stuff anyway? Besides, age only matters if you're human, right? Chu Feng said with a smile on his face with a dangerous glint in his eyes. What do you mean? Lu Erlong asked in confusion. If your current race has so many flaws, just become something better, Chu Feng said while his eyes started shining. You want to become a god? Chapter 49 Entering Spirit Hall. The so-called gods are just stronger spirit masters or cultivators, however you want to call them, Chu Feng said with slight excitement in his voice upon remembering what he did. Although the goddess of luck had given him a drop of origin blood which in turn created the system, but lately the items he could get from the system were considered useless to him and could only be given to his woman. As for the spirit aging function, he knew that if he tried to decipher it now, he would only break his brains without any results, so he didn't waste his time. You're only spirit power level 60 yet can fight titled douluos, don't you think you're plenty powerful already? Why bother putting yourself in more dangerous situations? Lu Erlong asked with visible concern in her eyes, which made Chu Feng smile a little. He was glad he could steal her. If there is someone stronger than you, they have your fate in their hands if they wish to. I don't like it. I hate it. I detest having others choose my destiny. As for fate, I can care less. If you want something, then work for it and do everything you can to get what you want, but always remember the ones that helped you get there, Chu Feng said with a solemn tone. If fate wanted to screw him over, then fate could lick his balls for all he cared. Sigh. I know what you mean, Lu Erlong said with a sad tone. Although she had obvious feelings for Chu Feng, the bitterness from all those years of waiting didn't change, since she did waste 20 years of her youth for a waste of space. Age is a number, remember. Chu Feng smiled and interrupted her thoughts, which got him a peck on the lips, and Lu Erlong stood up naked from the bed and appeared in Chu Feng's view. His dragon, that still had plenty of energy, made the covers rise. Just how much energy do you have? Lu Erlong looked at Chu Feng with her mouth wide open. He came at least 10 times inside of her yesterday, and yet here he was, full of energy and ready for another round. I'm just built different, Chu Feng replied with a smug face. Weirdo, Lu Erlong playfully said while getting dressed. She got dressed and walked to the door while being followed by Chu Feng. Are you sure about this? Lu Erlong asked it one last time. She didn't want Chu Feng to get bound to her if he was even slightest bit reluctant about it. Stop asking already. For others it might be though, but for me it isn't, and I have complete confidence of getting my wives to godhood as well, Chu Feng seriously said. I'll wait. Lu Erlong happily smiled and kissed Chu Feng one last time before skipping out the door like a little girl that was in love for the first time. Chu Feng liked seeing her this way, but also loved her violent ways since he himself was a first-class battle moron. I only have 30 days left until the drama with Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong happens. Chu Feng looked out from the window and saw Lu Erlong walking along the road towards the inn Shrek was at. Sigh. Yu Shaogang, you fucking idiot. Chu Feng grinned upon remembering what he sent to Yu Shaogang. Bibi Dong's POV. Supreme Pontiff, the team that was led by number 325 and totaled 20 members were found unconscious with this found on their body, again. A deep male voice said with reference, with his head down and held up a letter. I manipulated my spirit power to make the letter fly towards me and looked into the letter and started reading it. Sigh. You don't have to be shy if you want to see what I'm doing, you know. Just come over and check on me yourself, it would be way more fun. Asterisk. Your future husband. As I looked coldly at the letter, I couldn't help but remember the youth that said those words at the auction. I stationed this team to see who he was, since his aura, although a little weaker than me, was powerful enough to have Yuan fear him. This brat, that grin on his face. I can see his smirk while writing this, and it's disgusting. I gritted my teeth and didn't even bother about sending another team to check on him, since it was pretty useless unless I did it myself. Aiming for his family is just stupid, since I could tell by his killing aura. If I did so, he would kill me all the same. Unknown to her, she was right. If Bibi Dong killed one of his wives, he would, with no doubt, kill her no matter how much he pitied her or how much he wanted her. Aiming for someone's family is a taboo anyway, I mused. I didn't like aiming for someone's family unless they used all kind of underhanded methods to cause deaths on our side. Hey, future wife, I want to see what kind of joke you are playing, I sneered. Trust someone other than yourself will just be your death. Chu Feng's third-person POV. Chu Feng currently sat next to a woman that had a maid outfit on and had clear horror in her eyes. This man in front of her suddenly appeared like a ghost and put on a butler's outfit. Normally butlers weren't allowed here, but upon seeing the 8-winged badge on his chest, she quickly bowed and left. Chu Feng had entered Spirit Hall with one extremely secretive and smart move. He took the fucking front door. Why not right? This was too far from the Elders' Hall to notice anyway. Besides that, even if they saw him, why would they suspect him? He was just a middle-aged man, right now, that had a stubble on his face and some sharp features. Chu Feng saw this man going inside while people were looking at him with reverence. The man was originally cocky and proudful, but he didn't even know how his life ended when he entered the kitchen and tried putting poison in Bibi Dong's meal. Do you really think that that woman wouldn't notice it? Chu Feng sneered and had taken the appearance of the butler, who was apparently quite high-ranked with his spirit power level 83. It seemed he was the head butler of some sorts. Chu Feng entered through the large door and saw a huge door with two statues on the side that looked like holy knights with 8 wings behind them and holding a sword with both hands that crossed each other. Password, a mechanical voice rang out. Chu Feng suddenly looked around and noticed the voice was coming from the statues and their eyes started shining. What a pathetic trick. Chu Feng sneered and continued walking. There was no password. That was the way to pass. The doors suddenly opened up by themselves and Chu Feng continued walking. As Chu Feng finally arrived at the place Bibi Dong should be at, he saw the 2 loyal followers of Bibi Dong. Leave it there, Yu Guan said with her pretty face. Sorry, but I gotta pass on that, Chu Feng simply said and went back to his original appearance. It's you, Yu Guan said with a female voice. Gui Mei also went into an attacking stance while hiding his face behind his mask. Calm down, if I was here to fight I would have come closer and kill one of you before fighting the other, Chu Feng said with a smile on his face. True, we didn't even notice it was him before he showed himself, Yu Guan thought and lowered her guard a bit. What are you doing here then? Gui Mei said coldly and didn't lower his guard. Going to Bibi Dong, of course, Chu Feng stated with a confused look on his face. It should be pretty obvious. She isn't at Spirit Hall currently, Yu Guan said with clear amusement in her eyes and suddenly shut her mouth. Well, shit, why don't we sit down and talk, Yu Guan said, and a chair appeared in front of the big house. Where Bibi Dong lived was just a big apartment and nothing more. It seemed that she didn't want all the luxury and stuff around her when she was at home. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and had nothing better to do and sat down on a chair as well. I do have a serious question though, are you a man or woman? Chu Feng said as if it was a very important question. He felt slightly attracted to this woman, but he was damn sure he was fucking straight. Haha, how direct, Yu Guan said with a hollow laugh while a spirit ring appeared behind her. So that is the problem, Chu Feng suddenly said, which caused Yu Guan to gape with her mouth open. Can you fix it? Yu Guan said with clear desperation and looked at Chu Feng as if begging him. Gui Mei just looked in confusion at both of them and kept being on standby to fight. So you were originally a woman, but due to you have absorbed a fairy-type spirit you were cursed, correct? Chu Feng said. Fairies existed in douluo dalu, but they were almost extinct. It was better to call them pixies instead of fairies, but it seemed that people preferred fairies. Yes. Yu Guan grabbed Chu Feng's shoulders and nearly sat on top of him. Chu Feng teleported and got chills. You absorbed a female fairy, but she had a male partner that cursed your identity and caused your fate to roll over to the male side, which is why you have a dick, Chu Feng straightforwardly replied. Had, Yu Guan replied instantly. Had, don't fucking tell me. Chu Feng looked at horror and felt his balls constrict. When it cursed me I instantly cut it off. It was like my clit, Yu Guan instantly explained and ripped the top of her dress off. 2 boobs that could be said to be A cup or barely B cup appeared and were strapped around her chest with bondages. Let me guess, you hid your breasts due to the previous Supreme Pontiff. Chu Feng said straightforwardly while staring at her boobs and knew they weren't fake, and she quickly nodded. FYI, Yu Guan has always been a weird character if you ask me. It was always said it was a he, but this could actually be one of the ways he became a male. It sounds weird, I know. But if you piece everything together you might understand where I'm coming from. P.S. I'm not trying to add her, unless I get raged at lol. P.S. Only look at the manga picture. Here, Chu Feng tossed her a small pill that she took without hesitation. She was just a normal woman until the age of 17 when she found her second spirit ring. She had never been exceptional in her younger days until she found a wounded fairy and absorbed it without hesitation. Fairies were equal to dragons in terms of potential, but their biggest drawback was that their strength laid in support. which was the reason people could hunt fairies so brazenly. I accepted that I would be considered a male all my life, she said with tears in her eyes as she felt the changes in her body. She didn't change much, but she felt her lower region being healed at a rapid pace. Wei Mei just looked with a dumbfounded face from the side and felt all of this was too much to process. So, how about sleeping with me? Yu Guan said with a seductive smile on her face. I will pass on that, thanks. Just remembering you just had a dick turns me off. Chu Feng laughed while holding his stomach, which got a hump from the titled douluo. She will be back any time now. Yu Guan pouted like a little girl and sat down. The doors behind them suddenly opened and the two titled douluos kneeled upon seeing who it was. Stand, a cold voice entered Chu Feng's ears and he turned his face around. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong asked coldly while Chu Feng merely turned his head around and smiled. Getting my future wife, of course. Chapter 50 The Past. Bibi Dong didn't say anything, but the killing intent she started releasing said enough for Chu Feng to understand that she was pissed. I'm not here to fight. That isn't up to you, Bibi Dong said coldly, and spirit rings started appearing behind her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and eventually, the thing where Chu Feng was curious about. Bibi Dong's 100.000 years old spirit ring. It truly has her aura, Chu Feng said with a small smile on his face. Bibi Dong's aura flared up and the ground around her started corroding. Inside Spirit Hall many people were alerted upon receiving the threat of death for a split second, but it suddenly cut off. As the people were looking for a reason why it happened, Chu Feng was quite surprised at what just happened. This entire place was sealed off and even he would have a hard time to leave if he wanted to. It seemed that Spirit Hall wasn't that useless after all. Chu Feng lightly smiled at Bibi Dong, who was staring at him with eyes that seemed to try to uncover all his secrets. Such a young man could resist her aura. Her aura continued corroding and destroying her garden, and the two other titled douluos got ready to attack as well for if Bibi Dong needed it. Yu Yuan felt quite conflicted, but Bibi Dong had done way too much for her to ignore her orders, so she accepted the fact that she had to be ungrateful just this once, but would at least try to save Chu Feng's life if needed. Sure, come say hello to an old friend, Chu Feng said and confused the 3 titled douluos. Suddenly from between Chu Feng's eyebrows a silhouette appeared dressed in her old pink dress. She knew Chu Feng's plan and truly wanted to see Bibi Dong's face. What? Bibi Dong screamed, how are you still alive? She was confused, her spirit ring and spirit bone was from this woman, yet she was still alive. Well, if it wasn't for my husband, I truly would be dead by now, Shian Sha said with light laugh while covering her mouth with one hand. Husband? Bibi Dong's aura got even colder. She wasn't scared of Shian Sha, and that was for sure, but it seemed even this young man lied to her. She was lied to, again. I didn't lie, Chu Feng stated. He knew her kind as the back of his hand. After all, he was the same. Oh, explain, Bibi Dong said with a sneer while her spirit rings got even brighter. She didn't know why she asked him to explain since it shouldn't even matter. Although Chu Feng was by far the most handsome guy she had seen, she didn't trust him, and that was the thing she needed. Come out, Chu Feng lightly said, and instantly in front of him appeared Ziji, who looked with interest at Bibi Dong. This is also one of my wives, Chu Feng said, which made Bibi Dong's expression even colder. Do you expect me to say, oh, since you have more women then it is okay? Bibi Dong said sarcastically. For some reason, she couldn't help but keep questioning him as if she was a wife that was cheated on or something. What I am trying to show you is that despite me having more women, they are happy. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and looked at her with an honest expression. Seeing that Chu Feng had no desire to fight, Bibi Dong calmed her aura as well while Chu Feng pulled out 4 chairs from his mind space and put them down. He sat down on one of them and looked at Bibi Dong and pointed at a chair. Bibi Dong kept standing and looked at him as if to continue with what he wanted to say. Come here, just trust me. I will show you something, Chu Feng said with conflicted emotions and struggled with himself. He knew that this was the only way he could show her he was honest, but the way how was something that was ingrained in his heart no matter how many years had passed. Bibi Dong looked skeptically at Chu Feng, but when she saw his struggle, her body moved automatically and stopped a few meters away from Chu Feng. Chu Feng sighed and got closer to her. Bibi Dong kept her guard up but felt no ill intent in his gaze and only showed sorrow. Bibi Dong saw Chu Feng put a finger towards her forehead and somehow her body told her to just see what he was going to do. She knew this was stupid, but her body just didn't listen to her. it seemed her hope for someone to trust just beat her common sense. Chu Feng casted an illusion and Bibi Dong felt her vision warp. The past. Bibi Dong appeared in a small space with a lot of people that were dressed weirdly in her opinion, but her spirit just wouldn't move and was forced to watch at a young boy. Her spirit aura couldn't be used, and if Chu Feng wanted to kill her he could do so right now with just a thought, yet she knew he wouldn't do it, which just frustrated her about how stupid she was that she got herself in this position in the first place. Suddenly, she felt her vision forced onto two young children. Lawrence, stop eating so much candies. You're going to be fat at this rate. A little girl with black long hair and golden eyes said with a teasing smile on her face. Humph, I'm not going to be fat. A little boy around the age of 6 with black short hair and black golden eyes said with disdain, which looked adorable on his little face. Cecilia, stop teasing Lawrence already, a mature female voice sounded out. Bibi Dong was able to look at who it was, and it was a beautiful woman that didn't falter in beauty against her at all. Her body had every last curve in the right place, while the woman looked like a gentle caring mother with her long black hair that had golden ends to them. Her golden eyes seemed as if they stared right through someone's secrets, which even made Bibi Dong feel quite on guard. If she knew that the woman was a normal human without any powers she wouldn't believe it, but it was the simple truth, there was nothing like spirit power on earth. The man next to the woman made an annoyed sound and looked at his wife with slight blame in her eyes. This is why I didn't want to spoil them so much, the man said. He had a decent figure but no muscles and merely looked like your average day office worker you see in every Japanese manga. He had short black hair with black eyes. Shut up, they are children, the woman said coldly while looking at him with a cold look which made the man shudder and shut up before going back to look at a movie. Cecilia, calm down, it is night right now, so think about the others, okay? The woman said with a kind smile. The little girl put her arms over each other and a humph came out. Blee, the young boy stuck out his tongue at the young girl, which made her laugh instead. She was 11 this year while the boy was 6, so she just looked at his childish behavior and couldn't keep her pout. Bibi Dong couldn't help but lightly smile at the little boy's antics and felt a sense of peace. You're so Kai boom. The girl was interrupted by a large explosion and every passenger on the plane looked outside. One by one their expressions changed while the plane started turning. The airplane's right wing was gone. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts, quickly. One of the staff screamed while fastening his own seatbelt. Some people stiffened up from the shock, some people started crying, some people resigned themselves, and some started praying. The boy started crying from the shaking while the plane started falling rapidly towards the sea below. A hand suddenly patted his head and a kind voice entered his ears. Don't worry, okay, don't worry, just close your eyes, just close your eyes. The little girl said with a smile on her face while tears started appearing in her eyes as well. She was old enough to understand that there was only a small chance to survive. The girl gave the boy one last hug and held his hands while the boy just looked at both the girl and his mother that looked back at him with visible bitterness and tears in her eyes and said, I love you, stay safe, okay? Please stay safe. The plane descended faster and faster and it started falling apart midair. Airplane pieces started flying through the sky and the remnant of the plane crashed into the sea. The airplane crashed at sunset, yet when the boy opened his eyes again, he saw the sun standing high up in the air. Mama, big sister. The boy anxiously looked around and noticed his leg was bleeding. The boy was too anxious about his family. Well, his mother and sister. The little boy had no close relationship with his father due to him always being gone to work or out drinking with friends, while his mother always worked hard to support the family with her own job and cleaning. As for financial aid, he drunk it all away. The only reason they were able to go on to this vacation was because he somehow won something with his gambling addiction. The boy searched while walking alongside a white beach. It was a small island of around 500 meters by 500 meters. Mommy. The boy happily ran towards something on the beach, totally oblivious that he ran over red sand by now with airplane pieces, body parts and organs that were stretched around him over the beach. Mom, why? The boy looked at the woman with his eyes wide open. His mother was missing her legs. Mom, wake up. The boy went on his knees and shook her body, but there was no response. There was no breathing, and if he checked, there was no heartbeat. Big sis. The boy saw that his mother wasn't waking up and saw that against a tree close by was his sister sitting, her hands covered in blood and tears streaming down her face while she was asleep, but she seemed in a lot of pain and just fell asleep due to mental exhaustion. Big sis. The boy ran to the girl and shook her awake. The girl weakly opened her eyes and smiled a bit. Big sis, you're bleeding. The boy finally noticed her condition and snapped out of his anxiety and hurriedly tried to do something, but the little girl interrupted him. Why? The little girl could barely speak due to all the blood loss and just felt numb at this point. How can I help you? Don't leave me alone, sis. Please. The boy had tried to ignore that his mother was dead and was merely asleep, but he had always been a wise kid and knew she was gone, forever. Single quote, comma dot. J, U. Street, H, U G, G. The girl weakly replied while her eyes slowly lost their light. The girl fought on and slightly moved her arms up but couldn't get them far enough to hug the boy. The boy quickly hugged her strongly and said with an anxious voice. It's okay now, right? I am, so. Re. The girl weakly smiled with her head on his shoulders and closed her eyes with a content smile on her face. The boy screamed and yelled, but after that moment, she didn't move at all. His screams and pushing got him nowhere and the girl never breathed after that moment. After that moment, it was as if the boy turned numb. He made a grave for his mother and his sister and merely waited and waited and waited some more. For 2 weeks, he didn't eat anything when the rescuers came and found him severely starved and at the edge of death, but the boy's eyes were full of rage. In these 2 weeks he found his future, and with that thought, got rescued. His mother and sister were gone, and in his eyes, his heart was gone too, buried alongside the 2 most important women in his life. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had tears in her own eyes as well. She was heartless as what some said, she was ruthless as what some said, but in the end, it was her fate that drove her that far, and she could clearly see herself in the boy. 10 years later, Bibi Dong suddenly saw her vision warp again and saw a young man with the same features as the kid in a prison. Kid, why are you stuck here? An old man without teeth said. Murder, the youth said coldly. Who did you murder? The old man asked from his cell. Both of them were stuck in there, but very different sentences. After the youth was rescued, he had studied everything about the world he could. Who did it, why they did it, where they were, the best plan of action, and he started working out in different things that he needed for his plans. With the inheritance he got from his dead family, he could live a decent life for another 15 years at most, since it seemed his father had another house that he hid with a mistress in it. That woman had a child with his father and tried laying claims on the house as well but failed. The woman then started begging the kid to let them stay, but the kid took none of that and ruthlessly threw them out and sold that house. His feelings were numb and couldn't care less. Does that matter? The youth asked with a sneer. Yes, killing innocents is evil, while killing the evil will earn God's forgiveness, the old man said with a righteous expression on his old face. Boom asterisk boom asterisk boom. 3 loud explosive sounds were heard and the youth's cell suddenly opened. He had a stolen key in his hands and walked in front of the old man's cell. Upon seeing how young the youth was, he was shocked. The youth sounded as if he saw enough of life, yet he didn't even look 18. Listen, old man, what you did, I don't care. God, fuck him. Fate, fuck her too. If someone wants to stop me from killing every single one of those fuckers, then I will bury him as well. The youth coldly said. His gaze sent a cold shiver through the old man's back. The old man had killed multiple people and was in here for a death sentence, yet the gaze that the boy gave him felt more dangerous than having a gun pointed between his eyebrows. As the youth saw the old man's frightened expression, he sneered and said in a cold voice and turned around. An eye for an eye. That day, the boy escaped the prison by getting rescued by the team that got him in there in the first place. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary's prison found 49 dead inmates that day, and all of them were related to the ones that shot down a plane 10 years ago. The news quickly went worldwide, and the boy's name was already named several times due to him being the only survivor of the plane crash, and he was associated with hundreds of murders that happened after they found out the dead people had a relation with the attackers of the plane. After that, Bibi Dong saw everything until the end, from him killing politicians that had to do with it to the people themselves and him dying at the end. Bibi Dong suddenly saw her vision warp and was back at the island. On the island was a faint silhouette, and she saw Chu Feng standing there, and tears of blood were streaming down his face. No matter how many times I see it, it makes me feel that I let them off too lightly. It seems that I just can't get over it. Bibi Dong's vision warped and she came back to the real world and saw Chu Feng opening his eyes as well. The tears of blood she previously saw were still there, and he quickly wiped them away. Why did you show me all of that? Bibi Dong said with a complicated voice. Her voice contained a bit of stuttering from holding back her tears. she saw herself in that and it shook her soul and it started bringing back a lot of annoying memories. That was me, Chu Feng said with a bitter smile. But he died, Bibi Dong said with a complicated voice. She noticed that there was no spirit power or anything like that in that place, so it seemed that only ordinary people lived there, yet Chu Feng was younger than the youth she saw after the second time she was warped. You're not stupid. Chu Feng hinted at her that her thought was right and her eyes opened wide but quickly filled themselves with sorrow. So, that. It truly was me, Chu Feng said with pain in his eyes. This was his plan. Honesty. She needed someone to be honest and he would be that person even if he had to tell her about his reincarnation. Why hide it in the first place? Danger. He was confident he could run. His wife's in danger. Mind space. Why would you tell me all of this? Bibi Dong had a complicated expression on her face. Her cold face had long melted after all the things she just saw. She wouldn't budge upon seeing all the corpses, but the feelings hit her heart deeply, and that was also why she suddenly talked normally to Chu Feng on a closer level. I told you, I truly want you to be my wife, Chu Feng said with a slight smile on his face which just earned a sigh from Bibi Dong. You're young, don't waste your time on me, Bibi Dong said and wanted to turn around. An arm stretched out behind her and grabbed her arm. Before she could react, she was turned around and felt two lips touching hers. Bibi Dong's eyes opened wide and saw Chu Feng running to the door while a message was left in front of her. Just wait and see, actions speak louder than words and I know you have heard enough words from others. Bibi Dong's face was red and her spirit aura flared up, yet her feelings were extremely complicated. Her first kiss was stolen just like that, yet she wasn't mad, just confused and complicated. This was also Chu Feng's goal, imprint himself in her soul and show her that he didn't hide anything from her about himself. Telling about his reincarnation wasn't a big deal in his opinion. He could defend himself and there was nothing shameful about it, so why hide it anyway? Not that he would tell it to anyone except wives though. My words should also let her compare me with Yu Shaogang since he always sweet-talked but just abandoned her. Chu Feng thought about the indirect jab he gave the little shit and went back to his hotel. Chapter 51 Bibi Dong, 2 halves. A week passed just like that, and before Chu Feng could get used to a peaceful place, the finals of the tournament started. Chu Feng was currently sitting in a corner of the arena while hiding in the shadows. He just wanted to peacefully watch how it would go after the girls had such a huge upgrade. The arena was completely packed and it seemed as if millions of people were there to watch the show. It wasn't weird that there might actually be so many people since this tournament showed the youths with the most potential and had almost certainty to break through to the spirit douluo realm. As for how it went, it only went a little different than normal since the girls could carry most of the weight, but Chu Feng felt quite confused as to why the girls seemed as they didn't put much effort into the match. They knew he was coming and were excited about it as well. The last few days they had visited him a lot while complaining about how Yu Shaogang was training them too harshly. They weren't afraid of working hard, but what they were doing only helped the boys and had no benefits to them at all. They had no doubt that Yu Shaogang knew that it had no effects for them but still had them help out. As for why they weren't working hard this match, it was because of a strategy. The strategy was simple: everything should be about Tang San since that had the biggest benefit to him. However, to Chu Feng's surprise, Tang San was still attacked the most and the intent to kill was behind every attack. Chu Feng couldn't help but stare a bit at one of Spirit Hall's members. She wasn't particularly beautiful in terms of beauty, but her body had an amazing potential in Chu Feng's opinion. Chu Feng stared at her because the girl had a confident smile on her face that gave of a weird charm to her, but Chu Feng knew who she was. Huliena, the successor of Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong's student, which she treated as a daughter. The competition continued and soon Huliena fused with the other two people that already were in a spirit fusion and performed a triple fusion ability. Tang San used his clear sky hammer to beat the spirit fusion ability and Chu Feng suddenly felt someone looking from a distance. Chu Feng looked and saw a man hiding in the shadows with a cloak covering his body. Chu Feng knew exactly who he was: Tang San's father. Tang Hao. Tang Hao was looking at the arena with caution and rage. He saw the killer of his wife sitting there and couldn't wait to rip her apart, but he knew that this was not the time to do so and just wanted to protect his son. Gui Mei stood up and looked at Tang Hao's direction in rage but didn't take action. Bibi Dong just looked coldly at Tang Hao and stood up while clapping. The audience cheered and roared loudly while it seemed a big festival, and Bibi Dong complimented with the same cold look on her face. Splendid, splendid. After saying a few words, the contestants went back to their own place. Chu Feng saw Juliana go down the stage with a depressed face and couldn't help but lightly laugh. She was a sore loser. Bibi Dong went back to her own private room in the arena. There were hundreds of rooms in the arena themselves, and multiple buildings around the arena were meant for contestants. I'm sorry, master. Juliana was currently standing in front of Bibi Dong with her head bowed. It's fine, you had no chance from the beginning, Bibi Dong said with a slightly warm voice. What do you mean, master? Juliana said in confusion. She felt that it was pretty close despite that she lost. Those three girls, didn't you notice that they didn't sweat, they didn't take any heavy breaths and just stalled the other team members? Bibi Dong said with a slight smile. Chu Feng already told her about those three in the last week. Chu Feng kept persistently visiting her despite her sometimes lashing out at him. He would merely smiled and shrugged it off. Unknown to her, she started looking forward to seeing Chu Feng daily due to him being the only one that treated her as a normal woman instead of the Supreme Pontiff. As for trusting him, she really couldn't do so yet, but at least she gave him a chance to show her that he was being honest with her. Master, you mean, they were stronger than Tang San? Juliana said with her mouth wide open in shock. If Tang San was already hailed as the strongest youth with the most potential, then what about those three girls? Bibi Dong merely smiled at Juliana. Seeing her master smile was quite weird for Juliana, since she noticed that her master didn't think of them as enemies despite them being a threat to Spirit Hall should they grow up. Master, don't you want to remove any threats to Spirit Hall? Juliana finally asked while shrinking back a bit. Her curiosity got the best of her and asked the question that kept resounding inside her head. Believe me, the one who trained them isn't any weaker than I am, Bibi Dong said with a light smile on her face. Then what senior trained them? Juliana said in shock. She didn't know which senior was capable of doing so. Before Bibi Dong could say anything, a voice rang out behind Juliana. That would be me. Kya. Juliana jumped up like a cat that was stepped on her tail, or fox. As silent as always, Bibi Dong said with slight blame in her voice. Due to her being more open to Chu Feng, her danger senses about him started to dull, and now even she couldn't notice him if he didn't show any killing or fighting intent. Oh ho, I don't get the cold facade anymore. How blessed I am, Chu Feng said in fake surprise, which got him a cold glare of Bibi Dong. How about I kick you out? Bibi Dong said in a cold voice, but both Chu Feng and Juliana could sense the sarcasm in her voice. Juliana just looked from the side and had never saw this side of her master. Her master just let the youth that just entered sit down on a chair and flirt with her while doing nothing about it. If it was someone else, they would be buried 60, not 6, but 60 feet under the ground already. Sit, I got something for you, Chu Feng said with a light laugh. He knew his image was already imprinted inside of her and she only needed time now. Juliana looked at the youth with a skeptical gaze. What could the youth give her master that Spirit Hall couldn't? Little girl, you sit down as well, Chu Feng said with the aura of a senior. If she knew that he was younger than her, she would most likely smack her head against a wall. If you have nothing important, leave, Bibi Dong said coldly. She didn't know why she said so, since she actually liked his company, yet the distrust in her body made her unable to voice it out. I said, I got a present, Chu Feng repeated himself slowly as if repeating to a person with hearing problems. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and sat down despite her reluctance inside. Juliana was like a little girl in front of her father and listened instantly upon thinking that Chu Feng wasn't inferior to her master and merely thought that Chu Feng looked so young due to him being a titled douluo. Here, Chu Feng grabbed two briefcases out of his mind space that were black with golden stripes on top of them. Why are you giving us this? Bibi Dong said in a weird voice. Juliana also looked hesitant to open the suitcase and looked at Bibi Dong with her golden eyes and magenta hair. If you want to kill him, you need it, Chu Feng said with a crazed smile, and Bibi Dong felt a shiver ran her spine, not from fear but from excitement. Are you sure? Bibi Dong questioned with clear hope in her eyes. Yes, Chu Feng answered under Bibi Dong's questioning gaze. Juliana looked at the two in confusion and felt ignored but didn't dare say anything. Bibi Dong didn't hesitate for a second and opened her briefcase and saw 3 spirit bones floating in front of her. 8 wings that looked like angel wings. A left arm bone that gave off a corrosive aura. A right arm bone that gave off a demonic aura. These, I don't know the spirit beasts from which they are, Bibi Dong said in confusion. 632.225 years old Archangel. 455.005 years old 3-headed Cerberus. 330.225 years old fallen succubus, Chu Feng said with a light laugh which made Bibi Dong look at him with wide open eyes. Why? You want to say that all these spirit beasts were over 100.000 years old? Bibi Dong stood up and screamed, that is ridiculous. All these spirit beasts could lay waste to a kingdom. Juliana on the side felt an instinctive fear when looking at the spirit bones and backed off a bit. Oh, what if I can prove it? Chu Feng said with a light smile. I will give you anything I have. Bibi Dong said with certainty. I want you. Chu Feng instantly replied but knew the answer already, not that he wanted her this way anyway. Except myself, Bibi Dong said instantly. TCH. It was worth a try, Chu Feng said with a smile on his face while Bibi Dong felt her temperature going a bit higher. Do you mind if call you Liena? Chu Feng suddenly turned to Juliana with a kind smile on his face. Yes, thank you senior. Juliana said nervously, although she had a lot of pride, she was also wise and knew when and when not to do some stuff. Senior, thank you. Chu Feng looked at her with a questioning gaze and looked at Bibi Dong with the same gaze who shrugged and said. I never told her your age. Peef. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng burst out laughing and Juliana blushed from embarrassment and thought she said something stupid. Liena, how old do you think I am? Chu Feng said with a light smile on his face. I don't know senior, Juliana said in a nervous voice. I'm 15 inches Chu Feng said. Juliana's body shuddered and she looked at Chu Feng who was looking at her with a serious gaze. Impossible, Juliana screamed while backing off. If she could she would run away but upon seeing that her master merely shrugged, she knew it was the truth. But how? Juliana muttered. This was a big blow to her self-esteem since she thought she was extremely talented and even one of the most talented on the continent. Stop with questioning yourself, I had special circumstances while those girls I trained are my wives. They also cultivate a different way a better way. Chu Feng waved his hand and made Juliana feel a bit happier with herself instead of drowning in self-pity. Bibi Dong suddenly raised her brow and looked at Chu Feng with a questioning gaze that said, tell me the method. Don't look at me like that, you look as if you're going to jump me, Chu Feng said with a light smile which made Bibi Dong look angrily at him but her cheeks had a red hue to them when she looked at him. She never had a relationship, she loved Yu Shaogang but that was always a love that never came to fruition. As for her master. Don't get it started. I truly do want to strangle you right now, does that count as jumping at you? Bibi Dong said with a sarcastic tone. Oh ho, little ice cube can joke. Chu Feng said with a fake shocked expression. I swear, I want to hit you so hard right now. Bibi Dong put up her fist which only made her look cuter. She currently didn't have that weird thing on her head and the only thing she needed to do was another dress and she would look like an absolute bombshell. That Supreme Pontiff outfit was akin to a clown's outfit to Chu Feng, how people could wear it was an absolute joke to him. Fuck you, Bibi Dong said straightforwardly, not minding a single bit about her manners. Any day, anywhere, you tell the place and I will be there, Chu Feng said with a lewd smile on his face. Bibi Dong couldn't hold back the blush on her face and threw a couch pillow at Chu Feng while gritting her teeth yet deep inside she felt a strange warmth. Seeing her master like this shocked Juliana but she smiled with a radiant smile upon noticing how close her master was with this youth, if only. Juliana couldn't help but blush upon thinking about her master's man like this and scolded herself that she was thinking way too lewd. What are you doing? Chu Feng felt the heated gaze of Juliana and looked at her with a charming smile while his multicolored eyes seemed to bewitch Juliana. Nothing, Juliana blushed and looked down at the ground while covering her face. So not only do you have more wives, you even have designs on my disciple. Bibi Dong screamed and jumped at Chu Feng without using her spirit power and just her physical prowess. Ha ha ha, come on, she is hot, Chu Feng said with a lewd smile on his face while glancing at Juliana who was practically releasing smoke right now. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and launched herself like a cheetah at Chu Feng. Chu Feng jumped off the couch and jumped behind it. Bibi Dong jumped over the couch and ran after Chu Feng who just ran away from her around the room. Both of them didn't use more than 1% of their physical prowess as if they agreed to do so and merely ran after each other. Chu Feng was laughing the whole time while Bibi Dong had a small smile on her face. Somehow, she felt amazing at this moment and didn't want it to end. She needed something like this, where she was just her, not the Supreme Pontiff, just Bibi Dong, an ordinary woman that never had the chance to enjoy life. The two ran everywhere for hours, over the bed, over the couch, through the kitchen, everywhere in the huge room, they ran. I swear, huff, what is up, huff, with your stamina? Bibi Dong breathed heavily while Chu Feng just looked at her with a small smile on his handsome face. As for Juliana, she left because her brother needed her for something a few hours ago while taking the briefcase with her under Chu Feng's insistent pestering. All three of them completely ignored the contents despite how shocking they were. Bibi Dong herself rather did moment last for some more if it was her choice. Your clothes are so uncomfortable, just go ahead and take a shower and change, Chu Feng said suddenly, which made Bibi Dong blush while lewd thoughts appeared in her head. Are you think of something lewd? Chu Feng inspected her gaze while rubbing his non-existent beard. Like hell I am. Bibi Dong refused and dived at him once more. This time, Chu Feng didn't dodge and caught Bibi Dong in his arms and locked her in his embrace. Why? You weren't supposed to do that. Bibi Dong blushed and tried to struggle free. Their current position was quite intimate with her arms around his neck while one of her legs was behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't say anything and merely let himself fall back on the bed that was standing behind them, which made Bibi Dong end up on top of him. Let me free, Bibi Dong said with a red face. Chu Feng merely smiled with a genuine smile which made her even more embarrassed. Why are you smiling like that? She hit Chu Feng's chest but there was no power behind it. You're more beautiful this way, Chu Feng suddenly said. He was genuinely happy right now. In this 1 week he came to love Bibi Dong, not because of her appearance, not because of her status, but merely because of the real her, the one she was hiding. Sigh, why do you bully me like this? Bibi Dong gave up on struggling and let Chu Feng grab her hands while she just sat down on top of him, not minding their positions. Because it makes you show me the real you. You have so much potential and have a high chance to ascend to godhood, yet here you are, wasting your time on a dirty woman like me, Bibi Dong mocked herself with a bitter smile on her face. Dirty? Where? Because some lowlife raped you and you got a child from him? Chu Feng suddenly said, and Bibi Dong looked with horror at him. She wanted to tell him the truth about her so he would leave her. At least, she didn't want him to leave, but knew he probably would. How do you know that? Bibi Dong tried struggling free, but Chu Feng suddenly pulled her hands closer to himself and made her head land on top of his chest. Before she could react, a hand was put on the back of her head and started stroking her hair with tenderness. Saint why, Bibi Dong said while choking on her own emotions. For your past, I do not care. For your future, I do care. I will not say stupid things like, just forget it, give it a place, think positively about it, or any of that stupid shit that people tend to tell some people. Chu Feng stared at the ceiling and continued. What you're doing now is self-destruction. Even if you hate me, even if you resent me, I will stop you from going onto that path, Chu Feng said with a complicated gaze. The path that he chose in his past life was the worst path, also the only one available to him in his opinion, but to her, he was here. I know this is hard, but can you just try to trust me? Chu Feng said with a warm voice, which made Bibi Dong grab his arms and sit up on top of him while holding his arms. Chu Feng merely looked at her with a questioning gaze while Bibi Dong had a look of determination in her eyes. She knew she was being stupid and way too hasty, but she was helpless. Bibi Dong suddenly lowered her head and pushed her lips against Chu Feng's. Feeling her lips, Chu Feng sat up with Bibi Dong on his lap and started prying her mouth open. Upon noticing that she didn't want to open her lips, Chu Feng lightly bit her underlip, which almost made Bibi Dong yelp. Without giving Bibi Dong the chance to make a sound, he stuck his tongue in and started the conquest of hers. The two kept exchanging saliva while Chu Feng kept stroking Bibi Dong's body through the fabric of her Supreme Pontiff clothes, but he didn't take it any further. After 5 minutes, Bibi Dong separated from the kiss and took heavy breaths while her face was completely red. Suddenly, small tears formed in her eyes and she started crying. The Supreme Pontiff, who was known as ruthless, cold and detached, was crying her eyes out. What is wrong? Chu Feng said calmly. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Bibi Dong choked on her own words and put her head on his chest while grabbing his shirt tighter. You're scared, Chu Feng said with a gentle tone while holding a hand behind her head and stroking her hair. Bibi Dong nodded and tried to suppress her crying. Just cry. Chu Feng interrupted her thoughts and told her to just keep crying, which she did. Her finale, damn, her fear of showing weakness, had finally broken down and Bibi Dong kept crying while grabbing Chu Feng. Just a simple girl was forced to become Spirit Hall's successor, was pushed in training day in day out, was abandoned by the one she loved, raped by her master, forced to give birth to her master's child and eventually had to succeed the Supreme Pontiff position with an empty heart. Chu Feng put his hands around Bibi Dong and pulled her closer. Even if you're dead, after what you did to her, I will certainly torture your soul until this void breaks down and time stops beating. Chapter 52. She is still alive. I will go now, Chu Feng suddenly said while getting up from the bed. It was already 3 hours after she started crying and the only thing they did was cuddle. Bibi Dong had her head on his arms and her arm over his chest. After she stopped crying it was as if an emotional hurdle was crossed and Bibi Dong started talking about her past in detail. Her family wasn't a rich one but still, they were happy. Her father wasn't a spirit master but her mother was. They met when she was injured and he cared for her for several months until she was back to health while she was moved and decided to stay instead. As for how she got twin spirits, she didn't know, neither did her parents. As for why he wanted to go to his own hotel was simple, he didn't want to push her and take advantage of her since he noticed that regarding cultivation, she was a genius with no doubt. With love, she was a big idiot. Bibi Dong nodded with a reluctant expression and got up from the bed and followed Chu Feng to the door. Chu Feng opened the door and walked out while bidding goodbye to Bibi Dong that tiptoed after him with a relieved expression as if a burden was cast off of her shoulders. Seeing Chu Feng walk out the door after bidding her farewell she steeled her mind and grabbed his hand and pulled it back. Bibi Dong stood on her toes and kissed Chu Feng clumsily. Before Chu Feng could even enjoy her soft lips on his she used her spirit power to open the door and kick him out. With a bang Chu Feng fell on the ground outside her room. I don't know if I should say you're sneaky or just an idiot sometimes, Chu Feng smiled while touching his lips. Inside the room, Bibi Dong was having her own moment and swore she had never run so fast to her bed and hid herself in her blankets in her entire life. Just what did do? Was I too forceful? Was I too fast? Did I do it right? I'm acting like I'm 15 instead of him. Bibi Dong was contemplating her life choices at this moment but suddenly realized something and sat up. He had more women yet I kissed him. Bibi Dong's face was filled with a red blush and felt as if she back in her teenage years. It was just a kiss. It is normal. I shouldn't be so worked up about it. Why did I do it already? We only know each other for a week. That night Bibi Dong couldn't sleep at all and showed up with bags under her eyes in Spirit Hall. 3 weeks passed by in a flash and the embarrassment was gone between the two of them but it only kept at the stage of a farewell kiss every night. Chu Feng didn't mind and gave her the time she needed to accept him. It was already time for the festival, where the Supreme Pontiff was going to hand over the rewards for the tournament. This will be a part of the canon from the manga in a bit. Chu Feng walked out of the hotel he was staying in and noticed that the whole street was completely crowded with people packed together and pushing towards the location where Spirit Hall was. Just how many women were touched in this spectacle? This is like a pervert paradise. Chu Feng laughed to himself for his bad humor and used teleportation to arrive at the location the prizes were going to be presented. Chu Feng teleported to a place that had enough shadow to hide in and waited until the event started. It took 30 minutes for Bibi Dong to arrive in front of the people while the teams were already waiting. As for how many people there actually were, Chu Feng couldn't even begin to count and neither did he want to due to all the people hoping to get in but couldn't. Silence. A loud shout filled with spirit power sounded through the huge open area in front of the main palace of Spirit Hall. A fatty with a big beard and neatly combed hair with the standard bishop thing on his head appeared with an arrogant expression which made Chu Feng sigh. It was a new face to Chu Feng but knew that this fatty was the new, platinum bishop, since the other one had an unfortunate accident. Welcome the Supreme Pontiff. Bibi Dong appeared and waved and the cheers threatened to burst a normal person's eardrums if they were present. Bibi Dong looked around the place in hope of seeing the one she was searching for. Yu Shaogang, who saw her seeking something around the crowd, felt regretful he hurt her but couldn't help but feel a little bit proud that he made the Supreme Pontiff look at him like this. Seeing that she couldn't see Chu Feng, Bibi Dong sighed and guessed he was hidden somewhere and didn't bother searching further. Today we, Spirit Hall, will award the winners of the competition. Third place. The rewards were given out one by one to the third and second place with the crowd cheering and groaning in envy and jealousy until it was finally the champion's turn. As per usual, Tang San was ready to receive the rewards after being pushed by Dai Mubai. The final victory belongs to Shrek Academy. Champions Captain, please come forward and receive the rewards, the new Platinum Bishop said with an amplified voice. Cheers and shouts were heard while some looked sad that their own team didn't win. Naturally, where there were winners, there would always be losers as well. And lastly, a 60,000 years old sacred magical devil ape spiritual wisdom spirit bone. 60,000 years old spirit bone. The one who absorbs it is almost guaranteed to become a titled douluo. Spirit Hall really went all out here. If I had to. As the crowd continued to scream and yell with their own feelings, Xiaowu got a depressed look on her face and Chu Feng knew he could do nothing about it and it made him feel helpless. What is happening? Chu Feng was suddenly alerted by a slight space fluctuation and noticed it wasn't harmful and was filled with the power of fate. As it flew towards Xiaowu, it suddenly went towards the necklace instead, and before Chu Feng could do anything, the connection with the necklace was cut off. So this is what you want, huh? You want me to stop interfering? You want me to just look when he hits my wife? What a joke. Chu Feng felt a vein throbbing on his head when he realized what happened. The power of fate took matters into its own hand and didn't want Chu Feng to alter the course of events that was about to transpire. Chu Feng looked up into the sky and decided to interfere in this matter, even if it made him an enemy of a god, asking him to let his wife be hit. What a joke. Chu Feng calmly stood there and watched the show unfold while he got ready for if something weird happened. This spirit bone was obtained the year the Supreme Pontiff became a titled douluo along with her 9th spirit ring. Supreme Pontiff is mighty. Supreme Pontiff is INRIVALED. As the Spirit Hall members were cheering for their Supreme Pontiff, Xiaowu had horror visibly appear in her eyes. Don't tell me, it was her. Xiaowu didn't hesitate and dashed with an expression full of rage out of the crowd straight towards Bibi Dong. Her killing intent started leaking and Bibi Dong looked at her. Bibi Dong merely looked at her with slight confusion and disinterest while the Platinum Bishop got angry. How dare you? The Platinum Bishop raised his hands and slapped down. As the crowd looked stunned by the sudden events and the Shrek members looked horrified, Xiaowu got out of her raged state and knew it was too late to dodge the attack. As the hand came slapping down, a huge amount of spirit aura suddenly surged everywhere and gathered towards the place of contact. Bibi Dong felt the huge amount of spirit power and felt the huge amount of power inside of it with pure rage and killing intent. Suddenly, everyone's vision turned black, completely blocked by the spirit aura of an unknown source, and the people started screaming. Within a few seconds, the spirit aura disappeared and the people looked quickly at the place where the girl from before attacked the Supreme Pontiff and where she was about to be slapped. When the people had their eyes focused on the stage, they saw a decapitated body laying on the floor in a pool of blood. Isn't that? A man couldn't finish his sentence due to his shock while another cried out with horror. The Platinum Bishop. People stared in shock at the body without limbs or a head while Bibi Dong looked at the air and said coldly, "She attacked me first." The people looked up into the sky and saw a handsome young man with dragon wings covering his back. The wings were beautiful and filled with different elements. "Let me down. I will kill her." The girl in the young man's arms struggled to get out of his embrace while the young man just looked at the Supreme Pontiff with a bitter smile and said, "What do you expect? You basically killed her mother." What do you mean? I don't even know her. Bibi Dong said with visible confusion on her face. "Xiaowu, do you trust me?" Chu Feng hugged Xiaowu closer to his body under the gaze of the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of eyes and said with a warm smile. Xiaowu, who was busy flailing and trying to get out of Chu Feng's embrace despite the height they were at, suddenly calmed down a bit and tears appeared in her eyes. Xiaowu nodded and started crying while putting her head on Chu Feng's chest and grabbed his cloak. "He is so handsome," a girl suddenly muttered, stunned by Chu Feng's dominance that even the Supreme Pontiff didn't attack him despite him killing a Spirit Hall member in front of her. Why are all the good guys taken already?" a mature woman said in bitterness. "If only my husband could be that domineering." A woman rubbed her legs together with an excited expression on her face. "I'm right here." Apparently the husband heard her. Chu Feng stretched out his hands and the necklace on Xiaowu's body started to lose its shine and an aura impossible for humans to have started spreading. Spirit Beast. All the titled douluos had visible shock on their faces as they looked at Xiaowu in shock while some even had greed covering their faces. "Dugu Bo." Chu Feng lightly screamed. "Yes, master." Dugu Bo seemingly appeared out of nowhere and Chu Feng noticed that the man was currently at spirit power level 95. It seems that you haven't slacked off, huh? Chu Feng said with a normal voice. Doupo felt excited, he could feel he was about to break through again soon. All the years of suffering and fear of his grandchild dying because of him was finally relieved, and now he could go back to cultivating with all of his heart. Doupo was definitely a super genius on par with Bibi Dong, but the restraints in his heart that he had since young were like chains binding his limbs. Even his granddaughter improved by leaps and bounds. His granddaughter was getting stronger and stronger, but also felt quite conflicted about the whole situation. She had to leave her fiancé. Although she cared for him, she didn't love him yet, but the potential was there, and to suddenly have to leave that behind left a bitter taste in her mouth, but still, she was a strong young woman and knew what she had to do. Her grandfather was her only family left, and she already lost hope in being cured until Chu Feng came in and saved them. She just couldn't forget how domineering and strong he was, and unknowingly sought his approval and adapted to the life of a maid without even doing anything for Chu Feng. She didn't even see him once after she became a maid. Good, it seems my guess wasn't off. Chu Feng nodded and was satisfied with Doupo's improvement, and the titled doulus came back from their shock upon knowing Xiao Wu was a spirit beast and Doupo was Chu Feng's servant. They had heard of it but naturally didn't believe all the rumors, since a lot of stuff was getting made up these days. Now I know what you mean. Bibi Dong connected all the dots and released her 9th spirit ring. Xiao Wu suddenly looked around at Bibi Dong with visible rage and sadness on her face and muttered, "Mother. Brat, your mother isn't even dead." Bibi Dong sneered with a cold face but couldn't hide the small smile on her face, while Chu Feng got the chills from that smile. "What do you mean?" Xiao Wu asked in a hopeful voice, and noticed something weird when she noticed Chu Feng avoiding looking into her eyes. Bibi Dong almost laughed out loud. She didn't hate Xiao Wu despite being a spirit beast. She killed spirit beasts to get stronger, and that was the way of life, but knowing that she was Chu Feng's woman as well, she removed all thoughts of hurting her. Still, that didn't mean she wasn't going to let Chu Feng off the hook for killing her subordinate though. She looked at Chu Feng flying the sky and smiled brightly, which stunned all the people there. The cold and domineering Supreme Pontiff was looking at someone with such a smile that could blind anyone that was into woman, and said, "Why don't you ask that amazing husband of yours?"